Summer of 1998, Shirshan County. In an era where the average monthly income barely reached 3 or 400 yuan, pork sold for 3 yuan per jean, and a steaming bowl of noodles on the street cost just 80 fun. People pedal bicycles along scorching asphalt roads, while the occasional red Xiaoli taxi streaked past. Inside the dilapidated corridor-style apartments of the electric workers' family compound, the air suddenly rippled with an inexplicable shift. A searing pain tore through Jiang Yang's body as he slowly awoke on the bed. Vintage 1980s furniture, a Phoenix brand sewing machine, an enamel mug with faded peony patterns, its colors nearly worn away. In the corner of the cramped 15-square-meter room, a dusty electric fan sat unused, clearly neglected for some time. Cicadas buzzed outside the window, their chorus amplifying the stifling summer heat inside. Jiang Yang sat up, staring in disbelief at his surroundings. "I'm alive?" He rose and stepped toward a mirror on the desk, shocked by the reflection staring back. A young man, barely 20, with an ordinary face and medium build, dressed in a simple light blue checkered shirt. "Is this me?" Jiang Yang frowned, straining to piece together his memories. Executive director of 6 listed companies. A key figure in the WTT International Trade Council. The man who made Forbes' list before turning 40. How did I end up like this? He remembered, clearly betrayed by a longtime friend over confidential oil dealings, lured onto international waters, hacked mercilessly, and thrown into the ocean. The moment sharks caught his blood in the water, their gaping jaws had lunged. The agony of flesh tearing and the sting of betrayal had drowned him in despair as darkness swallowed his vision. But now, he looked down at his hands, touched his face. Everything felt real. Could it be? Did I travel back in time? Just then, footsteps echoed outside. The old apartment trembled faintly with each step. Jiang Qing, that Chen Weidong, is a workshop director at Huafeng Food Factory. Sure, he's a bit older, but he makes 500 or 600 a month. How many families are lining up to matchmake with him? You really want reconsider? Shwa, my brother doesn't even have a job, and my little sister's still in middle school. I can't just abandon them to get married. Let's drop this. You're 26. Name one girl in Shirshan County who isn't married by that age. And how would marrying stop you from taking care of them? You're just being stubborn. Maybe so, but I can't relax. If I marry, what family would willingly take on 2 extra mouths? The voices grew closer. Jiang Yang tensed, darting silently to the door and pressing against the wall. Through the crack, he saw 2 women enter the living room. One was tall, wearing faded blue jeans and a plain t-shirt, her face free of makeup. She sat a vegetable basket on the wooden table with a sigh. Besides, you're not getting any younger. Why not worry about yourself? Or are you really planning to marry my brother someday? The other woman wore a yellow floral dress, her ink-black hair cascading like a waterfall. From his angle, Jiang Yang only saw her slender silhouette. "We're talking about you, not me." Jiang Qing, don't blame me when you're old and alone. Jiang Qing sorted through the greens in the basket. "Save your concern. It's 6 shek if my brother's up." Qin Shui sighed, eyeing Jiang Yang's door before walking over. Jiang Yang, still peeking through the gap, froze. "Me? Wife? Brother?" A sudden, splitting pain shot through his forehead. The world spun. Fragmented memories flooded in like a slideshow. Jiang Yang, 24. Frail since childhood. Weak-willed. Quiet. Only his elder sister, Jiang Qing, and teenage sister, Jiang Tian remained. The 3 relied on each other. 6 years ago, their father, Jiang Weigua, was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer. Their mother borrowed from every relative and neighbor for his treatment. He died soon after. Their mother, heartbroken, passed in an accident 2 years later. At just 20, Jiang Qing shouldered the family's burden supporting Jiang Tian's education and an unemployed Jiang Yang. Debt collectors hounded them. The pressure was crushing. From dishwashing to backbreaking construction work, Jiang Qing did anything for money. She cooked, cleaned, and cared for her siblings for 6 relentless years. Her youth wasted. Her future sacrificed. This apartment, their parents' only legacy, was a cramped, 80-square-meter relic. The living room held just a wooden table and plastic stools. Creditors circled like vultures, pressuring Jiang Qing to sell. Only old Zhang next door kept them at bay. The memory absorption lasted mere seconds. Qin Shui stopped at the door. She lived in the same compound. Their parents had worked together at the machinery plant. She and Jiang Qing were childhood friends in Jiang Yang's memories. She was as familiar as family. "Little book bag, you awake?" She knocked lightly, pressing her ear to the door. Jiang Yang's eye twitched. "Little book bag? What kind of nickname is that?" Qin Shui grinned. "I know you're up. I brought ribs." Not even going to open the door? Through the crack, Jiang Yang studied her pretty face, his mind reeling. Me, Jiang Yang, a tycoon worth billions. Ribs? Little book bag? No, this has to be a hallucination. Hearing no response, Qin Shui's smile turned sly. Fine. 3 seconds, or I'm kicking this door down. She raised a delicate finger. 1. Jiang Yang's heart pounded. 2. He gulped. Damn it. I've faced boardroom wars and assassinations. Since when do I hide from girls? 3. Qin Shui hitched her skirt, stepping back to kick. The door swung open. Jiang Yang leaned against the frame. What? Qin Shui peered inside, then circled him, scrutinizing. What were you doing in there, little book bag? Nothing, he said flatly. Jiang Qing emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of vegetables. Stop teasing him, Shui. Help me cook. With a last suspicious glance, Qin Shui followed. Jiang Qing, your brother's acting weird today. You're imagining things. He's always cooped up in there. A sigh. But I do worry. What future does he have like this? Soon, the aroma of braised ribs filled the apartment. Jiang Yang sat at the table across from a ponytailed girl in a school uniform, his little sister, Jiang Tian. Her large eyes and high nose gave her a doll-like charm. She chewed her pen, scowling at a math problem. Jiang Yang glanced at her homework. Linear equations in 2 variables. Forgotten decades ago. Then his gaze landed on the calendar. 1998. He had traveled back to 1998, an era ripe with golden opportunities. The dim, flickering bulb overhead cast an orange glow. Unstable voltage made the light waver. Wind rattled the window panes. Jiang Yang exhaled, absorbing the reality of his rebirth. Since fate gave me a second chance, this time I won't waste it. Outside, rain began to patter against the glass. Drip drop, drip drop. Chapter 2. Jiang Qing's notebook in the evening. At the electrician's family compound in Shan County, a gentle drizzle fell outside the dilapidated building, while the dim lights flickered intermittently. Jiang Qing first handed a pair of chopsticks to Jiang Yang, then to Qin Shui and Jiang Tian. At the center of the round table lay a pot of stewed ribs with green beans. As she lifted the lid, a mouth-watering aroma permeated the small living room. There were only a few pieces of ribs, with the beans and potatoes cooked to a tender consistency. This was their only meat meal of the month. Ribs cost 3.5 yuan per half kilogram, and ordinarily, Jiang Qing would hesitate to buy such a luxury. To her mind, it was far more economical to purchase pork belly. Jiang Qing worked 2 jobs during the day and spent her evenings sewing school uniforms for extra income, totaling a meager 400 yuan. This was considered a decent income in Shan County. Jiang Tian was in middle school, and her annual school fees represented a significant expense. Jiang Yang's monthly expenses for traditional medicine exceeded 100 yuan. Despite her frugal efforts to repay the debts borrowed by her mother, the burden weighed heavily on her. In this household, Jiang Qing's greatest concern remained her younger brother. Since their parents' passing, Jiang Yang had grown increasingly withdrawn, scarcely uttering more than 3 words throughout the day. Approaching his 20s, the prospect of finding a partner seemed increasingly bleak. Contemplating this, Jiang Qing placed a piece of rib into Jiang Yang's bowl. Thank you. Jiang Yang instinctively murmured. Jiang Qing was momentarily taken aback. Qin Shui teased, I told you, little backpack has changed somewhat. He is even being polite now. Jiang Yang savored the rib, its rich flavor and delightful texture making it possibly the most delectable meat he had tasted in over 20 years. While watching her siblings eat, Jiang Qing picked up a piece of leftover steamed bun from the previous day, tearing off small bits to chew gently. You're not a child anymore. What are your plans for the future? After much hesitation, she voiced the thoughts that had long lingered in her heart. Jiang Yang continued to eat heartily. Sighing. Jiang Qing said, shutting yourself in your room all day is not a solution. You must think about your future. The atmosphere grew tense, causing Qin Yu to set down her chopsticks. Only Jiang Tian continued to gnaw on the bones, indifferent to the conversation. Jiang Yang paused, contemplating before responding. I think I'll go out tomorrow to explore the market. Unaware of what his elder sister truly wished to discuss, he subconsciously connected it to their current situation. In his mind, the future equated to business. Based on his recollections, the next decade or even 2 decades would see rapid growth in the fast-moving consumer goods sector. While the real estate industry was on the rise, with the internet and finance poised for expansion, Jiang Yang felt confident that within 2 years, he would make a significant impact on the world. Going out? The statement prompted an exchange of glances between Jiang Qing and Qin Shui. They recognized from each other's astonished expressions that their younger brother was becoming increasingly erratic. Qin Shui parted her lips, yet no sound emerged. As a longtime confidant, Jiang Qing immediately discerned Qin Shui's unvoiced plea. the medication must not cease. A twinge of regret washed over Jiang Qing. She lamented her words. Despite her brother's frail constitution and psychological struggles, she would gladly support him for a lifetime, even if he never ventured into the workforce. Alas, her thoughtless remarks had left him in a state of confusion, uttering incoherent words. Observing the situation, Qin Shui quickly interjected, all right, little bookbag. Your sister only wishes the best for you. Do not feel unduly pressured. The matter of finding a wife is not urgent, if need be. Sister Shui shall take that role. With a light-hearted pat on her chest, Qin Shui made her declaration. Jiang Yang felt a surge of alarm at such audacious words. After inheriting memories, he had become all too familiar with Qin Shui. He could not bring himself to engage with her in that manner. Clearly, these two viewed him as mentally unwell. However, no matter how he tried to explain, it would likely fall on deaf ears in their eyes. He was akin to a simpleton. Thus, he opted for silence and began to eat, wielding his chopsticks with fervor. Jiang Tian consumed her meal with haste. After laying down her utensils, she stood and patted Jiang Yang on the back. Brother, do not feel too much pressure. If worst comes to worst, I will take care of you. With that, she retreated to the inner room to tackle her homework. Jiang Yang remained speechless. After dinner, Jiang Qing commenced her tidying up and cleaning. Noticing the hour was late, Qin Shui bid farewell to Jiang Yang and took her leave. In the room, Jiang Yang lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Jiang Qing sat at her desk, meticulously recording the day's expenses. Ribs 6 yuan, potatoes 0, 2 yuan, green beans 0, 2 yuan, and she had given Jiang Tian 0, 5 yuan. Outside, a gentle rain continued to fall. Setting aside her accounts, Jiang Qing began to operate her sewing machine under the dim light. This was a side job she had taken on, crafting uniforms for the second middle school of Shishan County. Each uniform yielded an extra 2 yuan. As Jiang Yang observed Jiang Qing's graceful silhouette, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he drifted into slumber without realizing it. The next day, as dawn broke softly, Jiang Yang awoke to find an orange-red blanket draped over him. On the desk lay a 50 yuan note accompanied by a note. It was from Jiang Qing. Her neat handwriting conveying her thoughts. Sister may not fully grasp the meaning behind your words yesterday, but I hope you can step outside and take a breath of fresh air. My intentions were solely for your well-being. Please do not overthink it, nor feel pressured. Even if you choose not to do anything in the future, fear not, for I shall support you. Jiang Yang carefully tucked the note away. The 50 yuan bill was worn yet impeccably laid out by Jiang Qing. His gaze fell upon a blue notebook, which he reached for and opened. It contained records of the family's expenditures. On the back of the bills, Jiang Qing had penned thoughts akin to a diary, chronicling mundane aspects of life and her emotional musings. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yang read through it in one breath. The hardships were truly overwhelming. The profound sorrow that enveloped Jiang Yang was unbearable. In an effort to conserve electricity, the bulbs in the room were deliberately kept dim, forcing Jiang Qing to hunch over the sewing machine each night to discern the fabric and thread. In the past, to afford medical treatment for her father, she had borrowed money, and now the creditors frequently visited to demand repayment. To shield them from worry, Jiang Qing often faced these men alone, enduring their harsh words in silence. Consequently, she had secretly shed countless tears. The pages of this blue notebook bore many smudged inscriptions, evidence of her anguish. Jiang Yang could sense it. Many of these words were penned while she wept. After placing the notebook back in the corner of the desk undisturbed, Jiang Yang took a deep breath and rose to his feet. He approached the mirror, gazing at his revitalized self. The first step towards a new life commenced with altering the fate of this family. Chapter 3. Cold beverages. Jiang Yang strode purposefully down the street, as vivid scenes from his memories unfolded before his eyes. The air was refreshingly crisp, and the sky was exceptionally azure. Wispy clouds floated lazily, amplifying his buoyant mood. Signs proclaiming soda for 2 jiao, popsicles for 3 jiao, and Coca-Cola for 1 yuan were omnipresent. High-tech household appliances were only found within the confines of trade buildings. Beepers and mobile phones, once symbols of status, were gradually fading from public consciousness, replaced by brands such as Motorola, Panasonic, and Nokia, which had become emblems of masculinity. In 1998, the average salary of the working class hovered around 300 yuan, making refrigerators, color televisions, and washing machines luxuries that remained beyond the reach of ordinary families. After a full day of investigation, Jiang Yang had nearly grasped the basic price levels in Shishan County, from the bustling markets to the affluent consumer demographic. He discovered that people's spending habits far exceeded his expectations. He had assumed that individuals in this era would exhibit frugality and reluctance to spend. But the reality was strikingly contrary. Though average incomes were not particularly high, the low cost of living rendered their happiness index significantly higher than that of 2021. At this juncture, the real estate market had yet to show any signs of emergence. Most people's savings were held in banks, with few investment avenues available. Thus, their lifestyle demands were considerably relaxed, primarily revolving around basic necessities. In Jiang Yang's recollection, since the year 2000, the real estate economy gradually coaxed individuals to convert their savings into property. Money deposited in banks morphed into a mass of concrete and steel, erroneously termed an investment. It was only a matter of time before the realization dawned that these houses could no longer be exchanged for currency, marking the arrival of the real estate bubble. With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Jiang Yang recognized a crucial truth. People possessed wealth, yet it resided within the banks. The one who could entice them to willingly withdraw their funds would emerge as the dominant force of the era. The prerequisite for achieving this was to first attain personal wealth. Under the blazing sun, after a morning of relentless exertion, Jiang Yang found himself both thirsty and hungry. He noticed a young, chubby lad lounging under a large tree beside a cart. A wooden sign hung askew, inscribed with the words "cold drinks, to Jiao." It appeared the boy was illiterate, oblivious to his misspelling. Jiang Yang approached and, retrieving a 50 yuan note from his pocket, requested a soda. The boy, likely around 17 or 18, had single eyelids and a fair complexion. He wore a light blue navel checkered t-shirt and olive green shorts. On the cart was a glass jar, bubbling with a tube effervescently releasing air, providing a cooling effect. As the orange soda churned within, the boy glanced up and muttered, "You want soda with that big bill? I can't make change." Taken aback, Jiang Yang begrudgingly pocketed the note. The boy brandished a wooden box before Jiang Yang, shaking it slightly. "I've been selling here all morning, and I've barely made 2 yuan, all in coins. I really can't make change." Jiang Yang gazed at the bubbling beverage in the glass jar, his parched lips parting without uttering a word. In times past, he would have thought nothing of spending 100 or even 1,000 times the cost to procure an item of his desire. Yet for him now, that 50 yuan represented his entire fortune. The stout boy retrieved a teapot from beneath the cart, pouring cool boiled water into a porcelain cup and offering it to him. "Drink up, the cool water is on the house." With a murmured thanks, Jiang Yang accepted the cup and gulped it down. In the sweltering heat, the cool water felt unexpectedly refreshing and sweet. The stout boy scrutinized this young man, who appeared to be of similar age, pondering his thoughts. He had been observing Jiang Yang for quite some time. From the moment he arrived at the trade street, he had incessantly inquired about the prices of various items, diligently jotting notes in a small notebook. Though his appearance and attire were quite ordinary, an unintentional air of distinction emanated from him, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. Having spent considerable time in the city center, the stout boy had encountered many people, and someone as composed as Jiang Yang was either a prominent businessman or a scion of some affluent family. Spending 50 yuan for a cold drink was clearly the mark of a discreet tycoon. Contemplating this, the stout boy grinned. "No need for formality, my friend. Are you still thirsty? Shall I pour you another cup?" Jiang Yang waved his hand in refusal. "No, thank you." His gaze then fell upon the cold drink apparatus on the cart, an inverted glass jar connected to a boiling machine via a plastic tube, the end of which was capped with cotton and ice. The ready-made cold drink was a pale orange hue. The stout boy, perceptive to Jiang Yang's interest in the drink machine, smiled and said, "I crafted this device myself. Its cooling effect is extraordinary. So, my friend, are you contemplating a venture into the cold drink business?" Jiang Yang did not respond directly but remarked, "The bubbles are produced from a tube, without carbon dioxide. It can only be deemed a faux soda." The stout boy chuckled, "A connoisseur. The beverages here are my own concoctions, a modest enterprise. I could hardly sustain the prices from the Schwerin cold drink factory." With that, the stout boy readily poured a cup from the machine and handed it to Jiang Yang. "Give it a try. The flavor of my drink is not inferior to those from the soda factories." Jiang Yang accepted the cup without hesitation, taking a couple of sips before slightly furrowing his brow. It was no wonder he had sold so few cups that morning. The drink comprised orange juice powder, saccharin, and boiled water. Perhaps a hint of malic acid had been added, but at a tepid temperature, it tasted somewhat astringent. While the masses of this era might consider it merely less palatable than other beverages, Jiang Yang deemed it unworthy of the title drink. The saccharin was overly abundant, and the water-to-powder ratio was poorly executed. If this concoction were chilled in a refrigerator, it might prove satisfactory, However, in the sweltering heat of over 30 degrees outside, the cold drink produced by this machine was far from enjoyable. Jiang Yang returned the cup. The plump young man widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Yang. Nearly after a single sip, he was able to articulate the composition of his cold beverage and even elucidate the crucial factors influencing its flavor. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Hastily, the young man rummaged through his pocket and produced a pack of cigarettes, opening it to offer one. "Good sir, may I inquire your name? If you don't mind, shall we forge a friendship? I am Shou Hao, hailing from the Xian village in the southern part of the city." Jiang Yang, without pretense, accepted the cigarette. Shou Hao retrieved a lighter and ignited it. Jiang Yang took a puff from the old great brand of unfiltered cigarettes, which at that time sold for 50 cents a pack. In his recollection, this particular brand had ceased production back in 2000. Shou Hao then brought forth a stool from behind, inviting Jiang Yang to sit before expressing his thoughts. "Brother Jiang, my cold beverage business has been tepid at best, barely allowing me to make ends meet. Given your evident insight, could you possibly provide some guidance to a humble brother like me?" Chapter 4. Riding the wind, Jiang Yang took 2 puffs from the old grape brand cigarette before extinguishing it. Lacking a filter, it was harsh on the throat. Shou Hao looked at Jiang Yang with eager anticipation, unable to articulate his thoughts, but sensing that the approach he was taking was fundamentally flawed. Shou Hao, momentarily taken aback, quickly pressed for clarification. Jiang Yang found a shaded spot beneath a large tree and remarked, "In this world, there are countless businesses. Yet every one of them hinges on a fundamental element, core competitiveness." Shou Hao, puzzled, inquired, "Core competitiveness? That term is rather novel to me. I have never encountered it before." Jiang Yang nodded affirmatively, explaining, "It is that which you possess that others do not, or what everyone else has, but you excel at more than they do. This is what we call core competitiveness." Pondering deeply and stroking his chin, Shou Hao eventually sighed and shook his head. "I seem to lack any aspect of that." Jiang Yang chuckled, "If that is the case, you will forever lack initiative in this endeavor and will drift aimlessly in this industry, reliant on fate." Although Shou Hao felt somewhat bewildered, he could discern that the individual before him was undoubtedly a master in his field. Glancing at his watch, Jiang Yang rose and said, "Take your time to contemplate this. It is getting late, and I must take my leave. Thank you for the cool water." Shou Hao felt a surge of urgency within him. He had set his sights on this person and understood that if he let him go now, he might not have another opportunity to meet again. "Brother, could you take me along?" he implored. Jiang Yang paused, turning to look at Shou Hao, and pointed at the pushcart. "Are you suggesting I take you to sell cold drinks?" Shou Hao quickly replied, "I am open to doing more than just selling cold drinks." Jiang Yang found it curious that this individual was so keenly interested in him. Shou Hao, growing increasingly anxious, confessed, "To be honest, I have been contemplating selling this cold drink stand and seeking employment elsewhere." Approaching the pushcart, Jiang Yang picked up a slender glass bottle, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It was an antique soda bottle, deep green glass with a pale yellow cap, adorned with a glimmering star. Selling cold drinks could indeed be a viable option. Shou Hao was taken aback. "Huh? What is the cost price of such a bottle?" Jiang Yang inquired. Without hesitation, Shou Hao replied, 3 cents, if ordered in bulk. It could be even cheaper. Such a low price? Jiang Yang expressed incredulity. Shou Hao nodded. This region, Shishan, is known for its glass production. And since the mineral reforms post-1995, prices have been falling nationwide, particularly in Beijing, where many manufacturers have gone bankrupt. Jiang Yang nodded, continuing to probe. "If this bottle were to contain your cold drink, what would be the lowest price you could offer me?" Shou Hao calculated briefly before responding, 5 cents. "It cannot be less." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang fell into contemplation. 5 cents? Can you still make a profit? Shou Hao affirmed, "Yes. There is still profit to be made. Although the margin is slim, if the volume is substantial, it would be better than merely managing this cold drink stand." Jiang Yang placed the bottle back into the pushcart and instructed, "Transform all your cold drinks into this finished product. Produce as much as you can. We shall meet here again at this time tomorrow." Having spoken, he strode away. Shou Hao observed Jiang Yang's departing figure, his mind swirling with thoughts. The two had merely met once, their acquaintance spanning just half an hour. The challenge of transferring all the cold drinks into bottles loomed large, presenting itself as the most formidable obstacle. Moreover, various risks lingered. If that individual vanished by tomorrow, would his efforts not be in vain? Yet, upon reflection, even in the absence of the person, the goods would still belong to him, resulting in no real loss. After much contemplation, Shou Hao decisively chose to pack up and return home. Fearing both wolves and tigers, how could one embark on such a grand venture? In the evening, at the electrical workers' housing complex below, Jiang Yang sat upon a stone, his chin resting in contemplation as he gazed at the notebook in his hand. Within it were recorded the prices he had investigated that day. He had begun to formulate ideas on how to earn his first pot of gold. He was convinced that Zhou Hao would indeed return as promised the next day, and those glass bottles filled with cold drinks would serve as the leverage for his initial profit. After further deliberation, he resolved to employ a strategy of trading grain for cold drinks as his entry into the market. Given Zhou Hao's products, selling them in the county town seemed implausible. However, transporting these items to some remote villages appeared promising. Imagine, if one could exchange a handful of the corn commonly found in rural areas for a bottle of the cold beverage beloved by children, most elders would likely not refuse. Grain is a hard currency. As long as he managed his costs effectively, he could later sell the grain to a grain station for cash, rendering the outcome merely a matter of profit margins, with risks being nearly non-existent. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Yang closed the notebook and gently rubbed his tired eyes. He sighed, recalling that in the past, when he was involved in projects worth millions or even billions, he had never expended such effort. At that moment, a familiar voice drifted up from below. "Uncle Lu, this month, Xiao Meng and Xiao Tian just paid their school fees. I truly cannot spare any money." Jiang Yang was puzzled. Wasn't that voice Jiang Qing's? Intrigued, he rose and walked towards the source of the sound. He soon spotted Jiang Qing, impeccably dressed, engaged in a discussion with a middle-aged, balding man. The man, with a protruding belly and a rapidly receding hairline, had his hair slicked back with an oily sheen. His plump hands gestured animatedly in the air, saliva flying as he exclaimed, "Jiang Qing, your mother borrowed a total of 1,000 yuan from me. It's been 3 years, and you've only repaid 400. Even if we are neighbors, you cannot treat me so unfairly." As he spoke, the man's eyes roamed over Jiang Qing. Today, she wore light blue jeans, exuding a freshness akin to a lotus blooming in water. Her graceful figure starkly contrasted with the rotund man, and her refined demeanor rendered her exceptionally elegant. From a distance, Jiang Yang observed, realizing that if his sister were to be placed 20 years into the future, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. According to memory, the man known as Uncle Lu is a neighbor from the adjacent building named Lu Guangji, former director of the electrical machinery factory. In his 30s, he is a widower raising a son. After the factory's closure, his occupation became uncertain. Yet he meticulously dressed each day, notorious for his lecherous reputation. "Uncle Lu, please grant me an extension of 2 months. I will work extra tomorrow and ensure I repay you as soon as possible," Jiang Qing pleaded, her voice dwindling to a whisper, akin to that of a mosquito. Lu Guangji sighed upon hearing her, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Qing. "Jiang Qing, I understand your plight, but who can comprehend the struggles of Uncle Lu? I am over 40 and still without a wife. Each day is a considerable burden." After saying this, his eyes greedily roamed over Jiang Qing once more. "This money was initially meant to help you find an end. If it is delayed, how will you compensate Uncle Lu?" Jiang Qing could not fail to grasp the implications of the lecherous man's words, her heart racing with urgency and indignation. This man had been harassing her for quite some time, and since her mother's passing, he had been the most troublesome creditor. Jiang Qing had exhausted all her efforts to maintain the household and sought ways to repay him. Yet, the more she tried, the more relentless he became. "Repaying debts is a matter of principle, and I am in the wrong, so I cannot say much," she conceded. "Uncle Lu, I promise to find a way to return your money next month." With that, she attempted to enter the hallway, but Lu Guangji's corpulent figure abruptly blocked her path, a sinister grin revealing his yellowed teeth. "Xiao Qing, you work so hard every day for your earnings. How have you considered the conditions I proposed last month? If you agree, I will not only waive the remaining 600, but I will also provide you with an additional 200 each month. What do you think?" Lu Guangji pulled out a cigarette, lighting it and exhaling smoke, eagerly fixated on Jiang Qing. Her expression turned icy as she took a step back, warily addressing him. "Uncle Lu, you are my elder. Please conduct yourself with dignity. I have already stated that I will find a way to repay you next month. Please step aside and let us consider this matter as if it never happened." Lu Guangji's proposition was for her to become his mistress. Though Jiang Qing valued money, it was primarily for the sake of her younger siblings. She had her limits. Encouraged by her response, Lu Guangji leaned against the wall and edged closer to Jiang Qing. "Why endure such hardship? If you were to yield to Uncle Lu, wouldn't life be much easier from here on?" Jiang Qing attempted to retreat multiple times, But Lu Guangji continued to obstruct her. As a young woman, she felt an overwhelming sense of panic, but more so, an acute sense of injustice. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of her. Jiang Yang regarded Lu Guangji coldly. "Old Lu, if you truly cannot bear the solitude, perhaps you should buy some pork to satisfy your cravings." Lu Guangji found himself momentarily speechless. While women might not grasp the implications of this statement, Lu Guangji understood it all too well. At over 40, he had been humiliated by a mere youth. Lu Guangji's expression darkened as he sneered. "Are you Jiang Yang? The worthless man reliant on women for sustenance?" His words dripped with derision, offering no mercy whatsoever. Jiang Yang, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "If memory serves me correctly, your son attends the second high school, does he not? Perhaps I should publicize your illustrious deeds to enhance his reputation." This remark struck a nerve with Lu Guangji. If such scandals were to spread within the school, his son would be utterly humiliated. "I'll give you 3 days to repay the money promptly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind." With that, he shot Jiang Yang a fierce glare and departed, clutching his briefcase. As Lu Guangji exited, Jiang Yang turned to his sister Jiang Qing, who stood in a daze, and said, "Let us go home." Jiang Qing was filled with confusion. How had her usually timid brother suddenly grown so formidable, daring to confront Lu Guangji? Yet, the moment he shielded her from harm, she felt that all her efforts for her brother had been worthwhile. Just before entering the hallway, Jiang Yang noticed that Jiang Qing's eyes were slightly reddened. Holding back her grievances, she seemed to have grown accustomed to such matters, quickly regaining her composure. Watching Jiang Qing busily tending to the kitchen, Jiang Yang recalled Lu Guangji's contemptible face, and his desire for wealth intensified. Chapter 5: A Subtle Strategy. As night fell, the incessant chirping of crickets filled the air outside. Jiang Qing continued to operate her sewing machine, the rhythmic sound echoing through the room. Jiang Yang lay on the bamboo mat, lost in thought as he stared at the ceiling. "Stay in for the next couple of days." Jiang Qing's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. "Why?" Jiang Qing turned from her sewing machine, her face etched with concern, her long eyelashes quivering slightly. "That Lu Guangji is notoriously unruly. I fear he may cause you trouble." Jiang Yang smiled nonchalantly. "He wouldn't dare to do anything to me." Jiang Qing sighed. "I still need to figure out a way to quickly gather the money for him. Who knows what he might do otherwise?" With that, she resumed her work on the sewing machine. Jiang Yang observed her busy silhouette and softly declared, "From now on, everything is on me." The following morning, Jiang Yang rode his old Phoenix bicycle out early. His first stop was the grain purchasing station, where the staff informed him that any grain over 5 tons could be collected free of charge by truck. Corn was priced at 30 cents, barley at 35 cents, and sorghum was not being collected for the time being. Next, he visited the county's passenger transport station to learn about the distribution of surrounding towns in Shirshir County. He also stopped by a newsstand to purchase a map, intending to thoroughly study Shirshir County. Shirshir County boasts a population of 1.69 million, divided into 4 cities: east, west, south, and north, alongside a city-village integration area comprising 21 towns, 12 townships, and 327 villages. Among these, Lianhua Township, Chishui Township, and Hongying Town are the most accessible. Jiang Yang discovered that a minibus ride from Shirshir County to these 3 townships would cost approximately 2 yuan and cover a distance of about 20 kilometers. These 3 townships represent the largest in Shirshir County, with nearly 80 villages under their jurisdiction. He first bought a bottle of soda at the roadside to take with him, then purchased a ticket to Lianhua Township. He intended to visit a local shop in the village to gauge the situation. Within 10 minutes, the bus departed, swaying as it left the urban area. On the way, Jiang Yang gazed out the window while engaging in conversation with an elderly man seated beside him. Through this interaction, he learned that Shirshir County primarily relies on agriculture, with a rich variety of grains and many households cultivating fruits as well: barley, corn, sorghum, pears, apples, peaches. The journey was quite bumpy, taking nearly an hour to cover the 20 kilometers. Upon disembarking from the minibus, Jiang Yang was struck by the breathtaking scenery before him. Endless fields stretched out, with fruit trees arranged like a grid in a vast blue canvas. The air was sweet, invigorating his spirits with every breath. The sky was as blue as the ocean, and the sound of cicadas was deafening. Following a narrow country road into the village, he noticed wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. Jiang Yang observed that these villages typically housed only a simple convenience store, stocked with a minimal selection of goods: oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and a few snacks for children, totaling no more than a dozen items. Due to poverty and backwardness, many cannot afford refrigerators, and items such as cold beverages and sodas can be found in only 2 out of 10 small shops, where they are covered in dust, clearly having been neglected for a considerable time. It is hardly surprising. The price of bottled soda typically hovers around 50 cents, with brands like Coca-Cola even costing 1 yuan per bottle. The disparity between wealth and poverty is glaringly apparent. Wealthy individuals in the city enjoy Coca-Cola and Jiang Libo, while many rural families cannot even afford a bagged beverage for their children. Jiang Yang casually entered one of the small shops and began negotiations with the owner. Before long, he emerged from the store with a look of satisfaction. Evidently, his plan was entirely feasible. Throughout the morning, Jiang Yang traversed 5 or 6 villages, engaging in similar discussions with shopkeepers, employing the same method. He aspired to implement an exchange of cold drinks for grain through these small shops, generously offering a 1-cent commission to the shopkeepers for each pound of grain exchanged. However, this entire scheme hinged on a prerequisite. Each bottle of cold drink required a deposit of 10 cents. Once the cold drinks were exchanged, Jiang Yang would return to collect the grain and refund the deposit. The shop owners were, of course, more than willing to participate. Having worked tirelessly through the morning without so much as a bite to eat, Jiang Yang boarded a bus back to the county town. Arriving at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Hao was anxiously waiting beneath the big pagoda tree on Trade Street. Upon seeing Jiang Yang, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Behind him was a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle, piled high with bottled cold drinks. "Brother Jiang, you finally made it." Zhou Hao hurriedly approached. Jiang Yang chuckled. "What, did you think I would bail on you?" Zhou Hao sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. "How many did you manage to gather?" Jiang Yang inquired. "There are 800 bottles on the tricycle, and I have plenty more at home. I'm still working on it," Zhou Hao replied. Jiang Yang nodded. "With this, we are nearly there. These 800 bottles are merely a sample. If this business takes off, we may need as many as 80,000 bottles." Zhou Hao was astounded. "Brother Jiang, what exactly are we aiming to accomplish?" Jiang Yang laughed heartily. "Come on, hop onto your tricycle. Let's head back to the countryside." Having just returned to the city, the two mounted the agricultural vehicle and set off toward Lianhua Township. Upon Jiang Yang's return to the small shop in the countryside, the elderly shopkeepers were astonished, exclaiming about the young man's remarkable efficiency. With Zhou Hao's 3-wheeled vehicle, navigating the rural paths was incredibly swift. The 800 bottles of cold drinks were quickly distributed among small shops in over 20 villages. According to their prior agreement, a deposit of 10 cents was required for each bottle. They collected 80 yuan from the 800 bottles. Zhou Hao grinned from ear to ear as he counted the money, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, you are truly impressive. You've sold all the stock so quickly, netting half in profit." In Zhou Hao's mind, turning a cost price of 5 cents into a sale price of 10 cents was already quite remarkable. He was unaware that this marked merely the inception of Jiang Yang's strategic endeavors. The 80 yuan he had received was merely a deposit. Throughout the process, Jiang Yang left his home landline number with each small shop. The exchange rate for grains such as barley, corn, and sorghum was set at 1-to-1 with cold beverages. For the villagers, trading a handful of grain at the small shop for a bottle of cold drink was indeed a lucrative deal, as they became accustomed to the grain. Producing a handful of corn felt akin to extracting money from their pockets. Although the value remained largely unchanged, the psychological impact was significant. Upon closer inspection, 1 pound of corn was merely 30 cents, while other sodas in the shop cost at least 50 cents per bottle, making this exchange far more advantageous. Jiang Yang calculated his profits in his mind. Excluding the 5 cents cost per bottle purchased from Zhou Hao, along with transportation expenses, labor, and the minor commission of 1 cent at the shop, he could net 20 cents per bottle. However, his ambitions extended far beyond this. In Shishan County, there were a total of 327 villages, and currently he had only distributed goods to 20 of them. These 20 villages served as a spark. Once ignited, they would create considerable ripples throughout Shishan County. At that point, the business of trading grain for cold drinks would yield even more unforeseen rewards. After placing the cold drinks in the village shops, Jiang Yang did not hastily depart, but instead found a shaded spot to observe. In less than half an hour, the village children gathered eagerly at the shop's entrance. Elders rushed in a flurry, carrying bowls and pots, while some children stealthily procured grain from their homes to exchange for cold drinks. At this moment, Zhou Hao seemed to grasp the situation, a chill running down his spine. "Brother Jiang, this is the business you spoke of. It's astonishing." Jiang Yang smiled and replied, "Just a little trick." Chapter 6. The difficulty of earning money by the time evening fell. The two men returned to the passenger station outside Shirshan County in a farm tricycle. Jiang Yang's bicycle was still parked in the yard. Zhou Hao counted out 40 yuan and handed it over, stating, "Brother Jiang, as agreed. I sell you the drinks at 5 cents a bottle, totaling 800 bottles, so we each get 40 yuan. Jiang Yang accepted only 20 yuan, replying, "The tricycle needs fuel for the journey, so please keep this 20. Zhou Hao, not wanting to be impolite, chuckled and said, "Thanks, Brother Jiang. How about I treat you to a meal?" Jiang Yang jumped down from the tricycle and replied, "No need, it's too late today." Zhou Hao nodded, eagerly inquiring, "Will there be more work tomorrow?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yang said, "Leave me your contact information or tell me your address. Once I confirm things for tomorrow, we can discuss it further." Zhou Hao then retrieved paper and pen from his pocket, writing down a landline number, and said, "This is my home phone." Jiang Yang took it, affirming, "All right, let's leave it at that for today. It's been a pleasure collaborating." With that, he turned and walked towards the station without looking back. Zhou Hao, grinning foolishly, waved and said, "Pleasure collaborating, heh." When Jiang Yang returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. Jiang Tian had fallen asleep. Jiang Qing sat anxiously in the living room, a plastic container on the round table holding a meal left for Jiang Yang. Upon seeing him return, her eyes welled with tears. "Where have you been returning home so late?" Jiang Yang was taken aback. Glancing at the time, he wondered why Jiang Qing had such a strong reaction. "I went to the countryside to conduct business," he said casually while washing his hands. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qing began to sob softly on the stool, her tears dripping onto the table. It seemed she had suffered a great grievance, her delicate skin slightly flushed, her eyelashes trembling. And the sight of her tear-streaked face was heart-wrenching. Jiang Yang moved closer, asking, "Sister, what is the matter? Who bullied you?" Jiang Qing's eyes were red from crying, and she merely clutched the hem of her clothing, refusing to speak. Jiang Yang, utterly bewildered, looked down at her, then sat on the stool, saying, "I truly went to the countryside." Jiang Qing's sobs intensified, and she whimpered, "Now you've even learned to lie to me. Do you know how worried I was after the incident with Lu Guangji yesterday? Didn't I tell you not to wander off?" Jiang Yang, feeling helpless, replied, "I didn't lie, Jiang Qing continued to cry, "Look at you all grown up now, and I can no longer manage you, right? And now you've begun to lie, boo-hoo." At this point, Jiang Qing cried as if she were a little girl, heartbroken to the extreme. Jiang Yang, feeling at a loss for what to do, stood frozen, unable to move. He had never been able to tolerate the sight of a woman crying, especially one as beautiful as her. His heart was in turmoil. He left the chair and squatted beside Jiang Qing, speaking softly, "I did not lie. I truly went to the countryside." Jiang Qing glared with her tear-streaked eyes, exclaiming, "What business can you possibly pursue by locking yourself up at home every day? You must be trying to deceive me." Jiang Yang sighed deeply and retrieved a handful of money from his pocket, placing it on the table. Among it lay over 40 yuan exchanged from the bill Jiang Qing had given him, along with 2 10-yuan notes which were the deposit from the local convenience store. He meticulously separated the 2 piles of money and earnestly stated, "Sister, observe, the money on the left is your initial investment. I spent 2 yuan on tickets today, 1.5 yuan on a meal, and 1 yuan on a soda. The right side shows the 20 yuan I earned from my business today." Jiang Qing examined the money on the table, her confusion evident. Suddenly, Jiang Yang recalled something and pulled out a crumpled brown paper ticket from his pocket. "Look. This is the ticket from Shirshan County to Lianhua Township. Surely, this will convince you." Jiang Qing picked up the ticket, and her tears ceased as she wiped her eyes. Then took hold of the money, her expression growing serious. "Where did this money come from?" Jiang Yang squatted down, feeling a surge of anxiety. "Sister, you cannot possibly suspect that even this small amount has an illegitimate origin?" Jiang Qing shook the 2 bills in her hand, questioning, "You don't even have a job. How could you possibly earn this much in a single day?" Jiang Yang looked at her and swore, "I swear by the light bulb. This money is truly earned through my hard work. If I do anything that betrays my conscience, may I be struck by lightning, meet with an accident, and never find peace in the afterlife." This declaration elicited a laugh from Jiang Qing. "Goodness, people swear by deities and bodhisattvas. And here you are swearing by a light bulb. What good is that?" Yet, seeing Jiang Yang's earnest demeanor, she felt reassured. Her primary concern was not his whereabouts, but the potential retaliation from Lu Guangji against her brother. As long as she saw her brother return home safely, a significant weight lifted from her heart. Noticing Jiang Qing's smile, Jiang Yang exhaled in relief, saying, Look at our family's poverty. We can't even afford a picture of a bodhisattva, so let us make do with the light bulb for now. Jiang Qing shot him a reproachful glance before heading to the kitchen to heat up the food she had prepared. Stop your banter. A son does not disdain his mother's appearance, nor does a dog scorn a poor home. Now you find fault with your sister's poverty. It's clear to me that one day you might just abandon us. Others marry and forget their mothers, but I foresee you marrying and completely forgetting your elder sister. The sound of Jiang Qing's voice echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by the pleasant clatter of pots and pans. After a long day of toil, Jiang Yang succumbed to slumber at the table. When Jiang Qing emerged from the kitchen with the food, she noticed the dust covering Jiang Yang's pant legs and shoes. Kneeling down to remove his shoes, she discovered several large blisters on his feet. In his hazy state, Jiang Yang felt someone washing his feet. The delicate hands feeling soft and almost boneless, tickling his soles. Upon opening his eyes, he realized Jiang Qing was squatting beside him, washing his feet while tears dripped into the basin. Jiang Yang softly inquired, "Why are you crying again?" Jiang Qing hurriedly wiped away her tears with her arm and declared, "I do not care what work you are engaged in the countryside today. You are never to go back there again. Even if our family is impoverished, we do not require you to toil for a mere 20 yuan. Jiang Yang was utterly speechless. When a woman is resolute about a matter, any further explanation becomes futile. It was evident that, at that moment, Jiang Qing believed that earning that 20 yuan was fraught with peril, perhaps more so than the arduous trials faced by Tang's son. After disposing of the foot-soaking water, Jiang Qing took out a needle and carefully pricked the blisters on Jiang Yang's feet. As he consumed the reheated meal, not a single furrow appeared on his brow. He understood the truth that one must endure hardship to rise above others. In his previous life, the brutal experiences of his entrepreneurial journey far surpassed those he faced now. The path one walks is forged step by step, and the blisters borne upon one's feet stand as the finest testament to life's journey. Chapter 7. The Cold Drink Workshop. Jiang Yang quickly consumed a few bites of his meal, took a refreshing cold shower, and then retreated to his room for some rest. Jiang Qing, with a look of concern, advised him, "Be mindful of your feet. You'll regret it in the morning." Jiang Yang chuckled dismissively, responding, "What's a few blisters to a man?" Seated beside the sewing machine, Jiang Qing resumed her rhythmic pedaling, the clattering sound echoing in the background. Jiang Yang gazed up at the ceiling and mused, "Soon, I shall provide you all with a grand house, a villa, and a luxurious car. Each of you will have your own room, and will illuminate it with bright lights, as bright as day." Jiang Qing laughed heartily, turning to him. "You're just dreaming." Just as she was about to say more, she realized Jiang Yang had already fallen asleep. His slumber was deep and undisturbed, and when Jiang Yang finally opened his eyes, the day had fully dawned. He found himself alone in the house. Stretching out, he drew back the curtains, allowing a beam of sunlight to flood the room. Suddenly, the phone rang from the corner of the living room. As Jiang Yang slipped on his slippers to answer the call, a sharp pain shot through his feet from the blisters formed the previous day, causing him to grimace. He hopped into the living room and picked up the phone. "Hello? Is this Boss Jiang?" "Yes, this is he. Who am I speaking with?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jia Quanong from the Lianhua Township Supply and Marketing Cooperative." It seemed the lead he had left in Lianhua Township was bearing fruit. "Hello. What can I assist you with? I've heard that you offer cold drinks in exchange for grain. Can we collaborate?" Jiang Yang replied with a smile, "Of course." The voice on the other end was magnetic, laced with the local dialect of Shirshan. "Boss Jiang, our cooperative is quite renowned in these parts. We supply hundreds of small vendors. Here SA thought, let us handle the grain exchange in Lianhua Township. It would make management much more convenient. You know, dealing with numerous small vendors can be quite cumbersome in the city." Jiang Yang easily grasped his implication and responded readily, "No problem. The exchange rate remains 1-to-1. And I'll offer you a 2-cent commission for each pound of grain. However, let me be clear. The deposit for each bottle of cold drink must remain at 10 cents. The laughter on the other end was hearty. "Boss Jiang, we understand the rules. I assure you. With this business in our hands, we can easily exchange 10 to 8 tons of grain for you daily, without a hitch." Jiang Yang maintained his composure. "I have no doubt about that. I've long heard of your cooperative's reputation. How about we sign the contract this afternoon? Though, I must admit, I'm uncertain about your demand for cold drinks." There was a brief pause on the line before he replied, "Let us start with 3,000 bottles. Jiang Yang chuckled. "Mr. Jia, you just claimed that exchanging 10 to 8 tons of grain daily is no issue, yet 3,000 bottles hardly meets your daily needs? Since you mention it, I want to be stingy. For our first collaboration, let us go with 5,000 bottles, and I'll see how it goes. If the business truly takes off, bulk orders will follow. What do you think? Let us consider it settled. Throughout the morning, the phone rang incessantly. In addition to calls from Lianhua Township, there were also inquiries from the neighboring Hongying Town and Chishui Township. These included wholesale departments as well as small self-operated shops. They had all heard the news. With merely a small deposit, one could engage in trade without any cost. This venture was appealing to all. It wasn't limited to small shops. Even the elderly in rural areas could participate by exchanging cold drinks for grain. Just 1 pound could yield a profit of 1 cent. This opportunity was in high demand. Jiang Yang juggled phone calls while meticulously recording the information and needs of these individuals. According to his plan, each township merely required a reliable representative. By allocating a portion of the profit margin, he could alleviate his burden significantly. This model resembled an agency arrangement, facilitating management and profit control through layers. By late morning, the phone calls had finally quieted down considerably. In this era, people typically chose the prime time of 8 to 10 a.m. for business calls, almost as if it were an unspoken agreement. Jiang Yang reviewed the notes he had compiled. In just an hour, he had received nearly 20 calls, resulting in orders exceeding 20,000 bottles. With a deposit of 10 cents per bottle, he was poised to accumulate a cash flow of 2,000 yuan. If these 20,000 bottles were converted into corn at a selling price of 30 cents per pound to the grain purchasing station, that would amount to 6,000 yuan. After deducting the cost of 5 cents per bottle and various commission fees, the net profit would be at least 4,000 yuan. Upon reaching this calculation, a satisfied smile spread across Jiang Yang's face. However, as the order volume surged, the production of cold drinks emerged as a significant challenge. For Zhou Hao, operating a small workshop at home might suffice for producing 1,000 or 800 bottles, but daily demands exceeding 10,000 were utterly unrealistic. Furthermore, while dabbling in this business might be manageable, once it became established and profits were realized, complications would inevitably arise. Setting aside the likelihood of competitors imitating the venture, the issue of food safety posed a formidable barrier. Should anyone lodge a complaint, relevant authorities would undoubtedly trace it back to him. Observing that the business calls had dwindled, Jiang Yang decided to dial the number Zhou Hao had left him the previous day. Who is it? The voice on the other end was irritable, causing Jiang Yang to hold the receiver at a distance. It's me, Jiang Yang. Zhou Hao's tone softened immediately. Jiang Ge. It's you, haha. My apologies. Just woke up and was a bit grumpy. Jiang Yang dismissed the interruption and inquired, how are the production conditions on your end? I wish to come and take a look. Zhou Hao promptly replied, no problem. Let me give you the address. Please take note. Jiang County is divided into 4 sections, east, west, south, and north, based on direction. The east gate features a bridge known as Zaman Bridge. Beneath it flows the moat. And during the rainy season, the water rushes out from Zaman Bridge with great force. To the north of Zaman Bridge lies a row of self-constructed buildings, all 2-story houses. The land was purchased by the people themselves, and the modest building was erected with their own funds. Naturally, the household registration was that of Shan County's urban populace. Jiang Yang rode his bicycle, a vintage model, down the asphalt road of the Zaman Bridge, alongside the gurgling city moat, which wafted a faint scent of fish. Throughout his journey, he attracted quite a few glances. In this era, the old-fashioned bicycle was nearing obsolescence. Such antiquated items were typically ridden by elderly gentlemen on their errands for groceries. In contrast, young individuals like Jiang Yang preferred the newer models, characterized by their absence of front crossbars and adorned with baskets and bells. Following the address provided by Zhou Hao, he traversed a narrow cobblestone path and turned left at the second house in the alley. His bicycle zipped past, the sound of the cobblestones echoing rhythmically. Beneath the stones lay a network of household drainage systems, emitting a series of unpleasant odors. A red iron gate stood before him, flanked by 2 stone lions. As Jiang Yang parked his bicycle, Zhou Hao, clad in shorts and a tank top, promptly swung open the door. The 2-story building featured its own courtyard. Within the yard stood a ginkgo tree, towering at least 2 stories high. A large black dog barked ferociously, only to be silenced by Zhou Hao's reprimand. Jiang Yang wheeled his bicycle into the courtyard, greeted by the refreshing aroma of cold drinks and juice. The clinking sounds from above indicated that Zhou Hao's workshop was in operation. Chapter 8. Seizing the opportunity, the courtyard of Zhou Hao's residence was modest in size, with a staircase situated to the right upon entry. Ascending the stairs led to a stone-paved platform, and further inward lay the rooms. The hall was spacious and airy, with ample light streaming through the openings on both sides. In the center stood a brand-new beverage carbonation machine, bubbling eagerly as it prepared refreshing orange-hued drinks. To the right of the hall, several empty glass bottles were arranged in a room, where a young girl donned rubber shoes and gloves, diligently washing the bottles while a faucet gushed water incessantly. A tube extended from the carbonation machine, leading to the leftmost room, where two women filled the bottles with the chilled beverages, sealing them with metal caps using a capping machine. This was the most rudimentary method of bottling. Jiang Yang shook his head disapprovingly. If production continued in this manner, it would be impossible to fulfill the orders by the time the new year arrived. Zhou Hao leaned in and quietly asked, "Brother Jiang, your sudden inquiry about production capacity, does it imply a significant order has come in?" Jiang Yang nodded in affirmation. Zhou Hao's eyes widened in surprise. "How much?" "I can call in more people to work overtime." Jiang Yang extended 2 fingers and replied, 20,000 bottles. Zhou Hao's eyes bulged in disbelief. 20,000. Jiang Yang confirmed, "Yes, per day." He had a premonition that in the foreseeable future, the demand would reach at least 20,000 bottles daily, if not more. Leaning against the railing, Zhou Hao began to sweat, exclaiming, "Good heavens! Even if I summoned my entire extended family, we wouldn't be able to produce that many bottles." Jiang Yang reassured him, "No need to panic. The contract has yet to be signed, but the intention to collaborate is established, and the initiative lies with us. Our immediate priority is to address the production challenges." Zhou Hao gulped nervously, gazing at Jiang Yang with admiration. "Brother Jiang, I knew I was right about you. You are destined for great ventures." Jiang Yang chuckled. "What leads you to this conclusion?" "Intuition," Zhou Hao replied. Jiang Yang chose not to contest this sentiment. Suddenly, Zhou Hao sensed a shift in the conversation, his expression dimming as he remarked, "Brother Jiang, with your business set to expand, I fear I may no longer be of assistance." Jiang Yang cast a glance at Zhou Hao, but refrained from further comment, instead focusing on a nearby ginkgo tree, lost in thought. Zhou Hao's words rang true. Their relationship was merely one of simple cooperation. Jiang Yang ordered beverages from him, and he was responsible for production. However, the sheer volume of Jiang Yang's orders far exceeded Zhou Hao's capabilities. It became evident that Jiang Yang's best course of action would be to seek collaboration with a larger manufacturer. With the orders in hand, he could easily approach the largest beverage factory in Shishan County for customization. A large enterprise like Schwerin Beverage would not incur costs exceeding 6 cents per bottle. At that moment, Zhou Hao comprehended the chasm that lay between him and Jiang Yang, a divide that seemed insurmountable. Suddenly, Jiang Yang spoke. "I plan to establish my own beverage factory. If you are interested, you are welcome to join me." Zhou Hao looked up, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Really? As long as you don't mind, I would be more than willing to." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang smiled faintly. "We are merely out here together seeking opportunities. There is no notion of disdain. Brother Jiang, I had initially planned to seek work in Guangdong, indifferent to whom I would work alongside. However, I believe that following you presents a more promising future." Observing Zhou Hao's expression brimming with excitement, an image of someone from his past suddenly surfaced in his mind. This was the individual he once trusted most, who had deceitfully lured him into treacherous waters, leading to his downfall. On the path of business, having companions is indispensable. He hoped that the journey ahead would be devoid of deception, concealment, and those sordid tactics. With Zhou Hao's involvement, Jiang Yang found a considerable alleviation of his workload. The two divided their tasks. Jiang Yang ventured into the countryside to secure contracts with various supply and wholesale departments, while Zhou Hao scoured the suburban outskirts of the county for suitable factory premises. The production of cold beverages, unlike other goods, was remarkably swift. It merely required the machines to concoct the mixture, which was then bottled. According to Jiang Yang's plan, once the factory and equipment were established, the output would ultimately rely on labor hours. To ensure ample time for producing the cold beverages, Jiang Yang arranged for the contracts to stipulate delivery 3 days hence. 6 collaborating entities placed an initial order of 29,000 bottles of cold drink. Zhou Hao's efficiency was commendable. By the time Jiang Yang hurried back to the city with a bag of cash from the countryside, Zhou Hao had already identified an appropriate site for their factory. It was a vacant canning factory located in the northern outskirts of Shishan County. Originally a state-owned enterprise, the factory had been disbanded following the economic reforms of 1991. The surrounding area was primarily inhabited by former employees of the canning factory, with cement walls and a red brick roof. The entrance bore the inscription, "Shishan Canning Factory," painted in red. Occupying over 20 acres, the grounds were overgrown with weeds, and the office building exhibited a weathered appearance. 6 neatly arranged rectangular workshops, each measuring 300 to 400 meters in length and 60 meters in width, stood before them. Jiang Yang and Zhou Hao parked their bicycles outside and peered through the fence at the factory's condition. Brother Jiang, this canning factory was disbanded in '91, and its former management has since moved to the North Suburb Street office, Zhou Hao explained. Jiang Yang felt a pang of concern. The factory indeed seemed promising. Yet the cash he had amounted to less than 3,000 yuan, hardly sufficient to acquire such a large establishment. At that moment, a man around 40 years old, clad in a dark blue Zhongshan suit, rode up on a brand-new bicycle and stopped upon seeing Jiang Yang and Zhou Hao. "Piang, are you looking to take over this factory?" he asked, dismounting and regarding Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao chuckled, retrieving a pack of Shirlin cigarettes from his pocket and handing it to the man. "Director Chun, it's not me who is taking it over. It's my elder brother. Allow me to introduce Jiang Yang, our esteemed boss." Director Chen raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jiang Yang before nodding in acknowledgement. "This canning factory is currently managed by the North Guan Street office. If you're considering a takeover, it will likely require a significant sum." As he spoke, Director Chen pocketed the Shirlin cigarettes and lit a pack of Lao Putao for himself. However, this canning factory has been abandoned for many years. The organization has long forgotten this place. "What is your research for?" Director Chen exhaled a plume of smoke, leaning on his bicycle as he inquired. Jiang Yang replied, "We intend to establish a cold drink factory, and having a workshop in a county town would be quite convenient." "Oh," Director Chen nodded thoughtfully, then produced a key and said as he walked, "Let us go inside and take a look." With a decisive push, he opened the large door and led Jiang Yang and Zhou Hao into the factory. The facility had been dormant for so long that the grass had grown taller than a person. Yet, the 6 workshops within were undoubtedly pristine, our former employees. Despite their shortcomings, always prioritized cleanliness. If you tidy up a bit, it could still serve its purpose adequately. Director Chen continued to chatter as he led the way. Chapter 9. In full bloom, Director Chen pushed open the 6 workshops, and Jiang Yang stepped inside. He discovered that the cement-injected workbench was remarkably orderly. Aside from a layer of dust, the entire workshop exhibited no signs of disorder. With a little tidying up, it could serve perfectly as a filling workshop for cold beverages. "Director Chen, how much would it cost to acquire this factory?" Jiang Yang inquired directly. Director Chen took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, pondering for a moment. "I cannot say for certain. You will need to consult the Baiguan Street office, as the director who originally oversaw this area has since been reassigned there." Jiang Yang discreetly counted out 100 yuan from his wallet and slipped it into Director Chen's hand. Director Chen, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, young comrade. This is not appropriate." Jiang Yang chuckled. "It's no trouble for you to make this trip, Director Chen. Please, consider it for your cigarettes." Startled by this gesture, Director Chen was nevertheless swayed by the power of money and quickly tucked the bills into his pocket. This canning factory has long been abandoned. The county has been eager to dispose of it. However, you see, the northern suburbs are quite distant from the city, isolated and surrounded by many laid-off workers. It's simply unmarketable. Having accepted the bribe, Director Chen was now more forthcoming with information. "I'm unsure how the county intends to handle this place. I recall it was sold for 20,000 yuan 2 years ago, yet no one wanted it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang's face brightened with a smile. "Director Chen, what if we first collaborate with the county through a leasing agreement instead of purchasing? Would that be feasible?" Director Chen flicked the cigarette butt to the ground and let out a hearty laugh. Renting would indeed simplify matters. I can manage that. The county has quotas in my hands, 300 yuan a month. Anything beyond that counts as street revenue." With that, Director Chen retrieved another cigarette from his pocket, revealing himself to be quite the habitual smoker. "Director Chen, is there any possibility of further reducing that price?" Jiang Yang asked. After a moment of contemplation, Director Chen replied, "I'll need to report this to the street office, but it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Consider, this place has been idle for 7 or 8 years. Any income is better than leaving it vacant." Jiang Yang once again counted out 100 yuan and slipped it to Director Chen. "Director Chen, I would appreciate your assistance in coordinating this matter. Moreover, we are in a hurry. When is the earliest we can commence production?" Director Chen, startled by Jiang Yang's assertive manner, was hesitant to accept the money this time. However, Jiang Yang was quite resolute and simply placed the money into Director Chen's pocket. At this point, Director Chen reevaluated Jiang Yang and said earnestly, "With my influence, I can coordinate a monthly payment of 200 yuan to the street office at most. Of course, if you are in a hurry, I can hand over the keys to you right now." He then whispered, But I must caution you, until we sign the contract at the street office, I cannot officially say that I have given you the keys." Zhou Hao chuckled. "Understood, you can rest easy." With that, he accepted the keys. Subsequently, Jiang Yang exchanged a few pleasantries with Director Qin and confirmed that they would head to the street office to sign the contract first thing tomorrow morning. Subsequently, Director Qin mounted his bicycle and departed. Jiang Yang wandered around the courtyard before casting his gaze upon the dilapidated shantytown outside. Zhou Hao, upon noticing, followed him out and remarked, "Those dwellings belong to the former employees of the canning factory. Ever since its dissolution, many of them have been laid off. Most have resorted to seeking odd jobs in the labor market, earning no more than 10 yuan a day." Jiang Yang nodded thoughtfully. "We could consider bringing them on board to work with us." The small household ice cream machines were quite affordable, priced at 75 yuan each. In order to scale production, Jiang Yang ordered 10 units in one go. Thanks to Director Qin's facilitation, he secured a contract with the street office for the old canning factory for a mere 500 yuan, with the rental terms to be discussed upon expiration. Furthermore, Director Qin managed to expedite a series of formalities for the ice cream factory in just half a day. The age-old adage that money can move mountains remains timeless. The establishment's name transitioned from Shirshan Canning Factory to Shirshan Ice Cream Factory. Zhou Hao made a trip to the glass factory to procure bottles worth 1,000 yuan. Due to the bulk order, the manufacturer reduced the price to 2.5 from each and guaranteed the shipment of 40,000 units the following day. After accounting for the 200 yuan given to Director Qin, Jiang Yang was left with less than 500 yuan. The workers outside the canning factory were readily available. Upon learning that operations had commenced, many laid-off employees eagerly sought employment. The wage standard was set at 350 yuan, to be settled at the end of the month. Within just half a morning, the factory had welcomed an additional 40 to 50 employees. Jiang Yang refined the ice cream recipe, and after confirming the flavor, he invested 300 yuan in a fresh batch of materials. With all 10 ice cream machines operational, 10 production lines and dozens of workers began working overtime to fill the containers. On the third day following the contract signing, the exterior of the ice cream factory was bustling with delivery trucks, all arriving from the countryside to collect goods. The laid-off workers, having finally secured stable employment, were filled with enthusiasm. After descending from the workshop, they busily loaded trucks and managed shipments, perspiration streaming down their backs as they aimed to leave a favorable impression on their new employer. The grain procurement station was exceptionally efficient, with the first delivery yielding over 30,000 jin of grain, including 27,000 jin of corn and 3,000 jin of sorghum. As previously agreed, the purchase price for corn was set at 3 mao per jin, resulting in Jiang Yang receiving 8,100 yuan in cash. The 3,000 jin of sorghum was all transported back to the factory. After refunding the 2,900 yuan deposit to the various cooperative units, Jiang Yang's net profit soared to 5,000 yuan within a mere 3 days, effectively obtaining the ice cream factory at no cost. The business with the rural partners was remarkably booming. A fresh batch of goods quickly sold out, prompting requests for larger orders. Jiang Yang, ever accommodating, welcomed all inquiries. To ensure production capacity, he recruited additional workers from the vicinity. Day and night shifts illuminated the entire ice cream factory. Many business people, hearing of the success, sought collaboration with the ice cream factory. Jiang Yang was busily engaged, signing one contract after another, while Zhou Hao happily trailed behind, collecting payments with fervor. Currently, there are 13 partners surrounding Shirshan County, among which Lianhua Township alone can exchange over 10,000 pounds of grain daily. Collectively, these 13 partners can easily exchange 60 to 70,000 pounds of grain each day. This signifies that starting today, Jiang Yang will earn over 10,000 yuan daily. Nevertheless, Jiang Yang harbors some apprehensions. Although this business model appears lucrative, its sustainability is questionable. The duration of its viability hinges on the responsiveness of competitors. Should other beverage manufacturers adopt a similar strategy to procure grain, his competitive edge would vanish entirely. Jiang Yang is acutely aware that this is merely a clever ruse. If those prominent brands were to follow suit, his modest beverage factory would stand no chance against them. Inside the office of the beverage factory, the decrepit furniture, remnants of the old canning factory, bears the marks of neglect, with paint peeling away. Jiang Yang opened a drawer, revealing it brimming with cash, ranging from small denominations to larger ones, amounting to no less than 20 or 30,000. He counted out 2,000 yuan to hand over to Zhou Hao, instructing him to revamp the factory's image by tomorrow. Jiang Yang was dissatisfied with both the factory's appearance and the furniture. Particularly, the weeds in the yard desperately needed tending. As for himself, what he yearned for most was to return home and enjoy a good night's sleep. Additionally, it was high time to address the persistent debts that had been troubling his family. After 3 consecutive days of intense labor, he felt both hungry and fatigued. The factory workers were still working overtime, and with Zhou Hao overseeing operations, Jiang Yang felt reassured. He neatly packed the cash from the drawer into his bag and, taking advantage of the fading daylight, pedaled his bicycle towards the city center. Chapter 10: The So-Called Neighbor. As Jiang Yang pedaled his bicycle closer to home, he spotted Jiang Qing and his younger sister, Jiang Tian, at the entrance of a shop adorned with the letters VCD. Jiang Tian, still clad in her school uniform from the second middle school, was captivated by the television displaying the newly released My Fair Princess. The vivacious character played by Zhao Wei, Xiao Yanzi, was exuberantly calling out to Ji Wei, while Jiang Tian watched with rapt attention. Jiang Qing urged her repeatedly, "Come on, we need to head home and finish your homework. Stop watching already. Please, sister, just a little longer. Just a tiny bit." Jiang Tian pleaded with wide, sparkling eyes. The shopkeeper, a man in his 30s dressed in shorts and a tank top, was leisurely fanning himself while munching on sunflower seeds. "If she wants to watch, let her be. It won't affect my business," he said nonchalantly. Jiang Qing sighed. "I really don't understand what's so fascinating about this Xiao Yanzi that has these kids so enchanted." The shopkeeper chuckled. "Xiao Yanzi and Ji Wei are both so charming. Those big eyes of theirs are like little bells." He then glanced cautiously at Jiang Qing and added, "To be honest, Ji Wei isn't as lovely as you." Jiang Yang stopped his bicycle and remarked, "Of course. My sister could easily outshine those stars if she put some effort into her appearance." Jiang Tian turned her head in delight. "Brother?" In her memory, her brother rarely ventured outside. Spotting him in public was more difficult than celebrating the new year. Jiang Qing laughed and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense." In her recollection, the shopkeeper, Li Duong, was a resident of the electrical workers' compound, making him a sort of neighbor. He had previously repaired radios and televisions, and as his financial situation improved, he decided to sell electronic products instead. His shop's inventory consisted of 2 color televisions, 3 black and white sets, and 5 or 6 VCDs, which made up the entirety of his possessions. Additionally, he rented out some films, allowing him to live fairly comfortably. Seeing his sister so engrossed, Jiang Yang chuckled. "Is My Fair Princess really that good?" Jiang Tian nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a sewing machine. "It's wonderful." Jiang Qing interjected, "There's no reasoning with her. Every day after school she insists on watching here for a while, and then stays up late to finish her homework." Jiang Yang thoughtfully stroked his chin. "Why don't we just take the television home? It won't interfere with cooking and will allow her to watch Xiao Yanzi." Jiang Tian looked up at her brother in excitement. "Really?" Li Duong quickly interjected. Hey, let me clarify. You can borrow the films, but I'm not renting out this color television." Jiang Yang crouched down to inspect the television. It was a Samsung model from 1996, boasting a 22-inch color screen. The protective film had yet to be removed, leaving it looking pristine. Standing up, he declared, "All right, I'll take it." "How much?" Li Duong, momentarily forgetting his sunflower seeds, widened his eyes and exclaimed, 3,002. "But since we're neighbors, if you're really buying, I'll let it go for 3,000 and throw in a portable Walkman for you." Jiang Qing quickly tugged at Jiang Yang's arm. "What are you doing? Where are we going to find the money for a television?" Jiang Yang turned around and retrieved a black leather bag from the bicycle basket, counting out 30 crisp 100 yuan notes which he placed upon the table. This act astonished not only Jiang Qing, but also Li Duong and Jiang Tian. In these times, it is indeed rare to encounter someone who can produce 3,000 yuan in cash so effortlessly. Li Duong picked up the money, inspecting each bill under the light with meticulous care. "Rest assured, we are neighbors. Would I dare to give you counterfeit money?" Jiang Yang chuckled. Hearing this, Li Duong let out a hearty laugh and promptly tucked the money into his pocket, his eyes nearly squinting with delight. "Well, today, I must say I have a newfound respect for you. You all go ahead. I will bring the television over to install it at your home right away." "All right. Do hurry, or it will be dark soon, making it difficult to connect the antenna," Jiang Yang replied, as he took Jiang Qing by the hand, who appeared bewildered, while he lifted Jiang Tian with the other hand, saying, "Let us get home to prepare dinner. I've been hungry for ages." The shop was located just outside the electrician's residential compound, and within a few steps, they entered the community. Jiang Qing was filled with a myriad of questions. Yet Jiang Yang, seemingly unfazed, followed the exuberant Jiang Tian, engaging in cheerful banter as they ascended the building. Li Duong trailed closely behind them. Just as Jiang Qing opened the door, Li Duong arrived, carrying a television and a toolbox. He first went downstairs to retrieve the antenna, followed by drilling holes, pulling wires, and installing, which soon turned the entire corridor into a lively commotion. Jiang Qing's family has bought a color television. What a fine piece of equipment, declared old Jiang from across the hall, fanning himself and leaning against the doorframe with a smile. My brother insisted on the purchase. I could do nothing to stop him. Jiang Qing replied with a grin. Old Jiang was a kind soul, having lent a helping hand to their family numerous times over the years. Had it not been for his intervention, their home might have already been seized by creditors. This electrician's residential compound was originally the housing for employees of a mechanical factory, situated in one of the less developed areas of Shishan County. After the factory merged with the Jinli distillery, 3 additional buildings were erected within the already cramped quarters. There was barely enough room for bicycle racks, let alone green spaces. The buildings were closely packed, and a whispered conversation between neighbors could easily be overheard from adjacent structures. News of the color television spread rapidly, capturing the attention of half the community. Jiang Qing, how can you afford to buy a television yet not pay your debts? A woman in her 50s, upon hearing the news, stormed upstairs in a huff. Old Jiang interjected, Mei Ling, these are just kids. Why must you be so harsh with your words? Mei Ling shot him a glare. What are you trying to play the benevolent elder for? What benefits has this girl bestowed upon you to warrant your protection? With hands on her hips, she continued, living right across from you. And yet you're willing to let go of the debts owed? Have you taken anything from them? Or are you counting on this little vixen to support your old age? Her ire was directed squarely at old Jiang, who she believed had thwarted her plans to pressure Jiang Qing into selling the house, which would have enabled her to reclaim her money. Old Jiang, agitated, began to stomp his feet in frustration before retreating to the side, choosing silence. As Jiang Qing was about to speak, Jiang Yang abruptly seized her and pushed her back into the kitchen, then positioned himself at the doorway, glaring at the woman and demanding, How much do you owe? The woman, taken aback, replied, 50. Jiang Yang retrieved a 100 yuan note from his bag and handed it to her, stating, The remaining 50 shall be considered interest, henceforth. Mind your words. The woman examined the money under the light and, with a cold smirk, remarked, Oh, where did you acquire such ill-gotten gains? While setting up the television, several of Jiang Yang's former creditors gathered, their tongues wagging with vitriol. Yet, Jiang Yang stood resolutely at the door, preventing their entry. Once a sufficient number had arrived, he addressed them. In the past, my family borrowed money from you all, and I apologize on behalf of the Jiang family for the trouble we have caused over these years. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cacophony of voices erupted. What good is an apology? We want our money now. Indeed, the debts incurred by your parents are yours to repay. Isn't your vixen of a sister quite capable? She could sell herself. Damn it, pretending to be poor while secretly affixing a large television. What a disgrace. Not a single decent person in the entire Jiang household. Just look at Jiang Qing, with her seductive ways, ensnaring men. Gradually, Jiang Yang's expression turned icy, his grip on the bag tightening ominously. His initial intention for the evening had been to settle debts with his sister, not only to repay the money owed, but also to offer additional compensation. However, upon hearing their taunts, a tempest of rage surged within him. He grabbed a chair and placed it at the door, casually crossing his legs as he settled in. As the crowd observed his demeanor, their clamor began to subside. Have you finished? Jiang Yang inquired, raising an eyebrow. The gathered crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of his next move. What a foul mouth you all have. Did you eat dung for dinner? His words left everyone speechless, shock rippling through both the room and outside. Chapter 11. The debt crisis. The woman named Mei Ling, shaking her ample figure in indignation, exclaimed, Jiang Yang, to whom are you speaking? Here stand your elders. Jiang Yang retorted with a sneer, Elders, my foot. What kind of elder are you? It seems your growth has only manifested on your lips, hasn't it? You were the one who spoke the most vile words just now. Stunned by his words, the woman pointed at Jiang Yang. How dare you insult me? Insult you? If your tongue continues to spew such filth, I swear I will slap you. Bring me the IOU. I demand my money. Show some respect, and you shall receive it. If not, go seek your funds elsewhere. With that, Jiang Yang set his bag aside, embodying the stance of a lone warrior standing against an army. At that moment, Qin Shui happened to arrive, noticing the crowded hallway and assuming a significant incident had occurred. As she pushed through the throng, she ascended the stairs. only to find Jiang Yang blocking the entrance, incessantly hurling insults. "What performance are you putting on, little bag?" Qin Shui inquired, puzzled. Jiang Yang shifted slightly, creating a narrow passage. "This is none of your concern." Taken aback, Qin Shui was about to respond when Jiang Qing abruptly pulled her into the room. "What madness is this little bag exhibiting?" Qin Shui asked, pointing at Jiang Yang outside, perplexed. Jiang Qing shook her head, replying, "I cannot explain it all at once. Just look at that." She gestured toward the colorful television being installed nearby. As Qin Shui entered the room, Jiang Yang pulled the chair back into place. "Let me enlighten you on some legal matters. The debts incurred by your parents do not transfer to their children. Over the years, your incessant harassment has severely disrupted our lives, leading me to suffer from acute depression. I am here to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Jiang Yang sat on the chair, producing what appeared to be a medical certificate and brandishing it before the onlookers. A few among the crowd whispered amongst themselves, seemingly convinced by his claim. An elderly man clad in a beige quilted jacket retorted angrily, "Nonsense. A son must repay his father's debts. It is only natural. Spare us your deceitful tales. I've never heard of such a thing as depression. If you continue this nonsense, do you think we won't sue you?" Jiang Yang turned to him, fuming, "Old fool. Do you truly believe my family lacks men to bully? Among those who pester my sister daily, you are one. Did you just threaten to sue me? If you don't follow through, you will be my dependent. And let me warn you, if this reaches court, I shall ensure you lose every penny of your meager welfare." The old man fell silent, realizing the boy's ferocity was not merely a fade. Seeing the crowd waver, Jiang Yang settled back into his chair, grumbling, "Damn it, if I can't deal with you lot, I might as well abandon my career as a veterinarian. Although you pests are quite bothersome, I will overlook your past assistance to my parents. The money is right here. Bring me the IOU, and we shall settle this." The old man replied hastily, "The IOU is at home. Who carries such things daily? Then how am I to ascertain the truth of your claims?" The old man, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Am I to banter with you over such matters?" Jiang Yang chuckled. "Oh, should I mention that your grandfather borrowed 30,000 from me? Why don't you return it?" Everyone exchanged glances, and several turned to their homes in search of IOUs. In this day and age, those who owe money are the masters, while we creditors are but humble servants. Jiang Yang, with a cold smirk, retorted, "You choose to be the servants. Stop your idle chatter with me. If you truly wish to settle accounts, let us take this to court. We shall see who owes whom." With that, he shook the medical record in his hand. At this, no one dared to utter another word. Elder Zhang, standing nearby, raised his thumb in admiration, his face alight with praise. "My friend, that display was quite reminiscent of your father. You have inherited his essence." Jiang Yang smiled, then recalled something, saying, "Elder Zhang, I believe my mother borrowed 80 yuan from you some time ago?" Elder Zhang waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "That was a matter of our generation. It has no bearing on you youngsters. Besides, 80 yuan is hardly significant. Let us not dwell on it." Jiang Yang pulled out 500 yuan from his bag, arranging it neatly before placing it into Elder Zhang's hands. "That is unacceptable. The debts of fathers are not legally binding on their sons, but they do carry a sense of obligation." Elder Zhang was taken aback. "Such obligation is excessive. This amount is akin to a civil servant's monthly salary." Jiang Yang would not allow Elder Zhang to refuse, smiling, "Our bond is substantial." In less than 20 minutes, 7 or 8 individuals returned with the IOUs. Jiang Yang, seated, examined the documents, but the handwriting had become quite unclear. His intent was merely to quell the arrogance of these creditors, as their words had cut deeply. He counted out the money from his bag, placing both coins and notes on the bench. Approaching the group, he handed each individual their due. "Neither a penny more nor less. I have settled the debts. Let this matter be closed. Should anyone dare to speak ill of my sister again, I shall make them pay dearly." His furious declaration sent shivers down the spines of the elderly and women present. Wasn't he Jiang Yang supposed to be a frail, sickly boy? How had he suddenly become so intimidating, threatening to flay those who crossed him? Embodying the demeanor of a notorious thug? Jiang Yang glanced at a woman named Ling Hua, extending 500 yuan toward her. "I recall you're related to Lu Guangji. Please give him this money and relay a message for me." The woman accepted the money, intimidated by Jiang Yang's icy demeanor. "If you dare to harass my sister again, I will break his legs. Do you understand?" His voice, though low, was laced with a chilling menace. The woman hurried away, clutching the money as if fleeing. Li Duan cautiously emerged from the house, swallowing hard as he whispered, "Brother, the television is set up for you." With the creditors having departed, the remaining neighbors gradually dispersed. The events of the night swiftly spread throughout the entire electrician's compound. Jiang Wei's son had made a name for himself, not only possessing wealth, but also a fierce reputation. This family shall no longer be perceived as a soft target for anyone wishing to take advantage. Upon returning home, Jiang Yang found his sister Jiang Qing and Qin Shui gazing at him as if he were an extraterrestrial. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian looked at him with admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, you are incredibly handsome." Jiang Yang, still reveling in the moment, remarked, "These scoundrels dared to play this game with me." "Grandmother." Qin Shui approached him, circling around him several times, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Little backpack, impressive. When did you become so accomplished?" Jiang Yang, scratching his nose, replied, "I've always been quite accomplished." However, Jiang Qing, with a furrowed brow, asked, "Where did you get all this money?" Sitting on a stool, Jiang Yang explained, "It's from the business I investigated in the countryside a few days ago. I made a bit of profit." The television continued to play My Fair Princess, not giving them much chance to inquire further. He turned and took a refreshing shower before retreating to his room to rest. He was utterly exhausted. The mental strain from earning his first bucket of gold would require at least 3 days and nights of sleep to recuperate. Jiang Qing sat by the window, contemplating the sight of her brother, who lay asleep on the bamboo mat. She realized that she could no longer recognize the brother she once knew so well. It seemed as though he carried too many secrets, which had suddenly overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. From Lu Guangji's harassment to the recent debt crisis, Jiang Qing suddenly understood how vital it was to have a support system within a family. Clearly, Jiang Yang had become the pillar of their household, the steadfast support in Jiang Qing's heart. As night deepened, music from the neighboring room drifted in, the theme song from My Fair Princess. Let us live gracefully, accompanied by the world's charm, galloping through life, sharing its splendor, raising our glasses in song, expressing our joy, fervently seizing the vibrant years of youth. Chapter 12. The next morning, Jiang Yang was awakened by the rhythmic patter of rain against the window. Outside, a gentle drizzle fell, casting a serene atmosphere. Jiang Qing sat at the edge of the bed, gazing vacantly out the window, an unusual day for her as she had decided not to go to work. Her lustrous black hair flowed like a waterfall, and her neck, pale as jade, framed her delicate profile. Without a trace of makeup, she exuded a natural elegance, refined, graceful, and embodying a profound beauty that captivates most men irresistibly. As if sensing his awakening, Jiang Qing turned to find Jiang Yang already awake. "When did you wake up?" she inquired, turning from her seat. Jiang Yang, propped against the wall, replied, "Just now." "I'll go prepare breakfast," she said, rising from her seat. "No need," he responded, rising to change clothes. "I have to head out soon. I'll grab something to eat outside." Noticing Jiang Qing's stillness, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. "I'm changing," he clarified. Surprised, Jiang Qing replied, "What is there to be shy about? You can change here." Seeing him frozen in place, she stifled a laugh. "Look at you. You've really grown up. You used to cry for me to bathe you every day. All right, I'll step out." With that, she left, leaving a faint trace of her fragrance behind. Jiang Yang rubbed his forehead, contemplating the need to earn more money and find a new place. After exiting the bedroom, he noticed Jiang Qing had prepared a bowl of egg noodles on the table. Seeing it was ready, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Jiang Qing sat beside him, resting her head on the table, watching him intently, which sent shivers down his spine. "Is my face not clean?" he asked. Jiang Qing shook her head. "Then why are you staring at me?" "It's quite unsettling," he remarked. Jiang Qing chuckled. "You're just being dramatic. Can I take a good look at you?" With a resigned sigh, Jiang Yang turned his head back to his meal. Jiang Qing straightened up. "Tell me the truth. What are you doing outside?" Jiang Yang casually replied, "I started a cold drink factory." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing's demeanor turned serious. "After our parents passed, you became the only pillar of this family. If anything were to happen to you, what good would all the money in the world do?" Jiang Yang, understanding that his sister was once again overthinking, finished his noodles in a few bites, tossed his bowl onto the table, and grasped Jiang Qing's hand. "I'll take you somewhere." At the entrance of the Shirshan cold drink factory in the northern suburbs, a white Santana came to a halt, and Jiang Yang and Jiang Qing exited the vehicle. Jiang Yang handed the driver a 5 yuan note, and the Santana drove away, leaving a trail of black smoke. Jiang Qing, dressed simply in jeans and sneakers, had added a light sky blue jacket to her ensemble, which accentuated her figure beautifully. "Why have you brought me here?" she asked, observing the significant changes at the cold drink factory. The bold lettering of Shirshan Cold Drink Factory was now more vibrant, and the exterior paint had been freshly redone. Several small trucks congregated at the entrance, their drivers smoking and listening to music from the radio. These individuals are gathered here, awaiting the loading of goods. In the courtyard, 5 or 6 workers are diligently engaged in trimming and tidying up, and the floor has been swept impeccably clean. Jiang Yang unfurls his umbrella and states, "You will understand once you step inside." With that, he gently ushers Jiang Qing through the entrance. Zhou Hao is in the yard, directing the workers with an air of authority, constantly issuing commands. "Old Li, that corner needs to be cleaned up, and the weeds on your right. Pull them out if you can. Old Ma, be meticulous in the north. We will be planting peonies there." Jiang Qing pauses at the doorway, reaching out to grasp the hem of Jiang Yang's garment. She appears somewhat intimidated by Zhou Hao's fierce demeanor. "What exactly are you planning? You can't just wander into someone else's factory." Her voice is barely above a whisper, as if fearing that others might overhear. At that moment, Zhou Hao notices the two, and a broad smile spreads across his face. "Brother Jiang, you're here." Jiang Yang nods and leads Jiang Qing further inside. Zhou Hao glances at Jiang Qing and remarks, "This must be your sister. She is truly beautiful." Jiang Yang playfully taps the back of Zhou Hao's head, correcting him, "This is my elder sister." Zhou Hao, rubbing his head in mock grievance, replies, "Brother Jiang, your sister looks so youthful. She seems even younger than you." Jiang Qing is amused by their banter, and the once intimidating little chubby fellow appears less fearsome. Several workers emerge from the workshop, greeting them in unison. "Hello, General Jiang." Jiang Yang nods slightly, leading the incredulous Jiang Qing towards the workshop. Inside, 10 coolers are in constant operation, while dozens of workers are manually filling containers, creating a scene bustling with energy. "General Jiang?" Jiang Qing gazes up at her brother, as if in a dream. Jiang Yang stands with his hands clasped behind his back, proudly declaring, "Indeed, I am General Jiang. General Jiang is I." Before he can finish, Zhou Hao rushes over, clutching a stack of invoices. "Brother Jiang, here are the orders from 4 townships. Please review them and sign if everything is in order, so I can arrange the shipment." Jiang Yang glances at the documents, swiftly signing with an elegant flourish before handing them back to Zhou Hao, who scurries off towards the office building. "Is this cold drink factory truly yours?" Jiang Qing cautiously inquires once more. Jiang Yang sighs, "Sister, do you think these people are mere actors?" He then claps his hands, signaling all workers to cease their tasks. They immediately set aside their work and turn their attention towards him. "Allow me to introduce, this is Jiang Qing, one of the shareholders of Shishan Cold Drink Factory. General Jiang has promised that as long as you all work diligently, everyone's salary will be increased by 10% at the end of the month." The workers erupt in cheers, exclaiming Jiang Qing's brilliance as a boss. Jiang Qing, taken aback by the spectacle, feels her face flush crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. Jiang Yang encourages everyone to resume their work before guiding Jiang Qing to the office building. Zhou Hao's efficiency is commendable. The over 100 square meter office has already been furnished with brand new furniture, seemingly arranged the previous night. Jiang Yang assists Jiang Qing into the boss's chair, then retrieves the business license from the drawer. In the section for the legal representative, the name Jiang Yang is inscribed. "Now, do you believe it?" Jiang Yang stood behind Jiang Qing, who was seated at her desk, gently caressing its surface. It was cold and profound. Her slender fingers glided softly across the table. "This is indeed true." Subsequently, Jiang Yang crouched down, gazing earnestly at Jiang Qing, and said, "Sister, from this day forth, you need no longer toil so hard for a living. This ice cream factory is yours, and the money I earn is yours as well. Spend it as you wish." With that, he opened the drawer, revealing a stack of cash before their eyes. Chapter 13. The burden of authority. Jiang Qing's fingers moved tentatively toward the pile of money. But just as she was about to make contact, they recoiled as if electrified. "No, I still feel uneasy." Rising from her seat, she found herself at a loss. Everything was changing too rapidly for her to process. Jiang Yang stood up alongside her, grasping her hand gently and placing it atop the stack of cash. "Sister, I assure you, every single cent of this money has been earned through honest means. It is the fruit of my intellect and hard work. You have selflessly cared for me in the past. Now it is my turn to take care of you." Looking into her brother's sincere eyes, Jiang Qing finally believed him. "All right, I understand. I was merely concerned that you might act recklessly. Now that I know you are on the right path, I feel at ease." Jiang Yang counted out 2,000 yuan and pressed it into Jiang Qing's hands. "If nothing comes up today, let us buy some furniture for the house. Once we earn more, we can move into a bigger place." Jiang Qing held the money in silence for several seconds before gently nodding. Seeing her agreement, Jiang Yang finally exhaled in relief. He then called Zhou how to arrange a private car to take Jiang Qing back to the city. As the car gradually disappeared from the factory, Zhou Hao stood beside Jiang Yang, smacking his lips. Brother Jiang, your sister is truly stunning, like a star. Once the vehicle was out of sight, Jiang Yang playfully swatted Zhou Hao on the back of the head. Keep your thoughts to yourself, and don't even think about it. Just then, Director Chen rode into the yard on his bicycle. Boss Jiang, your business is thriving. Only 3 days since opening. And look at all the trucks waiting to load. Congratulations. Director Chen removed his raincoat, still clad in his dark blue Zhongshan suit. Jiang Yang stepped aside to welcome him into the office while Zhou Hao, understanding the unspoken cue, retreated to the workshop to oversee operations. A relatively young female employee brewed tea and politely placed it before Director Chen before quietly exiting. Director Chen surveyed the freshly renovated office, marveling, I never expected you, Boss Jiang, to breathe new life into this old factory. Jiang Yang chuckled heartily, you're too kind, Director Chen. It's merely modesty on my part. Director Chen replied. Your humility is commendable. Jiang Yang retrieved a pack of 555 cigarettes from his drawer, unwrapped it, and placed it beside Director Chen without taking one for himself. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I owe my smooth entry into this factory to your coordination, Director Chen said, lightly tapping the cigarette box with his fingers. His eyes glancing around, he picked up a cigarette and lit it. This imported brand has quite the kick. Jiang Yang resumed his seat. When you head back later, take a couple with you. To be candid, Director Chen took a couple of puffs before looking at Jiang Yang. I came here today to ask you for a favor. Jiang Yang maintained his warm smile. Go ahead. Director Chen opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, appearing to grapple with unspoken difficulties. Jiang Yang rose to close the window, contemplated for a moment, and then drew the curtain shut, locking the office door from the inside. At that moment, the entire office transformed into an enclosed space. Jiang Yang seated himself across from Director Chen, extracted a cigarette, lit it, and remained silent. Director Chen finally steeled himself and said, Yesterday, the leadership team in the county underwent a restructuring. Jiang Yang nodded slightly, patiently awaiting further information. All officials responsible for the northern suburbs are facing a thorough investigation, and the county has allocated performance targets. Those who fail to meet the standards may be dismissed or even laid off. Director Chen smoked quietly. For a mid-level official, confiding such matters to an acquaintance was a daunting task. However, he recognized that Jiang Yang was his best option to navigate this crisis. The northern suburbs had long been a region of dire straits. Not only the county, but even Director Ma, who specifically oversaw this area, had turned a blind eye. Those of us managing street districts felt utterly powerless. With a sigh, Director Chen continued, If you hadn't promptly acquired that old canning factory and credited me with some achievements, I might have been dismissed yesterday. Jiang Yang expressed his astonishment. Is that truly considered an achievement? Director Chen replied, Certainly. The funds you provided went directly to the street office. These are tantamount to profits, ultimately benefiting the county. This matter is attributed to me, so it counts as my accomplishment. Jiang Yang nodded in understanding. Director Chen turned to retrieve several documents from his bag, gently sliding them across the table towards Jiang Yang. Here are 20 laid-off workers, also classified as impoverished households. If possible, could you arrange for them to work with you? After saying this, he nervously rubbed his hands together. Sipping tea while seated on the sofa, Jiang Yang glanced over the documents and replied, Of course, that's no problem. Director Chen was pleasantly surprised. In this day and age, arranging for 20 laid-off workers to be reemployed is no trivial matter. You have truly done me a great service, Director Chen exclaimed. Rising with excitement, Jiang Yang chuckled. I thought there was something serious at hand, given your anxious demeanor, pulling the curtains shut. Director Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, I am seeking your assistance. It is somewhat uncomfortable. Jiang Yang pondered for a moment and said, From what you've just shared, I have gleaned some understanding of the county's situation. Would acquiring this canning factory aid your work? Director Chen was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, Of course. This old canning factory is on the verge of being abandoned and has long been a headache for the county. Its remote location makes relocation impractical, and the costs associated with demolition are considerable, leading to its neglect over time. If I can resolve this issue, my chances of promotion will significantly increase. It is not inconceivable for me to directly succeed Director Ma. With this thought, Director Chen's hand trembled slightly as he held his teacup. Jiang Yang then rose to draw back the curtains, declaring, "So it shall be. Tomorrow morning, I shall have Zhou Hao bring the funds to your place for the contract signing. As for the 20 laid-off employees, you may determine their specific starting times. I am flexible." Director Qin set down his teacup and stood, stating, "Very well." Outside, the rain intensified, creating a symphony of splashes as it struck the ground. Zhou Hao observed Director Qin disappearing from view, clad in a raincoat, and approached Jiang Yang, whispering, "Brother Jiang, what prompted Director Qin's sudden visit?" Jiang Yang leaned against the railing, replying, "He is here to address the employment issues of the laid-off workers." Zhou Hao was taken aback. He is merely the deputy director overseeing the Beijiao Asset Office. Why would he concern himself with the plight of the laid-off workers? Jiang Yang chuckled. In these times, even officials find their roles burdensome. Chapter 14. Jiang Qing in a bid to further fortify the development of the ice cream factory. Jiang Yang decided to reside within its premises. He arranged for a room to be prepared adjacent to the office, furnished with a large bed and a ceiling fan, thus creating a makeshift bedroom. The business of Shirshan Ice Cream Factory surpassed Jiang Yang's expectations, with daily orders from Lianhua Township, Qishui Township, and Hongying Town exceeding 120,000 bottles, and the demand only continued to surge. The products had become exceedingly sought after in the rural markets of Shirshan County, with ordinary citizens beginning to spend their money on this beverage. It is peculiar how people's tastes can be, once something becomes fashionable. Even the most mundane items take on an extraordinary allure. This phenomenon resulted in an exponential increase in the factory's profits, which soared impressively. Including sales from other regions and an influx of new clients, daily profits reached as high as 60,000 to 70,000 yuan, indicating a robust trend of supply failing to meet demand. Consequently, Jiang Yang's capital officially surpassed 500,000 yuan. With a solid cash flow as a foundation, Jiang Yang decided to replace all the old, small-scale ice cream machines, investing nearly 30,000 yuan in a new batch of more professional equipment. He also revitalized the recipes and flavors, breathing new life into them. Out of the 6 workshops within the factory, 5 were operational, with nearly 200 workers engaged in production simultaneously. After spending 27,000 yuan to acquire the ownership of the ice cream factory, Jiang Yang proceeded to establish Shirshan Tangren Trading Company Limited and Shirshan Tangren Beverage Company Limited, with one company responsible for sales and the other for production. He registered an entire suite of Tangren series trademarks, and the Shirshan Ice Cream Factory was officially renamed the Zaya Tangren Ice Cream Factory, directly controlled by Shirshan Tangren Beverage Company Limited, with all products uniformly branded under the Tangren Special Drink trademark. Having been reborn into this life, Jiang Yang understood all too well the paramount importance of intellectual property in the future. In consideration of the company's growth, he transferred 5 of the original shares of Zaya Tangren Ice Cream Factory to Zhou Hao, appointing him as the general manager of Tangren Trading Company Limited, as a reward for his contributions during this period of expansion. This not only entitled Zhou Hao to dividends from the ice cream factory at the year's end, but also granted him a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, an enviable prospect for any young person. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhou Hao could hardly articulate his gratitude, declaring his unwavering loyalty to the Tangren Company. In the ensuing week, Jiang Qing, the representative from Lianhua Township, frequented the factory more diligently than anyone else. A shrewd businessman, he parked his Santana outside the factory each morning, eagerly awaiting the day's production. To secure a greater quantity of products from the factory, he employed every conceivable stratagem. While the factory's commission of 2 cents per bottle was fixed, Jiang Qing devised his own operational model, reaping additional profits through various small retail outlets. When calculated, this resulted in a profit margin of nearly 5 cents per bottle. During this period, he was pocketing close to 2,000 yuan daily, making the prospect of a prosperous life tantalizingly close. For Jiang Qing, every additional batch of 10,000 bottles ordered by Jiang Yang translated to a handsome profit of 500 yuan, akin to picking up money effortlessly, an utterly delightful experience. Jiang Yang maintained an exceptionally cordial demeanor towards his partners, promptly prioritizing the shipment of the processed goods from the previous night to Lianhua Township. With the support of the new equipment, the production speed had indeed kept pace with the current demand. Jiang Qing beamed with joy, eager to procure even more products. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yang decided to add an extra 20,000 bottles to the order. stating that no further increases were feasible as today's shipments were nearly fully scheduled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing hurriedly extended an invitation to Jiang Yang for dinner that evening. Jiang Yang merely waved his hand, replying, "Not today. I have prior arrangements with my family." Jiang Qing nodded with a smile, expressing understanding. "Of course, Mr. Jiang, I shall invite you another day." With that, he hopped into his white Santana 2000 and swiftly departed. In that moment, Jiang Yang was for Jiang Qing akin to a deity of wealth. As Jiang Qing drove away, Jiang Yang had yet to indulge in his breakfast when Zhou Hao rushed out of the office. "Brother Jiang, Director Qin called to inform me that an old distillery in Dongguan has shut down, leaving over 30 laid-off workers without prospects. Can we find a way to assist them?" Jiang Yang pondered briefly before nodding. "No problem." Zhou Hao expressed his concerns. "Brother Jiang, lately, Director Qin has been sending laid-off workers our way. I worry." According to Zhou Hao, the current ice cream factory primarily scheduled workers based on customer orders. The existing permanent staff was nearly sufficient, and during periods of heightened demand, temporary workers could be recruited locally, thereby avoiding the issue of maintaining idle personnel. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively, "As long as they're arranged by Director Qin, let them come. The salary remains at 400 yuan a month, and do remember to provide them with insurance." Zhou Hao, puzzled, replied, "Brother Jiang, while Director Qin has indeed assisted us once, you are already compensating him for his efforts. Why continue to indulge him when he keeps sending more workers?" Jiang Yang gazed into the distance and remarked, "If we were to quantify human relationships by frequency, it would be rather dull. Though Director Qin may not be a significant leader, he speaks up each time to address the genuine concerns of the populace. As a local enterprise, we should extend our help wherever possible." Zhou Hao murmured, "But we can't treat this as a charity organization. If we keep accommodating laid-off workers, won't we eventually become a welfare institution? Just look at that Snowman ice cream factory. They are far larger than us. Why don't they send people there?" Jiang Yang laughed and chided, "Why all the fuss? If old Chen could arrange for them elsewhere, he would have done so already. Now, hurry back and respond to him." With that, he pretended to kick Zhou Hao, who was a sprightly, plump fellow and managed to dodge, scurrying back to the office. "The boss is hitting people." Zhou Yang's antics amused Jiang Yang, who then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. Just as I took a couple of puffs, a graceful and enchanting figure appeared in the courtyard below. It was my sister. Jiang Qing was dressed in a light blue tracksuit today, her dark hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall. Her exquisite features and elegant demeanor captured the attention of the workers, who frequently turned their heads to steal glances at her. She parked her bicycle outside, holding a square iron lunchbox in her hand. One of the workers recognized her and immediately greeted her, saying, "President Jiang is upstairs." Jiang Qing, feeling a bit shy, nodded in acknowledgement. She still found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the idea of her brother being the boss. Chapter 15. Pillars of the family. Jiang Yang descended from the upper floor to greet her. "Sister, what brings you here?" Jiang Qing replied with a gentle smile. "I was concerned that you might not eat well at the factory, so I specially prepared dumplings filled with lamb for you." With that, she opened the lunchbox, and a wave of lamb aroma enveloped him. Upon inhaling it, Jiang Yang felt a surge in his stomach, his throat spasmed, and his complexion turned pale. Jiang Qing noticed his reaction and asked, "What's wrong? I thought you loved lamb. Is there something off about the flavor?" She then brought the lunchbox to her nose and took a delicate sniff. She had risen at 4 that morning to prepare these dumplings, kneading the dough, seasoning the filling, painstakingly wrapping each one, cooking them, and finally placing them carefully in the lunchbox. She had ridden her bicycle swiftly, fearing the dumplings would cool, nearly colliding with pedestrians along the way. Jiang Yang gazed at the pristine white dumplings, almost bursting with emotion. Since he had inhabited this body, aside from crucial memories, his personal habits remained those of his past life. In his previous existence, he had never partaken in lamb. Yet, seeing the glimmer of disappointment in Jiang Qing's eyes stirred something within him. "How fragrant!" Jiang Yang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling like an Oscar-winning actor, delight radiating from his face, while internally he thought, "It's absolutely divine." Jiang Qing's smile returned. "Really? Do try it." Jiang Yang gulped audibly, his right hand trembling slightly as it reached for a dumpling. Suddenly, a gentle hand landed on the back of his. Jiang Qing looked at him with playful indignation. "You haven't washed your hands yet. They're so dirty." Jiang Yang chuckled. "What has dirty one harm me? I'll be fine." In the office building, Zhou Hao leaned against the window, peering outside, oblivious to the drool trickling down his chin. A few employees gathered around, whispering among themselves. The boss is so fortunate, receiving dumplings so early in the morning. Who is that woman? She is stunning. I just had breakfast, and now I'm hungry again. Zhou Hao sensed something amiss and turned. Get back to work. It's not a time for slacking off. Be careful or you'll lose your wages. After dispersing the employees, he wiped the drool from his mouth and returned to the window. At this moment, Jiang Yang's eyes twitched slightly. The dumpling approached his mouth like a ticking time bomb. Gulp. In an instant, he swallowed it whole without chewing. Jiang Qing was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? You didn't even chew. Jiang Yang laughed heartily. I just eat quickly. You didn't notice. With that, he pulled Jiang Qing upstairs. My colleagues in the office worked all night and haven't had a warm meal yet. As their boss, I can't indulge alone. I should share some dumplings with them. Jiang Qing allowed herself to be led forward, genuinely believing, oh, if I had known, I would have made more. I feel so embarrassed. Jiang Yang opened the door. It's fine. Just one for each to satisfy their craving. Having said that, she placed the lunchbox in front of Zhou Hao and exchanged a knowing glance. Zhou Hao glanced at Jiang Yang, then at the lunchbox, and nodded vigorously, assuring, rest assured. Sister, I shall only indulge in one dumpling. I will not overindulge. Jiang Yang, wishing to avoid lingering in the employee area, led Jiang Qing back to his office. A new trade center has opened on Welcome Street, and I've heard that furniture is on sale. If you're not too busy, would you accompany me for a stroll? Jiang Qing, resembling a diligent student, sat on the sofa with an air of tentative eagerness. Although she was aware that this factory belonged to Jiang Yang, the overwhelming disparity and unfamiliarity rendered her somewhat reserved. Upon hearing her suggestion, Jiang Yang replied, I'm not busy. I haven't left the factory in nearly a week. It would be perfect to go together. He then picked up the phone from his desk and dialed a number. Accountantly, please bring 20,000 yuan in cash to my office. Jiang Qing was taken aback upon hearing this. Why do you need so much cash? Shopping? Jiang Yang replied nonchalantly. Of course. Jiang Qing was bewildered. Who goes shopping with that much cash? Besides, I brought the 2,000 yuan you gave me the other day. It's more than enough for the two of us. Jiang Yang adjusted his attire and then abruptly opened the window. The cool morning air wafted in from outside. We have a lot to buy today. That 2,000 is for you. Keep it. Just then, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses gently knocked on the office door. Her name was Li Yin, the accountant hired just days prior when the company was established. Mr. Jiang, I've brought the cash for you, she said softly. Dressed in a gray professional outfit, Jiang Yang nodded. Just leave it there. Li Yin placed 2 heavy paper bags on the desk before turning to leave. Jiang Yang swiftly tucked the bags of money into a black briefcase, saying, Let us go, sister. Jiang Qing stood there, momentarily stunned, before she finally rose and allowed Jiang Yang to lead her outside. The cold drink factory was located in the northern suburbs, at least 10 kilometers from the city center. Their only mode of transportation was a silver bicycle that Jiang Qing had ridden in that morning. Jiang Yang pedaled, with Jiang Qing seated behind him, clutching the briefcase filled with cash. The weather was pleasantly cool, hinting at the approaching autumn. There was only one narrow road leading into the city, flanked by fields of rapeseed flowers. After a light rain fell a couple of days prior, small puddles dotted the road. Jiang Yang, with a childlike exuberance, pedaled swiftly, intentionally splashing through the puddles. Water sprayed everywhere, prompting Jiang Qing to squeal in surprise as she quickly lifted her legs and wrapped them around his back. She then gently patted Jiang Yang's back, playfully chiding him for being so mischievous at his age. The fragrance of the rapeseed flowers and the fresh air lifted their spirits. As Jiang Yang rode, he sang merrily, with Jiang Qing beaming joyfully beside him. Look over here, girls. Look over here. The performance here is truly captivating. Please do not disregard it. I gazed around, left and right, only to discover that this girl is extraordinary. I pondered and speculated. For the innermost thoughts of girls are indeed peculiar. Oh, how strange. Jiang Qing sat in the back seat, a radiant expression of happiness illuminating her face. Since the day her father departed, the sanctuary within her heart had become utterly fragmented. She had never anticipated that the brother, who once filled her with despair, would quietly transform into the most formidable pillar of their family. Chapter 16. Encounter with a shrew at the mall in the quaint locale of Shishan County. The grand opening of a 5-story trading building on Ingson Street has stirred considerable excitement among the local populace, adorned with a plethora of banners and an extravagant red archway. The atmosphere is indeed festive, filled with the sounds of drums and firecrackers. A convoy consisting of a Tiger Head luxury vehicle, 3 Audis, and numerous vans gracefully approaches and halts before the entrance, making a formidable impression. This establishment marks Jiang County's inaugural comprehensive trading complex, its largest, most diverse, and upscale venue. From refrigerators and televisions to clothing and everyday essentials, it boasts an extensive array of imported high-end brands, often beyond the financial reach of the average citizen. Jiang Yang secured his bicycle in the designated rack when an elderly woman approached him, presenting a small wooden token the size of a finger. 20 cents, she said. Extending the token, Jiang Yang rummaged through his pockets, realizing that apart from the 20,000 yuan in his bag, he had no change. Before he could respond, Jiang Qing swiftly retrieved 2 10-cent coins from her canvas bag and handed them over to the woman, who then settled down nearby. With excitement etched on her face, Jiang Qing hesitated upon reaching the entrance of the trading building. The impressive scale and opulence of the new establishment, coupled with the buzz of its inaugural day, made her reconsider. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yang inquired, noticing her unease. After a moment's thought, she blinked and replied, "Perhaps we should just stroll through the old street instead." "Why?" Jiang Yang asked, looking at the trading building. "Just look at how extravagant it is. The prices must be exorbitant. Items like furniture are essentially the same everywhere," she responded. In an instant, Jiang Yang comprehended his sister's concern about unnecessary spending. "Since we're already here, let us at least take a look inside. Besides, you've already paid the parking fee to that lady. Do you think she'd refund you now?" He pointed towards the bicycle rack. After some contemplation, Jiang Qing seemed to regret parting with the 2 dimes and finally agreed. "You're right. But remember, we must not splurge while we're in there." Jiang Yang raised 3 fingers. "No problem." This time, it was Jiang Yang who led Jiang Qing inside. The entrance of the trading building was teeming with people, and they were nearly swept in by the crowd. Once they crossed the threshold, they were met with a vast and open interior. The first floor appeared to be dedicated to home appliances, featuring an expansive space filled with an array of dazzling products. Various brands of refrigerators, televisions, washing machines, and more caught their eyes, with logos of Panasonic, Suzuki, Siemens, and Panda prominently displayed at their respective counters. Having assimilated into the contemporary lifestyle over recent days, Jiang Yang, who had grown accustomed to the rustic charm of mud brick homes and country lanes, felt a subtle sense of awe in this moment. In 1998, the very existence of such a mall was indeed a remarkable achievement. Jiang Qing clutched her briefcase tightly, her large, sparkling eyes darting around in curious wonder, resembling a young girl who had never encountered the world. The more she exhibited this innocence, the more Jiang Yang felt a pang of compassion for her. Clad in a slightly faded tracksuit, with the tips of her shoelaces long gone, her lustrous black hair was merely adorned with a simple butterfly hairpin that swayed gently as she turned her head. Jiang Qing was strikingly beautiful. Her smile alone possessed the power to captivate nations, a beauty that could dissolve the burdens of the world. She resembled a lotus flower after rain, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. While she may not have been stunning in an overt sense, she possessed an allure that compelled a second glance. Her demeanor evoked words such as serene, gentle, pure, tender, and dignified. As she stood in the shopping mall, each movement was executed with meticulous caution. This unfortunate sister, had it not been for herself and Jiang Tian, would likely have married into a good family and lived a life of comfort long ago. Lost in thought, Jiang Qing arrived at the entrance of a store selling washing machines. She tiptoed to peer inside, her long eyelashes fluttering as a fleeting desire sparkled in her eyes. Perhaps in a moment of whimsy, she delicately extended her slender fingers. Hey, don't touch if you're not buying. These washing machines are quite expensive," came a cold voice from a portly middle-aged woman. Jiang Yang was taken aback. Just as he was about to react, Jiang Qing grasped his arm, saying, Forget it. Let us just look. We're not buying anything. Let us hurry upstairs to check out the furniture." Jiang Qing seemed unfazed by the woman's remarks and urged Jiang Yang to ascend the stairs. Although Jiang Yang felt a surge of irritation, he resigned himself to the situation. As they departed, the middle-aged woman scoffed. "Tch, what a shabby appearance. This is Siemens. You think you deserve to break it?" The two ascended directly to the second floor of the trade building, where daily necessities were sold, akin to a supermarket. After a brief glance around, they continued upward. The third floor primarily featured various clothing, with an abundance of elegantly dressed, youthful women and a plethora of fragrances permeating the air. Jiang Yang noticed that the clothing here was quite appealing and was about to suggest that Jiang Qing select a few outfits when a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. It was the lamb-filled dumpling he had consumed that morning taking its toll. Jiang Yang was utterly unprepared for the fact that his previous allergy to lamb had not abandoned him even in this new life. The intensity of the pain was overwhelming, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qing seemed to sense something amiss, reaching out to touch his forehead. "Why are you sweating so much?" Jiang Yang offered an awkward smile, saying, "I need to use the restroom. You can browse for a while and pick a few outfits for yourself." With that, he hurried towards the bathroom. Jiang Qing found his flustered demeanor amusing and called out, "Take your time. No need to rush. I'll wait for you here." The allure of beautiful clothing for a woman is immense, and Jiang Qing was no exception. The dazzling array of garments left one in a state of awe. Jiang Qing was soon captivated by the innovative designs of the clothing. Numerous fashionably attired young women excitedly flitted from one boutique to another, trying on various outfits and assessing them against their figures. A pale blue long dress caught Jiang Qing's eye. However, upon noticing the price tag of 390 yuan on the collar, she was taken aback and hastily returned the dress to its place. That amount exceeded the monthly salary of an ordinary person. In the instant she turned around, she unexpectedly collided with someone. Startled, Jiang Qing lifted her gaze to find a heavily made-up woman with short, wavy hair glaring menacingly at her, bending down to remove a striking red high heel. "Are you blind? Can't you see where you're going? Do you have any idea how much these shoes cost?" Chapter 17. The Power of Composure. "I sincerely apologize. I did not intend to. I failed to notice you were behind me." Jiang Qing hurriedly expressed her remorse, her heart laden with regret. It appears that the more one fears a mishap, the more likely it occurs. Despite exercising utmost caution, she had still stumbled into trouble. The woman, upon removing her shoe, discovered the strap of her high heel had snapped, her tone growing increasingly harsh. "Is an apology sufficient? I am utterly exasperated by people like you. Would it not be better to wander the discount streets instead of coming here? This is just my luck. My mood was already poor today. What do you propose we do?" The woman scrutinized Jiang Qing from head to toe, her disdain particularly evident as she noted Jiang Qing's attire and footwear. "The side strap is broken. I can take it to be repaired for you, if that is acceptable." Jiang Qing stepped forward to examine the shoe. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. "How dare you? This is a designer brand. I just spent 380 on it. Will it still be wearable after repair? Then allow me to compensate you for a new pair." Jiang Qing offered, but the woman, emboldened by Jiang Qing's demeanor, interjected defiantly, hands on her hips. "Compensate? Do you think that throwing money at the problem resolves it? You stepped on my foot, and you think that that's the end of it?" At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside, murmuring and pointing at the woman. Jiang Qing, wishing to avoid further escalation, reluctantly sought a peaceful resolution. "What do you suggest we do?" The woman sneered coldly. "Come here, let me step on you, and then you can pay me 1,000 yuan, and we'll consider the matter settled." Upon hearing this, even the onlookers could no longer remain silent. "That is excessive. The young lady clearly did not mean to cause harm. She offers to buy you a new pair. Why must you be so aggressive?" "Exactly." The woman, taken aback, placed her hands on her hips, clutching her high heel, and lashed out at the person who spoke up. "What business is it of yours? Are you looking for trouble? Just wait until my man arrives, and you'll regret it." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a sudden chill in her right hand. The high heel she held was forcefully thrown into a nearby trash bin, and a man with an icy demeanor appeared before her. "How dare you throw my shoe? Do you know who my man is?" she spat, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang responded with a cold smirk. "I couldn't care less who your man is. If you continue to speak to me in such a manner, I'll toss you into the trash bin as well." Jiang Qing, feeling increasingly anxious as the crowd grew, gently tugged at Jiang Yang's sleeve. Let it go. Let it go. I will buy her another pair." The woman, undeterred, raised her voice further. "I am telling you, this matter will not be settled today." With that, she began to wail, Lao Jia, you useless fool. I have been wronged. Are you going to do something about it?" At that moment, a tall, slender man pushed through the crowd, rushing toward them. "What is going on?" He turned, his face flushed with anger. "Which rascal dares?" In the next instant, he exclaimed, "Jiang Zong?" The man the woman referred to was none other than Jia Quanong, who had recently come into a bit of fortune. Jiang Yang's expression hardened, the atmosphere around them seemingly frozen in tension. Jiang Qing was taken aback by his demeanor, standing silently by the side, hesitant to speak. "If you cannot even manage your own wife, you need not return to conduct business with me," Jiang Yang remarked, casting a glance at Jia Quanong. The woman seated on the floor was momentarily stunned, looking up at her man, only to discover Jiang Qing drenched in sweat, his face a mask of distress. Jiang Zong. This is a misunderstanding. She is not my wife, Jiang Qing proclaimed. The woman, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. Jiang Qing. After 3 years together. Is this how you treat me? Infuriated, Jiang Qing swiftly turned and struck her across the face. The sound echoed loudly, resonating throughout the entire 3rd floor. You are constantly causing trouble. Do you even know who this person is? He hissed, pointing at the woman, his fingers trembling with rage. I don't care who he is. I don't give a damn. The woman yelled, covering her right cheek. Another resounding slap landed on her left cheek, evidently delivered with even greater force. Jiang Qing seethed. Do you know where your clothing and belongings come from? Without Jiang Zong, how could I have brought you here? Now apologize. That's unnecessary, Jiang Yang interjected coldly. Go rummage through the trash for your shoes. You can still wear them. With that, he took the bewildered Jiang Qing by the hand and walked away, not casting another glance at the two. At that moment, Jiang Yang seemed like a completely different person, a side of him Jiang Qing had never witnessed before. She clutched her briefcase tightly, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, allowing Jiang Yang to lead her away. They wandered in circles on the 3rd floor of the trade building, Jiang Yang remaining silent throughout. Jiang Qing followed, several times on the verge of speaking, but ultimately refraining. At some point, Jiang Qing and the woman departed, and the floor returned to its former tranquility as if nothing had transpired. It was at the entrance of a clothing store that Jiang Yang finally halted. He reached for a delicate light blue dress, the very one Jiang Qing had admired earlier. Try it on, he instructed. Isn't this too expensive? Perhaps. Jiang Qing began to object. Try it on, Jiang Yang insisted, his gaze penetrating, his tone firm yet devoid of harshness, leaving no room for dissent. His authoritative manner naturally compelled her to take the dress and enter the fitting room under the guidance of a sales associate. When Jiang Qing emerged once more, she captured the attention of those around her. Her skin glowed like jade, her features appearing almost translucent under the lights. The fabric of the dress was soft as water, its light blue hue accentuating her figure to near perfection. Jiang Qing felt a wave of shyness, gently clutching the hem of the dress, standing there in a state of uncertainty. This woman possessed an enchanting quality, able to bring about an involuntary stillness in others. Jiang Yang nodded in satisfaction. Now that is more like it. Subsequently, addressing the sales associate, he requested, please wrap up these 3 colors, blue, purple, and white. The sales associate, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement, responding certainly, sir. Jiang Qing, feeling anxious, interjected, why are you buying so much? Jiang Yang replied, just let it be. Today, I am in charge. Thus began Jiang Yang's fervent shopping spree. Jiang Qing attempted to intervene twice, but her efforts proved futile, and she soon found herself captivated by the thrill of consumption alongside Jiang Yang. After some contemplation, she decided to purchase a set of cosmetics for Qin Shui, new athletic attire and shoes for Jiang Tian, and the latest popular learning machine. Jiang Qing selected a casual outfit and a black suit for Jiang Yang, but he waved her off, indicating he did not need them. Pouting, she retorted, you've bought so much for us. You should at least acquire a couple of outfits for yourself. Besides, as a business owner now, you ought to present yourself more elegantly. A complete set of furniture, including a bed, dining table, sofa, and wardrobe, was ordered according to the dimensions of their home. In the lobby, Jiang Yang also purchased the latest Haiya washing machine and a double-door refrigerator, all while the plump woman across from the Siemens store watched with drooping eyelids. Without a flicker of hesitation, he spent 800 yuan, his demeanor effortlessly suave as he extracted 2 bills from a leather bag and tossed the money onto the counter. Yet, for the woman, it was a moment of regret as she lamented the loss of a few thousand yuan due to her own careless words. Observing Jiang Yang and Jiang Qing depart from the trading building, she slapped her right cheek and muttered curses under her breath. If only you could learn to control that loose tongue. Chapter 18. The unrefined liquor. The night envelopes the electrician's family courtyard, with a full moon hanging high in the sky, while the chirping of crickets resonates with fervor. The ambience at home has undergone a remarkable transformation. A brand new dining table, sofa, and assorted chairs adorn the space, and a magnificent oil painting of lofty mountains and flowing waters graces the wall, complemented by a pristine refrigerator tucked away in the corner. There's no need. I can retrieve my shoes from the trash bin and still wear them, Jiang Qing remarked, clutching an apple she had just bitten into, mimicking Jiang Yang's cold demeanor from earlier that day with uncanny precision. Her imitation was so vivid that it almost felt genuine. Today, Jiang Qing's spirits were exceptionally high. One could say it was the most triumphant moment of her life thus far. Jiang Yang sat on the new sofa, observing Jiang Qing, who appeared utterly transformed. Isn't it surprising, little backpack? I didn't expect you to be so formidable outside, dressed in a violet short skirt. Qin Shui exuded a hint of allure while maintaining her quirky charm as she playfully teased Jiang Yang. Don't heed my sister's exaggerations, it's not that dramatic. Jiang Yang chuckled, while Qin Shui's enchanting eyes sparkled with a playful glint, suggesting a subtle flirtation. Jiang Qing took another bite of her apple and continued. I was genuinely startled. I had never seen him like that before. Recalling Jiang Yang's demeanor from earlier, a shiver of trepidation coursed through her. My brother has indeed become more formidable. Jiang Tian, toying with a learning device, blinked her eyes and chimed in. Suddenly, Qin Shui rose and settled beside Jiang Yang, casually draping her left arm over his shoulder. Little backpack, you seem like a different person. She playfully tugged at Jiang Yang's neck for a closer inspection. Their faces nearly touching. At that moment, amidst the summer warmth, Qin Shui's bare legs rested against his, and the proximity allowed him to sense her breath and the delicate fragrance she emanated. Despite his worldly experiences, Jiang Yang found himself momentarily flustered. Hey. There are boundaries between men and women. Qin Shui, still clinging to Jiang Yang's neck, turned to Jiang Qing with a laugh. Did you hear what your brother just said? He claims there are boundaries. My goodness, do you remember how you used to fear the dark and insisted on sleeping in the same bed as me? Jiang Yang removed her arm from around his neck, stating, that was childhood, this is now. Qin Shui shrugged, saying, alas, he now disavows kinship. The benefits shall flow to outsiders henceforth. Her words elicited a chorus of laughter from Jiang Qing and Jiang Tian. Years ago, Qin Shui adjusted that when Jiang Yang grew up, he would belong to her, asserting that such blessings should not be squandered on outsiders. Although it was a playful remark, it had become a frequent refrain. Jiang Yang frowned, questioning, who disavows kinship? Moreover, who is the outsider, and who is the one benefiting? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing laughed so heartily that she could scarcely stand upright, clutching her stomach as she leaned over the table and pointed at Qin Shui, exclaiming, your sister Qin Shui made a pact with me when you were just 8 years old, promising that when you grew up, she would indulge her whims first. Jiang Yang was momentarily taken aback. Indulge? Is this truly the language of humans? Yet, observing their joyous laughter, he resigned himself to being the scapegoat. Ever since the passing of their parents, it had been a long time since they had experienced such unbridled joy. Jiang Yang had initially believed that after a brief bout of teasing between Jiang Qing and Qin Shui, he would be let off the hook. Soon, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. When these women went wild, the presence of any man was rendered irrelevant. Jiang Qing, seemingly struck by a sudden whim, began divulging a series of Jiang Yang's embarrassing moments before Qin Shui. From his childhood bedwetting to instances of being bullied by girls in school, a plethora of topics concerning him surfaced in rapid succession. Qin Shui listened with great delight, alternating between hearty laughter and meaningful glances toward Jiang Yang. When Jiang Qing recounted that her younger brother had still been wetting the bed at 5 years old, Jiang Yang let out a long sigh, retreating to his room in a state of humiliation. He was deeply perplexed. Was tea bedwetting at that age a rather common occurrence? Was it truly abnormal? The following morning, the cheerful chirping of birds outside roused Jiang Yang from slumber. He rose to draw back the curtains, revealing an expanse of clear blue sky. Throwing open the window, he inhaled the particularly refreshing air. Dressed in the new clothes he had purchased the day before, he tidied himself up and stood before the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Life was indeed simple. At that moment, Jiang Yang felt a profound sense of ease, far surpassing that of his previous life. If only this state of being could last indefinitely. As he opened the door, he noticed old man Jiang from across the hall laboriously transporting something into the corridor. Clad in his usual shorts and tank top, topped with an old shirt, he struggled with a large jar over half a meter tall, its lid sealed tightly with wax. Observing the scene, Jiang Yang quickly jogged over to assist old man Jiang in lifting it into the corridor. The jar was quite heavy, filled with liquid that exuded a faint aroma of alcohol. After considerable effort, they finally managed to carry the jar into old man Jiang's home. Jiang Yang brushed the dust from his hands and then washed them in a basin. Old man Jiang chuckled heartily, offering Jiang Yang a cigarette, saying, "Come, my friend. Take a moment to enjoy a smoke." Jiang Yang accepted the offer, first lighting a cigarette for old man Jiang before igniting his own. "How did you acquire so much alcohol?" Jiang Yang inquired, glancing at the jar. Old man Jiang still wore a broad smile, replying, "I didn't purchase it. It was given to me by the Jianli distillery." "The Jianli distillery?" Is that the one that merged with our machinery factory? Jiang Yang asked. Indeed. It's the only distillery in Shan County. It closed down recently, and having worked there for many years as a laborer, I was unable to receive my wages. Thus, they compensated me with a jar of liquor. Understanding dawned on Jiang Yang. It was the same distillery that Director Chen had mentioned in his recent phone call. This alcohol had aged somewhat and should prove quite enjoyable. Jiang Yang squatted down, shaking the jar gently in his arms. Old Zhang grasped the lid and forcefully tore open the wax string, releasing a wave of the pungent aroma of fermented grains mingled with the potent scent of high-proof liquor. Raw liquor made from old corn, Jiang Yang remarked, gently fanning the air with his hand to catch the fragrance. Old Zhang cast a surprised glance at Jiang Yang, acknowledging his discernment. With that, he turned and retrieved a small ceramic cup from the table, dipping it into the liquor jar. The liquid was thick and slightly yellowish. Old Zhang extended the cup towards Jiang Yang, inviting him to taste. Jiang Yang, unreserved, accepted it. He first brought it to his nose for a sniff, then took a delicate sip, allowing the fiery liquor to swirl on his tongue for a moment before it slid down his throat. A searing warmth ignited in his chest, as if it might burst through his windpipe. Jiang Yang returned the ceramic cup, saying, "This is potent. The raw liquor's alcohol content is far too high for consumption." A glimmer of surprise flickered in old Zhang's eyes as he took a sip himself, stating, "This batch of corn liquor measures nearly 70 degrees. It's certainly not for the faint of heart. I never expected someone as young as you to have such knowledge of white liquor." Jiang Yang smiled modestly, replying, "I've read a bit in magazines, just surface knowledge." In his past life, he had invested in numerous distilleries, possessing an intimate familiarity with every aspect of production, flavor, bottling, and brand strategy. He could discern the quality of a product merely by scent, recognizing the myriad flavor profiles: sauce, strong, light, floral. However, these thoughts were not something he could share with old Zhang. Chapter 19. Jia Quanong comes to apologize. Old Master Zhang savored the raw corn liquor with great delight. Much to Jiang Yang's astonishment, the corn liquor, known variably across regions, is essentially a form of maize alcohol. Upon its fermentation, it emanates a peculiar, robust aroma. The unrefined nature of this raw liquor means it lacks any flavoring agents to enhance its taste, nor is it diluted with distilled water. A mere glance at the jar reveals an alcohol content of no less than 70 degrees. And the expression of enjoyment on old Master Zhang's face suggests that one needs decades of drinking experience to manage such potency. This unrefined liquor, while being the least expensive and most coarse type of alcohol, is mistakenly revered by the common folk, who, lacking knowledge of the production process, equate its raw essence with authenticity and healthiness. This blind admiration for raw liquor is, in fact, a misconception. Old Master Jiang, I noticed there aren't many brands of white liquor available in Shan County. What happened to the Jianli distillery that caused it to suddenly close down? Jiang Yang inquired. Sealing the jar, Old Master Jiang sighed. It couldn't sustain operations. The bottled liquor produced went unsold. Production of Shan Daka ceased in 1994, and they began supplying base liquor to other distilleries instead. In recent years, larger factories have developed their own brewing bases, leaving the base liquor from Jianli distillery unwanted, which ultimately led to its closure. Jiang Yang, stroking his chin, listened intently. White liquor is often referred to as soft gold due to its substantial profit margins, particularly in an era where competition is not exceedingly fierce. For instance, among the white liquors available in Shan County, excluding high-end brands like Matai and Wuliangye, the more accessible options include Laobaigan, Huaihadaku, and Xiaohutuxian. These brands range from a few yuan to over 20, making them quite affordable and favored among the populace. In shops and restaurants, these few types of white liquor are predominantly featured. Given such a favorable market environment, the demise of Jianli Distillery left Jiang Yang pondering. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Old Master Zhang, Jiang Yang made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed a white Santana 2000 parked in the community, with several bystanders pointing and speculating about the arrival of a distinguished guest. Standing beside the car was a tall, slender man, none other than Jia Quanong, whom Jiang Yang had encountered the previous day at the mall. Clad in a black suit and a crocodile leather belt that glistened in the sunlight, Jia Quanong greeted Jiang Yang with a broad smile as he descended. "Mr. Jiang, you've finally come down," Jia Quanong exclaimed. Jiang Yang nodded. "How did you find my home? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Jia Quanong replied, "I must apologize for yesterday's incident. I failed to properly educate my companion. I have come specifically to express my regrets." With that, he turned to the car. A woman in a red dress emerged from the vehicle, her previous bravado now replaced with a more subdued demeanor, devoid of heavy makeup. Jiang Yang instantly recognized her as the woman from the mall. Upon stepping out, she appeared somewhat uneasy and addressed Jiang Yang softly, "Mr. Jiang. It was entirely my fault yesterday. I am truly sorry." Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let bygones be bygones." Gazing at the woman before him, whose face was etched with remorse, he felt a profound sense of reflection. Had yesterday's events involved an ordinary girl, one could only imagine the extent of her torment. Such characters, who prey on the timid while fearing the bold, have existed throughout the ages. Their presence is inescapable. Jiang Yang retrieved a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and a case of white liquor from the trunk, remarking, "President Jiang, a small token of my regard." He then pushed the items towards Jiang Yang. Onlookers in the neighborhood were astonished, whispering among themselves about how this young man from the Jiang family had suddenly become so prosperous that he was receiving gifts of Zhonghua cigarettes. Jiang Yang, however, pushed the items back, stating, "I have no need for cigarettes or liquor. Keep them for yourself. Just be mindful in the future and refrain from bullying honest individuals." Jiang Yang and the woman nodded eagerly in agreement, vowing never to act in such a manner again. The woman looked at Jiang Yang with a hint of allure in her eyes, saying, "President Jiang, I was merely caught in a moment of folly after a quarrel with Lao Jia. Had I known she was your wife, I would never have dared to act so recklessly." The emphasis on the word wife was not lost on Jiang Yang, who replied nonchalantly, "That is my sister." The woman's face brightened with a smirk, her posture becoming more provocative. "Your sister? How embarrassing this situation has become." Jiang Yang cast a glance at the coy woman and said, "Let us leave it at that. I have matters to attend to at the factory." Jiang Yang quickly offered, "Let us take my car. I need to meet with General Zhou to secure a few more permits." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yang nodded in agreement. Jiang Yang eagerly opened the car door, and Jiang Yang bent down to enter the back seat. A rich scent of perfume enveloped him as he settled into the comfortable leather of the aging Santana, which appeared to be a recent purchase. The woman did not take the front passenger seat, but instead joined Jiang Yang in the back, whether by intention or coincidence, revealing a glimpse of her fair thigh beneath her long dress as she occasionally brushed against him. Jiang Yang seemed unfazed, driving along while engaging Jiang Yang in conversation. Having been in business since 1982, Jiang Yang was a seasoned veteran in Shan County. Initially, he dealt in the trade of glass products from the region. But as market conditions shifted, he redirected his focus to the rural market. He had effectively monopolized the supply channels for the entire Lianhua township, dealing in everything from white liquor and cigarettes to essential goods like oil, salt, and vinegar, thereby mastering the art of the middleman. However, as more external brands emerged, Jiang Yang's business model, which relied on intermediaries rather than physical entities, became increasingly challenging and his resources dwindled. The arrival of Jiang Yang rekindled his hopes and allowed him to re-establish his foothold in the rural market. During this period, not only has he made a considerable profit, but he has also gradually rekindled the channels he had nearly lost. The woman accompanying him is not his wife. She is Lu Fang, whom he brought back from another city. In her late 20s, she has been with Jiang Yang for 2 years. Jiang Yang is a man of stature. Regardless of the ups and downs of his business, he always maintains an air of grandeur. Clad in tailored suits, adorned with a gold watch and necklace, he drives a Santana sedan. When he traveled to procure goods from afar, Lu Fang was immediately captivated by him. Jiang Yang was well aware that her interest was primarily motivated by his wealth. However, he is a pragmatic man, with a wife and children at home. Exchanging a bit of money for the companionship of a young and beautiful woman seemed a worthwhile trade. Having been with Jiang Yang for almost 3 years, Lu Fang believed she had landed a golden opportunity, unaware that he was a master of the game. Beyond the modest monthly allowance of 200 to 300 yuan for living expenses, he would occasionally indulge her with clothing or shoes. While she was never in want, she also found herself far from affluent. Upon hearing yesterday that Jiang Yang's recent fortune was entirely due to General Jiang, her eyes sparkled with excitement, compelling her to personally apologize. As Lu Fang gazed at Jiang Yang, who sat silently in the back seat, she gently ran her fingers through her hair. Having spent over 2 years in Shan County following Jiang Yang, she pondered when this would end. At just over 20, she could not remain tethered to a man approaching 50. With this thought in mind, she turned to Jiang Yang and, striving to use the most gentle tone, said, "General Jiang, at such a young age, you have established your own factory. Your wife and children must be incredibly fortunate." Chapter 20. Luring the snake out of its hole, Jiang Yang withdrew his gaze from the window and remarked, "I am not yet married." Lu Fang's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise upon hearing this, and she glanced at the driver, Jia Quanong, saying, "It's quite peculiar these days. Remarkable young men remain single while some older individuals are far from faithful, maintaining their domestic sanctuaries while reveling in extramarital affairs." Her words held a double meaning. Jia Quanong, feeling a bit awkward, quickly diverted the conversation. "Mr. Jiang, I noticed the factory has recently acquired a new batch of equipment, and production is ramping up. Could you possibly allocate me a larger supply? At the moment, my daily demand of 70,000 bottles is hardly sufficient." Lu Fang, sensing the shift towards serious matters, sat quietly, refraining from interjecting, occasionally casting glances at Jiang Yang, her gaze ablaze with an intensity that seemed to devour him whole. Jiang Yang felt somewhat uneasy under Lu Fang's scrutiny and rolled down the car window. "I will head to the factory shortly to review the orders. If conditions permit, I can arrange for a larger allocation." Jia Chuanyong's heart soared at this prospect. Currently, Tangren's special beverage was a lucrative venture in the rural market. As they spoke, the Santana slowly glided into the ice cream factory, which had transformed from its former dilapidated state as an old canning facility. The walls gleamed with fresh paint. A flagpole stood proudly at the entrance, and the Tangren special beverage logo fluttered in the breeze. The office building had been rejuvenated with new tiles, and the courtyard now boasted a marble floor. Within the 5 bustling workshops, workers were industriously engaged in production and loading, creating a vibrant scene of prosperity. Such bustling activity was a rarity not just in Jiang County, but throughout the entire Huazhou city. At that moment, the queue of trucks waiting to load goods resembled a dragon, and as Jia Quanong approached the entrance, they were halted by a gate. "What brings you here?" The security guard, a young man in his 20s named Juzi, son of a former factory worker, stood at the gate with a slight stature and dark complexion. Jia Quanong rolled down his window, greeting him with a smile. "Brother Juzi, it's me, here to collect a batch ticket from General Zhou." Juzi replied. "General Zhou stated yesterday that vehicles are not permitted inside." Jia Quanong was taken aback. "Juzi, open the gate." From the back seat, Jiang Yang lowered his window and spoke. Juzi hurried over, looked down, and exclaimed, "Mr. Jiang, you have arrived. I will open the gate immediately." With that, Juzi dashed to the gate, swiftly unfastened the latch, and swung the gate open wide. Lu Fang gazed at Jiang Yang with admiration. Over the years, following Jia Quanong on various ventures, she had often found herself either barred from entry or humbly dining with others, only able to find solace when money was exchanged. In her mind, Jia Quanong epitomized the wealthy businessman, and in this era, money seemed to be earned on bended knee. Today, however, she realized that one could also stand tall and reap substantial rewards. Jia Quanong parked the car in the courtyard, drawing the curious attention of the workers, as this was the only vehicle allowed inside the factory. Jiang Yang alighted from the vehicle and proceeded directly towards the office. "President Jiang, greetings." The workers, busy with moving goods, greeted him as he walked by, and he nodded frequently in acknowledgement, expressing, "Thank you all for your hard work." Jia Quanong and Lu Fang jogged closely behind him. Upon reaching the second floor, Zhou Hao greeted them, "Brother Jiang." Jiang Yang nodded in response. Noticing Jia Quanong and Lu Fang trailing behind, Zhou Hao inquired, "Did you come together?" Jiang Yang replied, "I encountered them, and they kindly accompanied me." At the end of the corridor on the second floor stood Jiang Yang's office, the largest one. Zhou Hao had been quite industrious over the past few days, transforming the office into a completely new space. The office was adorned with brand new furniture, the walls freshly painted, and the floor covered with a thick carpet that felt delightful underfoot. At the center, Zhou Hao had procured an elegant crimson hardwood square table, seemingly crafted from fine rosewood. On this table sat a glass fish tank, over 2 meters long, where several goldfish swam gracefully. "Please, have a seat." Jiang Yang invited Jia Quanong and Lu Fang as he settled into the chair behind the desk. Zhou Hao, accompanied by several newly hired employees, came forward to report on the day's work. He glanced at Jia Quanong, hesitating momentarily. Jiang Yang gestured dismissively, saying, "President Jia is our partner, not an outsider. Please proceed with your discussion." After taking his seat behind the desk, Zhou Hao began, "President Jiang, this week, our trading company has recorded an income of 174 million yuan, with an investment of 450,000 yuan into the ice cream factory. After deducting various expenses, the net profit stands at approximately 650,000 yuan. Here is the detailed financial report for your review. Li Yin approached the desk, cradling a stack of documents, and placed them before him. Jiang Yang perused the documents briefly before signing. Some of the workers are facing financial hardships. Please inquire about their needs. If necessary, we can arrange daily settlements for them. Li Yin nodded in understanding. Zhou Hao continued, President Jiang, our factory's ice cream has gradually stabilized in the rural market. After innovation and improved packaging, our products have matured considerably. Should we consider expanding into the urban areas of Shan County? Jiang Yang pondered for a moment before responding. We can certainly attempt to penetrate the urban market, but our primary focus must remain on the rural sector. This is our foundation that cannot be relinquished. Additionally, has the information regarding the Schwerin ice cream factory been organized? Zhou Hao nodded and retrieved a document, placing it on the desk. Jiang Yang took it and reviewed the contents meticulously. The Schwerin ice cream factory, one of the leading enterprises in Shan County, boasts total assets of 2.7 million yuan and has been established for 6 years. Its technology and product sales channels are significantly more developed than those of our own factory. The owner, Huang Defa, is in his 50s and a local resident. Their product line includes glass-bottled ice cream and 500 milliliters plastic bottles. This brand is deeply rooted in Shan County and cherished by the local populace. After finishing the document, Jiang Yang placed it back on the desk and inquired, has there been any news from the Schwerin ice cream factory in recent days? Zhou Hao remarked, as before, that the focus would remain on urban markets and the surrounding county towns, seemingly indifferent to our efforts in capturing the rural market. Jiang Yang shook his head in response. That cannot be true. No businessman would be disinterested in profit. The rural market is a vast cake, with nearly 300,000 bottles sold daily, enough to incite frenzy among competitors. Fortunately, the factory's confidentiality measures have been reasonably effective, combined with the information barriers of this era. Jiang Yang speculated that the Schwerin ice cream factory has yet to react. He turned to Zhou Hao, stating that his primary focus should be on solidifying the rural market. It is imperative to secure exclusive agency contracts with our partners before Schwerin ice cream factory can replicate our business model. Zhou Hao nodded in understanding and replied that he would get to work on it immediately. As everyone dispersed, Jiang Yang pinched the bridge of his nose. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield, with circumstances shifting rapidly. Currently, Tangren Ice Cream Factory's foundation is too fragile to confront Schwerin Ice Cream Factory head-on. The low barrier to entry for the business model of exchanging grain for ice cream poses a significant risk, should Schwerin Ice Cream Factory choose to imitate it. We would find ourselves in a precarious position. Jia Quanong, a shrewd businessman, had been attentively listening and, aware of Jiang Yang's needs, stood up and approached him. General Manager Jiang, you mentioned wanting to explore the urban market. May I be permitted to give it a try? Chapter 21 Cunning Schemes. Jiang Yang gazed intently at Jia Quanong, remaining silent for an extended moment. His penetrating gaze left Jia feeling somewhat uneasy. Mr. Jia, how do your sales channels fare in the urban area of Shan County? After a lengthy pause, Jiang Yang suddenly inquired. Jia Quanong chuckled. Of course, there are no issues. From wholesalers to various small shops in the districts and streets, there is essentially nothing I cannot manage. Jiang Yang lightly tapped his fingers on the table twice and remarked, since you are interested, why not give it a try? Starting today, the supply meeting for Tangren Special Beverages will prioritize your side. If the collaboration proves fruitful, establishing a separate branch factory is certainly a possibility. Jia Chuanyung's heart soared with joy as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I will contact the channels right away. With that, he took Lu Fang, who had been sitting idly on the sofa, and headed for the exit. Before leaving, Lu Fang cast a lingering glance at Jiang Yang, then exaggeratedly swayed her hips as she departed the office. Barely had they left when Zhou Hao walked in. Jiang Ge, I've heard that Jia Quanong is quite the unscrupulous businessman, capable of anything for money. After our extensive discussion in the meeting, I'm concerned. Zhou Hao's face was etched with worry. Jiang Yang smiled and replied, I understand your apprehension. My intention is to leverage his connections to prompt the Schwerin beverage factory to take action against us. There are 2 beverage factories in Shan County. It's akin to someone using chopsticks to extract food from his bowl. This notion is something Jiang Yang finds difficult to accept. The Schwerin beverage factory will inevitably target us, and rather than allowing them to lurk in the shadows, it is better to draw them out and confront them directly. Zhou Hao paused, surprised. Jiang Ge, did you intentionally let him overhear that? But how can you be certain that Jia Quanong will approach the Schwerin beverage factory? Jiang Yang lit a cigarette and gazed out the window. A man who is disloyal to his wife, do you think he would be loyal to us? Jiang Qing is a businessman, without question. In the eyes of a merchant, there exists no loyalty or affection, only profit, especially for a man as unscrupulous as Jiang Qing. Jiang Yang had contemplated this matter. If Jiang Qing refrained from seeking out the Schwerin beverage factory, it would suggest he possesses a semblance of integrity and professionalism, allowing Jiang Yang to confidently entrust the urban market to him. Conversely, if he indeed sought out his competitor with the information from Tangren Beverage Factory, the Schwerin Beverage Factory would undoubtedly launch an assault on the rural market. Should that occur, Jiang Yang would have ample justification to deal with the Schwerin Beverage Factory. Regardless of the outcome, it would not bode ill for Tangren Beverage Factory. Jiang Qing drove along the asphalt road in the northern suburbs, exhilarated, while his right hand shamelessly lifted Lu Fang's skirt, caressing her fair thigh. "We are about to strike it rich," he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lu Fang swiftly removed his hand from her thigh with a soft huff. "You speak of wealth every day, yet I have yet to see you make any significant money," observed the young Jiang, who has established his own ice cream factory at such a tender age. His grandeur rivals that of the young master Lu Han from the Lu family. Jiang Qing halted his vehicle by the roadside and glared at Lu Fang with fierce intensity, saying, "Lu Fang, I've noticed something amiss with you since this morning. Have you taken a fancy to that young man surnamed Jiang?" Lu Fang, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Not only am I infatuated with him, but I also wish to share his bed. A promising young talent like him, I would gladly yield myself to him without hesitation. Unlike you, who has a wife and children at home and deceived me for 3 years. Tell me, what have I gained from following you for these 3 years? Enduring the wind and rain, running around with you during the day, toasting and laughing with others, and at night, still having to share your bed. In the end, you wouldn't even buy me a house worth over 100,000. I must have been blind to have chosen you." Jiang Qing found himself speechless by her barrage of words. Lu Fang spoke the truth, her words striking at his heart. Neither of them was naive. They both understood each other's desires all too well. In this matter, Jiang Qing indeed felt guilty towards Lu Fang. "Xiao Feng, I am truly sorry. I was wrong." With no other option, Jiang Yang's demeanor swiftly shifted. Lu Fang scoffed, crossing her arms. "How could you, boss Jia, ever be at fault? The blame lies solely with me." Jiang Qing chuckled, placing his hand on Lu Fang's shoulder. "Fang, we are truly on the brink of wealth." Seeing Jiang Yang's expression, Lu Fang's anger dissipated somewhat. "Really?" Jiang Qing affirmed, "Of course. You are merely blinded by that Jiang fellow. In reality, he is nothing compared to me. He is still so inexperienced." Lu Fang squinted her eyes. "The more you speak, the more absurd it sounds." Jiang Qing began to caress Lu Fang earlier in the office. "He foolishly revealed his company's current situation in front of me. Just think. If we approached General Huang Defa of Schwerin Ice Cream with our business model and the current state of Tangren Ice Cream, what outcome could we expect?" Lu Fang suddenly grasped his meaning. "Are you suggesting?" Jiang Qing laughed heartily, his pride evident. "Exchanging grain for ice cream, Tangren can do it. And so can Schwerin. Moreover, I have established a complete sales channel. I can certainly negotiate terms with Huang Defa. At that point, the entire rural market will be ours. Tell me, what else could this be but a fortune?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fang's face brightened with joy. "You naughty man. You truly have a way with words." Jiang Qing, unable to resist her charming demeanor, lunged toward her. By the asphalt road, a white Santana swayed like a swing. 5 minutes later, Jiang Qing returned to the driver's seat, fastening his crocodile leather belt while breathing heavily. Lu Fang sat beside him, her face flushed and clothes disheveled. "How shameless you have become with age, with all these cars passing by." Jiang Qing laughed heartily. "One must revel in life's triumphs. Now, it is time for us to reap our rewards." With a firm press of the accelerator, the white Volkswagen surged forward. Jiang Qing felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria. He even envisioned himself basking in glory atop mountains of gold and silver. The influence of Tangren Special Beverage and Snowman Beverage Factory in Shishan County exhibited a notable disparity. The financial report he had just scrutinized in the office, boasting over $1 million in revenue, left his mind still buzzing with excitement. If a newly established small beverage factory could achieve such heights, what could be expected from a large enterprise like Snowman Beverage? With this thought, Jiang Qing wished to floor the accelerator, heading straight for the Snowman Beverage Factory in the southern suburbs. Forget about agents in Lianhua Township or the establishment of urban channels. Those notions were of no consequence. His current objective was to seize the entire market of Snowman Beverage in Shishan County. Furthermore, he intended to negotiate terms with Snowman Beverage, insisting on a profit margin of at least 5 cents. Chapter 22. Jiang Qing seeks refuge with Huang Defa in the southern outskirts of Shishan County. At the Shuiren cold drink factory, Huang Defa, a man in his early 50s, appeared to be in his 40s, exuding vitality and vigor. As the proprietor of the only cold drink factory in Shishan County, he had garnered a reputation that resonated far and wide. One summer, his accounts swelled by over $1 million, marking him as one of the few affluent individuals in the entire Shishan County and even in Huazhou City. Surprisingly, despite being a millionaire past the age of 50, Huang Defa remained unmarried, earning him the title of the county's most eligible bachelor, much to the delight of many women. Huang Defa's greatest passion was travel, specifically, traveling with beautiful women. Recently, he had returned from a trip to Zhishuangbana and was now in his office, imperiously reprimanding 2 senior executives from his factory. How many times must I remind you? Our cold drinks are not high-end commodities. They cost only a few dimes. Why do you always fixate on the urban market? You must pay more attention to the rural market. I've been away on business for over a month, and upon my return, nothing has changed. Can't you make my life a bit easier? Standing at just under 1.7 meters, wearing a dark blue checkered shirt, he hurled a report onto the floor, his voice booming. The 2 executives, terrified, dared not utter a word, their heads bowed in submission. Huang Defa pointed to the report on the ground, saying, "Look for yourselves, summer is slipping away. And how many bottles of our cold drink have we sold in the countryside? Coca-Cola and Jianlibo are expensive yet still sell. Why can't ours?" One executive, clad in a suit, opened his mouth to respond, but, upon witnessing Huang Defa's fierce demeanor, promptly sealed his lips. His name was Jiang Qing, in his early 30s. Recently promoted to the position of marketing manager at the Shuiren cold drink factory. He had intended to report on the emergence of the Tangren special drink, but opted to remain silent, fearing that Huang Defa's wrath might befall him. Huang Defa, who had only completed elementary school, lacked formal education. He had ventured out into the world in the late 70s and, through unknown circumstances, became a newly wealthy individual. A few years ago, he returned to Shishan County and established the Shuiren cold drink factory. It was often said that when one stands at the crest of fortune, even pigs could soar. This adage held true for him. Shishan County, renowned for its glass production, coincidentally experienced a significant drop in glass prices, drastically reducing the cost of finished cold drinks. With little competition in the county, Huang Defa found himself amassing considerable wealth. Since founding the factory, he had been largely indifferent to its operations, treating employees and subordinates with nothing but scorn. Given the current job market, employees endured his tirades in silence. Perhaps fatigued from his outbursts, Huang Defa sat in his executive chair and took a sip of water, turning to Lu Aimin. "You may leave now. I need to discuss matters with Manager Chun." Lu Aimin exhaled in relief and nodded before exiting the office. Huang Defa fixed his gaze on Qin Cheng. "Ah, Xiao Chun. Regarding the matter I previously mentioned, has your sister given it any thought?" Qin Cheng felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Indeed, it seems that fears often materialize. Huang Defa is notoriously known as a lecher, and having a modest fortune along with his bachelor status, he has preyed upon countless young maidens. Not long ago, my sister Chen Lan came to the factory to deliver my keys, and by sheer misfortune, she encountered Huang Defa. Upon laying eyes on Chen Lan, Huang Defa's gaze became transfixed, insisting that Qin Cheng act as a matchmaker, fervently declaring his intention to marry my sister. As a result of this incident, Huang Defa even made a point of promoting Qin Cheng, assuring him that if he successfully brought him and Chen Lan together, he would appoint him as the general manager of the Snowman ice cream factory. Recently, Chen Lan has been quite occupied with school matters, and once she finishes her commitments, I plan to speak with her about this. Qin Cheng stammered. Huang Defa, having just spat out the tea he had sipped, inquired with a puzzled expression. "Aren't students on break? How could a middle school teacher have so much on her plate?" Qin Cheng explained, "The school is organizing remedial classes. She enjoys music and has taken on an extra interest class to help with household expenses." Huang Defa clicked his tongue in approval. "Indeed, she is quite lovely. And it appears she is diligent as well." Qin Cheng finally felt relieved. It was not that he had refrained from discussing this matter. He too desired for his sister to marry into a wealthy family. However, Chen Lan's stubborn nature rendered her immune to persuasion. Every time he broached the subject, she would turn hostile. Huang Defa's eyes darted as he said, "Young Chen, convey to Chen Lan that as long as she is willing to be with me, Huang Defa, she will never have to worry about finances." Qing, after hearing this, managed a forced smile but offered no reply. At that moment, the office door creaked open, and Jiang Yang entered with a beaming smile. Noticing the guest, Cheng hastily remarked, "Mr. Huang, if there's nothing pressing, I shall return to my duties." Huang Defa waved him off, and as Qing exited the office, he raised his eyelids and addressed Jia. "Mr. Jia, what brings you here?" Jiang Yang produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and offered one, lighting it for Huang Defa once he accepted. "Mr. Huang, I heard you recently traveled out of town?" Jiang Yang inquired while seated on the sofa, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Huang Defa, taken aback, remarked, "Mr. Jia, your information is quite remarkable. Even trivial matters about my travels reach you." Jiang Yang replied, "Mr. Huang, that is not the crux of the matter. Have you noticed that during your absence, snowman ice cream has struggled to sell in the rural market?" Huang Defa's brow furrowed slightly as he urged, "Speak plainly." Jiang Yang grinned. "I have come to deliver intelligence that pertains to snowman ice cream's potential dominance in the rural market." This statement piqued Huang Defa's interest. Raising an eyebrow, he urged, "Do elaborate." Jiang Yang stood up to close the office door and then cautiously approached Huang Defa. "In Shan County, a new ice cream factory has opened, named Tangren Ice Cream Factory." Huang Defa narrowed his eyes. "Is that so?" Jiang Yang, his expression earnest, replied, "Absolutely true." He then feigned surprise. "Mr. Huang, could it be that Manager Chen has not reported this to you?" Huang Defa's teeth ground in frustration, and he muttered curses under his breath. "Cheng is such a useless fool. I have wasted so many years raising him." Jiang Yang, observing Huang Defa's demeanor, couldn't suppress a sly smile. "Mr. Huang, the products from the Tangren cold drink factory have nearly saturated the entire rural market of Shan County. Surely, you are not unaware of this?" Huang Defa felt a jolt of surprise. "What else do you know? Speak freely." Jiang Yang's face was adorned with a broad grin. Yet a glimmer of cunning danced in his eyes. "I have come to deliver intelligence to you, and I now possess the capability to turn this situation around. But..." He paused, gently rubbing his fingers together. Leaning back in his chair, Huang Defa let out a cold laugh. "Rest assured, Mr. Jia. As long as what you say is true, matters of finance will be easily arranged." Chapter 23. A sense of justice. Jiang Yang had been busy at the factory all day. Once he had completed his arrangements, he mounted his bicycle and set off homeward. On the way, he received a call from Jiang Qing, who informed him that she would be working late that evening and requested him to pick up their younger sister, Jiang Tian, from school. After ending the call, Jiang Yang pedaled towards Shan County No. 2 Middle School. Although it was summer vacation, many parents, concerned about their children's academic progress, had collectively invited the teachers to conduct supplementary lessons. Wealthier families would offer around 10 to 20 yuan, while those with limited means would contribute eggs or grains. The teachers, not particularly concerned about the compensation, were more than willing to teach during the idle summer months. Jiang Tian had requested extra lessons in English and music, with today's session focusing on music, held in the school's music classroom. By the time Jiang Yang arrived at the school, it was already evening, and the setting sun painted the landscape in hues of crimson. The campus of No. 2 Middle School was tranquil, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of books. After inquiring for directions from a student, Jiang Yang secured his bicycle in the rack and made his way toward the teaching building. "Let us row our oars and push the little boat through the waves." The sea reflects the beautiful white tower, surrounded by lush trees and red walls. The boat glides gently, swaying in the water, as a refreshing breeze brushes against us. The melodious voices of children singing drifted from afar, accompanied by the clear notes of a piano. Following the sound, Jiang Yang found the music classroom, where several parents were already waiting outside. About 20 middle school students sat upright in their chairs, swaying gently to the piano's melody as they sang an enlightening song from their school days. The children's voices were like celestial music, capable of purifying the soul. The summer heat seemed to dissipate in that moment. In front of the students, a woman clad in a white shirt gracefully played the piano. She was strikingly beautiful, her fair skin and long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist, exuding an ethereal quality that evoked a sense of tenderness. Her long eyelashes framed eyes as clear as those of a sprite. As the piano music came to an abrupt halt, the woman's slender hands lifted from the keys. "Classmates, today's lesson concludes here," she announced, rising from her seat. Her tall figure, accentuated by fitted jeans, showcased an almost perfect silhouette. The students erupted in joyful cheers. Jiang Tian spotted her brother at once and dashed out. "Brother, you came," she exclaimed. Jiang Yang smiled and replied, "Sister is working late today, so I came to fetch you." Jiang Tian grasped Jiang Yang's hand and said, "Brother, this is the first time you've come to pick me up since I started school." Jiang Yang responded, "If you wish, I can come to get you more often." Jiang Tian beamed. "That would be wonderful." Just then, the woman in the white shirt emerged from the classroom, prompting Jiang Tian to call out, "Goodbye, Teacher Qianlan." Qianlan turned around, then smiled and bent down to gently touch Jiang Tian's cheek, saying, "Goodbye, Jiang Tian." Upon raising her head, she noticed Jiang Yang's perplexed expression and inquired, "Are you Jiang Tian's?" Jiang Yang hurriedly clarified, "I am her brother." Qianlan chuckled softly, "My apologies, I haven't met you before, so I had to ask." Jiang Yang replied, "It is only fitting to be responsible for the students." Jiang Tian looked up at Qianlan, her face earnest, and asked, "Teacher Qianlan, is there music class tomorrow?" Qianlan pinched her nose playfully. "Tomorrow is English. Remember to familiarize yourself with the new vocabulary tonight." "I will be checking." Jiang Tian nodded. "Oh," Jiang Yang interjected, "you teach English as well?" Qianlan stood up. "Yes, I am indeed their English teacher." Jiang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Qianlan contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Your sister has some academic disparities. Her mathematics and physics grades are exceptional, yet her performance in Chinese and English is rather weak. Additionally, she seems to possess a keen interest and remarkable talent in music." Jiang Yang affectionately ruffled Jiang Tian's hair. "Grades are not of paramount importance to us. As long as she is interested, that suffices." Qianlan regarded Jiang Yang with a hint of surprise. In this day and age, many parents are quite obstinate, believing that academic success is the sole pathway for their children, neglecting other interests and hobbies. "I don't believe I've ever seen Jiang Tian's parents. It's always you who pick her up from school," Qianlan remarked. Jiang Tian looked up at Qianlan, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "Teacher Qianlan, my parents have passed away." Qianlan quickly responded, "I'm so sorry. I was unaware of this situation." Jiang Yang reassured her, "It's all right. If you have no further matters, Teacher Qian, we will take our leave." After exchanging farewells, the two walked hand in hand towards the setting sun. Jiang Tian turned back to wave goodbye to Qianlan. Jiang Yang approached the bicycle rack, pulling out his 28-inch bicycle, contemplating that it might be time to purchase a new one. After all, he had once driven a luxurious car in his previous life. Having been reborn, he felt he should not regress. Jiang Tian, however, was in high spirits, eagerly mounting the bicycle. Jiang Yang pushed the bike towards the school gate and happened to notice a Pajero parked at the entrance, bearing a license plate from Huaishou City. The driver, a man in his 50s, bore a face riddled with blemishes and a mouthful of yellow teeth. As the rear door swung open, a man in his 30s stepped out. Clad in a black suit with a tie, his skin fair and demeanor quite refined. For a moment, Jiang Yang felt an uncanny familiarity with the man. Just then, Jiang Tian, perched on the bicycle, spoke up. "Brother, that person is a bad man. He often bothers Teacher Qianlan." Jiang Yang glanced at the imposing SUV, noticing the driver scrutinizing him in return. "You can't afford that. Just focus on your work." Huang Defa, seated in the driver's seat, disdainfully shot a glance at Jiang Yang before rolling up the window. His Pajero is quite a rarity in Shishan County, featuring a joint venture engine with a robust 3.0 power output, sufficient to outpace any vehicle on the road. Coupled with commendable off-road capabilities, it naturally attracts a fair share of young enthusiasts. However, the lad pushing the bicycle is woefully unaware of his own limitations. For someone like him, it is unlikely he could ever afford such a vehicle, even after a lifetime of labor. In that moment, a particular gesture from the young man instantly ignited a surge of blood within Huang Defa. With his right hand resting on the bicycle and his left hand ascending slowly, the long middle finger pointed skyward, an international gesture that Huang Defa could certainly decipher. Damn, what a pauper. Huang Defa had no intention of engaging further with Jiang Yang. He was here today to pick up Qianlan. Ever since he had laid eyes on her at the factory, he felt as though half of his soul had been lost. And mere longing could hardly encapsulate the depth of his desire. "Bro, what brings you here?" At that moment, Qianlan emerged from the campus, cradling 2 textbooks. Huang Defa sat up, his gaze fixated. Her elongated figure, straight legs, enchanting beauty, and an ethereal aura akin to a celestial being epitomized the goddess he had always yearned for. Chun Chung interjected, "Mr. Huang wishes to treat you to dinner today. Hurry and get in the car." Qianlan frowned slightly. "I can't. I have plans for this evening." Chen Qing, taken aback, exclaimed, "You ungrateful girl. Mr. Huang is a big boss who came all the way from the factory to pick you up. Can't you show him a bit of courtesy?" Chapter 24. all within grasp holding a book. Qianlan declared, "What does it matter to me who my boss is? Why should I show him any respect? Absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing's teeth clenched in frustration. "Qianlan, how can you be so ungrateful? Mr. Huang is a millionaire from Shishan County. He is more than deserving of your consideration." He lowered his voice and continued, "If you can get along with him. He has promised to grant me the position of general manager at the cold drink factory. Can't you do this for your brother?" Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Qianlan retorted, "Brother, how could you say that? Are you willing to betray your own sister for a mere managerial position?" Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Chen Cheng's temper flared. "You stubborn girl, I can't deal with you anymore. Just get in the car." Qianlan, clutching her book, made her way outside, insisting, "I want to go. Please, let us not shout. Let us speak calmly," Huang Defa said, opening the car door with an air of authority. Chen Qing, bowing and scraping, said, "My sister has an incredibly stubborn temperament. She drives me mad." Clearing his throat, Huang Defa addressed Qianlan, "I have booked a room at the Shishan Grand Hotel. Let us just have dinner together. It's nothing more than a meal. Afterward, I'll have the driver take you home. What do you think?" Qianlan stepped back, her expression impassive. "No need. I am not in need of this meal." Huang Defa's expression darkened at her response. Chen Qing's anger ignited further. After all, Huang Defa was his benefactor, and he had just attained the position of market manager. He could not afford to lose his job over this matter. He stepped forward and raised his hand to discipline his sister. Qianlan was taken aback. She never expected her own brother to act in such a manner. Just as his hand was about to strike, a powerful grip seized Chen Qing's wrist. Jiang Yang, his expression icy, glared at Chen Qing. "Are you a beast? To strike your own sister for the sake of an outsider?" With his wrist firmly held, Chen Qing found himself immobilized, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "Who the hell are you to meddle in my family affairs?" Jiang Yang retorted with a cold smile, "I will intervene when I see injustice." With that, he exerted pressure, causing Chen Qing to cry out in pain, and within moments, he was kneeling on the cement road. Huang Defa stood in shock. He had merely intended to invite someone for dinner, but unexpectedly, chaos erupted. At that moment, parents picking up students from school emerged, surrounding the scene and whispering among themselves. Recognizing Huang Defa, they speculated about the unfolding drama. As a prominent figure in Shishan County, Huang Defa realized the situation was escalating and hurriedly retreated to his vehicle. "What a useless waste," he muttered, swiftly turning his SUV around. He shot a menacing glance at Jiang Yang. "Just you wait." Jiang Yang remained stoic, watching as Huang Defa's vehicle vanished from sight. The abruptness of the events lingered in Qianlan's mind, leaving her somewhat shaken. Jiang Yang released his grip, allowing Chen Qing to rise. Cradling his wrist and muttering repeatedly, "It's over. It's all over." Qianlan approached Jiang Yang, softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for earlier." "It's nothing." Jiang Yang replied with a smile. "You've stirred up trouble, my dear guardian." Indeed, the driver was Huang Defa, worth millions. Huang Defa? That is quite serious. I've heard he's south quite close to the Liu family. I suggest you lay low for a bit. At that moment, the onlookers, having seen Huang Defa leave, gathered around, chattering excitedly. Huang Defa? Jiang Yang furrowed his brow. Why does this name sound so familiar? Chen Qing sighed, explaining. He is the owner of Shuiren Cold Drink Factory. Casting a glance at Jiang Yang, he added, "What era are we in? Playing the hero, you look rather shabby. I warn you, stay away from my sister." Qianlan quickly interjected, "Brother, what nonsense are you spouting?" Then, with an apologetic look, she turned to Jiang Yang. He awkwardly smiled, waving his hand dismissively, and walked towards his bicycle. Jiang Tian, with wide eyes, exclaimed, "Brother, you're amazing." Jiang Yang lifted the bicycle, ruffling Jiang Tian's hair. "Hold on tight, we're heading home." With that, he swung his leg over the bike and rode off along the asphalt road. On the way, Jiang Tian perched on the crossbar, gripping the handlebars, looked up and declared, "Brother, that Huang Defa is a big bad guy." Jiang Yang pedaled, chuckling. "How do you know he is a bad guy?" Jiang Tian replied earnestly, "I heard it from my classmates, and he often bothers teacher Qianlan. Everyone dislikes him. And teacher Qianlan's brother is also a big bad guy." Jiang Yang burst into laughter. "Then I shall help you deal with these big bad guys." The following day, Jiang Yang arrived at the factory just as dawn began to break. In preparation against Shuiren Cold Drink Factory, he had pre-ordered an anti-counterfeiting coding machine from outside the city. Calculating the time, he expected it to arrive today. Upon entering the gate, he noticed the light still on in Zhou Hao's office, He was asleep at his desk, likely having pulled an all-nighter at the factory. Gently knocking on the door. Zhou Hao, bleary-eyed, raised his head. "Brother Jiang, you've come so early. Go home and get some proper rest. Sleeping here could make you catch a cold," Jiang Yang said, pouring a cup of hot water and placing it on the desk. Zhou Hao stretched and replied, "No need. I caught a bit of sleep last night. By the way, Brother Jiang, here is the exclusive agency contract I signed." He pulled a stack of signed contracts from his drawer and handed them over. Jiang Yang flipped through the documents. Noting the dates, most were signed the previous night. Contracts had been secured in Lianhua Township, Qishui Township, and several other villages, achieving approximately 60% coverage in rural areas. Zhou Hao stood up, saying, "Brother Jiang, you guessed correctly, that scoundrel Jia Quanong really did seek out Wang Defa. And I've heard he has signed a contract with Shuiren Cold Drink Factory for the total operation of products in Shishan County." Jiang Yang nodded. "For the sake of wealth, men perish. For sustenance, birds fall. What should we do next?" Zhou Hao inquired, looking at Jiang Yang. As Jiang Yang was about to respond, his phone rang. The anti-counterfeiting coding machine had arrived, and the installation technician was waiting at the door. After hanging up, Jiang Yang turned to Zhou Hao with a smile and said, "Next, we shall give Boss Huang a proper lesson." With that, he exited the office, while Zhou Hao followed him out, his face brimming with curiosity. In the corridor on the second floor of the office building, Jiang Yang stood by the railing, observing the security guard conversing with a small truck driver at the entrance. "Guard, let him in," Jiang Yang called out. "Understood, Mr. Jiang." The guard nodded and opened the large gate. A broad-headed small truck slowly entered the courtyard, and at the back of the truck lay a square object, roughly the size of a table, wrapped in oilcloth, obscuring its appearance from view. Chapter 25. The anti-counterfeiting inkjet printer. Jiang Yang hurried down the stairs, greeted by the truck driver. "Are you Mr. Jiang?" the driver inquired. Jiang Yang nodded affirmatively. The driver continued, "Our boss has instructed that the final payment must be settled before unloading the goods." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yang leapt onto the truck, insisting, "First, allow me to inspect the contents. I shall confirm their condition before remitting the final payment." The truck driver, compelled by the circumstances, climbed aboard, producing scissors to cut through the tarpaulin. "Mr. Jiang, our inkjet printers are custom-made and have been in production for over 4 years. Their reputation is impeccable, rest assured. Our boss has stated that if the goods are defective, we will compensate tenfold." Jiang Yang chuckled. "I must see it for myself, as I am in urgent need of this. A delay would be far beyond the matter of mere compensation." As he spoke, the tarpaulin was torn away, revealing a square anti-counterfeiting inkjet printer before them. Zhou Hao, observing with intrigue, remarked, "Brother Jiang, when did you order this? It seems unrelated to beverages. What is its purpose?" Jiang Yang explained, "This is an anti-counterfeiting inkjet printer, pivotal for our competition with Shuiren cold drinks." With that, he retrieved a piece of scrap paper from the truck and pressed a few buttons on the printer. A beep resonated, and a small character appeared on the paper, "Cold." Jiang Yang jumped down from the truck, extracting a magnifying glass he had brought from home to scrutinize the letter closely. The word "cold" was adorned with intricate patterns, inscribed with codes, dates, and product serial numbers. Without the magnifying glass, it would be nearly impossible to discern any differences. Having confirmed its integrity, Jiang Yang turned to the truck driver, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. Please take a moment to rest upstairs. The accountant will arrive shortly to assist you with the bank transfer." He then waved to the workers, instructing them to unload the machine carefully. "Be gentle. Do not damage it." Jiang Yang regarded the pristine anti-counterfeiting inkjet printer with the reverence one would bestow upon a precious treasure. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Shuiren Cold Drink Factory initiated a significant operation. An array of banners and advertisements flooded the countryside, all promoting the new business model of exchanging cold drinks for grain. In a place as small as Shishan County, news spread swiftly among the merchants. Shuiren Cold Drinks, having established a formidable reputation, was deeply rooted in the local market. The new brand, Tangren Special Drinks, emerged seemingly from nowhere, rapidly enveloping nearly the entire rural market within a month. With this bold maneuver by Shuiren Cold Drinks, an unspoken war was brewing. Merchants had already set up their seats, eager to witness the fierce competition between the two cold drink manufacturers, anticipating to reap the benefits as a result of their rivalry. It was inevitable that once competitors became fiercely entangled, a frenzied price war would ensue. Some predicted the downfall of the new brand, asserting that Tangren Special Drinks could not prevail given the stark disparity in both notoriety and financial might. Conversely, others held a dissenting view, suggesting that the ability of Tangren special drinks to establish a foothold in such a short span and expand rapidly implied that their owner was no ordinary individual. The individuals held steadfast to their opinions, resulting in an impasse, with some resorting to wagers on the matter. They bet cigarettes, beverages, and even money. In short, within the span of a morning, nearly the entire Shirshan County was captivated by this affair. Mysteriously, despite the rampant speculation from the outside world regarding the Yeti Beverage Company's aggressive entry into the rural market, the Tangren Beverage Company remained conspicuously silent. In the office, Jiang Yang pinned a new sales strategy on a sheet of paper, incorporating a word collection lottery. From this morning onward, all beverages in the factory donned new caps, each inscribed with various phrases: Tang, Ren, Te, Yin, one more bottle, and thank you for your patronage. The word collection was divided into 3 prize categories. First prize, collect all 4 characters of Tangren Te Yin to win a television. Second prize, collect either Tangren or Te Yin to win a fan. Third prize, each individual character could be exchanged for 1 yuan. After organizing the details, he retrieved a calculator and began to tap away swiftly. These prizes represented tangible financial rewards, and he needed to ascertain a probability that would ensure profitability while enhancing the customer's chances of winning. The success of the fast-moving consumer goods sector hinged on customer loyalty, the key to which lay in those intricately inscribed bottle caps. Out of breath, Zhou Hao rushed to the second floor and knocked on the office door. Jiang Yang, without raising his head, instructed, "Sit down and have some water. Give me 2 minutes." Zhou Hao, observing Jiang Yang's composed demeanor, hesitated to voice his thoughts. Upon calculating the final number, Jiang Yang beamed with satisfaction and turned to Zhou Hao, asking, "What's the rush?" Zhou Hao stood up, saying, "Brother Zhou, Yeti Beverage has already stocked the Lianhua and Qishui towns and has secured new distributors. Their model mirrors ours precisely, and 2 kilograms of corn can be exchanged for 3 bottles of cold drinks." Jiang Yang nodded and suddenly inquired, "Zhou Hao, do you have relatives in the countryside?" Zhou Hao paused. "Relatives in the countryside?" "Yes, Brother Jiang. We were just discussing Yeti Beverage. Why bring up relatives?" Jiang Yang smiled and instructed, "Go to Accountant Li and collect 10,000 yuan. Buy 2 color televisions in the city and spend the remainder on fans." Then he pondered for a moment and beckoned Zhou Hao closer. Leaning in, Jiang Yang whispered, "You should in Lianhua Township, at Shaojia Village." A banner hung at the entrance of a small shop. Yeti Beverage exchanges grain in the countryside. A throng of people, predominantly elderly and children, filled the area, clutching either porcelain bowls or cloth bags containing aged grains. Outside the shop, a white Santana was parked. Inside, Jia Quanyong reclined in the driver's seat. The chair laid back, 1 foot perched on the steering wheel, his left hand holding a cigarette as he hummed a segment from the Peking opera The Taking of Tiger Mountain, gently spilling hot blood, riding spring, autumn, oh, 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 oh. His spirits soared to great heights at that moment. After meeting with Huang Defa yesterday, the rewards were indeed substantial. Not only did I secure the operational rights for Schwerin cold drinks in the rural market of Shirshan County, but the products are also to be supplied without limitation. Huang Defa further assured me that if I could successfully oust Tangren special drinks from the rural market, he would relinquish 5 of his shares in Schwerin cold drinks to me. What does this signify? It signifies that I will no longer be merely an intermediary for pulling in profits. I am on the path to becoming a proprietor. This is a meteoric rise for me, Jia Quanyong. Naturally, my spirits were elated. Lu Feng, seated in the passenger seat, yawned in fatigue and remarked, "Old Jia, all this effort just to deal with these rural folks? They are as poor as can be. When will they ever get rich?" With a confident smile, Jia Quanyong replied, "Ah, you misunderstand. The common people may not possess much wealth, but they can still afford a bottle of cold drink. City dwellers have money, yet they are met with an abundance of choices. Just look at this humble village of Shaojia. How many people there are? That translates to wealth, my dear." At that moment, a dark-skinned child dashed to the front of the small shop, exclaiming loudly, "I won a prize. I drank the cold drink and won an electric fan." Chapter 26. Inciting rumors. The crowd turned their gaze towards the child. "Ergu, what are you shouting about? What have you won?" An elderly man, clutching half a bowl of corn, inquired curiously at the entrance of the small shop. Ergu, holding 2 bottle caps, proclaimed, "It's a character collection event by Tangren Special Drink. If you collect 1 character, you win 1 yuan. If you collect 2 characters, it's a fan. If you gather all 4 characters of Tangren Special Drink, that's the grand prize." "What is the grand prize if the second prize is already a fan?" The old man's interest was piqued. Ergo approached, raising his voice. The grand prize is a color television. A Samsung big screen. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Goodness, you can win a television just by enjoying a cold drink. Skeptics emerged. Ergo, you're just boasting, right? Those cold drinks are only a few dimes each. We merely exchanged a handful of grain for them. Is the owner of the Tangren drink factory a fool, allowing us to win a television? Upon hearing this, Ergo grew anxious. It's true. Just this afternoon, Zhou Tiniu from the neighboring village redeemed one. He first exchanged grain for 3 bottles, revealing 3 characters, and then spent 50 cents on another bottle to get the 4th character. He must be watching my fair princess at home right now. It seemed plausible. The villagers knew Zhou Tiniu. I wondered why he didn't join us for the arcade games earlier. Turns out he won a television, exclaimed one. What incredible luck. A big television for just a few dimes. Since we were all exchanging grain for cold drinks, let us try Tangren special drink too. Perhaps we might also win a big television. Let us go. The crowd buzzed, some already heading towards another shop in the village. Observing this, the boy named Ergo fanned the flames further. Exactly. We're just trading for drinks. Why not test our luck? Tangren special drink not only has the character collection event, but the bottle caps also offer a chance for another drink. I just paid for 1 drink and got 5. I'm stuffed now. The villagers, now more eager than ever, quickly vacated the shop. Jiang Qing, unable to contain himself, jumped off his vehicle and rushed towards Ergo. You little rascal. Who the hell told you to spread rumors? Seeing him approach, Ergo bolted, shouting back, You're the rascal. Your whole family are little rascals. Under the old locust tree at the west end of the village, Jiang Yang lay atop a motorcycle, a large straw hat shading his face, while Zhou Hao squatted nearby. On the phone, Ergo, panting heavily, ran up to them. Big brother, everyone has been stirred up and gone to exchange for Tangren special drink. Jiang Yang lifted his hat and sat up. Well done. He then pulled out a crisp 10 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Ergo, unhesitatingly. Ergo stuffed the money into his pocket. Big brother, should I spread rumors in the neighboring village too? Jiang Yang paused. Rumors? Ergo, bewildered, replied, Yes, it's a rumor. My cousin said it's a business tactic, spreading rumors. Zhou Hao hung up the call and looked at Jiang Yang. Indeed, Jiang Gu. That's what you mentioned when you assigned the task today. Jiang Yang's face darkened. I said inside enthusiasm. Zhou Hao and Ergo simultaneously shrugged, muttering. It's about the same. Jiang Yang, uninterested in providing a detailed explanation, pondered for a moment before asking Ergo, Do you have many friends in your village? With unwavering confidence, Ergo replied, Brother, I, Jiang Ergo, have plenty of brothers in Lianhua Township. As long as you are willing to spend, I assure you I can summon them in no time. Zhou Hao playfully slapped the back of his head, chiding, You're not even worth a dime. Why pretend to be a socialite? Chuckling, Jiang Ergo rubbed the back of his head and said, That's just speaking the truth. Jiang Yang then pulled out a wad of change from his pocket, consisting of crisp 5 and 10 yuan bills, and handed it to Jiang Ergo without counting. With wide eyes, Ergo exclaimed, Is this for me? Jiang Yang responded, How you distribute it among your friends is your business. But one thing is certain. I want everyone in Lianhua Township to know that drinking Tangren special drink can lead to winning a television. Do you understand? Standing upright, Jiang Ergo gave a crooked salute, affirming, Rest assured, big brother, I will complete the task. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Jiang Yang and Zhou Hao exchanged amused glances. Jiang Ergo was Zhou Hao's distant cousin who had dropped out of school before completing middle school due to the overwhelming number of siblings in the family and the severe penalties from family planning policies that made it impossible for his parents to support him. At just 14, Jiang Ergo was industrious and capable, aside from helping with household chores. He would often take on odd jobs in town to contribute to the family finances. When Zhou Hao approached him with the proposal and the promise of payment, Jiang Ergo's eyes gleamed with hope. For him, money meant sustenance for his younger siblings, medicine for his ailing mother, and a lifeline to escape their impoverished existence. Moreover, he yearned for a glimpse of the broader world beyond the confines of the countryside. Gazing intently at the wad of cash in his hand, he earnestly stated, Brother Jiang, cousin, you can trust me. Having accepted your money, I promise to fulfill the task. Not just Lianhua Township, but I, Jiang Ergo, will visit every village in Shishan County. Jiang Yang chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Do your best, and if you succeed, you shall become my minister of publicity. Startled, Jiang Ergo asked, Really? Jiang Yang hopped onto his motorcycle, donned his helmet, and replied, Indeed. He then revved the engine and sped away. Zhou Hao mounted another motorcycle and added, "Ergo, Brother Jiang is a capable man. His words carry weight. Work hard." With that, he too departed. Standing beneath the large locust tree, Jiang Ergo watched the dust swirling in the wake of the motorcycles, whispering to himself, "I will do my utmost." The news of drinking Tangren's special drink to collect characters for a chance at winning a television gradually spread through the countryside. Occasionally, reports of someone winning the grand prize would emerge from various villages, inciting envy and admiration among the villagers. In a rural landscape where entertainment options were severely limited, a wave of character collection fever suddenly emerged. Various methods began to proliferate, including trading characters and even purchasing them. As word spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, Tangren's special drink rapidly gained popularity throughout the rural market. Attentive villagers have observed that among the 4 characters of Tangren Tayin, the character Yin appears with the highest frequency, followed closely by Ren. On average, each village witnesses the emergence of the character Tay merely once a day, while the character Tang proves to be the most elusive. This phenomenon resembles the thrill of a lottery. Once one experiences the sweetness of victory, it is easy to become addicted. Not only do children engage in this pastime with unbridled enthusiasm, but some elders and even young adults have also joined in the revelry. After a long day of agricultural toil, during their leisure moments over tea and meals, they often inquire of their children, "Would you like a cold drink?" To which the child might respond with a shake of the head, "I've had enough." The parent then suggests, "Let us purchase 3 bottles, pour them into a bowl, and enjoy them tomorrow." Chapter 27. Strategic Planning. Shishan County, Shishan Department Store. Jiang Yang, weary from his travels, parked his motorcycle at the entrance and casually hung his helmet on the handlebar. The rough dirt road from Lianhua Township to the county seat was arduous, leaving him covered in dust. Reluctantly, he removed his jacket and patted off the grime, achieving a semblance of cleanliness. At that moment, his gaze was fixed upon the vacant advertising space atop the department store. The brief encounter with the Schwerin ice cream factory over the past few days had only solidified Jiang Yang's determination to absorb them into his enterprise. Although the rural market could facilitate the rapid growth of the ice cream factory, Jiang Yang was acutely aware that for Tangren's special beverage to truly establish itself, it was imperative to make inroads in the city. Thanks to the recent character collecting event and the ruckus created by Jiang Ergu and his group of adolescents, significant pressure had already been exerted on the Schwerin ice cream factory in a short span. However, Huang Defa had developed a vast network over many years in Shishan County, and the penetration of the Schwerin brand in the area was not to be underestimated. Jiang Yang could not afford to relax even for a moment. The pressing priority was to ensure that the people in the city were aware of Tangren's special beverages emergence from Shishan County. The Shishan Department Store, located at the heart of the county, served as a crucial juncture leading to the 4 districts of the city. Standing 6 stories tall, the store offered a panoramic view of the entire county from its rooftop. To display his products on this building would yield immeasurable promotional benefits. Jiang Yang tidied his attire and stepped into the department store. Having recently opened, the store was bustling with an astonishing number of visitors each day, while the merchandise was considerably pricier than that found outside. The establishment's status as the largest department store in Shishan County was enough to make it a favored destination for shoppers. He did not linger in the commercial area below, but headed straight for the top floor. As anticipated, upon reaching the 6th floor, he spotted a wooden sign at the corner of the stairs, indicating that the area was designated for office use and restricted to outsiders. The entire 6th floor felt rather empty. The corridor floors were yet to be tiled, and large swathes of bare concrete adorned the walls, a testament to the hurried opening without adequate renovations. "Mr. Bai, we will use Nanshan patterned marble for your office floor. Once the furniture and wall treatments are completed, we can proceed. Does that sound acceptable?" inquired a man resembling a foreman. "That works. Just ensure the timeline is expedited. It's been a week since our opening, and we still lack an office. It's quite embarrassing," replied a voice imbued with a captivating resonance. Jiang Yang turned towards the source of the voice. Mr. Bai was a middle-aged man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a suit, with glossy hair slicked back. He appeared immaculate, his eyes sharp and focused, presenting a stark contrast to the slender foreman. "All right, I will arrange for them to work overtime tonight," the foreman replied before hastily departing with his briefcase. At that moment, Mr. Bai noticed Jiang Yang standing at the entrance of the hallway and remarked, "This is the office area. The mall is below." Jiang Yang shook his head and replied, "I am not here to shop." Mr. Bai, puzzled, asked, "What brings you to a department store if not for shopping?" Jiang Yang stepped forward and inquired. I would like to know if the advertising boards on the walls of your department store are available for rent. Mr. Bai scrutinized Jiang Yang from head to toe, responding. The signs outside are owned by our department store. They will be used to showcase new products and are not available for external rental. Is there no price at which you would rent them? Jiang Yang asked, looking intently into Mr. Bai's eyes. Oh, you are quite interesting. With so many idle advertising boards in Shishan County, why do you insist on renting from our department store? Bai Chingyan smiled slightly, intrigued by this young man in his 20s. After years of conducting business, he had never encountered someone so uniquely youthful, yet exuding an inexplicable air of sagacity. Though he appeared quite ordinary, his gaze and words were remarkably sharp and decisive. Without hesitation, Jiang Yang replied. Shishan department store is centrally located with convenient transportation and extensive reach. The advertising spaces outside are eye-catching, incomparable to other advertising placements in the county. If that is the case, I am even less inclined to rent it to you. I have numerous merchants in my building, all of whom need to promote their products. Bai Qingyan stated. Jiang Yang lowered his head and thoughtfully touched his nose, candidly remarking, the Shishan department store itself is a landmark in Shishan County. Merchants can easily display their goods at the entrance. Utilizing such a prime advertising space for this purpose would be a waste. Bai Qingyan was taken aback. Jiang Yang was indeed correct. The clientele of the department store was targeted. Virtually all guests who came here were there to shop. And the variety of products within the store was widely known. When people had needs, they naturally came here, and the reputation of Shishan department store was well established. Even children in the villages knew that the largest mall in the county was called Shishan department store. How much do you intend to offer? Bai Qingyan asked. After pondering, Jiang Yang responded, 10,000 yuan per month. Bai Qingyan was taken aback. Such audacity. Who was this young man, and why had he never heard of him before? At that moment, Bai Qingyan's mind was racing to gather information about this individual. Seeing that Bai Qingyan had not replied, Jiang Yang continued. Renting this sign to me would truly maximize your benefits. If you genuinely wish to promote products for the merchants, you could easily use this money to rent several advertising boards elsewhere. Bai Qingyan laughed heartily. Since you are so straightforward, I shall not be verbose. 10,000 it is. When shall we sign the contract? Jiang Yang smiled slightly now. With that, he took out his phone and dialed Li Yan's office. The call was quickly connected, and without any unnecessary words, Jiang Yang instructed, bring 100,000 yuan in cash to Shishan department store as soon as possible. He then turned to Bai Qingyan and extended his right hand, saying, trust me, handing over this advertising board to me will bring only benefits, not drawbacks. To Shishan department store. Bai Qingyan shook his hand, and observing Jiang Yang's confident demeanor, he felt even more perplexed. Who exactly was this person? Bai Qingyan, Jiang Yang. The two individuals clasped hands and exchanged names. With just a few simple words, the advertisement board outside the Shishan department store had already found new proprietors. While waiting for Li Yan to deliver the funds, Bai Qingyan guided Jiang Yang through his department store, where various merchants greeted Bai Qingyan warmly upon his arrival. The first floor predominantly featured household appliances, with a significant selection of imports, including brands such as Samsung, Siemens, and Panasonic, all of which Bai Qingyan proudly showcased. As he walked, he provided an overview of the offerings. Jiang Yang chuckled, Mr. Bai, to be candid, I visited the department store on its grand opening day. Bai Qingyan turned with confidence and inquired, oh, what were your impressions? Jiang Yang glanced over at the Siemens display, where a plump woman was staring in astonishment. Not bad. He shrugged and replied. Chapter 28. Foreshadowing. Li Yan demonstrated remarkable efficiency, arriving at Shishan department store with the money in less than half an hour. In the temporary office on the 5th floor, Jiang Yang swiftly signed his name on a freshly printed agreement. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyan also signed with his fountain pen. The two men then each held a copy of the document. Li Yan placed a package of brown paper bags on the table, stating, General Jiang, here is 100,000 yuan. Jiang Yang nodded and handed the bag to Bai Qingyan. Mr. Bai, please count it. Bai Qingyan chuckled, no need. I trust someone as straightforward as General Jiang. With that, he tossed the bag, without even glancing at its contents, directly into his drawer. With the formalities concluded, Jiang Yang rose to bid farewell. Li Yan, puzzled, waited until they stepped outside the department store before quietly asking, General Jiang, while the advertisement board is indeed impressive, its Shun tea cost 100,000 a month. One could rent 10 elsewhere. Jiang Yang replied, advertising, much like boxing, requires strength. Without it, No matter how many punches you throw, they merely tickle your opponent. However, if your strength is sufficient, a single blow will suffice to subdue them. Li Yin adjusted her glasses, still not comprehending. Jiang Yang laughed heartily. You will understand soon enough. It's getting late. There is no need to return to the factory. Just take a taxi home. With that, he hopped on his motorcycle, revved the engine, and roared off. He had a rather significant task ahead: content. With the advertisement board in place, the challenge was how to promote it effectively. While others might have rushed to print their ads in such a prime location, Jiang Yang was far more strategic. This businessman could conjure creativity from even a mere matchstick. The setting sun bathed the sky in hues of crimson as he chose not to head home, but instead entered an advertising design and printing shop. The following day, a grand banner was draped across the outside wall of the department store, boldly proclaiming, "Advertising space for rent, 200,000 yuan month," followed by a string of phone numbers. Passers-by could not help but exclaim in astonishment. An exorbitant price for advertising. Has Shirshan department store gone mad? Who would rent such an expensive billboard? In no time, the entire Shirshan County was abuzz with chatter about this outrageous advertisement. Inside his office, Bai Qingyan was inundated with phone calls regarding the billboard. Old Bai, have you lost your mind? 20,000 a month for a shabby advertisement board? In Shirshan County, you could buy a villa for that. Mr. Bai, I recall asking for this spot a while ago, and you refused. Was it your intention to rent it out? Qingyan, have you encountered some trouble? If you need money, just say so. I certainly don't have any. Bai Qingyan found himself explaining endlessly, his head spinning, until he finally yanked the phone cord out of the socket. Mr. Bai, the entire Shirshan County is abuzz with talk of our billboard, his secretary, Xiao Chun, whispered. Bai Qingyan remarked, Understood, you may leave now. A wave of unease washed over him. What on earth was Jiang Yang up to? Could he possibly be a mere opportunist trading advertising spaces? After years in business, he had encountered traders of livestock and electronics, but this was his first encounter with someone dealing in billboards. His horizons were indeed being broadened. Yet, was this individual genuinely naive or merely feigning ignorance? Renting a billboard for 10,000 yuan was already exorbitant. How could one possibly rent it out for 200,000? If all opportunists operated in such a manner, they would surely meet a fate far worse than that of Zhao Xi's father. After pondering, he decided to take out his phone and dial Jiang Yang's number. The call connected swiftly. Is this General Manager Jiang? Jiang Yang, seated in the cold drink factory's office sipping tea, was not the least surprised by Bai Qingyan's call. Hello, Bai Zong. What can I do for you? Jiang Yang's enthusiasm was palpable. General Manager Jiang, what on earth are you scheming? How can you possibly rent a billboard for 200,000? Jiang Yang chuckled. Bai Zong, the billboard has already been leased to me, so you need not worry about it any further. The matter has become widely known, and as you know, in such a small place as Shirshan County, any slight stir can quickly become news. Those who revel in gossip are bound to say anything, which is rather detrimental to me. On the other end of the line, Bai Qingyan's voice sounded somewhat hoarse, indicating he had been preoccupied with concern for Jiang Yang throughout the day. Jiang Yang continued, Bai Zong, let them say what they will. This also serves as a form of publicity for your department store. As for the rumors that may harm you, they will soon be proven false. Please trust me. This situation will not adversely affect you once it concludes. General Manager Jiang, what exactly are you up to? Could you possibly enlighten me so I can have some reassurance? Jiang Yang laughed heartily. Some secrets must remain undisclosed. Bai Zong, if there is nothing else, I must hang up as I have matters to attend to. Bai Qingyan stared at his phone, hearing the busy signal that followed. An unsettling feeling crept over him. This situation was far from simple. This young man named Jiang Yang was certainly not an ordinary individual. At the very least, he was not a mere opportunist in the advertising realm. The emergence of the character collecting game had ignited a fervor for Tangren special drinks in the rural areas surrounding Shirshan County. Each day, trucks lined up outside the cold drink factory, stretching out beyond the makeshift housing. The makeshift dwellers, consisting of laid-off workers, the unemployed elderly, and women, had set up small stalls, engaging in various trades to cater to the truck drivers. They offered noodles, tea, eggs, and an array of stir-fried dishes and snacks. Jiang Yang stood on the second floor, observing the lively scene in the makeshift area, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The long-lost hustle and bustle brought him immense comfort. Zhou Hao burst out from the workshop and headed straight for the second floor, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, Ergo just called to say he has completed his rounds in Lianhua Township and Qishui Township. So soon? Jiang Yang replied, somewhat astonished. It is worth noting that beneath the jurisdiction of Lianhua Township, lie over a dozen villages. From the moment the task was entrusted to Jiang Ergu until today, scarcely more than a day has elapsed. Merely traversing these villages, without engaging in any other activities, would undoubtedly consume half a day's time. Please show me today's orders, Jiang Yang remarked, turning his gaze. Zhou Hao promptly went to the office and shortly returned with a stack of orders. As Jiang Yang perused the documents, he observed that indeed, the order volume from Lianhua Township and Qishui Township exceeded that of other townships by more than half. This was undoubtedly the result of Jiang Ergu and his companions' efforts. Zhou Hao, when Ergu calls again, inform him to exercise caution while out on his tasks. I am concerned that the individuals from Shuier and Cold Drink Factory may pose a threat, Jiang Yang suddenly interjected. Understood, Brother Jiang, Zhou Hao nodded in acknowledgement. How about this? You should make a trip to the countryside, provide Ergu with a mobile phone for easier communication, and also assist him in opening a savings account at the bank, depositing 5,000 yuan, Jiang Yang added thoughtfully. Chapter 29. The worker Qinyanli. This seems inappropriate. Zhou Hao was taken aback. 5,000 yuan in cash along with a mobile phone. Such a reward is rarely bestowed upon even a fully grown adult, let alone a mere child. Jiang Yang said, just do as I instructed. Remember not to give him the cash directly. Save it for him and merely inform him of this arrangement. Zhou Hao nodded and replied, Understood, Brother Jiang, I will take care of it right away. With that, he hurried downstairs and rode off on his motorcycle. Just as Zhou Hao departed, Li Yin emerged from the office. Mr. Jiang, the workers' payroll has been finalized, totaling 79,200 yuan. As she spoke, she handed him a form and a pen. Jiang Yang accepted it, signed his name, and inquired, Has it all been distributed? Li Yin nodded. All has been dispersed, except for Qinyanli, who applied for an early salary 2 days ago but did not show up for work today. Her payment is, therefore, on hold. Did she take leave? Jiang Yang casually asked. No, she hasn't come to work for 2 days now, Li Yin replied. Jiang Yang felt an unsettling sense of unease. The laid-off workers in the shanty town were largely impoverished, many of whom struggled to afford even a meal before coming here. Having applied for an early salary, yet failing to appear for work for 2 consecutive days suggested either an unexpected windfall or a significant family crisis. Have you inquired with the other workers? Jiang Yang asked, his brow furrowed. Li Yin pondered for a moment before responding, This morning. I asked a few people from the shanty town, and they mentioned they were busy with overtime and hadn't noticed anything amiss. However, there has been a persistent scent of traditional Chinese medicine emanating from Qinyanli's home. I once asked her about it, and she mentioned her daughter's poor health. Jiang Yang nodded, I understand. Li Yin then retrieved a bank book from beneath some documents, saying, Mr. Jiang, I opened a separate account for you at the construction bank today, containing 100,000 yuan. You can use this account for your regular expenses. The password is the last 6 digits of your mobile number. Good, Jiang Yang replied, accepting it and placing it in his pocket. Now, please hand me Qinyanli's salary. Certainly. Li Yin had meticulously organized her folder, detailing each worker's hours, leave, and overtime. She quickly located Qinyanli's section and extracted a thin stack of cash, 200 yuan notes, 3 10 yuan notes, and 1 5 yuan note. Considering her difficult circumstances, I have included her overtime pay and bonus, totaling 235 yuan. Jiang Yang acknowledged her as he accepted the money, tucking it into his jacket pocket. Understood. You may return to your duties. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Call me if you need anything, Li Yin said before turning back to her office. The shanty town in the northern suburbs is less than 2 kilometers in a straight line from the cold drink factory. Jiang Yang walked along the narrow path, where numerous grasshoppers startled and leapt suddenly from the heaps of grass on either side. Following the winding path, there lay a foul-smelling ditch approximately a meter wide. The murky water, whose origin was unknown, flowed sluggishly, exuding a nauseating stench. A few minutes later, Jiang Yang swiftly arrived at the entrance of the shanty town. Rather than merely a shanty town, it would be more apt to describe it as a refuge for the destitute. 2 wooden stakes constructed the framework, interlaced and bound with hemp rope, topped with a piece of oilcloth, which sufficed as shelter. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Upon entering the shanty town, Jiang Yang heard someone call out to him. Turning around, he saw the security guard, Zhuzi. Zhuzi's skin, dark as it was, shimmered under the sun's rays. With a broad grin, his white teeth stood in stark contrast to his complexion. He was on the night shift today, hence had returned early to rest. Zhuzi's family all worked at the ice cream factory. His father was a mover, his mother handled bottling, while he was responsible for guarding the entrance. Their family's monthly income hovered around a modest 1,000 yuan, with better days seemingly on the horizon. To Zhuzi, Jiang Yang appeared as a benefactor. People of his stature rarely ventured into such impoverished and chaotic areas. Zhuzi, do you know where Qin Yanli's family lives? Jiang Yang inquired. Zhuzi replied, Sister Qin? Her place is further in. Turn right at the end. It's the red-top tent, right next to a heap of garbage. Jiang Yang nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Zhuzi added, Mr. Jiang, let me take you there. Jiang Yang waved his hand. No need. The food on the stove is nearly burnt. It was only then that Zhuzi noticed the acrid smell wafting through the air. Lifting the pot's lid revealed that the half-kilogram of pork he had just purchased was on the verge of becoming charred remnants. Following Zhuzi's directions, Jiang Yang soon found the place. It was similarly constructed with 2 wooden stakes, topped with a red oilcloth, tightly bound with wire and hemp rope, and reinforced with steel pipes below. A garbage heap lay at the entrance, swarming with buzzing flies. Outside the tent, a coal stove flickered with flames that seemed to vaporize the very air. At that moment, a girl of about 17 or 18 emerged, skillfully tending to the coal stove. She was quite delicate in appearance, clad in baggy trousers and a T-shirt that appeared too large, likely belonging to her mother. After replacing the coal, she set the earthen pot on the stove and noticed Jiang Yang standing nearby, eyeing him warily. Is Qin Yanli at home? Jiang Yang, fearing to startle the girl, softened his voice. The girl hesitated, gripping her pant leg before giving a gentle nod, then quickly shook her head. My mother is ill. We have no money. Jiang Yang responded, I am not here for money. I have come to deliver your mother's wages. The girl still seemed skeptical, scrutinizing Jiang Yang before cautiously asking, Are you from the ice cream factory? Jiang Yang nodded affirmatively. Only then did the girl relax, darting into the tent. Mom, the factory has come to deliver your wages. Jiang Yang followed her inside, discovering that despite the dilapidation, the interior was remarkably clean. The entire space measures merely a few dozen square meters, with a layer of oilcloth spread across the earthen floor to prevent moisture from seeping through. In the center, there is a small square table accompanied by 2 round stools, while in the corners to the left and right, 2 beds each divide the area into 2 distinct rooms. Upon raising one's gaze, it is evident that the oilcloth above the shelter has deteriorated in several places, allowing a clear view of the azure sky adorned with white clouds. Should inclement weather arise, it would surely rain heavily outside, while a gentle drizzle would persist indoors. The assortment of jars and bottles scattered across the floor indicates that the leakage has been a persistent issue for quite some time. A pronounced coughing sound emanates from the corner, prompting Jiang Yang to notice a woman lying on the bed to the left. The girl seated at the bedside softly remarks, Mother, the people from the cold drink factory have come to see you. Chapter 30. What is a tiger? Who has arrived? Please, do not inform the boss that I am unwell. The woman, upon hearing this, struggled to sit up from the bed, but her frail body could only support her with her arms against the bed frame. The dim light in the room rendered Jiang Yang unable to discern her features. However, her voice made it unmistakably clear that the person was Qin Yanli. Jiang Yang held a vivid impression of her, a diligent worker from the 3rd workshop, always the first to volunteer for overtime whenever the factory required it. Qin Yanli's complexion was pallid, and her lips were somewhat chapped. Upon recognizing her visitor, she was taken aback. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Yang stepped forward and inquired, with such a severe illness, why did you not inform Mr. Zhou of your condition? Qin Yanli, flustered, stammered and struggled to articulate a response. Had she disclosed to Zhou Hao and Li Yin that she was unwell, it would have meant revealing her frailty to the factory, and she risked losing this invaluable job. Their hardships had lasted far too long. Even basic sustenance was a challenge. To safeguard her employment, Qin Yanli felt compelled to conceal her illness. Jiang Yang's sudden question made her feel as if she was being interrogated, and she dared not meet his gaze. Mr. Jiang, I am truly sorry. Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for apologies. Focus on recuperating. I will speak to Zhou Hao on your behalf. Your salary will continue as usual during your recovery. Once you are well, you may return to work. He then retrieved her wages from his pocket and handed them to her, saying, This is yours. Accountant Li mentioned that since you were absent, she asked me to deliver it to you. For a moment, Qin Yanli was rendered speechless in astonishment. Was this a dream? Despite her deception towards the factory, not only was she not dismissed, but she would also receive her salary without having to work. Mr. Jiang, I am at a loss for words. Overwhelmed. Tears welled up in her eyes. Peach, this is your mother's boss, Mr. Jiang Yang. You should express your gratitude, Jiang Yang encouraged her daughter. The girl, upon hearing this, obediently stood and bowed her slender frame towards Jiang Yang. Thank you, brother Jiang Yang. This is my daughter, Hu Tao. She is in her second year of high school and has been helping at home throughout the summer. If she were not just shy of 18, I would have asked her to assist at the factory. As Jiang Yang spoke, she attempted to rise but suddenly felt darkness closing in and fainted. Collapsing back onto the bed, Mom, Hu Tao cried out, hastily supporting her mother's head as panic seized her. Jiang Yang's heart raced as he rushed to the bedside, placing his hand on Jiang Yang's forehead. It was burning hot, like boiling water. Without a moment to lose, Jiang Yang lifted Jiang Yang into his arms, to the hospital. Hu Tao, tears streaming down her cheeks, followed closely behind him. In the shantytown, onlookers gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding by the roadside. A man sprinted past, carrying an unconscious woman, followed closely by a weeping girl. Mr. Jiang, what on earth is happening? One bystander, having set down his spatula, hurriedly inquired. Column, he asked. Where's the nearest hospital? Jiang Yang halted, turning back to inquire. The column pointed southward, stating, upon entering the city, make a right turn. The Red Cross Hospital awaits. I shall call 120. Jiang Yang exclaimed. There is no time. Leaving those words behind, he sprinted towards the factory. Fortunately, a number of small trucks were stationed outside the cold drink factory, all awaiting their turn to load beverages. One truck driver, upon witnessing Jiang Yang emerging with a woman in his arms, lowered his window in astonishment, exclaiming, Is it truly this insane? Kidnapping in broad daylight. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Yang had reached his side and flung open the truck's door. Brother, I need to borrow your vehicle. The driver hesitated. But I'm waiting to load goods. With a swift motion, Jiang Yang pulled him out, causing the slender driver to fall onto the ground. What is happening? Are you robbing people and vehicles now? Jiang Yang placed Jiang Yang into the truck and urged Hu Tao to join her. He then turned to the driver. I've purchased your truck. Head to the factory and ask accountantly for the payment. Just tell him Jiang Yang sent you. With that, he slammed the door shut, and the small truck roared to life, speeding away. The driver, now standing in utter bewilderment, muttered, Is having money truly that impressive? The journey was quite bumpy. Hu Tao grasped Jiang Yang's hand, her face streaked with tears. Jiang Yang furrowed his brow, gripping the steering wheel tightly with his left hand while his right adeptly shifted gears. The more anxious he became, the more complications arose. As the truck entered the city, they unexpectedly encountered traffic police inspecting passing vehicles, particularly targeting trucks for thorough checks. Jiang Yang swiftly shifted gears and accelerated, attempting to slip past unnoticed. Yet, they were soon halted. Driver's license, vehicle registration, and what cargo do you carry? A uniformed officer approached. I have a patient aboard. Could we please take her to the hospital first, and then you may inspect? Jiang Yang lowered the window. He could operate the vehicle, but in this world, he lacked a driver's license. I've seen many like you. Step out of the vehicle. The officer was unyielding. Brother Jiang, my mother seems to be getting hotter. Hu Tao lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Yang gritted his teeth. Hold your mother steady. He then pressed the clutch, shifted into first gear, and slammed the accelerator down hard. With a roar, the small truck surged forward as if invigorated. A driver of a compact car removed his sunglasses, eyes wide in disbelief. What the heck? A rocket start. Whistles erupted as the traffic police called for assistance and began pursuing the truck. Along the way, Jiang Yang navigated the small truck with agility, and at last, he spotted the Red Cross Hospital sign not far ahead. He drove straight into the hospital, leapt from the vehicle, and carried Jiang Yang towards the main building. The on-duty nurse, upon seeing him, quickly sprang into action, bringing a stretcher to meet him. As two doctors with stethoscopes rushed out from within, Jiang Yang finally exhaled in relief. Family members, please wait. Jiang Yang was rushed into the emergency room, and Hu Tao wished to follow but was halted at the door. Just then, the sound of police sirens filled the air. Several uniformed officers descended from their vehicle and approached Jiang Yang, who was immediately handcuffed without further ado. Where do you think you're running off to? A tall young man seized Jiang Yang by the wrist, his voice brimming with anger. This individual was none other than the traffic officer who had previously obstructed Hu Tao. Identifiable by the badge on his chest, number 9527, Song Yang. Jiang Yang chuckled awkwardly. It's a misunderstanding, my friend, a misunderstanding. Hu Tao, witnessing this scene, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Brother Jiang Yang, what are you doing? On what grounds can you arrest him? Song Yang replied sternly, refusing a routine check. forcefully breaching a checkpoint, illegal overtaking, and running a red light. Do you understand, young lady? Hu Tao hurriedly explained. Officer, he was trying to save my mother. My mother is ill. Please, I beg you, let him go. As she spoke, she nearly fell to her knees, only to be stopped by Song Yang. Young lady, no matter the circumstances, it does not excuse breaking the law. Jiang Yang, with his hands cuffed behind him, leaned against a pillar and forced a smile. Taozi. Don't cry, I'll be fine. I have a bank book here. The password is 758. If you need money later, just go withdraw it. After saying this, he turned to Song Yang and said, Hey buddy, I have a bank book in my pocket. Please pass it to her. Song Yang eyed Jiang Yang warily before glancing at Hu Tao. At that moment, a doctor emerged, asking, Who is the patient's family member? Upon noticing Song Yang, he added, You enforcers should consider this. When a patient's life hangs in the balance, is your petty inspection more important than saving a life? It was only then that Song Yang retrieved the bankbook from Jiang Yang's pocket and handed it to Hu Tao. Jiang Yang cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, Could you be a bit gentler? Don't frighten the little girl. Are you a tiger or something? Song Yang paused, taken aback. Tiger? Chapter 31. The young girl Hu Tao in the office of a law enforcement team in Jiang County. Song Yang unlocked Jiang Yang's handcuffs while chiding. Why did you run over such a trivial matter? Having just listened to Jiang Yang recount the sequence of events, he finally grasped the situation's intricacies. Jiang Yang replied, That girl's mother is in a coma, and time is of the essence for her rescue. I apologize. Song Yang tossed the handcuffs into a drawer and remarked, Recently, traffickers in the countryside have been rampant, and the higher-ups have instructed us to conduct thorough investigations. At such a critical juncture, who else should we apprehend if not you? Jiang Yang could only manage a wry smile, realizing that he had inadvertently been mistaken for a trafficker. Just affix your fingerprint to the statement, and you may take your leave. Amidst this considerable misunderstanding, Song Yang had forgotten about the driving license. Fortunately, in this era, the number of people driving was scarce, and the requirements for licenses were relatively lenient, allowing Jiang Yang to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. As he was about to exit, Song Yang looked at Jiang Yang and said, You are a man of integrity. Jiang Yang turned back, laughing heartily. Thank you. The same goes for you. Just as Jiang Yang was preparing to depart, he noticed a young man, covered in bloodstains, being brought in. Song Yang bumped into them and inquired, Isn't this Ben Siyuan? What trouble have you gotten into now? A colleague casually replied. He couldn't afford to pay his mother's hospital bills, so he got into a scuffle with the security at the Red Cross hospital. Truly a reckless youth. As they escorted the young man, who was protesting, they started it. He brushed past Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang glanced at him and noticed that Ban Siyuan was also sizing him up, standing at over 6 feet tall. With long hair cascading over his face, clad in jeans and a floral shirt, he exuded a robust demeanor, unmistakably a fighter. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Ban Siyuan shouted at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang pointed to Song Yang and the others, grinning at Ban Siyuan. If you truly possess the guts, go ahead and gouge their eyes out. With that, he slipped into a taxi by the roadside. Ban Siyuan, in a fit of frustration, yelled after him, If you have the guts, don't leave. Let's settle this one-on-one. Song Yang smacked the back of his head, admonishing, Do you thrive on trouble? Is the police station your home? You can't go a day without causing a ruckus? The Red Cross hospital was quite close. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Jiang Yang found Hu Tao crouched on the ground, weeping. Hu Tao, why are you still here? Jiang Yang approached her and asked. Hu Tao, startled, lifted her head and, upon seeing Jiang Yang, looked as though she had spotted a savior. Brother Jiang Yang, you're back. Her eyes were slightly swollen, clearly having cried a lot moments before. Jiang Yang inquired, How is your mother? Hu Tao replied anxiously, The doctor said my mother has a fever caused by a tumor and needs immediate surgery. However, since I'm not yet 18, they say my signature is not valid. Jiang Yang asked, Is there no one else in your family? Hu Tao wiped away her tears and said, I still have my father, but he hasn't returned home for over half a month. Jiang Yang grasped Hu Tao's hand and led her toward the hospital, colliding with the doctor who had just emerged to call for family members. The patient's condition cannot wait. Can you reach your father? The doctor inquired, gazing intently at Hu Tao. She shook her head, gripping the hem of her clothing tightly. Jiang Yang snatched the signing pen and swiftly inscribed his name. Hurry with the surgery. If anything goes awry, you may hold me accountable, he declared, leaving the doctor momentarily bewildered. Who are you? The doctor asked. Jiang Yang replied, I am her brother. Very well. Please proceed to the next room to settle the fees. With that, the doctor hurriedly entered the operating room with the documents. Jiang Yang instructed Hu Tao to sit in the waiting area for a moment while he crossed the street to withdraw a substantial sum of cash. While he was paying the fees, he overheard two individuals clad in white coats engaged in conversation. That little thug with the buzz cut is notorious for being unruly, spending his days in brawls. Now his mother is hospitalized, and he can't even afford the fees. He deserves to suffer, one remarked. Indeed. Does he think the hospital is his to run? If he can't pay, he should stay home instead of acting tough here. The other chimed in. Those security guards were quite ruthless earlier. I saw the back of his head get bloodied. The first woman scoffed. Serves him right. They continued, their chatter ceasing only when Jiang Yang appeared at the window. To settle the payment, Jiang Yang said, bending down to present Chun Yanli's medical record. One of the women took the document, scribbling something on it before stamping it. 3,005. Jiang Yang opened his wallet and extracted 10,000 yuan, stating, this is 10,000. Please keep it as a deposit. Future expenses may be deducted from this amount. The woman's demeanor shifted dramatically. Certainly, sir. In this day and age, one must not provoke the affluent. Could you tell me which ward that buzz-cut's mother is in? Jiang Yang inquired. On the second floor of the inpatient department, just at the end of the hall, but she cannot afford the hospital fees and is about to be discharged. The woman replied curiously, observing Jiang Yang. He appeared well-groomed and cultured, a stark contrast to the buzz-cut's family. Without answering her, Jiang Yang asked directly, how are the hospital fees calculated? The woman responded, a standard ward costs 30 yuan per day for a triple occupancy. Jiang Yang nodded, saying, please combine her bill with Chun Yanli's, deduct it from this amount, and I will cover any shortfall. He turned to leave, but the woman called after him. Sir, you must leave a contact number. Jiang Yang turned back, stating, Jiang Yang, my number is. In the hall of the Red Cross Hospital, time trickled by slowly, and the door to the emergency room remained shut. Hu Tao's already fragile frame began to tremble slightly. Her hands clutched the hem of her garment. Unwavering since the moment she entered the hospital, a heavy pall of melancholy enveloped her. For her, her mother, Chun Yanli, constituted her entire world. Hu Tao's father, Hu Hui, was a quintessential ne'er-do-well, not only a notorious alcoholic but also an inveterate gambler. When Chun Yanli was employed at the canning factory prior to its closure, the family managed to get by, at least supported by her modest monthly income of 300 yuan. Chun Yanli's industrious nature ensured they did not suffer from hunger. However, most of her earnings were deceitfully siphoned away by Hu Hui. Following the factory's demise, Chun Yanli lost her source of income, prompting Hu Hui to demand she procure loans. If she failed to secure funds, he resorted to violence, plunging both Chun Yanli and Hu Tao into a perpetual state of dread. Recently, when Chun Yanli could no longer borrow money, Hu Hui callously abandoned them. The thought of her father filled Hu Tao with a profound sense of despair. Just moments ago, she contemplated that if something were to befall her mother, she would have no desire to continue living. Chapter 32. A grave misunderstanding. Hu Tao tugged at her hair with fervor, attempting to quell the tremors that had overtaken her body. At merely 17, life had thrust upon her an abundance of pressures, and her mother's grave illness was the final straw that shattered her already fragile spirit. At that moment, a coat was draped over her shoulders. Turning around, she beheld Jiang Yang, who was holding a bag and gazing at her with concern. Brother Jiang Yang, she murmured. With a warm smile, Jiang Yang said, you must be hungry. Have something to eat. He then opened the plastic bag to reveal a steaming chicken leg along with an assortment of bread and snacks. From the bag, he extracted a bottle of mineral water, unscrewing the cap and offering it to her. I just spoke with the doctor. Your mother's tumor is benign. Once removed, she will be fine. Hu Tao regarded him with skepticism. Is that true? Of course it is, Jiang Yang reassured her. The surgery should go smoothly. Now, eat up. Truth be told, he harbored uncertainties about the success of Chun Yanli's surgery, yet years of experience suggested that if any complications had arisen, they would not have taken so long to manifest. No sooner had he spoken than the operating room door swung open, and the attending physician along with several nurses wheeled out a hospital bed. Jiang Yang and Hu Tao rushed forward. The doctor removed his mask, saying, rest assured, the surgery was a success. Would you like to see the tumor we removed? Jiang Yang quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, no need at all. The doctor chuckled at Jiang Yang's reaction, remarking, what a big man, afraid of such things. Hu Tao interjected, doctor, may I see my mother? The doctor replied, I'm afraid not. The patient needs to be monitored for a day. She is too weak. Please come back tomorrow. He then turned to Hu Tao, adding, "Fortunately, you brought her in on time." A few minutes later, "And your mother might have been in real danger." With that, he departed the hall. Jiang Yang breathed a quiet sigh of relief and looked at Hu Tao. "There's a hotel across the street. I'll get you a room there. You can stay nearby to care for your mother." Hu Tao cast a complicated glance at Jiang Yang. Her heart, which had just begun to relax, now soared to her throat once more. Indeed, the inevitable had arrived. This man, who had busily ensured her mother reached the hospital and even covered their expenses, what was his motive? What did he stand to gain? She glanced at herself and suddenly understood it all. There is no such thing as a free lunch, a saying her mother frequently reminded her of. Jiang Yang, with a plastic bag in his left hand and Hu Tao's hand in his right, led her outside, oblivious to the psychological turmoil swirling within the young girl. They crossed the road, arriving at a hotel. After settling the payment, Jiang Yang handed Hu Tao the room key along with the food, saying, "Your room is on the second floor, room 205. Go ahead. I need to step out for a bit, but I'll return shortly." With that, he turned and left. A heaviness settled in Hu Tao's heart. If her prior suspicions had merely been conjecture, this moment confirmed her fears. Indeed, he seemed to be pursuing her for reasons beyond mere kindness. With a dazed expression, Hu Tao ascended the stairs to the second floor. Retrieving the key to unlock the door, it revealed a small room, barely a dozen square meters in size. A bed, a bathroom, a television, and a small window veiled by curtains. Hu Tao reached out to draw back the drapes, revealing the Red Cross hospital across the street. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloped her. Yet, gazing at the hospital, she cast aside thoughts of relinquishing her life. For her mother, what was the sacrifice of her own well-being? With this resolve, Hu Tao stripped off her soiled clothing and stepped naked into the bathroom. She turned on the faucet, and warm water cascaded down, flowing over her lustrous black hair and porcelain skin, pooling on the floor, enveloping her in warmth. It had been ages since she had enjoyed such a comforting bath. Ever since the canning factory closed, her mother's dormitory had become uninhabitable, and in the slum, conditions were such that even washing with a basin required careful stealth in the dead of night. Rather than dwell on the inevitable, she chose to savor this moment. After her bath, she wrapped herself in a blanket from the bed, her alabaster shoulders exposed to the air. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door, and a rush of blood surged to her head. He had truly returned. Hu Tao's heart raced, and with newfound determination, she inhaled deeply and swung the door open. Jiang Yang entered, arms laden with various items. "Why is the light off?" He flicked on the switch, and his expression froze. Before him stood a transformed Hu Tao, starkly different from her previous disheveled state, swathed only in a blanket, nearly bare. Her long, fair thighs and skin glimmered like ice, her delicate features undeniably beautiful. Hu Tao closed her eyes, warm tears streaming down her cheeks, and as her right hand inadvertently brushed against the blanket, it slipped to the floor. Jiang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you doing?" He quickly draped a quilt around her. Hu Tao remained with her eyes shut, murmuring, "Come here." Jiang Yang paused. "Come for what?" Hu Tao opened her eyes, casting a disdainful glance at him. "You saved my mother. I have nothing to repay you with except this body." Jiang Yang was taken aback. "Who said I wanted your body?" Hu Tao retorted. "You booked a hotel for me and returned to find me. Was it not for this reason? Stop pretending. You businessmen never help others without ulterior motives." Jiang Yang, at a loss for words, clarified, "I booked the hotel to care for your mother's convenience. I noticed your clothes were filthy and bought you 2 new outfits downstairs." He gestured towards the bed. Following his indication, Hu Tao noticed 2 sets of fresh clothing for girls lying quietly there. Realizing her misunderstanding, her face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck. Hastily, she clutched the blanket, wrapping it tightly around herself. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang Yang. I misjudged you." Jiang Yang sighed. "You're only 17. What chaotic thoughts occupy your mind?" Hu Tao, clutching the blanket, stood by the window, her gaze cast downward in silence. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Yang could not bring himself to say much more. He reassured her, "I have already covered your mother's hospital expenses, so there is no need for her to worry. Once she awakens, please convey to her that she should focus on her recovery, and her salary will continue as usual. Furthermore, all hospital costs will be reimbursed by the cold drink factory, so you won't need to worry about any financial burdens." With that, Jiang Yang took out 2,000 yuan from his bag and placed it on the table. "This amount is a personal loan to you. Remember to repay me when you grow older." As Hu Tao was about to decline, Jiang Yang had already closed the door and departed. Through the window, Hu Tao watched his silhouette retreating further away. A figure imbued with an ineffable sense of solitude and desolation. In that moment, Hu Tao felt an unexpected pang of sympathy for him. Chapter 33. The Villain. The following day, as dawn broke, Jiang Yang arrived at the factory. To his astonishment, the efforts of Jiang Ergo had yielded remarkable results. This young man not only traversed the towns and villages of Shishan County, but also organized a guerrilla team. Whenever they observed individuals exchanging food for the snowman cold drinks, they would stir the pot by proclaiming that such and such had won a prize from Tangren's special beverages. Leading his guerrilla team, Jiang Ergu had not only covered the villages of Shishan County, but had also extended his promotional endeavors into the rural areas of the neighboring county. In places like Hongying Town, which lay at the border, many traveled several miles to exchange for soda. And it had even been reported that certain vendors were wholesale distributing to the nearby county seat. Upon learning this news, Jiang Yang felt a wave of exhilaration. The results exceeded his expectations. Zhou Hao had again spent the night awake. Ever since Jiang Yang had granted him a 5 stake, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the cold drink factory, wishing he could remain there 24 hours a day. Observing Zhou Hao's exhaustion, Jiang Yang insisted he return home to rest. The influx of delivery trucks had increased significantly, at least doubling in number. On just that one day, the net profit had soared to a staggering 100,000 yuan. At this rate, it was believed that the reputation of Tangren Special Beverages would soon become well known throughout Shishan County. Seated in his office, Jiang Yang reviewed the financial reports and customer orders submitted by Li Yin. After 2 minutes, he set the pile of documents down on his desk. President Jiang. After settling all materials, taxes, labor, and miscellaneous expenses, our cold drink factory's net profit stands at 147 million. If we include the 100,000 yuan account from yesterday, our total income during this period amounts to 157 million, Li Yin stated from beside him. Jiang Yang replied, I glanced at the customer orders earlier. Our production capacity seems to be lagging behind. If the market in the city opens up, our current production capabilities will struggle to meet demand. Li Yin responded, I have been in contact with the production line in Guangdong. Their quote is 998,000 yuan. However, I inquired with other manufacturers, and although they offer more specialized production lines, their prices are significantly higher. A million-level cold drink production line should be the pinnacle of the market currently. Where is it produced? Jiang Yang pondered before asking. It is from a German brand, with the entire production line being imported, called Parker 4.0, Li Yin answered. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yang instructed, Li Yin, go ahead and order this equipment. Since the establishment of the cold drink factory, Jiang Yang had streamlined all production processes. The workshop-style production not only complicated the workers' tasks but also hampered efficiency. Now, with 5 workshops and dozens of cold drink machines operating simultaneously, the rural market had kept the workers exceedingly busy, and such a situation was not sustainable. President Jiang, the production line at the Snowman Cold Drink Factory is only about 200,000 yuan. Spending 1 million on this might be a bit. Li Yin hesitated, feeling that after finally accumulating over 1 million yuan, suddenly spending such a large sum seemed rather risky. Jiang Yang chuckled and remarked, we are in the fast-moving consumer goods sector, providing products that the public consumes. Despite the utmost caution of the workers, there will inevitably be instances of error. Machines, however, operate flawlessly as long as the programming is correct. Our products will remain impeccable. The market is ever-changing, and the power rests in the hands of consumers. If our products lack professionalism, we shall surely be supplanted by competitors. Li Yin listened attentively and nodded. Understood, General Manager Jiang. I will attend to it immediately. Jiang Yang tidied the documents on the table and placed them in a drawer, just as his phone began to ring. He picked it up and answered, Hello. Who is this? Is this Mr. Jiang Yang? I am from the Red Cross Hospital. Yes, what can I do for you? Jiang Yang inquired, moving towards the window. Do you know someone by the name of Hu Hui? Jiang Yang's brow furrowed slightly. I do not. He claims to be the husband of Chun Yanli and is currently at the billing office, insisting on taking the 10,000 yuan intended for Chun Yanli. We had no choice but to call and seek your guidance. In the background, a man's loud and raucous voice could be faintly heard. Jiang Yang replied, that 10,000 yuan is a reimbursement for Chun Yanli's medical expenses from the company, and it has no connection to her husband. I understand. But it would be best if you could come down. This man has been causing quite a scene, and we are unable to manage him. Why not call the police? Officer Song was just here. but stated that this individual has not committed any crime. Furthermore, he presented a marriage certificate with Qin Yanli and left after a brief glance. Very well, I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Jiang Yang retrieved a jacket from the cupboard, donned it, and hurried downstairs. At 10 o'clock in the morning, at the Red Cross Hospital, Hu stood at the billing counter, clad in filthy shorts and a floral shirt. His feet adorned with blue plastic slippers, vociferously berating the staff. What kind of illness could possibly consume 10,000 yuan? You are nothing but bullies preying on the impoverished. Damn this unscrupulous hospital. Two women in white coats frowned at him. If you continue to make such a ruckus, we will have to summon security. Another added. As you heard during the phone call, the fees are being covered by Qin Yanli's workplace, and even if the funds are not fully utilized, they will be returned to her employer. I advise you to abandon this futile effort. Hu Hui, with a square face and an unshaven beard, retorted. What the hell is that workplace? At that moment, two security guards approached. If you persist in this behavior, we will escort you to the police station. Hu Hui angrily exclaimed, Don't think you can intimidate me with the police. What have I done? Am I a criminal for merely visiting my wife in the hospital? With that, he swaggered towards the patient ward. The security guards exchanged glances, resigned to their powerlessness against such unruly individuals. Qin Yanli's hospital room was on the second floor, where Hu Tao was seated beside the bed, peeling an apple. From afar, she could clearly hear her father's boisterous shouts. The room also housed two other patients, a gray-haired elderly man and a middle-aged woman of similar age to Qin Yanli. Hui forcefully pushed open the door to the ward, storming in with palpable anger. The sudden intrusion startled everyone present. Hui, there are others in this ward. Could you please be more considerate? Qin Yanli retorted sharply. Hui glared defiantly, proclaiming, If I don't discipline you for 3 days, you'll think you can run amok. I see you're itching for trouble. Don't assume that being in a hospital makes me hesitant to teach you a lesson. Qin Yanli felt a pang of unease at Hu Hui's volatile demeanor. She knew him all too well. He was capable of anything and could be exceedingly ruthless. The last time he was denied money, he nearly smashed his own leg with a stool. Dad, my mother has just undergone surgery and needs to rest, Hu Tao interjected. Hui shoved Hu Tao to the ground, snarling, Get out of my way. You're just like your mother. She's ill, and I'm suffering too. Yet I haven't seen you offer me even an apple. Chapter 34. The fierce man Hu Tao was merely a girl of 17 or 18. Ill-equipped to withstand Hu Hui's furious shove, she collided violently with the four-pole, her head striking the hospital bed, resulting in a painful bump. An elderly man nearby could no longer tolerate the scene. You young man, it's one thing to strike your wife, but how can you lay hands on your own daughter? Hui glared at the old man, cursing, You old fool, her life is mine to control. If I wish to strike her, I shall. If you dare utter another word, believe that I'll throw you from the second floor. With the old man silenced, Hui turned his attention back to Qin Yanli, stating, I heard from Wan Lao Lu that you found a job. The cold drink factory even delivered your wages yesterday. Where is the money? Qin Yanli felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Indeed, he was here for money. However, that salary was the living expenses for her and her daughter for the upcoming month, and with Hu Tao about to enter her senior year, she needed to save some funds. She resolutely replied, I don't have it. Turning to gaze out the window, she avoided his piercing gaze. Hui sneered. Playing tricks on me, are we? He surveyed the room, his eyes eventually resting on Hu Tao. Dressed in a hospital gown, she lacked even a pocket. On the nearby table lay a bag of apples, eggs, and some bread. If she had indeed received her wages, it was likely concealed on Hu Tao's person. Hu Tao, have you bought new clothes? Hu Hui's expression shifted as he smiled at Hu Tao. Trembling, she stood up from the floor, clutching her shoulders, and replied, They were bought by brother Jiang Yang. Hu Hui chuckled ominously. This brother Jiang Yang is quite the generous soul, paying for your mother's medical bills and buying you new clothes. I assume the money is on you? Instinctively, Hu Tao covered her pocket and shook her head vigorously. Hu Hui immediately took notice and approached her, demanding, Give me the money. Hu Tao protested, This money is my mother's salary. I cannot give it to you. She understood all too well that once it reached her father's hands, it would vanish in a heartbeat. You stubborn girl, do you want a beating? Hu Hui's fury reignited at her defiance. Hu Tao cowered in the corner, clutching her pocket tightly, refusing to relent. In a fit of rage, Hu Hui stepped forward, attempting to snatch it away. When Hu Tao refused to let go, he struck her with a resounding slap. The blow left her dizzy, a buzzing sound echoing in her ears. Witnessing Hu Hui's brutality, Qin Yanli felt tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling with anger. Hu Hui, you beast. I'll fight you to the end. She struggled to sit up, but her frail body, still recovering from surgery, was racked with pain, nearly causing her to faint again. Hu Tao remained silent, her right hand gripping her pocket with all her might, enduring Hu Hui's relentless tugging without yielding. Hu Hui roared with rage, "Today, I will beat you to death." With that, he seized a nearby iron rod, heavy and forged from solid iron, and swung it towards Hu Tao. In that moment, the entire hospital room fell into stunned silence. If that were to strike Hu Tao, the young girl would undoubtedly be unable to endure it. No one could have anticipated that Hu Hui would descend into such madness, willing to inflict harm upon his own flesh and blood for a mere few $100s. In a moment of peril, a towering figure shielded Hu Tao from danger. Jiang Yang's countenance was frigid as he raised his left arm to block the impending blow. With a resounding thud, the iron rod collided with his arm, the dull sound echoing as searing pain radiated from the impact. Jiang Yang remained silent, swiftly seizing the iron rod and delivering a powerful kick to Hu Hui's chest. The force of the kick sent Hu Hui reeling several steps back, crashing against the window behind him. Glass shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. Jiang Yang pulled Hu Tao up from the floor, inquiring if she was unharmed. Trembling with shock, Hu Tao's tears streamed down her face upon seeing Jiang Yang, yet she could utter no words. For a girl, the greatest pillar of support in life should rightfully be her father. However, in her existence, this notion seemed but a cruel jest. "You dare strike me?" Hu Hui bellowed as he rose from the ground, his face marred by shards of glass. Jiang Yang, his expression dark as thunder, approached Hu Hui and brought the iron rod down heavily upon him. The sound of the strike was a dull thump as the rod met Hu Hui's body. In agony, Hu Hui writhed on the ground, attempting to shield himself from Jiang Yang's assault. "Murder! Murder!" Hu Hui shrieked as he scrambled to his feet and fled towards the exit. Jiang Yang would not allow him to escape so easily. Grasping Hu Hui's hair, he yanked him back forcefully. With a thud, Hu Hui fell to a half-kneeling position on the floor. "I am concerned with my own wife and children. On what grounds do you strike me?" Hu Hui retorted, kicking at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang released his grip and tossed the iron hook aside. "Beast, are you attempting to reason with me?" Hu Hui then stood upright, scrutinizing Jiang Yang before sneering. "So you are the infamous Jiang Yang, are you? No wonder you were so attentive. You are quite young, indeed. Speak up, are you entangled with my wife or my daughter? Let everyone hear." The commotion drew the attention of the entire corridor, gathering around to witness. Seizing the moment, Hu Hui exclaimed, "Everyone, come and see. This man is my wife's employer. His name is Jiang Yang. My wife requires surgery, and he casually hands over 10,000 yuan. You be the judges. What does he want from them?" The crowd instantly began to murmur and speculate. Hu Tao became the center of attention. Dressed in a casual light blue tracksuit, she radiated the vitality of youth. Her delicate face and slender figure accentuated by her well-developed features. It was said that wealthy employers favored such youthful beauties. In these times, earning money was no simple feat, and 10,000 yuan held substantial weight. A family idly enjoys 3 years of sustenance without any effort. What organization offers benefits that cover surgical expenses while continuing to pay salaries even in sickness? It is utterly unrealistic. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang chuckled, seizing a used 4 bottle nearby and advancing towards Hu Hui. "You may indulge in momentary satisfaction, but today I shall ensure your pain is palpable." Hu Hui, startled, had not anticipated such brazen behavior from Jiang Yang in the presence of so many witnesses. "Help! This man has not only destroyed my wife and daughter, but now seeks to assault me." Jiang Yang retorted with a cold laugh. "It is you whom I intend to strike." With that, he brought the glucose bottle crashing down upon the back of Hu Hui's head. The sound of shattering glass echoed as Hu Hui emitted a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, his hands instinctively grasping at the blood streaming from his scalp. "Oh my God, help me!" he cried, scrambling to his feet and fleeing. Jiang Yang swiftly picked up another bottle and pursued him. A comical scene unfolded once more, as Hu Hui clutched his head, yelling in distress while hurling curses at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang, with long strides, relentlessly chased after him, embodying the spirit of inflicting 1,000 injuries upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. "You may insult me, curse me, and even slander my name, but today, you are assuredly at the mercy of this glass bottle." Chapter 35, The Iron Man's Tenderness at the Entrance of the Red Cross Hospital. Upon receiving a call from the hospital, Song Yang hastily drove over. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was rendered speechless. Hu Hui, clutching his head, rushed to Song Yang, exclaiming, "Help! Officer, help!" He quickly sought refuge behind Song Yang. Jiang Yang, panting and wielding a glass bottle, pursued closely behind. Song Yang was taken aback. You again? Jiang Yang grinned. Step aside. Without hesitation, he hurled the bottle towards Song Yang's direction. Crash. Glass shards flew everywhere. And Hu Hui's left temple was struck once more. Hu Hui had not anticipated that even while hiding behind Officer Song, he would still be unable to evade the bottle's trajectory. The outcome was inevitable. Jiang Yang was once again placed in handcuffs. Conveniently, Hu Hui sat at the entrance of the Red Cross hospital to tend to his wounds. Song Yang instructed Jiang Yang to handle the medical expenses, to which Jiang Yang nonchalantly replied, charge it. Song Yang was taken aback. You seem to frequent this place. Jiang Yang shrugged. It's all good. After Hu Hui received his stitches, both men were escorted to the station. In the office, Song Yang scrutinized Jiang Yang, stating, back for a second visit? I see. Jiang Yang, unfazed, replied, indeed, just yesterday I was here. Song Yang inquired, what brings you back this time? Jiang Yang declared, for the sake of justice. The entire office fell silent, perhaps confronted with a lunatic. Clearing his throat, Song Yang admonished, be serious. Jiang Yang responded earnestly, I am quite serious. Growing irritated, Song Yang retorted, what kind of attitude is that? Don't think you can act this way and avoid consequences. You've inflicted minor injuries on someone. It's perfectly reasonable for me to lock you up for 10 days to half a month. Do you understand? Jiang Yang dismissively replied, keep your voice down. My hearing is just fine. He continued, I know the law. I considered the consequences while I was dealing with him. If I hadn't been mindful of not wanting to be imprisoned for too long, that bottle would have aimed directly for Hu Hui's nape. Turning to the now bandaged Hu Hui, he asked, so, what is it going to be? Do you want to settle this privately, or have me locked up for a few days? Song Yang was taken aback. Oh, you seem quite knowledgeable. He appreciated such individuals. For him, scuffles were an everyday occurrence, having grown numb to the frequency of such incidents. The limited space in the station was reserved for criminals. Allowing these petty thugs to occupy it was indeed a waste of national resources. Observing Jiang Yang's nonchalant demeanor, it was evident he had frequented the station before. At the very least, he was well versed in the situation and knew how to negotiate a resolution, which was commendable. Hu Hui stammered, You. How much can you pay? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yang replied, 500. Hu Hui, taken aback, pointed to his forehead, You've done this to me. And you think 500 will suffice? Jiang Yang scoffed, 500 is already too generous for me. What? Is that too little? If you think so, let us go through the proper channels. Perfect timing. I could use a simple meal of cabbage soup to lighten my load. Song Yang could no longer tolerate the situation. This brat was far too astute. In the midst of the commotion, it became apparent that Hu Hui had been causing a disturbance at the hospital since the morning. Clearing his throat, the officer remarked, Hu Hui, I am well aware of your antics. To be frank, I've noticed your issues for quite some time. They mentioned a settlement of 500. Respond promptly yes or no. At that moment, a young officer nearby interjected impatiently, Hu Hui, you're not a child anymore. You've frequented this station numerous times over the years, spare us the pointless chatter. If you can settle this matter privately, do so swiftly. If not, be prepared to spend a few days in custody. Don't think that just because you've taken a beating, you're in the clear. Wasn't there an incident involving you and public gambling the last time? Since receiving the call from the hospital that morning, he had accompanied Song Yang on duty. He had not anticipated Hu Hui resorting to his usual tricks. When the police arrived, Hu Hui fell silent, claiming to be there for medical attention. As soon as they departed, he began misbehaving within the hospital. The crux of the matter was that his girlfriend was at the Red Cross hospital, and he was acutely aware of the events that transpired earlier that day. Consequently, he harbored lingering resentment towards Hu Hui. Just then, Ben Siyun emerged from a small room. Having spent the night writing a letter of remorse, he overheard the negotiation regarding compensation between Jiang Yang and Hu Hui, piquing his interest. So, 500 for a little bump? You must be quite wealthy. Go on, strike me a few times. I'll settle for 300, he said. Song Yang frowned. Responding curtly, what business is it of yours? Hurry up and sign, then leave. Ben Siyun, understanding the cue, replied, all right then. He cast a glance at Jiang Yang. What a coincidence, it's you again. Don't forget, we have a duel to settle later. Jiang Yang shot Ben Siyun a glare, retorting, let us handle this first. Hu Hui's emotions were a whirlwind. Accepting the 500 would mean putting the matter to rest. But Jiang Yang was affluent. Settling for that felt unsatisfactory. However, given Jiang Yang's obstinate demeanor, it appeared there was no room for negotiation. If he were to stubbornly insist on a few days in jail, Hu Hui would be left empty-handed. Jiang Yang, growing impatient, finally declared, Are we going to resolve this or not? Fine, I concede. 7 days should suffice, right? Go on, lock me up. He stood up, leaving Song Yang momentarily speechless. He had encountered arrogance before, but never had he seen someone so brazenly eager to be incarcerated. Hui, alarmed by this proclamation, quickly relented. All right, 500 it is. I agree to settle privately. Song Yang smiled slightly. Now that's more like it. He retrieved a settlement agreement from the drawer and instructed both men to sign. Shake hands, and once outside, refrain from any further altercations. Hui extended his right hand, and Jiang Yang chuckled, clasping it firmly, leaning in to whisper. Take care to heal well. Once you're better, I expect another 500. Hui, startled, stumbled back, exclaiming, Officer Song, did you hear that? Song Yang, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Get lost, get lost. Your presence is irksome. With that, he filed away the settlement agreement in the drawer, marking the conclusion of the matter. Upon exiting the precinct, Jiang Yang produced a cigarette and lit it. At that moment, Hui regarded Jiang Yang with the trepidation of a mouse facing a cat. This fellow was undeniably formidable, and anyone attempting to thwart him was destined to fail. Fortunately, today was not in vain, despite suffering a wound to his forehead. He had managed to earn 500 yuan. Standing by the roadside, Jiang Yang inhaled the smoke, feeling a persistent ache in his left arm, muttering under his breath. Forget this incident. That scoundrel has gotten off too easily. Had his arm truly sustained a serious injury, it was likely that Hui would not have even secured that 500 yuan. In his excitement, he had momentarily overlooked the pain. At that moment, Ban Siyuan approached from across the street. Was it you who assisted with my mother's hospital fees? He inquired, gazing intently at Jiang Yang. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Jiang Yang gently massaged his arm and replied, I couldn't just stand by and watch her be turned away from the hospital. Could I? Ban Siyuan fell silent for a moment, then looked up and asked, Why did you help me? Jiang Yang pondered for a moment. Momentarily at a loss for words, he regarded the burly man, whose unkempt hair made him appear even taller than himself, and said, There's no particular reason. It was simply a matter of convenience. With that, he turned and headed towards the hospital. A man who would stir up trouble to ensure his mother received care could not be wholly depraved. His character could not be entirely flawed. A daily hospital fee of 30 yuan might seem trivial to Jiang Yang, yet for Ban Siyuan, it could represent a descent into despair. Ban Siyuan stood there, entranced by the figure departing before him. Since his family had fallen into disarray, his life had been marked solely by scorn and disdain. His only recourse had been his own fists. This unexpected kindness from a stranger ignited a flicker of warmth within him, and in that moment, the man's silhouette appeared profoundly enigmatic. Surely, he must have endured numerous trials. Chapter 36. Bringing Walnut home inside the Red Cross Hospital. In the ward, Walnut crouched on the floor, gathering shards of glass. As a nurse entered, she furrowed her brow at the chaotic scene. It was outrageous. Those who dared to cause a ruckus in a hospital deserved to be detained for at least a week. Just as the nurse finished her thought, Jiang Yang appeared at the doorway. You, the nurse exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Logically, after the destruction Jiang Yang had wrought in the ward, he was bound to be confined for at least 7 days. Yet, astonishingly, he had returned in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yang helped Walnut to her feet and instructed her, Go fetch a broom and mop. Do not injure your hands. He then turned to the nurse, saying, I will compensate you for all the damaged items at their original price. I apologize for the inconvenience. The nurse stared at Jiang Yang, speechless for a moment, before finally nodding and stepping out. Chen Yanli sat partially on the edge of the bed, her face full of guilt as she addressed him, Mr. Jiang. I am truly sorry for the trouble I have caused you. Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Walnut soon returned with a broom and cleaning supplies, silently tending to the disorder in the room. Observing her daughter, Chen Yanli expressed her concern, Mr. Jiang. There is another matter on which I seek your assistance. Do not hesitate to speak. There is no need for formality, Jiang Yang replied, leaning against the window. I know Hui all too well. He will not rest until he has that money. I fear for Walnut's safety at home. That brute may harm her again. I noticed there are vacant dormitories at the factory. Could we arrange for Walnut to stay there? Chen Yanli said, her gaze hopeful as she looked at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang nodded. Very well. I will take care of Walnut's accommodation. The plight of this mother and daughter was truly heartbreaking. Despite Chen Yanli's industrious nature and her enduring beauty at over 40, it was difficult to comprehend how she ended up married to the rogue Hui. Walnut swiftly restored order to the ward, mopping the floor with deft movements that revealed her familiarity with household chores. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was her elder sister, Jiang Qing, who informed her that she had prepared ribs and green beans for lunch and inquired if Walnut wished to return home for a meal. The Red Cross hospital was not far from the electrician's residential area. It was merely a few minutes' ride on a motorcycle. Given the exertion she had just experienced, Walnut felt hungry and agreed to return. After ending the call, Jiang Yang turned to Chen Yanli and said, "I will take Walnut home for a brief visit and also arrange for her accommodation. She will bring you something to eat in a little while." Chen Yanli responded, "Mr. Jiang, I am at a loss for words. I will repay you, even if it means toiling like a beast of burden in the future." Jiang Yang chuckled. "To repay me, you must first recover. The factory is exceptionally busy at present, and everyone is eagerly awaiting your return." After briefly instructing the nurses to contact him if any issues arose, he exited the ward with Walnut, only to collide with a burly figure holding a plastic bag. The man stood nearly 6 feet tall, dressed in denim jeans and a floral shirt, his long hair and menacing demeanor causing passers-by to retreat in fear. "Is it you?" Bonsuin noticed Jiang Yang and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Do you also have a family member hospitalized?" Jiang Yang nodded affirmatively, glancing at Bonsuin's hands, which held 2 baked pancakes and a tea egg. He said, "I have a task for you, offering 50 yuan a day." Without a moment's hesitation, Bonsuin replied, "Absolutely. I will take any job that brings in money." Jiang Yang gestured towards the ward behind him, stating, "There is a patient named Chen Yanli, who is a relative of mine." Bonsuin nodded and asked, "And what of it?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yang addressed the nearby Hu Tao, "Please wait for me downstairs." Hu Tao obediently nodded. Once she had descended, Jiang Yang turned back to Bonsuin, saying, "Chen Yanli's husband is quite the scoundrel, frequently causing disturbances at the hospital. Please keep an eye on him for me." Bonsuin replied, "No problem. He is the one who was just admitted after that incident this morning, right?" Jiang Yang confirmed, "Indeed." With fingers snapping, Bonsuin declared, "All right, I'll take the job. However, could you possibly pay me for 2 days in advance?" Jiang Yang counted out 200 yuan and handed it to him, saying, "Here is 4 days' worth." Bonsuin accepted the money but then returned 100 yuan, explaining, "This is for my mother's hospital expenses. I'll return it." Jiang Yang was taken aback but then smiled, accepting the money. "Understood, we're even now." Bonsuin, with utmost seriousness, responded, "Not quite. I owe you a personal favor." Observing Bonsuin's earnest demeanor, Jiang Yang chose not to pursue the topic any further, advising, "Ensure you maintain control. We cannot afford to injure anyone." Bonsuin patted his chest in assurance, "Rest assured, I wouldn't be foolish enough to incur additional costs." Jiang Yang nodded and then descended the stairs. Upon exiting the lobby, he found Hu Tao waiting by a motorcycle. She appeared so slender that one might think a gust of wind could carry her away. Jiang Yang mounted the motorcycle and handed her a helmet. As she sat behind him, unsure of where to place her hands, he encouraged, "If you feel uncomfortable, just hold on to my shirt." With that, he revved the engine, and the motorcycle roared to life. Meanwhile, in the electrician's family compound, Jiang Qing had prepared a large pot of braised pork ribs. This time, there were more ribs than green beans. "Wow!" Jiang Tian exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she reached out her small hand to grab a piece. Jiang Qing gently tapped the back of her hand, admonishing that "Es polite. Wait for your brother to return so we can eat together." Jiang Tian nodded, though her gaze lingered longingly on the pot of ribs. A knock at the door abruptly brought her back to life, and she joyfully bounced to open it, exclaiming, "Brother is back." Upon opening the door, she was surprised to see an additional person. "Sister, brother has brought a very beautiful young lady with him." Jiang Tian rushed back to the room to inform Jiang Qing. Curiously, Jiang Qing stepped out of the room, asking, "Who is it?" "It's the daughter of my colleague." "Who tell? I'm hungry. Let us eat first," Jiang Qing replied. Nodding in agreement, she quickly returned to the kitchen to fetch another set of bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Yang looked at the somewhat perplexed Hu Tao and said, "This is my elder sister, Jiang Qing, and this is my younger sister, Jiang Tian. From now on, consider this your home. Do not feel constrained." Jiang Qing glanced at Jiang Yang and then at Hu Tao, refraining from further comments, instead diligently serving dishes into Hu Tao's bowl. Jiang Tian leaned closer to Hu Tao and softly remarked, "Sister, you are truly beautiful." Upon hearing this, Hu Tao's face flushed crimson, extending to her neck as she lowered her head even further. Jiang Yang recounted the entire sequence of events to Jiang Qing, who, upon hearing it, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, That Hu Hui is utterly despicable. How could he behave in such a manner? Realizing her words might be inappropriate, she quickly turned to Hu Tao and apologized. I am sorry, Taozi. In my anger, I forgot he is your father. It's all right, in my heart. He has long ceased to be my father. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Jiang Yang then turned to Jiang Qing and said, Sister, please tidy up Jiang Tian's room later and add an extra bed. For the time being, let Hu Tao stay here. Jiang Qing nodded. I will clean it up this afternoon. Jiang Yang finished his meal swiftly, then took out 10,000 yuan from his bag and placed it on the table, saying, If you have nothing planned this afternoon, take them shopping for some daily necessities. Hu Tao's mother is still in the hospital. Remember to bring some food over later. Jiang Qing replied, I have enough money here. You need not provide more. Take it, just in case of emergencies, Jiang Yang insisted. Rising to his feet, he added, I must return to the factory now. I may not come back for dinner tonight. If you need anything, just call me. Ride slowly on the way, she reminded. Understood. By this time, Jiang Yang had already descended the stairs. Chapter 37, A War Without Gunpowder in Shirshan County, at the Snowman Beverage Factory. Huang Defa forcefully smashed his teacup onto the floor, startling Jia Quanong and Qingqing into silence. Is this what you meant by driving Tangren Special Beverage out of the rural market? The office was cluttered with feedback from rural partners. The price of Snowman beverages had plummeted repeatedly, resulting in a mere 7 cents profit. Yet, the standing of Tangren Special Beverage in the rural market remained as steadfast as a mountain. Jia Quanyong interjected, Director Huang, our beverages initially sold exceptionally well. But then Jiang Yang unexpectedly launched a word-collecting lottery event. This was purely unforeseen. Huang Defa scoffed. Unforeseen? Jia Quanyong, you took 30% of our products and stormed into the market. Now that sales have stalled and many merchants want me to take them back. Who should bear the loss? Should we let unforeseen circumstances shoulder it? Jia Quanong was taken aback and replied, Director Huang, that's not quite fair. The goods were distributed by me. But the risk must be yours to bear. Just days ago, I abandoned my role as the agent for Tangren Beverage to collaborate with you. Do you think I incurred no losses? Huang Defa, enraged, retorted with a bitter smile, Jia Quanong, don't think I am oblivious to your thoughts. The audacity with which you betray partners is truly astonishing. Realizing that the argument was futile, Jia Quanong asserted, if Tangren Special Beverage can conduct a word-collecting event, so can we. Moreover, the urban areas of Shirshan County remain under the dominance of Snowman Beverages. Tangren Special Beverage can only wage guerrilla warfare in rural areas, unable to rise to prominence. I believe it won't be long before we take them down. Huang Defa felt slightly reassured and remarked, I don't care about their so-called special beverage. I only remember your promise, Jia Quanong, to ensure that within a month, Shirshan County would have only one beverage factory. I hope you won't forget that. Jia Quanyong laughed heartily and replied, Rest assured, Director Huang, when dealing with someone like Jiang Yang, one must remain composed. The assault by Snowman Beverages officially commenced. They offered 1 kilogram of corn in exchange for 2 bottles of beverages and similarly launched a word-collecting activity with even more prizes, refrigerators, televisions, washing machines, and various small appliances, a veritable cornucopia of rewards. Within just a week, Tangren Special Beverage was forced to retreat repeatedly in the rural market, leaving their partners in despair. Huang Defa, witnessing this development, was filled with exhilaration and waved his hand, initiating the final push into the rural market. The overwhelming demand in rural areas had severely strained the production capacity of Snowman Beverage Factory. To utterly decimate Jiang Yang's beverage factory, Huang Defa decided to alter his strategy, temporarily abandoning the urban market to focus on the rural sector. The allocation of products shifted dramatically from 30% to 80%, with Jia Quanyong's assistance. Snowman Beverages swiftly eclipsed Tangren Special Beverage in market coverage, and this coverage was expanding at an alarming rate. For Huang Defa, as long as he could completely crush Tangren Special Beverage in the rural market, Jiang Yang would face nothing but a dead end. At that time, the acquisition of the Tangren Ice Cream Factory would be pursued, expanding production capacity and capturing both urban and rural markets in one fell swoop. With this thought, Huang Defa became increasingly frenzied. Lower prices, increase the stakes, elevate the probability of winning in the lottery. As long as he could force Tangren Special Drinks into a corner, Huang Defa was willing to forego profits, even to the extent of investing some of his own funds. On the other side, Jiang Ergu and his promotional guerrilla team encountered resistance as numerous local ruffians began targeting these children, driving them away whenever they appeared. Helpless, Jiang Ergu placed a call for assistance to Jiang Yang. Upon understanding the situation, Jiang Yang instructed Jiang Ergu and his companions to halt their activities and refrain from further risks. These ruffians would do anything for a bit of money, and it would be unfortunate if harm befell these children. Zhou Hao entered the office and knocked on the door. Brother Jiang, our products have been completely stagnant these past few days. Huang Defa has gone mad, not only slashing prices but also raising the winning odds so high. He is not mad. Rather, he is quite astute, Jiang Yang replied. Huang Defa is intent on annihilating us, leaving us no avenue for survival. At that moment, the desk phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Jiang Yang picked up the receiver, and a middle-aged man's voice came through. Is this General Manager Jiang? This is Huang Defa from Schwerin Ice Cream. Jiang Yang smiled slightly. Huang, it is a pleasure to finally speak with you. Your ability to elevate your products in such a short time is truly admirable. Huang Defa's tone was laced with amusement as he replied. It is gratifying to hear such words from you. Jiang Yang sighed. There's no need for flattery, Huang. After this period of competition, I realize the gap between us is rather significant, and I feel quite embarrassed. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have chosen a different path than the ice cream business. Seeing Jiang Yang yield, Huang Defa felt a sense of pride and snorted dismissively. You recognize it. And that is enough. Jiang Yang forced a smile. Huang, your sudden call cannot simply be for jest, can it? Huang Defa stated. Jiang Yang, since we broached this topic, I will be straightforward. We both understand the current predicament. If this continues, you will not withstand it. How about this? You name a price, and I will acquire the Tangren ice cream factory. What do you think? Jiang Yang hastily replied. If that is the case, splendid. Huang Defa, feeling quite pleased, cleared his throat and asked, so, what price do you have in mind? Jiang Yang feigned contemplation, stating, Huang, I have invested quite a bit into this ice cream factory, and I fear the price may be unacceptable to you. Huang Defa, exuding confidence, replied, do share. As long as the price is reasonable, I will not make it difficult for you. Furthermore, if you agree to sell your factory to me, both factories will remain under your management, and I will appoint you as the general manager. How does that sound? For most people, such terms would indeed be tempting. And Huang Defa was confident that Jiang Yang would not refuse. With the Tangren ice cream factory in peril and its sole rural market already devoured by him, closure was merely a matter of time. Jiang Yang replied, Huang, how about this? Allow me some time to think it over, and I will have the accountant calculate the cost price. I will come to you later. Is that acceptable? Splendid. I shall await your news. After hanging up the phone, Huang Defa felt a surge of elation. Challenging me was rather premature. He even began to envision his promising future, bursting forth from Shirshan County with his snowman cold drinks, leaving Huazhou City behind, and ultimately setting his sights on the entire world. Zhou Hao gazed at Jiang Yang as he ended the call, feeling a pang of melancholy. Brother Jiang, shall I call accountantly for a settlement? Jiang Yang was taken aback. Settlement? Who mentioned a settlement? Zhou Hao was momentarily stunned. Did you not just say on the phone? Only then did Jiang Yang realize, chuckling, I was merely toying with a fool. Do not take it seriously. The real spectacle is just beginning. He then turned his gaze towards the window, a knowing smile gracing his face. The sign at the department store should have fermented sufficiently by now. Chapter 38. The expensive billboard during the confrontation between Jiang Yang and Huang Defa's respective beverage factories. The exorbitant billboard atop the department store became the focal point of public discourse. Almost the entire populace of Shirshan County was abuzz with chatter regarding this matter. Have you heard? The billboard at our county's largest department store has a monthly rental of 200,000. It's utterly outrageous. I was aware, at such a steep price. Who would rent it? I am quite curious to know which fool would be willing to squander such a fortune on that dilapidated billboard. Haha. In an instant, while the billboard remained unrented, it transformed into an object of widespread attention. In the northern suburbs, at the Tangren Beverage Factory, a massive trailer truck with front 4 and rear 8 wheels stood parked outside, loaded with semi-automatic beverage production equipment sourced from Guangzhou. The equipment weighed several tons, comprising a mixer, filling machine, sealing machine, cleaning machine, packaging machine, and dozens of other devices, alongside a conveyor line extending over 10 meters. Jiang Yang mobilized over 20 workers and spent an entire morning installing the equipment. Sweating profusely, Zhou Hao gazed at the pristine production apparatus in the workshop, exclaiming, This $1 million setup is truly remarkable. Brother Jiang, I dare say our factory's equipment is undoubtedly among the best in the surrounding counties. The workers, brimming with excitement, gathered around the colossal machines in admiration, while Jiang Yang's spirits soared. This was not merely a set of beverage production equipment. It would soon become our very own printing press. With a grand gesture, he signaled the workers to initiate the conveyor line, and all machines roared to life. Bottles of chilled beverages emerged neatly aligned from the production workshop, undergoing coating, film sealing, capping, labeling, and ultimately being packaged into cardboard boxes before being transported directly onto hand trucks. Jiang Yang glanced at his watch, mentally calculating the production speed of this assembly line. 8,000 bottles per hour was quite commendable. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. The equipment featured 4 conveyor outlets, each capable of processing 2,000 bottles. Thus, if operated for 20 hours a day, the factory could yield a staggering 160,000 bottles daily. The beverage factory comprised 6 workshops, one of which was entirely filled with sorghum. Aside from the new equipment occupying one workshop, the remaining 4 still housed the original beverage machines. Jiang Yang selected a dozen skilled employees to oversee the first workshop, while the other workers continued utilizing the beverage machines and manual filling methods for production. This time, however, he incorporated a detection system into the production process. Bottled beverages would undergo examination by the testing machines in the first workshop before being sealed and packaged for shipment. Any impurities within the bottles could be promptly identified, thereby mitigating the drawbacks of manual production. In the afternoon, Jiang Yang anxiously awaited Zhou Hao, Li Yin, and several senior executives from the beverage factory for a meeting. Currently, orders from the rural market had plummeted drastically, with the order volume half compared to before. Zhou Hao reported, "The company's fixed assets amount to approximately 1.3 million, while our available funds stand at 310,000. Furthermore, several partners wish to terminate their collaboration with us and are requesting the return of their deposits," Li Yin stated. Jiang Yang then inquired, "How much?" Li Yin consulted the documents and replied, 17,000 yuan. The atmosphere in the office turned somber, with the 8 or so executives displaying an air of tension. Jiang Yang remarked, "Deposits cannot be returned directly. Doing so would signify a complete cessation of our partnership." After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Tell them that we will increase the profit by 2 cents based on the original amount. Should they still wish to terminate the collaboration by the end of this year, we will refund their deposit in full." "Understood," General Manager Jiang, Li Yin nodded. Jiang Yang surveyed the group, asserting, "In the foreseeable future, our focus will no longer be the rural market, but rather the urban areas." Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. The rural market had always been the cornerstone of Shui Ren frozen beverages, having developed through the model of exchanging cold drinks for grain. In contrast, Tang Ren special beverages had little recognition in urban settings, hardly measurable even by single digits, with competitors aggressively penetrating the rural market. The situation for the frozen beverage factory had already worsened. Shifting focus to urban markets now seemed akin to courting disaster. General Manager, although the rural market is currently dominated by Shui Ren, if we could lower our profit margins further, there might still be an opportunity, suggested a man in his 40s named Wang Gang, the newly recruited sales director. Dressed in a tailored suit with polished shoes, he was an elite in the sales industry. Having worked across various sectors, Jiang Yang shook his head in response, saying, "Huang Defa is penetrating the rural market at any cost, targeting my lifeblood. Reducing prices would be akin to a slow suicide for us, devoid of any merit." Wang Gang contemplated speaking further, but, seeing Jiang Yang's unwavering gaze and confident demeanor, sighed and refrained from continuing. Apart from Zhou Hao and Li Yin, the other executives felt a twinge of anxiety. To them, starting a frozen beverage factory at such a young age indeed reflected a lack of seasoned experience. They believed that recklessly abandoning the rural market was tantamount to self-destruction. Zhou Hao, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, queried, "So what should be our next step?" Jiang Yang rose, declaring, "After reducing our profit margin by 2 cents in the rural market, there will be no further adjustments. From today onward, we will maintain our existing market without any offensive maneuvers. Everyone, redirect your efforts towards the urban market and strike hard." In a significant development, a high-priced advertising billboard in Shirshan County had been leased. The previously blank billboard atop the department store now showcased an advertisement for Tang Ren special beverages. The advertisement featured a colossal, vividly colored canvas set against a backdrop of icy mountains and snow, displaying 3 distinct types of beverages. Each of these 3 products was encased in crystal-clear packaging adorned with droplets of water, a slender glass bottle, a round pull-tab can, and a 500 milliliters plastic bottle. The material of the canvas is meticulously chosen, endowing the advertisement with a striking three-dimensionality and realism, particularly amidst the sweltering summer heat. The sight of 3 bottles of beverages set against a backdrop of icy landscapes evokes tears of longing from children. The bold characters Tangren Special Drink, akin to ice blades, are rendered with remarkable skill, elegantly suspended above the trio of chilled refreshments. The entire Shan County is abuzz with excitement. Have you heard? The exorbitantly priced billboard atop the department store has been leased by Tangren Special Drink. Tangren Special Drink? I've never heard of it. Is it a local brand from Shan? Truly extravagant, renting a billboard for $200,000. The owner must not be a local, right? Oh, mommy, I want to drink that. I want to drink that. Beneath the Shan department store, a child tugs at his mother's hand, pointing at the advertisement atop the building and crying out. Chapter 39. The manipulation of Huang Defa. The name Tangren Special Drink initially bore no significance, even in the urban expanse of Shan County, where it remained largely unrecognized. However, the billboard atop the department store gained notoriety, becoming a household name throughout the county. The entire populace was captivated by this advertisement. When Tangren Special Drink was associated with that prominent billboard, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. The focus of public discourse shifted from the billboard itself to the identity of Tangren Special Drink and its manufacturer. Word of mouth spread like wildfire within a day. Both urban and rural residents of Shan County were aware of the newly established cold drink factory, named Shan Tangren Cold Drink Factory, with its product dubbed Tangren Special Drink. Rumor had it that the factory's proprietor was an impressive figure, possessing substantial financial resources and recently returned from Hong Kong, a wealthy individual known for lavish spending. It was said that he had invested $200,000 in the billboard alone and that the factory's equipment was among the finest in the nation, costing over $1 million for a set. Whispers circulated about the identity of the enigmatic owner, referred to as Jiang Yang. Unfortunately, while many were familiar with his name, few had laid eyes on him. The townsfolk's speculation grew increasingly fanciful as they attempted to discern the true nature of this Jiang Yang. Ah, Jiang Yang. I have seen him. He's a coal magnate in his 50s with yellowed teeth and a fortune exceeding $10 million. No, Jiang Yang just returned from Hong Kong. He's a gangster, known for his violent tendencies, and I hear he commands his own crew in the underworld. Nonsense. You all have it wrong. Jiang Yang is my cousin, a returnee from America, who has made quite a fortune. In every alley and corner of the urban landscape, from restaurants to hotels, and even among street sweepers, the townsfolk found themselves engrossed in discussions about this matter. In short, the Tangren Cold Drink Factory had gained fame, as had Jiang Yang. Riding the wave of this newfound notoriety, Tangren Special Drink seamlessly infiltrated shops, hotels, restaurants, and convenience stores throughout the city. Even at the train station, one could spot its presence on the small carts. Upon its debut, the product was met with a fervent demand from the public, eager to sample what made these beverages. Produced by equipment worth over $1 million, so extraordinary. Inside the office of the Tangren Cold Drink Factory, Wang Gang's eyes gleamed with admiration. General Jiang, we have successfully distributed all the goods in the urban area, and the contracts were finalized with great ease. Many merchants have approached us, eager to stock our products. Jiang Yang nodded, responding, the retail prices of the 3 products must not be mistaken. The profits for distributors can be negotiated, but the price at which the product reaches the public must remain fixed. Wang Gang replied, understood. The new production machinery could create 3 distinct packaging options: glass bottles, aluminum cans, and plastic bottles. The glass bottles were priced at 1 yuan, while the other 2 variants were set at 1.5 yuan each. Surprisingly, these prices even exceeded those of Shui Cold Drink Factory. However, to the astonishment of the executives, the public's enthusiasm remained undeterred by the slight price increase. Rather, they lauded Tangren Special Drink after their first taste. The market is thriving, with numerous voices proclaiming the value of this product, asserting that it is indeed superior to Snowman's cold drinks. 2 words, high-end. In an instant, Tangren Specialty Beverage has become the emblem of premium beverages. This revelation left the previously skeptical employees of Jiang Yang feeling quite remorseful, and from that moment on, Jiang Yang's stature began to solidify in their minds. The news swiftly reached the Snowman Cold Drink Factory. Huang Defa hastened to the department store in his car, his eyes fixed on the advertisement for Tangren Specialty Beverage, rubbing them in disbelief and shock. Just days ago, Jiang Yang had expressed his intention to sell the Tangren cold drink factory to him. How could he suddenly launch an advertisement? Fuming, Huang Defa returned to his factory and dialed Jiang Yang's number. "Jiang, what do you mean by this?" he roared as soon as the call connected. Jiang Yang furrowed his brow slightly, distancing the phone from his ear, then replied with a warm smile, "Mr. Huang. What are you talking about? Such a big fire is not good at all. Jiang, stop pretending to be confused. What is the meaning of the advertisement at the department store?" Huang Defa demanded. Jiang Yang chuckled. "It's simply an advertisement, Mr. Huang. Surely you can discern that much?" Sitting in his office, Huang Defa felt a wave of unease wash over him. "Oh no, I have been tricked." His expression grew increasingly frigid. "Jiang Yang, are you toying with me? Didn't we agree on selling the Tangren cold drink factory to me just a few days ago?" Jiang Yang maintained his calm demeanor. "Indeed, Mr. Huang, I have instructed the finance department to send you the asset list. It should have arrived at your factory by now. If the price is acceptable to you, I will proceed with the sale of the cold drink factory." After hanging up, Huang Defa's countenance darkened ominously. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, revealing a petite woman in her 30s, impeccably dressed. "Are you Mr. Huang Defa?" Li Yin adjusted her glasses, inquiring from the doorway. Huang Defa took a moment to steady himself before responding. "Yes, I am. Are you from the Tangren cold drink factory's finance department?" Li Yin nodded. "Yes, Mr. Huang. Here's our factory's asset list and the finalized offer. Please take a look, and if everything is satisfactory, kindly sign the acquisition document." With that, Li Yin placed a thick stack of documents onto Huang Defa's desk. He cast a disgruntled glance at her, then hastily flipped to the last page. Upon seeing the figure on the final offer, Huang Defa rubbed his eyes in disbelief. 2 million. Huang Defa stared incredulously at the list, then counted the figures on the paper multiple times. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. 2 million. "Mr. Huang, you are not mistaken. It is indeed 20 million. Li Yin stated softly. Furious, Huang Defa hurled the documents to the floor. Rising to his feet, he bellowed, "What nonsense is this? A mere cold drink factory demands 20 million? Is Jiang Yang truly mocking me?" Li Yin maintained a serene demeanor, calmly addressing Mr. Huang. "Mr. Huang, our general manager Jiang has stated that given the potential of the Tangren cold drink factory, 20 million is merely a pittance." "Pittance? Have you ever seen cabbage worth 20 million? Mr. Huang nearly lost his composure. Li Yin bent down to pick up the documents scattered on the floor, then continued. "General Manager Jiang has instructed that you have only 10 minutes to consider this offer, after which we shall proceed without further delay." "Mr. Huang, 5 minutes have already elapsed. What are your thoughts?" Mr. Huang slumped in his chair, fully comprehending the situation. He realized that others had never intended to sell the factory to him from the outset. While he had been lost in dreams, Jiang Yang had already set his sights on the urban market. This move effectively leveled the playing field between two manufacturers that had previously been worlds apart. Chapter 40. After the smoke of war in the office of the Tangren cold drink factory, Zhou Hao returned from the department store with a new computer. Jiang Yang meticulously assembled it, and upon powering it on, the familiar Windows 98 interface appeared. Li Yin stood before the desk, recounting Huang Defa's reactions. Jiang Yang tapped the keyboard twice and remarked, "This boss Huang is overly concerned. The price I quoted is indeed a bargain. If he cannot afford it, he has no one to blame." Zhou Hao and Li Yin exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. In that moment, Jiang Yang seemed even more inscrutable to them. Thus, the unexpected conflict between the Shuiren and Tangren cold drink factories came to a sudden halt. It resembled the deafening roar of thunder, which culminated in but a gentle drizzle. The merchants who had gathered to witness the spectacle were left disappointed. Having anticipated a bloodbath filled with tension and desperation, they had expected a fierce battle for market dominance, with some capitalists eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to capitalize on the aftermath. However, they were taken aback by how Jiang Yang achieved such a resolution with merely a modest advertising sign. At the Shirshan department store, the top-floor office had been lavishly decorated. Bai Chengyan sat before an enormous tea table crafted from golden silk namu, preparing tea, while 5 or 6 middle-aged men occupied one side. These gentlemen exuded an air of distinction, being prominent figures in the business realm of Shirshan County. Who would have thought, in just a month, this Jiang Yang could share half of Shirshan County's market with Huang Defa's Shuiren cold drinks? "He is indeed remarkable," remarked an elderly man with graying temples. Bai Chengyan nodded in agreement, stating, "To be precise, Jiang Yang's Tangren special drinks has already eclipsed Huang Defa's Shuiren in reputation." A silence enveloped the group upon hearing this. To rent a sign for an exorbitant price of 200,000 at my department store may seem absurd. Yet it has undeniably captured the attention of all Shan County, Jiang Yang added as he replenished the tea. This seemed to open the floodgates of conversation. As everyone began to speak animatedly, the focus shifted to that very sign, which, upon being replaced with his Tang Ren special drinks, not only garnered immense publicity but also sparked engaging discussions among the populace. How astute. While Huang Defa recklessly pursued the rural market, Jiang Yang deftly redirected his efforts to conquer the urban landscape. Now, the citizens of Shan County regarded his Tang Ren special drinks as a premium offering, decisively outshining Schwerin. What a masterstroke! The crux of the matter lay in his million-dollar equipment and the strategic timing of his maneuvers. Upon reflection, the gathered businessmen could not help but acknowledge Jiang Yang's exceptional acumen. It was only when someone mentioned the timeline that Jiang Yang and the others became aware of the strategic sequence. From the inception of the character collection activity, Jiang Yang had already begun to prepare for the urban market takeover. The character collection was merely a feint, compelling Huang Defa to aggressively target the rural sector, while Jiang Yang had quietly commenced his plans for the urban market during that very time. Contemplating this, a chill ran down the spines of the assembled businessmen. This individual is truly formidable. Jiang Yang suddenly spoke up. These matters are not of utmost importance. The crowd turned to him, puzzled. Jiang Yang continued earnestly. After the two ice cream factories enter into a rivalry, how many opportunists are waiting to reap the benefits? But in the end, what happens? The business moguls present, all distinguished figures in the commercial sphere, instantly grasped the implications of Jiang Yang's words. Are you suggesting? Jiang Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. If Huang Defa were to be decisively defeated, others would certainly seize the opportunity to acquire it, and Jiang Yang would still face other competitors. This current situation is precisely what he desires. The audience murmured in contemplation. When an individual can control the outcome of their business dealings, their level of strategic thinking surpasses that of their peers. Old Bai, if what you say is true, why doesn't Jiang Yang simply acquire Huang Defa's factory and dominate the entire Shan County? Jiang Yang shook his head. That aspect eludes my understanding as well. But this is no longer of significance. Old Bai, Jiang Yang is not an ordinary individual. We should seek an opportunity to introduce him. Meanwhile, the Tang Ren Special Beverages Character Lottery continued its promotion in the urban area, this time offering a Santana sedan as the grand prize instead of a color television. This news sent shockwaves throughout Shan County. Not only did the name Tang Ren Special Beverage achieve unprecedented popularity, but the sales figures at the ice cream factory also skyrocketed by more than threefold. Zhou Hao beamed with delight as he watched truck after truck arrive, loaded to the brim. In the evening, Jiang Yang stood by the office window, contemplating the leaves that fluttered down outside. Autumn was approaching, and the air had turned slightly cool. Li Yin knocked on the office door with a report in hand, bringing Jiang Yang back to reality. General Manager Jiang, here are today's accounts for your review. Jiang Yang took the report, glanced through it, and signed his name. The recent revenue had significantly surpassed previous figures. Excluding miscellaneous costs, the daily profit approached 200,000. Has there been any movement from Huang Defa these past few days? Jiang Yang inquired. Li Yin retrieved the report and replied. Schwerin Ice Cream adjusted their winning odds recently, and the public is quite dissatisfied. Many have begun repurchasing our products. Furthermore, Huang Defa seems to be redirecting their focus back to the urban market, gradually retreating from the rural sector. Jiang Yang nodded in response. He did not intend to directly dismantle Huang Defa's Schwerin Ice Cream. In his view, no singular business should dominate a region, at least not with his current strength. The fast-moving consumer goods sector is rife with lucrative opportunities, and countless eyes are fixated on this pie. Just like the ice cream factory, when profits are elusive, no one pays attention. Once others discover the business is profitable, they become ravenous wolves, eager to take a bite regardless of the manner in which they do so. Having Huang Defa's Schwerin Ice Cream can, to some extent, alleviate the pressure from the sidelines. During this period, what Jiang Yang needed most was to expedite his own development. Whether in terms of finances or connections, he is in dire need at present. Upon noticing Jiang Yang's silence, Li Yin bid farewell and departed. The vast office was empty, with only Jiang Yang standing by the window, indulging in a cigarette. Suddenly, a thunderous roar disrupted his thoughts. Outside, a fierce wind howled as dark clouds rolled ominously toward him. Following the flashes of lightning and the claps of thunder, torrential rain began to pour. Jiang Yang instinctively closed the window, shivering involuntarily. He retrieved a coat from the wardrobe and, after a moment's contemplation, grabbed the keys to the small truck as well. This vehicle had been purchased when he transported Qin Yanli and her daughter to the hospital, with Li Yin subsequently giving the driver 20,000 yuan. As he descended the stairs, the deafening sound of the rain engulfed him. The downpour washed over the ground, leaving a faint scent of mud in the air. Zhou Hao directed the workers to move various carts and tools into the factory. The rain had arrived so unexpectedly that everyone was caught unawares, turning them into drenched figures. Chapter 41. An unexpected meeting with Chan Lan. Have the kitchen prepare some ginger soup for the workers, so they can drink it while it's hot. Jiang Yang instructed Zhou Hao from beneath the eaves of the office building. The sound of the rain was so intense that Zhou Hao had to lean in closer to hear, replying, "Understood, Brother Jiang. I will get the kitchen on it right away." The Dongfeng cargo truck was parked in the yard. Jiang Yang hurriedly dashed into the vehicle. Yet his back still got soaked. The torrential raindrops pounded against the truck's roof, creating a cacophony of sound. He retrieved the key, inserted it into the ignition, and pressed the brake to start the engine. The truck jolted slightly before roaring to life, albeit with the faint, crackling noises typical of an older engine. Leaning against the driver's seat, Jiang Yang took a moment to examine the first vehicle he had purchased upon his rebirth in this world. A 1993 Dongfeng cargo truck. It had room for 2 passengers in the front, with a driver's space not dissimilar to that of a van, and approximately 6 to 7 square meters of cargo space separated from the cabin. The steering wheel was worn, the gearshift somewhat loose, and a subtle scent of motor oil lingered in the air. The central console housed a single built-in radio capable of playing cassette tapes. Opening the glove compartment, he found 2 tapes of Rinshinchi. Jiang Yang spun the tape with his fingers and inserted it into the player. Rinshinchi's distinctive voice emerged from the somewhat muddled speakers. One wave has yet to subside before another crashes in, amidst the vast sea of people in a storm. One wave arrives too late, while another has long passed. A lifetime, a world, feels like awakening from a dream, deeply sorrowful at the bottom of the Pacific. As the raindrops pelted against the windows, the song lulled him into a moment of reverie. In that instant, Jiang Yang felt that his current existence was the true reality, while the so-called past life was merely a fleeting dream. He pressed the clutch and shifted gears, and the Dongfeng cargo truck slowly departed from the cold drink factory. The rain was exceptionally heavy today, pouring down in torrents like waves. The streets were nearly deserted, save for the occasional car moving at a snail's pace. Jiang Yang hummed along to the tape, but as fog rolled in, he had to concentrate intently on the road ahead to discern the conditions. As he turned a corner, he spotted a graceful figure standing beneath a large tree not far away. The girl wore form-fitting light blue jeans and a black jacket, complemented by a pure white t-shirt. Her long, raven hair was drenched, and the strong wind forced her to brace her umbrella with both hands. Her bicycle toppled on the ground beside her. "Teacher Chen?" Jiang Yang halted the truck and rolled down the window. Upon recognizing her features, he leapt from the vehicle, first inviting Chen Lan to get inside, then tossing her bicycle into the cargo hold before returning to his seat. "It's not wise to seek shelter under a tree in such weather," Jiang Yang remarked as he settled back in. Chen Lan busily adjusted her umbrella before responding, "I just happened to be passing by when the rain suddenly intensified. I had nowhere else to go." Jiang Yang lowered the volume of the music, saying, "Let me give you a ride." Chen Lan glanced at the heavy downpour outside and nodded, "That would be a tremendous help, but won't this delay your deliveries?" Jiang Yang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "No, I've already finished work." Chen Lan provided her home address, and Jiang Yang slowly turned the steering wheel, heading in that direction. Chen Lan glanced at Jiang Yang and remarked, "I apologize for that day at the school gate. My brother can be quite harsh with his words. Please don't take it to heart." Jiang Yang chuckled, "I was about to forget it until you mentioned it." As they chatted back and forth along the way, the rain began to lessen, and soon they arrived at Chen Lan's home, a cluster of self-built houses with red tiles and a red iron gate. At that moment, Chen Qing spotted his sister getting out of the car with Jiang Yang and rushed over. "Didn't I tell you to stay away from this guy?" Chen Qing shot a wary glance at Jiang Yang before turning to Chen Lan. Chen Lan, exasperated, retorted, "It was pouring rain, and he kindly gave me a ride home. Can you be a little more courteous to others?" Jiang Yang took the bicycle out of the trunk and placed it on the ground. Chen Qing cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Yang and complained to Chen Lan, "I really don't understand what you're thinking. You ignore someone like Boss Huang, who is wealthy, and always hang out with this delivery guy." Jiang Yang gently cleared his throat and said, "It's nothing. I'll take my leave now." Chen Lan hurriedly stepped forward. "Brother Jiang, Why not come in for a cup of hot water before you go? Jiang Yang smiled and waved his hand. No need. Maybe next time. I'm really sorry. I still don't know your name. Qianlan approached with an apologetic expression. Jiang Yang lowered the car window. Jiang Yang. With that, he started the car. As he watched the Dongfeng delivery truck sway away, Qing wore a look of disdain. When I get home, I'll tell Mom. And you're in big trouble. Qianlan frowned slightly. That's none of your business. With that, she angrily stepped into the house. Qing followed closely behind, fuming. Qianlan, Boss Huang has already sent the betrothal gifts 2,000 yuan, which Mom has accepted. You have no say in this matter. Qianlan turned around, incredulous. Why should I? Just because you're my mom, and you gave birth to me? Li Guilan emerged from the bedroom, hands on her hips, glaring at her daughter as she scolded, You ungrateful child. Your brother has worked hard to ensure you marry into a good family, and yet you associate with these unsavory characters. Who do you think you're fooling? Qing entered the house. Exactly. You need to clarify your relationship with that truck driver in front of Mom today. Qianlan, despairing at their expressions, realized the lengths they had gone to in order to arrange her marriage to a man in his 50s. One was her mother, and the other her brother. Qianlan never imagined they would so readily sell her off for 2,000 yuan. Quickly change your clothes and make yourself presentable. Tonight, Boss Huang is treating us to dinner at the Shirshan Grand Hotel, Li Guilan insisted. I'm not going. You two can go, Qianlan replied. Turning back to her room, Li Guilan, alarmed, exclaimed, I've already accepted 2,000 yuan. If you don't go, how can I explain it to them? Qianlan's voice echoed from her room. That's your affair. At that moment, a Mitsubishi SUV came to a halt at the entrance, precisely Huang Defa's Pajero. Upon seeing this, Qing's expression immediately shifted, his face adorned with an obsequious smile as he rushed forward, eagerly opening the car door while bowing and nodding. Embodying the very essence of a sycophant, Li Guilan, too, was beaming with delight, welcoming the guest into the house while serving tea and water. She found herself increasingly fond of Huang Defa, who was around her age, as though she had already deemed him her prospective son-in-law. Meanwhile, Huang Defa harbored a cold amusement within. This method of courting was one he had successfully employed time and again. He feigned the demeanor of a gentleman seeking a reputable marriage, but once he had ensnared the girl, he would merely concoct an excuse to dismiss her. A trivial matter involving only a bit of money. What of scholarly families and beautiful teachers? They were all within his grasp. Observing Huang Defa's personal arrival, Li Guilan hurried to Qianlan's room, persistently cajoling her daughter, nearly resorting to kneeling in her entreaties. Chapter 42. The banquet as Jiang Yang returned home. He knocked on the door, and upon Hu Tao opening it, a hint of blush appeared on the young girl's face. Brother Jiang Yang, she said. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. Just as he settled down, he received a call from Bai Qingyan. Hello, Mr. Bai, he answered. On the other end, Bai Qingyan's voice boomed with enthusiasm. Congratulations. Jiang Zong. Jiang Yang popped a freshly fried meatball into his mouth and replied, What is there to celebrate? Brother Jiang, are you playing coy? That old rascal Huang Defa had you trembling in fear. Now, who in Shirshan County doesn't know about your Tangren special drink? Excessive modesty is unbecoming, Bai Qingyan teased jovially. Jiang Yang chuckled. It's merely a draw at best. It's not that dramatic. Is that why you called me at this hour? Just to poke fun? Bai Qingyan wasted no time with pleasantries and conveyed his intention directly. Tonight at 8, in room 888 of the Shirshan Hotel. I hope you can grace us with your presence. Before Jiang Yang could respond, Bai Qingyan elaborated, You see, I have a few good friends who are quite intrigued by your encounter with Huang Defa, and they insisted I bring you along. This gathering serves as both a celebration and an opportunity for us to strengthen our ties while making some new acquaintances. Recognizing the earnestness in Bai Qingyan's invitation, Jiang Yang felt it impolite to decline further. All right, Mr. Bai, I shall see you tonight. After hanging up, he glanced at the clock. It was already 7 in the evening. Had it been in the past, he would certainly have brushed off such an impromptu invitation. However, given his current circumstances, he felt compelled to temper his previous disposition. Individuals like Bai Qingyan held significant status in Shirshan County, and naturally, his companions would be equally esteemed. With only a modest beverage factory at his disposal, Jiang Yang understood that ascending swiftly required a solid social foundation and connections. This banquet was indeed necessary. Donning his coat, he exchanged brief farewells with Jiang Qing and Jiang Tian before hastily descending the stairs. The rain outside had subsided considerably, leaving the uneven ground of the community dotted with pools of water. After a moment's consideration, he opted for the Dongfeng van. In such weather, It was certainly preferable to travel in a sturdy vehicle than on a motorcycle. He retrieved the keys, ignited the engine, and the vehicle rolled slowly out of the community. At 7:30 in the evening, in the southern part of Shirshan County, stood the Shirshan Grand Hotel. Its ancient yet elegant entrance contrasted with the opulent interior. The revolving glass doors and red-carpeted stairs were impeccably arranged. 8 security personnel, sharply attired, saluted the arriving guests as luxurious cars lined the entrance. Tiguan, Audi A6, BMW 730. Adorned with distinctive license plates, symbolizing the restaurant's status in Shirshan County. Huang Defa parked his Pajero leisurely at the drop-off area, clutching his briefcase under his arm. Then cleared his throat and exited the vehicle. Chen Sheng turned to Li Guilin and Chen Lan, his face beaming with pride. See, this is the world of the affluent. Li Guilin stepped out of the car, her face adorned with a plea as she gazed at Chen Lan. Could you do this for my mother's sake? Please, Lan Lan? Chen Lan, feeling helpless, reluctantly exited the vehicle. This is the final time. A young man, dressed in the garb of a manager, hurriedly approached Huang Defa, who had been the first to step forward. Mr. Huang, your room has been arranged. 3/7. Huang Defa paused, his brows furrowing. Did I not request 3/8? The manager explained. I apologize, Mr. Huang, but 3/8 have already been booked. It cannot be arranged. Huang Defa's displeasure was evident. I called you this morning. The manager quickly moved closer to Huang Defa, whispering a few words. It was only then that Huang Defa relented, muttering, Oh, Mr. Bai, then let it be. 3/7 it is. When Bai Qingyan rose to prominence in Shirshan County, Huang Defa was merely a laborer. In terms of financial strength and local standing, the two were worlds apart. No matter how inflated Huang Defa's ego might be, he dared not provoke Bai Qingyan. Accompanied by several individuals, they ascended to the second floor, where numerous diners in the hall greeted them warmly. Huang Defa, exuding an air of authority, responded with a slight wave. Chen Sheng, trailing behind, showered him with compliments, emphasizing the impressive demeanor of their boss. Upon reaching the door of the room, Huang Defa cast a glance into the opposite private room, his heart racing. The individuals Bai Qingyan had invited today were certainly of notable stature. There was Mr. Chen from Longqing Steel, Mr. Zhao from Huafeng Foods, and 2 others he did not recognize, yet their attire suggested they were equally distinguished. Please, go ahead and take a seat inside. I have a few friends to greet over there, Huang Defa instructed Chen Qing. Chen Qing eagerly nodded. No problem, Mr. Huang, you take your time. With that, Huang Defa, barely sparing a glance at the 3, proceeded to the room designated as 3/8. At that moment, Bai Qingyan was engaged in lively conversation with several friends, discussing the trends of economic reform over the past 2 years, each offering their insights with great enthusiasm. The sound of a knock echoed, prompting everyone to rise. Upon recognizing Huang Defa, the group exchanged glances before resuming their seats. Bai Qingyan, displaying a hint of disappointment, returned in his chair. It's just old Huang. Huang Defa pulled out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, eagerly offering them. Mr. Bai, I happen to be dining here as well and thought I would stop by to say hello. No, thank you, the others at the table gestured, indicating they did not smoke. Huang Defa chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had not managed to distribute a single cigarette. Bai Qingyan, noticing Huang Defa's discomfort, symbolically accepted one. Oh, if you are busy, feel free to attend to your matters. Huang Defa's mind raced. The individuals seated at this table were the elite of Shirshan County, and he had long desired to make their acquaintance. Today presented an extraordinary opportunity that he could not afford to overlook. In comparison to mingling with these prominent figures, pursuits of romance seemed trivial. I'm not busy, hee. Today, this meal is on me. Gentlemen, feel free to order as you wish. By the way, I have a case of Wuliangya in my car. It has been a while since we last met. Let's enjoy a hearty meal, Bai Qingyan remarked. Today we shall entertain a guest. This was meant as a polite refusal, yet Huang Defa misconstrued Bai Qingyan's intention. It's all right, you invite him, and I shall treat you. It's merely a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. At that moment, a man with graying hair, seated to Bai Qingyan's right, softly cleared his throat. Bai Qingyan's expression shifted. What I meant was, we shall dine separately. Huang Defa was taken aback. Bai Qingyan was typically adept at navigating social situations, possessing a high emotional intelligence. It was rare for him to express discomfort so directly. He cast a glance at the unfamiliar man, recognizing him as someone of significance, someone not to be trifled with. Thus, he quickly acquiesced, saying, very well, heh. You all enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call for me. I shall be right across the hall. With that, He closed the door behind him as he departed. Bai Qingyan shook his head in exasperation. This Huang Defa is truly lacking in sophistication. He then turned to the man on his right, saying, "Seventh brother, I apologize for the awkwardness." Seventh brother waved dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern, and then glanced at the time, that Jiang Yang should be arriving shortly, I presume? Chapter 43. The upper circle of Shirshan County outside the Shirshan Grand Hotel. Jiang Yang parked his Dongfeng cargo truck in an empty space, meticulously locking the doors twice before stepping out. He thought to himself that spending 20,000 yuan felt like a loss. A gentle breeze carried a hint of chill, and the ground was somewhat slick. The neon lights of the Shirshan Hotel shone brightly, casting a dazzling array of colors upon the puddles below. After adjusting his attire slightly, he stepped inside. Guided by a server, he ascended to the second floor. After walking just a few steps, a woman's voice called out to him. Jiang Yang? Turning around, he recognized Qianlan, whom he had parted ways with not long ago. In the room sat 4 individuals, Huang Defa, Qin Qing, and Qianlan, all of whom he had encountered before, along with a woman in her 40s who bore a striking resemblance to Qianlan, her mother, it seemed. Teacher Qin, you're dining here too? Jiang Yang inquired. Qianlan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Qin Qing interjected, "You, kid, have you no shame? Have you followed my sister all the way here?" He then turned to Huang Defa, saying, "Mr. Huang, this is the one who has been persistently pursuing my sister." Qianlan quickly retorted, "Qin Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? When has he ever pursued me?" Huang Defa furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Yang from head to toe. "We've met before." Jiang Yang smiled at Huang Defa, replying, "I recognize you, Mr. Huang." The address of Mr. Huang piqued Huang Defa's curiosity. He felt a strange familiarity with Jiang Yang's voice. Qin Qing, eager to impress before his boss, seized the opportunity to stand up, declaring, "Kid, I advise you to consider your own worth and refrain from harboring any intentions toward my sister, or I'll make sure you regret it." Jiang Yang thought to himself that this misunderstanding was quite significant. Little did he know that his act of kindness had been misconstrued as an attempt to court Qianlan. However, he couldn't deny that Qianlan was indeed a remarkable young woman, appealing both in appearance and figure. Seeing Jiang Yang remain silent, yet occasionally glance at his sister, infuriated Qin Qing further, who was poised to unleash his wrath. Just as he approached Jiang Yang, the door of a private room opened, revealing Bai Qingyan at the entrance. "Ah, Jiang, it's you. When did you arrive?" he exclaimed with a smile. Jiang Yang turned back, replying, "I ran into a few friends and came to greet them." Bai Qingyan cast a significant glance at Qin Qing, causing him to shiver with apprehension. "Come in and take a seat. Everyone is waiting for you," Bai Qingyan urged. Jiang Yang nodded and then looked at Qianlan, saying, "Teacher Qin, I have some matters to attend to. Let us have dinner together another day." Oh, all right," Qianlan responded, utterly bewildered and unable to grasp the situation. Instinctively nodding in agreement, Jiang Yang followed Bai Qingyan into the room. Huang Defa stood there, utterly perplexed, grappling with disbelief. Could it be that Bai Qingyan's guest was none other than him? Qin Qing, equally confused, pointed to the man across the way and whispered, "Mr. Huang. Who is that guy? How dare he glare at me? Should we go over and deal with him?" Huang Defa scoffed, "Let Bai Qingyan handle it." Bai Qin Qing was left speechless, unable to utter a single word for an extended period. Just the mention of this name rendered him, and even his superior Huang Defa, merely fit to be a shoe shiner for such a figure. At that moment, Qin Qing felt more discomfort than if he had ingested a pound of fly droppings. Who exactly was this young man, driving a freight truck and riding a bicycle? The fact that Bai Qingyan was going out to greet him only added to the mystery, as did the remark, "Everyone is waiting for you in the room." This sparked a flurry of thoughts. The private room reserved by Bai Qingyan was quite spacious, exceeding 100 square meters. The air conditioning was ample, and the thick, soft carpet provided a luxurious texture underfoot. A massive screen partitioned the room into 2 sections. On one side was a karaoke area, while the inner side featured a large round table occupied by 4 unfamiliar yet distinguished middle-aged men. As Jiang Yang entered the room, Bai Qingyan began to introduce him warmly. The strangers, appearing familiar, all stood to shake hands. "This is General Manager Chen Wei-Fa from Shirshan Longqing Steel Group. This is General Manager Zhao Delong from Huafeng Food Factory. This is General Manager Lu Weiman from Longong Real Estate." Jiang Yang smiled and shook hands, saying, "Hello. I am Jiang Yang." Finally, Bai Qingyan led Jiang Yang to a seat next to him, preparing to introduce a man referred to as Seventh Brother. However, Seventh Brother took the initiative to stand. "Wei Chun, but they all call me Lao Chi," he introduced himself. Jiang Yang extended his right hand for a handshake. His grip was solid and powerful, reminiscent of stone. Dressed in a well-fitted black suit, with slightly graying hair and sharp facial features, his penetrating gaze was keen and discerning. Bai Qingyan quietly remarked, "We all referred to him as Lao Qi." Jiang Yang nodded with a smile, addressing Wei Chen, "Lao Qi." Wei Chen smiled back and waved his hand. "Please, have a seat, brother." Jiang Yang, feeling at ease, settled into the chair to the left of Bai Qingyan, allowing him to observe the features of the other men. General Manager Chen from the Steel Group appeared to be in his early 50s, with slick-back hair and a loose-fitting suit that exuded authority. General Manager Liu from Longyang Real Estate was also in his 50s, donning a flamboyant floral shirt and shorts, his golden watch glimmering ostentatiously, resembling a nouveau riche. Among them, Zhao Delong, the youngest, was just over 30, fit and clad in jeans and a white shirt. Serving tea to the others at the table, Bai Qingyan nodded toward Zhao Delong, who immediately understood and turned to instruct a waiter at the door to bring out the dishes. A few young women in kipeos entered, some pouring drinks while others arranged utensils. One of the women, holding a teapot, was interrupted by Zhao Delong. "No need for that. Just prepare the food and step outside," he instructed, taking the teapot from her hands. Jiang Yang noted these details. It was evident that General Manager Zhao had been with Bai Qingyan for quite some time, as reflected in the ease of their interactions. All these signs pointed to one conclusion: an important individual was present this evening, and many conversations were likely to be sensitive, warranting discretion from outsiders. The men at this table had all been introduced and were all businessmen, generally untroubled by the fear of being overheard. Thus, the individual seated to the right of Bai Qingyan is none other than Wei Chun. With years of experience, Jiang Yang immediately deduced that Wei Chun is the most esteemed figure at this table. 8 elegantly proportioned women filed in, each carrying a dish. One of them bent slightly before Bai Qingyan and said, "Mr. Bai, our boss is aware of your presence and has specifically instructed us to bring a bottle of Long Tuan." Bai Qingyan replied, "Tell old Shou not to be so courteous. We have brought our own baijiu." The woman appeared somewhat hesitant, saying this. Bai Qingyan chuckled heartily. "It's fine. Old Shou and I have been friends since childhood. No need for such formalities. Just serve the dishes and then you may leave. I still need to converse with my guests." The woman nodded gently. "Understood, Mr. Bai. If you require anything, just call for me. I will be waiting by the door." With that, she waved her hand to the group of women, and they retreated. Once the room was devoid of outsiders, Bai Qingyan turned to Jiang Yang and remarked, "Dear Jiang, this celebratory feast has been prepared entirely in your honor. Do ensure you indulge in a few more drinks." Chapter 44, The Disturbance at the Tavern. Bai Qingyan, a seasoned veteran in the realm of social gatherings, adeptly orchestrated the atmosphere at the table, fostering camaraderie among the guests within a mere half-hour. Jiang Yang, having been granted a second chance at life, effortlessly engaged in the customary toasting and drinking. Aside from General Manager Zhao of Huafeng Foods, the others at the table were already in a state of mild inebriation. Noticing that the spirits had been sufficiently consumed, Bai Qingyan leaned in, draping an arm over Jiang Yang's shoulder, and remarked, "Brother Jiang, your exploits with shui ring cold drinks have certainly garnered you a reputation. I never would have guessed that you possess such acumen in business." Jiang Yang, feeling pleasantly tipsy, replied with a cheerful smile, "You flatter me, General Bai. Your modesty is commendable. The disparity between our two cold drink companies is vast. You first captured Huang Defa's attention with a clever wordplay event, then surprised him with an exorbitantly priced billboard, effectively seizing control of the urban market. Truly admirable." The speaker was Qin Weifa from Longqing Steel Group, who, swaying slightly with a wine vessel in hand, stood up. His crocodile skin belt struggled to contain his prominent beer belly. Approaching Jiang Yang, he raised his glass and proclaimed, "Brother Jiang, it has been far too long since our business circle in Shishan County has seen such excitement. You are impressive. You have opened my eyes. Here's to you." With that, he tilted his head back and drained his drink. Jiang Yang couldn't help but be impressed. They were indulging in 52-degree Wuliangya, a fine liquor, yet it was being consumed in excess. The server had brought small cups, but all chose to drink directly from the vessel, each sip equating to 2.5 liang. Within half an hour, a case of Wuliangya had been emptied. Among the 6, Wei Chun had consumed the least, as no one pressed him to drink. The others had each downed no less than a jin. Were it not for his commendable capacity for liquor from his previous life, managing these individuals would have proven quite challenging. Cheers. Jiang Yang, unwilling to be outdone, gritted his teeth and downed his shot of baijiu. Bai Qingyan applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming that Jiang Yang had a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Zhao Delong stood up to instruct the server to open the karaoke outside the screen, and soon, 8 young women clad in kipayos entered the room in a procession. Hey, 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 Chen Weisheng, microphone in hand, occasionally clapped to ensure it was functioning properly before passing it to Wei Chen. Brother Qi, since we're having such a splendid time today, why not serenade us with a song? Wei Chen, appearing in high spirits, accepted the microphone with a smile, saying, I shall treat you all to a modest performance. How about my Chinese heart? As his words faded, the servers and the young women sprang into action, connecting cables and selecting accompaniment on the television screen. Jiang Yang finally exhaled in relief, sinking into a chair to sip some hot tea. This group could certainly drink. More than a gene of liquor seemed merely a warm-up. Bai Qingyan produced a cigarette and offered it to Jiang Yang. Brother Jiang, Brother Qi is indeed a fine singer from Shan County. Jiang Yang nodded, accepting the cigarette. The young woman beside him promptly produced a lighter, bending to ignite the cigarette and then pushing the ashtray closer to Jiang Yang. Wei Chen's voice resonated powerfully, his singing soaring with remarkable pitch and impeccable pitch accuracy. The audience, enthralled, erupted into applause. Zhao Delong executed his service duties impeccably, orchestrating the waitstaff to remove the white liquor as a steady stream of ice-cold beer began to arrive at the tables. By the time Wei Chen finished his song, the table was already heaped with green bottles of beer. Excellent. Brother Qi is truly improving in his singing. Cheers, Chen Weisheng exclaimed, one hand clutching a beer bottle and the other a glass. With a beaming smile, Wei Chen raised his beer and downed it in one go. Jiang Yang also lifted his glass, just as a commotion erupted at the entrance. Huang Defa entered, holding a bottle of Wuliangye, a broad grin on his face. Mr. Bai, still singing? The atmosphere quieted, all eyes turning toward the doorway. Bai Qingyan frowned slightly. Huang Defa was indeed lacking in awareness. Huang Defa chuckled. Perfect. My girlfriend is a music teacher at No. 2 high school. How about she sings a song to liven things up? As he spoke, Chen Cheng forcibly dragged Chen Lan into the room. Chen Lan's wrist was gripped tightly, turning red from the pressure as she struggled, but Chen Cheng's strength was overwhelming, rendering her attempts futile. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't even know you. Chen Lan glared at Huang Defa, her anger palpable. Huang Defa glared back at her menacingly, whispering, Don't push your luck. Do you want me to ensure your family can't survive in Shan? Zhao Delong stood at the door, casting a glance at Bai Qingyan. Bai Qingyan attempted to ease the tension, saying, Since this lovely lady can sing, let us have her perform a song to enliven the atmosphere. Just as everyone expected the farce to conclude, Chen Lan flatly retorted, I want tea. The atmosphere grew awkward, silence enveloping the room. At that moment, Jiang Yang rose and said, If the lady feels shy, then I shall sing a song to entertain everyone, if that is agreeable. Bai Qingyan was about to respond when Huang Defa suddenly sneered, You? What gives you the right to sing? Chen Qing, having had a couple of drinks, was feeling bold. Kid, do you even realize what kind of occasion this is? You have no place to speak here. Jiang Yang remained silent, striding towards Huang Defa. Bai Qingyan attempted to interject, but someone seized his wrist. Looking down, he saw it was Wei Chen, who had remained quiet until now. Meanwhile, Chen Lan's wrist was still firmly held, revealing distinct bruises on her fair skin. Let go. Jiang Yang's voice was icy, reminiscent of a specter from the depths of hell. The moment Chen Cheng met Jiang Yang's gaze, the remnants of his inebriation evaporated, replaced by a cold sweat as he instinctively loosened his grip. Chen Lan seized the opportunity to retreat swiftly to the doorway. Jiang Yang turned to Huang Defa, suddenly asking, And who do you think you are, speaking to me like that? This question left Huang Defa utterly flustered. Just moments ago, he had been pondering who this individual could be, struggling to recall any notable figure from Shan, ultimately concluding it must have been a mistake. This young man was merely a driver, insignificant in stature. With Chen Cheng adding fuel to the fire, mentioning his truck driving exploits, Huang Defa concluded that Jiang Yang must be an insignificant character. Yet, judging by the current atmosphere, this was not someone a mere truck driver could rival. Huang Defa, suppressing his insecurities, glared fiercely and exclaimed, Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I could smash a bottle over your head and your mother wouldn't recognize you. He shook the bottle of liquor in his hand. Jiang Yang, with a hint of amusement, replied, I don't believe you. This response utterly enraged Huang Defa, who seized the bottle and swung it violently at Jiang Yang's head. A gust of wind rushed past as Jiang Yang swiftly bent down, evading the bottle while delivering a forceful elbow strike to Huang Defa's jaw. Crack! Huang Defa let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, sprawled out. Thud. Qin Qing hurriedly pulled his boss up from the ground. Pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yang with fury etched on his face, You dare to strike President Huang? You're finished. Huang Defa, clutching his jaw, rose and retrieved his phone, growling, If I don't eliminate you today, I want you to bear the surname Huang. At that moment, Wei Chen, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Such bravado. I'm curious to see if you carry any weight in Shan County. Huang Defa, now seething with rage, had long held disdain for this gray-haired individual. Who the hell are you? Don't come here acting all mysterious. Do your homework on who I fear in Shan County. Wei Chen responded with a cold snort. I am Wei Chen. Have Lu Zhonghua come deal with me. I'll be waiting right here. At these words, Huang Defa's expression turned one of utter shock. Chapter 45. Influence Wei Lao Qi. Huang Defa clasped his chin, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wei Chun retrieved a cigarette from the table and lit it, casting a cold glance at Huang Defa. At that moment, Huang Defa, stripped of his inebriation, hastily exclaimed, Seventh brother, I had no idea it was you. I truly failed to recognize a mountain of greatness. I meant no offense towards you. It was merely that this young man laid hands on me, and I directed my ire solely at him. He pointed accusingly at Jiang Yang. Wei Chen let out a cold snort. Mr. Jiang is my esteemed friend and a guest of mine today. If you have caused him any discomfort, do not think that a mere beating is all he could impose upon you, should he desire. Even the extraction of your eyeballs for his drink would be beyond your reproach. Huang Defa felt cold sweat soaking his back. He cursed Qin Cheng for inciting him to enter this room. Now, he had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. But Qing Yin regarded Huang Defa with a knowing look and remarked, Old Huang, you truly have blind eyes. You deserve every loss in business. You stand before your competitor yet remain oblivious to their identity. The words struck Huang Defa like a wake-up call. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Yang, his pupils suddenly constricting. No wonder that voice sounded so familiar. It is he, the owner of Tangren Cold Drinks, Jiang Yang. With Wei Chen and Bai Qingyan backing him, it appeared that the beating he was about to receive would be in vain. Bai Qingyan, a master of handling such situations, discerned that matters had escalated sufficiently. He interjected, All right. This can be viewed as a misunderstanding, since it was unintentional. There is nothing further to discuss. Let us consider this matter resolved. After all, they were all prominent figures in Shan County. And given that today's gathering was organized by Bai Qingyan, it was unseemly for anyone to create undue tension. Moreover, Huang Defa posed little threat. The real concern lay with the Lu family backing him. One must always consider the powerful. Upon hearing Bai Qingyan's words, Huang Defa's heart was filled with a myriad of unwilling thoughts. A misunderstanding? You call a sucker punch a misunderstanding? Yet, under the watchful eye of Wei Lao Qi, he swallowed his indignation, forced a smile, and replied, Misunderstanding? Ha, misunderstanding. Only then did Bai Qingyan's expression soften as he turned to Jiang Yang. Brother, weren't you just about to sing a song? Jiang Yang's previously fierce demeanor dissipated, and he nodded slightly. Bai Qingyan then directed his attention towards Huang Defa at the door. If you have no further business, you needn't linger there. Huang Defa's face shifted from yellow to white, appearing even more ghastly than pig liver. His pride had been thoroughly humiliated. He had intended to flaunt his status with his entourage, only to find himself outshone, leaving even his mother unable to bear witness. Defeated, he exited with Qin Cheng, who felt utterly dejected. Li Guilin, peering through the crack of the door, observed the scene unfold with clarity. Didn't they say Huang Defa was formidable in Shan County? I see little evidence of that, she scoffed softly. Qin Cheng replied in a hushed tone, We've run into a tough opponent today. My sister's boyfriend is no ordinary man. He seems to be quite significant. As Qianlan stepped out, she discreetly glanced back at Jiang Yang, who had returned to the table, merrily toasting with his companions, scarcely sparing her a glance. Huang Defa, suppressing the waves of pain radiating from his jaw, emerged from the room only to find Chen Qing and his mother engaged in hushed whispers. With such a distressing incident weighing on his heart, he had no inclination to pursue romantic entanglements. He cast a fierce glance at Qin Chun and declared, You need not come to work tomorrow. Furthermore, ensure that the 20,000 yuan is delivered to me by then. Otherwise, I shall make it impossible for your family to endure. Qin Qing, taken aback, hastily replied, Director Huang, this is not my fault. Huang Defa swiftly departed, disappearing from the second floor in the blink of an eye. Qin Sheng turned to his sister, Chen Lan, accusingly stating, This is all you're doing. If you had just gone in and sung a song, none of this would have happened. He attributed all blame to her. Qianlan remained silent, gently massaging her arm, lost in thought as she gazed into the room. Li Guilin and her son also grew curious, peering across the corridor. In that moment, Li Guilin found the young man increasingly appealing. His earlier confrontation with Huang Defa had been nothing short of captivating. Given Huang Defa's hasty retreat, it seemed this young man was indeed a person of significance. If her daughter could marry him, they would truly ascend to greater heights. Let us go, Qianlan said to her mother. Li Guilin, still fixated on the opposite door, glanced back at Qianlan and retorted, "Why the rush? I'm simply observing my potential son-in-law." Qing chimed in, grinning as he looked at Qianlan. "Sister, come clean. When did you and Mr. Jiang become an item?" Qianlan, exasperated, responded, "I've told you countless times. I've only met him twice." Li Guilin interjected, "Silly girl, that's not what matters now." Not at all. Inside the room, 8 women clad in kipayos busily served tea and refreshments, while a waiter entered, cradling a guitar. Seizing the moment, Bai Chengyan engaged Jiang Yang in conversation, discussing the elite circles of Shishan County. Jiang Yang reclined in his chair, thoroughly engrossed. He had longed to learn more about the business community of Shishan County, yet his only companion, Zhou Hao, possessed only trivial information. Bai Chengyan, a seasoned figure in Shishan County, was a person of considerable influence, and much of what he shared pertained to the Liu family. This piqued Jiang Yang's interest, as he had often heard others speak of the Liu family. The business landscape of Shishan County was predominantly controlled by 2 factions, the Liu family and the Wei family. The Liu family, a prominent clan, was centered around Liu Zhenghua. He had married 3 wives, and his 2 sons had now reached adulthood, each inheriting a portion of the family business. The majority of rice, flour, grains, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and seasonings in Shishan County were under their dominion. To say it was a monopoly would not be an exaggeration. Additionally, the Liu family was involved in demolition and construction projects, as well as various enterprises such as sand and gravel supply and concrete mixing stations in the suburbs. Their extensive connections and economic strength were evident, allowing them to wield significant influence in Shishan County, with the Wei family being their only rival. The Wei family's business ventures were entirely different, relying on land and storefronts for their wealth. In the entirety of Shishan County, the extent of land held by the Wei family remains an enigma, even to Bai Chengyan. "The land for my department store was acquired from 7th brother," Bai Chengyan murmured. Jiang Yang, though a man of considerable experience, found himself astounded by the formidable influence of the Wei family. From Bai Chengyan's tone, it was evident that at least 1/5 of the land in Shishan County was under the control of the Wei family. Although this is merely a small county, and the land may not appear particularly valuable, Jiang Yang was acutely aware that, in a decade or 2, these parcels of land could represent an immense fortune. Bai Chengyan continued in hushed tones, "Moreover, 7th brother's family background is anything but ordinary. In recent years, the only person Liu Zhenghua has dared not provoke in Shishan County is 7th brother." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang finally comprehended why Chen Weixing remarked that it had been many years since Shishan County had experienced such vibrancy. It turned out that over 80% of the business in Shishan was dominated by the Liu and Wei families, making fierce market competition a rarity. Jiang Yang nodded slightly, maintaining an air of calm. Bai Chengyan cautioned softly, "Let me give you a word of warning. Although Huang Defa may seem like an inconsequential figure, he is backed by Liu Zhenghua. Navigating the business realm in Shishan alone may lead you into turbulent waters." Jiang Yang took a sip of the beer on the table and replied, "Profitable ventures have always been a domain where wolves outnumber the prey. Peace has never been a hallmark of this world." As these words left his lips, Wei Chen happened to glance over, and Jiang Yang met his gaze, their eyes locking like 2 searing beams of light. Chapter 46. The painting. Jiang Yang picked up his glass and rose, deliberately approaching Wei Chen. "7th brother, thank you for earlier," he said, raising his cup. A smile spread across Wei Chen's face as he downed his beer in one gulp. The brief interlude with Huang Defa had left Jiang Yang feeling somewhat warmed, though he had merely crossed paths with these individuals. The camaraderie they exhibited, especially Wei Chen and Bai Chengyan standing up for him so promptly, deeply resonated within him. Seeing that the servers were nearly ready, Zhao Delong approached with a guitar in hand. "President Jiang, here is the guitar you requested." Jiang Yang took it with a smile, saying, "I shall now embarrass myself before my esteemed brothers." The atmosphere at the table revived, even more vibrant than before. Chen Weixing's face was flushed, clapping and whistling as he announced, "Let us welcome President Jiang Yang of the Tangren Cold Drink Factory to sing a song for us. Let's give him a round of applause." Wei Qin and Bai Chengyan also showed interest, while a dozen cheerful servers stood by. The Shishan Hotel welcomed many guests daily, and when these affluent patrons were in high spirits, they often sang karaoke, typically following the accompaniment on the television. However, it was rare to find someone like Jiang Yang, who requested to perform with his guitar. 8 elegantly dressed ladies in kipayos gazed at him with intrigue, whispering among themselves, "Who is this President Jiang? It seems it's his first time here. I haven't seen him before, but to converse so easily with someone like President Bai, he must be remarkable. He looks quite young, and upon closer inspection, rather handsome." Seated at the center of the room, Jiang Yang lowered his head to adjust the guitar strings. The sound of the guitar was clear, like a celestial melody. Silence enveloped the room as he cradled the instrument and began to sing softly. "To paint a moon for the lonely night sky, to depict myself singing beneath its glow, to sketch a grand window for the desolate house, and to illustrate a bed within." His voice, rich and resonant, transported everyone into a profound reverie. Jiang Yang sat, his head bowed over the guitar, revealing only the profile of his slightly inebriated face. "To draw a maiden to keep me company, and to craft a floral quilt, to portray a stove and firewood, that we may live and thrive together, to depict a flock of birds surrounding me, and to illustrate green hills and azure slopes, to capture tranquility and harmony." As raindrops fall upon the rice fields, the song flowed melodiously, leaving the audience spellbound. What is this song? They had never heard it before. Wei Qin, raised in a musically inclined family, was equally astonished. From the small town of Shishan emerged such a remarkable talent, unfazed by societal titans, effortlessly navigating commercial challenges with grace. And now, serenading before an audience with a glass in hand. The crux of the matter lies in his unwavering aura, as steadfast as a mountain, accompanied by an immense magnetic charm that captivates everyone in an instant, attributes not easily attainable by an ordinary young man merely through innate talent. This individual is decidedly extraordinary. Wei Chun gazed at the young man strumming and singing, a myriad of affirmations swirling in his mind. The others in the room had become thoroughly immersed in Jiang Yang's melodious voice, especially after a few rounds of drinks. The folk music, imbued with a sense of freedom, nonchalance, and a yearning for beauty, rendered this group of grown men entranced. The 8 lovely women had forgotten their discussions, as if they had been transported to another realm alongside Jiang Yang's song. Jiang Yang caressed his guitar and continued to weave the lyrics into the air. In the painting, there is a rainbow you can touch. In the painting, a starlit sky I vow to keep alive. The painting features a winding, endless road, where the dwellers at its end have already slipped into dreams. It depicts a mother in serene repose and arguments that can be erased like pencil marks. The painting shows grains of sustenance for every season, where carefree souls harbor no worries. The people in the room were lost in reverie, enchanted by the ethereal ambience that enveloped them. As the door of the room stood slightly ajar, a crowd had gathered outside, peering in with curiosity to discern the source of such enchanting music. Among the onlookers, Chunlan was particularly astonished. Upon hearing the song, she felt as though her breath had become labored. While others may have merely enjoyed the lively atmosphere, Chunlan grasped the profound essence of his artistry. The longing for freedom and aspiration depicted was indeed a beautiful tableau. "I possess no eraser to wipe away disputes, only a pen that sketches solitude. The moon in the night sky no longer shines brightly, only a melancholic child sings." The guitar abruptly fell silent. A hush enveloped the room, broken only by the gentle hum of the air conditioning. Suddenly, applause erupted like a cascade. Jiang Yang set down his guitar, only then realizing that the room was filled with people. Shen Weixing approached with a beer in hand, laughing heartily. "Jiang, I never imagined your business acumen was so impressive. And your singing equally splendid." Bai Chengyan stepped forward, throwing an arm around Jiang Yang's shoulders, exclaiming, "Brother, though I am a few years older, if you don't mind, call me brother, and we shall be good friends." Jiang Yang responded with a smile, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon a figure at the doorway. After hearing the song, Chunlan could not restrain her tears and hurried away upon meeting Jiang Yang's glance. The revelries of this era were indeed formidable. Jiang Yang initially believed that the simple karaoke segment marked the end of the evening, but Bai Chengyan had merely orchestrated the beginning of the festivities. After each person had sung a song, they descended the stairs in a daze, only to find 4 luxurious vehicles waiting for them below. Wei Chun was the first to board one car, followed by Jiang Yang and Bai Chengyan in another, Shen Weixing in a separate vehicle, and Lu Weimin with Zhao Delong in the last. The 4 opulent cars sped off towards the largest bathing center in Shishan County. After a rejuvenating sauna session, the group hastily made their way to a seafood barbecue, indulging in an extravagant feast accompanied by copious amounts of alcohol. The camaraderie among men is refreshingly straightforward. Following such a grand banquet, the few who partook felt an immediate kinship, referring to one another as brothers and growing increasingly familiar. Along the banks of the city moat, blue and white striped plastic pavilions offered a plethora of hot pot and barbecue skewers. As a gentle rain began to patter outside, Qin Weisheng raised his glass and inquired, "Seventh brother, what are your thoughts on the Jiangli distillery?" Jiang Yang, already 7 parts inebriated, perked up at the mention of the distillery, though he still bore a tipsy demeanor. The revelry had only now begun to delve into serious matters, with only those whose minds remained clear deemed worthy of participation. Weichin raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What is this? Has Longqing Steel found itself unsatisfied and now seeks to venture into distilling?" Qin Weisheng offered an awkward smile as the group exchanged glances. Wei Chun, in a serious tone, cautioned, "The Jiangli distillery is not as simple as you presume. I advise against harboring any intentions towards it." Jiang Yang, appearing somewhat befuddled, responded, "Jiangli distillery? Wasn't it shut down?" Chapter 47. The night road. Ever since learning about the closure of the Jiangli distillery from Uncle Zhang, Jiang Yang had been preoccupied with the thought. The profit margins of liquor far exceed those of beverages by numerous folds. Hearing the business magnates discuss it, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Bai Qingyan gently tapped Jiang Yang's right hand beneath the table, yet Jiang Yang seemed oblivious, as if intoxicated. "It has indeed shut down," Wei Chen responded. Jiang Yang intended to probe further, but was interrupted by Bai Qingyan. All right, since seventh brother has advised against it, we must heed his words. I believe we have had enough to drink for today. Let us save the rest for another time." With that, he instructed the drivers to begin escorting the guest home. Before leaving, Wei Chen took the initiative to exchange contact information with Jiang Yang, mentioning that he resided at the Longhu Manor in the southern city, inviting him to reach out should he need anything in Shishan County. Jiang Yang saved the phone number, expressing his gratitude. Soon, only Bai Qingyan and Jiang Yang remained at the late-night food stall. Bai Qingyan observed Jiang Yang and asked, "Brother, are you truly intoxicated or merely feigning drunkenness?" Jiang Yang chuckled heartily. "What are you saying, brother Bai? With so much liquor consumed, how could one possibly remain sober?" Bai Qingyan sighed, realizing that this response was as good as none, and chose not to press further. Suddenly, Jiang Yang inquired, "Seventh brother must be from the Wei family, correct?" Bai Qingyan nodded, speaking with a weighty tone, "Indeed. Do not underestimate this seemingly insignificant Shishan County. Without a true heavyweight backing you, engaging in business here is futile." He then looked Jiang Yang in the eye, enunciating each word carefully. "Brother, remember my advice. Be vigilant of Lu Zhenghua. Wang Defa is backed by the Lu family. You have encroached upon his business, and today you have put him in a difficult position. With Lu Zhenghua's methods, he will not let this slide easily." Jiang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. If someone genuinely wished to target another, mere caution would be insufficient. The best defense is a good offense. This was a lesson Jiang Yang had gleaned from years of experience in business. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they prepared to part ways. Bai Qingyan offered to have the driver take him home, but Jiang Yang firmly declined. Seeing his insistence, Bai Qingyan retrieved a black umbrella from the vehicle and handed it to Jiang Yang. After expressing his thanks, Jiang Yang walked along the city moat, gradually disappearing into the night. The night in Shishan County was tranquil, punctuated only by the sound of raindrops falling upon the river's surface. Jiang Yang glanced at the time. It was already 2 in the morning. The wind was brisk, causing goosebumps to rise on his arms. The effects of the alcohol had mostly worn off, leaving his mind unusually clear. His thoughts were consumed by the Jiangli distillery that had been mentioned earlier. The prospect of making money ignited a restless yearning within him. Engaging in liquor sales, if executed well, could not only be lucrative but exceedingly profitable. The Jiangli distillery had originally been a state-owned enterprise, reputable with commendable product quality. Its sudden closure surely concealed some hidden intricacies. Based on the memories of a past life, the nation was undergoing a transitional phase in 1998, characterized by a significant shift in asset management. To alleviate the burden of assets and support the populace in establishing private enterprises, numerous assets were frequently auctioned off or transferred. The dilapidated cold drink factory was a product of this practice. Jiang Yang was acutely aware that the Jiangli brewery was far superior to the decrepit canning factory. The disparity was entirely on a different plane. If the canning factory had gone bankrupt due to poor management, then the Jiangli brewery was likely forced into bankruptcy under favorable market conditions. There must be someone orchestrating events behind the scenes. Who possesses such capability and audacity? According to Bai Qing in Shishan County, only the Liu family and the Wei family wielded such influence. However, from Wei Qin's remarks earlier, it was evident that the Wei family was not involved in this matter. Thus, only one possibility remained, Liu Zhenghua. As the rain intensified, Jiang Yang strolled along the roadside, his thoughts sharp and meticulous. Unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at his residential complex. Upon ascending the stairs, he realized he had forgotten his keys inside the delivery truck. He gently rapped on the door twice, but there was no response. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 3:30 in the morning. His sisters must be sound asleep. He resolved to return to the factory. Just as he prepared to descend the stairs, he heard footsteps from within the house, followed by the door being pulled open. Hu Tao stood at the threshold, clad in a loose pink nightgown, her long, dark hair cascading over her back. Jiang Yang turned in surprise. Hu Tao? Why are you still awake? A faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she nodded shyly before retreating inside. Jiang Yang pondered. Why has this child suddenly become so bashful? Upon entering the house, he found Hu Tao had poured him a cup of hot water, infused with ginger and orange peel. This tea helps with alcohol, she whispered. Jiang Yang accepted it with gratitude. Thank you. Hu Tao nodded softly. Then, I shall return to sleep. With that, she hurried away to Jiang Tian's small room. The following morning, Jiang Yang awoke to find it was already 9 o'clock. Today marked the start of the school year. Both Hu Tao and Jiang Tian had gone to school, and Jiang Qing was not home either. After a quick wash, he first drove the truck to Shishan restaurant and then headed straight for the factory. Business at the cold drink factory was thriving more than ever. Jiang Yang noticed vehicles with license plates from outside Shishan County arriving to collect goods. This was excellent news, indicating that Tangren Special Drinks had begun to expand into neighboring cities. Zhuzi energetically opened the gate as the East Wind delivery truck cautiously made its way inside. Zhou Hao approached with a teasing grin. Brother Jiang, our business is flourishing. As the head of the factory, you can't be driving the truck all the time. Jiang Yang chuckled. I don't fancy ordinary vehicles, and I can't afford the expensive ones right now, so I'll make do with this for now. Upon entering the office, Li Yan walked in holding a stack of documents. Director Jiang, here are the financial statements from the past few days. Please sign. Jiang Yang glanced at them. Astonished, such a substantial turnover? In just a short span of 2 days, the cold drink factory recorded nearly $1 million in revenue. After deducting expenses such as labor and materials, the net profit soared to 600,000. Li Yan nodded and remarked, Indeed, General Jiang. There are numerous suppliers from the neighboring Dongling County eager to procure goods from us, but our production capacity is limited. Otherwise, profits could potentially rise by approximately 40%. Jiang Yang, satisfied, nodded in agreement and signed his name on the document. Li Yan then produced a slip of paper, saying, General Jiang, I have just transferred an additional 200,000 into your account. Here's the receipt. Jiang Yang glanced at it and acknowledged, understood. However, he was contemplating that it was time to seek an opportunity to acquire Huang Defa's Snowman cold drink factory. The demand for Tangren specialty drinks was insatiable, with sales booming but production struggling to keep pace, a predicament that was becoming increasingly frustrating. With limited factory space, the only viable route to enhance production capacity was to expand the scale. Yet, relocating and constructing a new factory seemed excessively cumbersome. Nonetheless, there were 2 drawbacks to initiating action against Huang Defa now. The first was the backing of the Liu family, as it was possible that Liu Zhenghua held shares in the Snowman cold drink factory. The second was that if he were to monopolize the cold drink market, he would inevitably become a target, with lurking businessmen revealing their predatory instincts. Given these circumstances, one might as well welcome the storm with greater fervor. Jiang Yang turned his gaze towards the window, murmuring to himself. Chapter 48. The Art of Employing People. Jiang Yang sat at his desk, idly maneuvering the mouse while playing Counter-Strike 1. 5. A knock on the door interrupted him, and Zhou Hao entered. Jiang Ge. Jia Quanong has come to the factory and wishes to see you. Jiang Yang closed the game interface, nodded, and said, Let him in. After receiving permission, Zhou Hao turned and headed downstairs. Moments later, Jia Quanong and Lu Fang ascended to the office. President Jiang. Jia Quanong greeted with a broad smile as he stood at the door, while Lu Fang remained silent beside him. Jiang Yang responded with a professional smile. Retrieving a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his drawer, tearing open the packaging, and tossing a pack to Jia Quanong, who caught it with a grin. How has the urban market been performing, Jia? Jiang Yang inquired nonchalantly, feigning ignorance of Jia's recent defection to Huang Defa. A flicker of doubt crossed Jiang Yang's mind. Could it be that he was unaware of this matter? Quite well. Quite well. Heh. Jiang Yang replied as he stepped closer, pulling out a lighter to ignite Jiang Yang's cigarette. Jiang Yang did not shield the flame with his hand, but leaned in to light it, then remarked, "Your movements are too slow. My people have already stocked the urban market." Jiang Yang forced a smile, feeling awkward. "I already knew about that, President Jiang." "Oh." Jiang Yang nodded, settling into his chair and lapsing into silence. Jiang Yang's eyes darted around before he spoke again. "Actually, President Jiang, I still wish to focus on the rural market. Would it be possible for you to?" Jiang Yang looked up at him and stated, "I only sign exclusive agency agreements here." Those words sent a chill down Jiang Yang's spine. Realizing that Jiang Yang must be aware of his collaboration with Schwerin cold drinks, Jiang Yang was merely sparing him some dignity by not laying it bare. Sweat beaded on Jiang Yang's forehead as he hastily explained, "President Jiang, my dealings with Huang Defa are not as you might think. And I haven't secured the agency for Schwerin cold drinks." Jiang Yang chuckled. "There's no need to explain yourself to me. How you choose to conduct your business is your prerogative. I'm simply outlining my rules. Why the tension?" A few simple statements felt more painful than a scathing reprimand. The more relaxed Jiang Yang appeared, the more perplexed Jiang became. Anxiety and unease filled Jiang Yang's heart. His relationship with Huang Defa had soured completely, yielding no benefits and nearly costing him a fortune. His decision to pursue Schwerin cold drinks had been a disastrous miscalculation. More critically, he had lost his escape route. The supply channels in Lianhua Township and Chishui Township, which had once been his, were now occupied by other distributors within a mere fortnight of his alliance with Huang Defa. Jiang Yang no longer aspired to expand. He merely yearned to restore his previous standing. Yet, Jiang Yang's demeanor suggested he was either oblivious to his troubles or fully aware of them, leaving Jiang Yang feeling increasingly unsettled. To him, the smile on Jiang Yang's face was more terrifying than that of a demon. Lu Fang, witnessing Jiang Yang stammering, silently cursed him and his ancestors for being so ineffectual. Lu Fang muttered under her breath, then straightened her posture and approached Jiang Yang. "Mr. Jiang, let me be frank with you. After we left the factory last time, we didn't pursue the market. Instead, we sought refuge with Huang Defa." This bold admission garnered Jiang Yang's renewed respect for the woman. Few men possess the courage to take responsibility for their actions. Jiang Yang nodded in silence. Lu Fang continued, "The cold drinks for grain exchange at Huang Defa's, along with the rural character collection activities, were orchestrated by Old Jia's distributors, with the idea also coming from Old Jia. We have come here to extend our apologies." Jiang Yang extinguished his cigarette and inquired with curiosity, "Why do you need to apologize to me?" Lu Fang pondered for a moment, her voice barely audible. "Huang Defa is struggling and wishes to resume business with you." Silence permeated the office. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. No one expected such directness from this woman. Betraying others, then shamelessly returning to seek a livelihood, was a notion that even the audacious Jiang and Lu Fang found somewhat inappropriate. Yet, in this world, how much is one's face truly worth? Rather than severing their source of income, it is better to burn bridges and clarify everything, facing the consequences head-on. With the conversation concluded, both Jiang Yang and Lu Fang felt a sense of relief. Their demeanor lightened. "No problem," Jiang Yang responded nonchalantly as he observed the two from his chair. Jiang Yang and Lu Fang exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily doubting their own hearing. "However, I have a condition." Jiang Yang's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening. Jiang Yang inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Mr. Jiang, please speak. We will go to any lengths to meet your demands." Jiang Yang stated, "Do not sever ties with Huang Defa. My business can still involve you, but you must not be visible. Any news from Huang Defa must be relayed to me immediately. Do you understand what I mean?" He turned to Jiang Yang, who quickly nodded. "No problem. I will have my cousin handle the business here. As for Huang Defa, I will visit him tonight." Noticing Jiang Yang's teacup was empty, Lu Fang gracefully approached with a kettle, refilling it while lightly teasing, "Mr. Jiang, I happen to have some news regarding Huang Defa. I wonder if it might interest you." Jiang Yang accepted the cup, smiling as he exhaled a puff of steam. "Do tell." At that moment, Lu Fang was quite close, her heavy perfume making Jiang Yang somewhat uneasy. "This morning, I overheard Huang Defa on the phone discussing investments. It seemed your name came up as well." Jiang Yang set down his cup. "Do you know who he was calling?" Lu Fang shook her head. "I couldn't catch the name clearly. It sounded like he referred to him as General Manager Lu." Jiang Yang nodded. "Indeed. Huang Defa was seeking assistance from his benefactor. Jiang Yang looked at Jia Quanong and said, Lianhua, the Lotus Pond remains your domain. Continue your work. Jia Quanong, filled with joy, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Lu Feng, gathered around Jiang Yang's desk, seemed to wish to say more, but was swiftly pulled away by Jia Quanong, as if fearing that Jiang Yang might reconsider. As the two departed, Zhou Hao, observing their retreat, wore a look of confusion. Jiang Ge, this Jia Quanong seems utterly unreliable. How can you still trust him? Jiang Yang replied, he is merely assisting us in selling goods, a minor character of little consequence. Why demand unwavering loyalty from such a trivial figure? Although Jia Quanong miscalculated this time, a frail camel is still larger than a horse. He remains adept in the rural market. Zhou Hao shook his head in resignation. You truly possess a great heart. Jiang Yang gazed at him and remarked, in this world, all types of individuals exist. We cannot employ only those who are wholly trustworthy. Even the sharpest sword, when wielded by its dull edge, finds it difficult to slay. Zhou Hao raised his hands in surrender. I find myself even more perplexed. Jiang Yang chuckled. The art of employing others is indeed a profound study. The road ahead is long, and we shall take it slow. Chapter 49. The Ascendant. Zhou Hao. In the ensuing fortnight, the business of Tangren Cold Drink Factory thrived spectacularly. The rural market was decisively conquered, leaving Snowman Cold Drink utterly vanquished. Observing the severe accumulation of his products, Huang Defa recognized the dire situation and promptly withdrew from the rural market. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang's Tangren Special Beverage, bolstered by new equipment and advertising effects, had firmly established its presence in the urban district, taking a strong foothold. Huang Defa now resembled a beleaguered survivor, in constant danger of losing his livelihood at any moment. Apart from a few loyal customers who continued to sell his goods, nearly all had switched to Tangren's offerings. In the northern suburbs, at the Tangren Cold Drink Factory, a pristine map of Huazhou City adorned the wall of Jiang Yang's office. He stood before it, contemplating the expansion of market territories. Tangren Special Beverage had become an unstoppable force in Shirshan County. With Huang Defa's current capabilities nearing irretrievable limits, the situation was effectively determined. In the city of Shirshan alone, daily earnings approached 300,000 yuan, and within a mere fortnight, the company's account had amassed nearly 5 million yuan, a remarkable feat that could only be described as a windfall. The exhilaration of such profits left Jiang Yang insatiable. He yearned for more. Huazhou City comprised 16 counties, with the urban core representing an enormous opportunity. In Jiang Yang's eyes, these were glimmering silver and golden prospects. He stepped closer, scrutinizing the periphery of Shirshan County. To the left lay Dongling County, to the right Guang'an County. Traveling north from Shirshan County required traversing 4 additional counties to reach Huazhou City. Clearly, it was unwise to target the urban area at this juncture. With this thought, Jiang Yang took out a ballpoint pen and circled Dongling and Guang'an on the map. At that moment, Li Yin appeared at the office door, gently knocking. President Jiang. The machinery factory in Guangzhou called, stating they have 2 sets of semi-automatic cold drink production lines available for disposal. Jiang Yang turned back to his desk. What is the production capacity for the 500 milliliters cold drinks? Li Yin replied, these are dual output machines, capable of producing 2,000 bottles per hour. However, since they are semi-automatic, each production line requires 18 employees for operation. And the cost? Jiang Yang inquired. Taking a sip of water, Li Yin glanced at the document in her hand and answered, 378,800. Jiang Yang pondered for a moment before responding, tell them we'll take it for 350,000. Understood. As Li Yin left, Zhou Hao entered the room. Brother Jiang, the bottled beverages of Coca-Cola and Sprite have been reduced in price, now selling for 2 yuan per bottle. Jiang Yang nodded. Let them reduce their prices. We will maintain ours. He then retrieved a planning proposal from his desk and handed it to Zhou Hao. Upon examining the document, Zhou Hao noticed it detailed the benefits for Tangren special beverage agents. Inside were some welfare policies regarding the incentives manufacturers would provide to both new and existing customers. Our agents will have incentive programs. Upon reaching a certain purchase amount, they will receive cash back or rewards. Arrange for this to be implemented. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yang continued, as for the price reductions by those major brands, while it may seem relevant to us, in reality, it bears little significance. Carbonated beverages and cold drinks are fundamentally different. For the common people, carbonated drinks remain a luxury. Even 2 yuan is not affordable for everyone. Understood, Brother Jiang. Zhou Hao nodded. Since the inception of the cold drink factory, Zhou Hao had spent nearly every day there, deprived of restful sleep. The once chubby figure had not only lost some weight but also darkened in complexion, evoking a sense of pity. Jiang Yang retrieved 2 packs of Changhua cigarettes from his drawer and handed them to Zhou Hao, saying, "Endure a bit more in the coming days, and foster good relations with the distributors. Remember, in the realm of fast-moving consumer goods, success relies equally on the populace and on salesmanship." He emphasized the latter with particular intensity. "Understood," Zhou Hao replied. Jiang Yang patted him on the shoulder, adding, "You need not monitor production daily, as the general manager. Your vision must encompass the broader picture. The production of cold drinks involves no complex ingredients and poses no safety hazards. It is the distributors who are our foundation." Zhou Hao looked up at Jiang Yang and inquired, "Brother Jiang, do you mean I should cultivate relationships with the distributors?" Jiang Yang nodded. "From now on, your task is to socialize with these distributors. If funds run low, go to Li Yin. You need not seek my approval for amounts under 50,000. Zhou Hao was taken aback. "What if the distributors invite me?" Jiang Yang laughed heartily and gave him a gentle kick. "If they invite you, by all means, go." After organizing the morning S-work, Jiang Yang rode his motorcycle to the Red Cross Hospital. At the entrance, numerous vendors were selling fruits, and he spent 8 yuan to purchase 2 bags, one filled with oranges and the other with bananas, which he carried confidently upstairs to the inpatient department. Upon entering the ward, he observed Chun Yanli pacing by the window, occasionally stretching her limbs. "You seem to be recovering well," Jiang Yang remarked with a smile as he placed the fruit on the table. Chun Yanli turned in surprise. "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Please, take a seat." She promptly retrieved a chair and positioned it in front of him. Just as Jiang Yang was about to sit down, a rough voice interrupted from behind. "You scoundrel! How dare you come here? Do you believe that I—" A disheveled man with a buzz cut stormed into the room, and upon recognizing Jiang Yang, he sheepishly chuckled. "Ah, it's you. I thought it was that scoundrel husband of hers come to stir trouble again." Jiang Yang replied with a grin. "Has that who we been around lately?" The man set down the thermos he was holding and replied in a deep voice. "He has come several times. I had to chase him away." Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, he loomed in the doorway like a wall. A petite nurse glanced at him and remarked, "Brute," before deftly slipping past him. The man, taken aback, turned and retorted, "What's wrong with being a brute? I am a man of justice." Chun Yanli looked at Jiang Yang and said, "Mr. Jiang, I owe much to Brother Buzzcut during this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I would manage." At the mention of her husband, tears uncontrollably welled up in Chun Yanli's eyes. Jiang Yang suggested, "If life has become unbearable, perhaps it is time to part ways." Such a scoundrel as Hu Hui elicited even Jiang Yang's disinclination to offer further counsel. They had separated several years prior. Chun Yanli recounted, at that time, he had taken up with another woman and cast aside both me and Taozi. Later, when that woman abandoned him due to his financial woes, he returned to me, relentlessly begging for money, even resorting to violence against us. I reported him to the police on several occasions, yet, as she spoke, Chun Yanli was overcome with grief. The plight of a fallen woman in this era is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Ban Siyuan clenched his teeth, his fingers crackling with tension, reflecting his anger. "That brute, I truly held back too much last time." Chapter 50. The buzzcut is a man of dignity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang merely nodded slightly. He expressed his understanding of Chun Yanli's words. Such entangled matters even after divorce are all too common in society. A wise judge finds it difficult to resolve domestic affairs, even after a divorce. It remains a half-domestic issue. For someone like Hu Hui, only extraordinary measures could suffice. When a severance occurs, it should be definitive. If he continues to harass you post-divorce, it constitutes a violation of the law. Do not fear him. Remember, our entire ice cream factory stands behind you. Jiang Yang's words, though delivered with a casual tone, instantly imparted immense strength to Chun Yanli. President Jiang. She wiped away a tear, her emotions beyond verbal expression. Jiang Yang waved his hand, saying, "Do not overthink it. Focus on your health." He then turned to Buzz Cut. "Shall we step outside for a smoke?" Buzz Cut exclaimed in delight. Spending all day in the hospital had been quite stifling for this robust man. Upon exiting the hall, the fresh air outside was invigorating. Jiang Yang pulled out a pack of 3-5 cigarettes from his pocket, selected one, and offered it to Buzz Cut. The two men retrieved their lighters and began to puff away. After a moment, Jiang Yang rummaged through his bag and handed Buzz Cut 500 yuan, 30 a day. For 150 for half a month, the extra 50 is a bonus. Buzz Cut rubbed his hands together, excitedly accepting the money and stuffing it into his pocket. All right, you're a good friend. You keep your promises. While smoking, Jiang Yang studied this burly man closely. At nearly 6'3", with a rugged physique, his long, unkempt hair gave him a wild appearance. His large frame was clad in a tight red tank top, while his olive-green army shorts were tattered and worn, showing signs of many years of use. One of his flip-flops was cracked, forcing him to pinch it with his toes to prevent it from falling off. All these traits seemed so incongruous with this giant, bordering on comical. Curiously, Jiang Yang asked, "Aren't you working? You could earn 20 or 30 yuan a day moving bricks at the construction site." Buzzcut scoffed. A true man aspires to grand endeavors. "How could I demean myself by moving bricks?" Jiang Yang chuckled, leaning against a pillar, jesting, "Nonsense, you'll starve to death. What grand endeavors are you pursuing?" Buzzcut took a deep drag from his cigarette, savoring the moment, and declared, "Roaming the world, upholding justice. These grand undertakings require no financial investment. Do not mistake me for a brute. I have principles." Jiang Yang was amused. "You have principles?" Buzzcut nodded emphatically. "Indeed, I will not engage in menial tasks, nor will I sell my labor for mere subsistence. I refuse to partake in anything undignified." Jiang Yang was bewildered. "Why not?" Buzzcut explained, "Consider it. Being constantly scrutinized and belittled is intolerable for a man of my stature. I cannot endure those menial tasks of serving tea and running errands." Jiang Yang nodded in agreement. "Ah, and what about selling your labor? What's wrong with earning a living through hard work?" "Absolutely not," Buzzcut replied resolutely. "There's a saying by some fellow, Chai Fuskies or something, that the most unfair aspect of this world is slavery, and the cheapest form of slavery is labor. Do I look like a slave to you?" Jiang Yang widened his eyes, a look of sudden realization crossing his face. "Well, it makes sense. Why not pursue something respectable?" Ben Siyun chuckled, scratching the back of his head, and said, "My mother told me that I've reached the age for marriage, and I need to have a respectable job to attract a partner." Jiang Yang extinguished his cigarette and gave Ben Siyun a thumbs up. "You truly are quite clever." With that, he turned and headed towards the hall. Ben Siyun, feeling a bit bashful from the compliment, followed behind, shyly saying, "Really? My mother always said I was bright from a young age." Jiang Yang walked straight to the reception desk and inquired about the expenses for the 2 hospital rooms. Upon examining the bill, he noted that there was still over 1,000 from the last payment. He then produced 5,000, indicating that this amount would cover the cost of the 2 rooms. Ban Siyun was taken aback. "2? You have another relative?" Jiang Yang replied, "Yes, you clever one. Your mother is also my relative. Didn't you know?" Ban Siyun was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with emotion. Jiang Yang glanced at him and asked, "What do you consider a respectable job?" Ban Siyun pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "A driver. Being a driver is respectable. My cousin drives for a big boss and smokes fine cigars every day." "Can you drive?" Jiang Yang inquired, sizing up Ban Siyun. Ban Siyun proudly declared, "Of course. I've had my license for several years. I used to drive for a boss at a gravel factory in the southern suburbs, but that boss went bankrupt under my watch." Jiang Yang contemplated for a moment and said, "Then you shall be my driver." With that, he turned and walked towards the entrance. Ban Siyun was momentarily speechless, calling out, "Where are you going?" Jiang Yang didn't he look back. "Hurry up and follow. The boss has business to attend to." Ban Siyun, with his left foot awkwardly clutching a slipper, hopped along behind him, only to be taken aback at the doorway. Jiang Yang was already perched on the back of a motorcycle, looking at Ban Siyun with a puzzled expression. "Why are you standing there?" "Drive." Ban Siyun's face broke into a grin. "A motorcycle driver?" Jiang Yang tossed him the keys from his pocket. "Less chatter, just drive." Ben Siyun thought to himself that a motorcycle is still a vehicle, and at least it would sound respectable. Without hesitation, he hopped onto the motorcycle, his considerable weight causing the tires to deflate slightly. "Where are we headed?" he asked, blocking Jiang Yang's path like a wall. Jiang Yang pointed north and said, "Let us pick out a vehicle for you." The driver, Ben Siyun, filled with curiosity, twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life like a beast. Just then, Song Yang and 2 colleagues were returning from a call, and they spotted the motorcycle racing past their station. "Those 2 look oddly familiar," one young officer murmured, squinting into the distance. Song Yang narrowed his eyes. "How could they not be familiar? They're regulars at our station. Whenever those 2 are together, it's always lively." In the South City, at the Wanxiang car dealership, Ban Siyun parked the motorcycle at the entrance. After cautiously removing the key and ensuring the motorcycle was securely locked, he followed in Jiang Yang's footsteps. The manager of the dealership, a woman in her 40s, was left dumbfounded upon seeing the two peculiar figures. Jiang Yang, in his early 20s, stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of maturity that belied his age. Trailing behind him was a towering figure, a man nearly 2 meters tall with disheveled hair. "Are you two here to look at cars?" the woman inquired softly. "Of course. We didn't come here to gaze at you, did we?" the crew-cut man retorted, his words striking like daggers, leaving the manager momentarily speechless. Jiang Yang shot him a warning glance, prompting the crew-cut to finally fall silent. "Our dealership is the largest in Shirshan, offering everything from luxury sedans and SUVs to delivery vans and motorcycles. What type of vehicle are you interested in?" the woman asked cautiously. She was not intimidated by the seemingly amiable and handsome young man, but the hulking figure behind him sparked a sense of trepidation in her. After all, she was merely a car sales manager, and the thought of inadvertently provoking that brute was daunting. "We'll take a look around ourselves first," Jiang Yang replied, making an effort to soften his smile. "Are we allowed to wander?" the crew-cut man inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. The woman, startled, quickly responded, "Of course. Feel free to explore as you wish." Chapter 51. The First Ride. The South Suburb Car Dealership stands as the largest automotive marketplace in Shirshan County, boasting both new and used vehicles, with agricultural tricycles drawing the most crowds, transforming the area into a bustling hive of activity. At 3 in the afternoon, the sunlight bathes everything in a warm glow. Jiang Yang, accompanied by his burly friend, navigates through the automotive city, contemplating the myriad of vehicles, both old and new, yet finds himself indecisive. In an era where options are limited, in a small county such as Shirshan, the only luxury vehicle available is the Mercedes-Benz S320, affectionately referred to by the locals as the Tiger Head Benz, which reigns supreme in popularity. Following closely are the BMW 730 and the Lexus 570. But these ostentatious automobiles seem somewhat gaudy and lack subtlety. In Jiang Yang's mind, such choices are typically favored by nouveau riche individuals. Moreover, the dealership merely serves as an agency. Higher-end models are stationed in the exhibition area, leading Jiang Yang to lose interest in the pursuit. His friend, excited by the sight of gleaming new cars, eagerly inspects them. "The new model of the Shabby. How splendid. My cousin's boss drives one of these." Jiang Yang chuckled. "We shall not purchase this. Let us venture further." Reluctantly, his friend gazed longingly at the silver-gray Shabby, but upon seeing Jiang Yang's resolute stride forward, he followed, casting glances back. As they continued, they encountered a plethora of Volkswagen models, predominantly the Santana 2000 and 3000, followed by the Passat. Behind each brand, a small office likely housed the vehicle sales representatives. The automotive marketplace resembled a bustling market. "Jiang, what brings you here?" Just as Jiang Yang was lost in thought, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by Bai Chengyan, the owner of Shirshan Department Store, who had just descended from a Tiger Head Benz, accompanied by a young man in a black suit holding a sunshade, exuding an air of grandeur. "Ah, it's you, Bai." Jiang Yang smiled in greeting. Bai Chengyan feigned annoyance. "How many times must I remind you? Call me Brother Bai." Jiang Yang chuckled. "Of course, Brother Bai." Bai Chengyan nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's more like it." They shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. After a brief exchange, Jiang Yang articulated his intention to purchase a vehicle. Bai Chengyan burst into laughter. "Well, you've come to the right place. This automotive marketplace is mine. Feel free to choose, and whichever you select, I will offer you the lowest discount." Jiang Yang replied. "That would be splendid. However, I remain undecided at present." Bai Chengyan pondered for a moment and remarked, "The Tiger Head Benz is rather common, and vehicles that are too inexpensive are also undesirable, as they depreciate quickly. Coincidentally, I just received an exquisite model. There is only one in Shirshan County. I assure you, once you see it, you will be enamored." With enthusiasm, he led Jiang Yang toward the main hall. The female manager, witnessing the two unusual figures making their way back, was astonished to see her boss leading the way. "Buy this." Bai Chengyan, holding on to Jiang Yang, remarked, "This is my brother. In the future, you must be more discerning when attending to our guests." How could we let Jiang Yang wander alone without a proper introduction? The female manager, feeling somewhat aggrieved, murmured softly, "They were the ones who suggested we explore on our own." As she spoke, the group had already arrived at a vast garage. Under Bai Chengyan's command, two young men flicked on the garage lights. With a click, dozens of vehicles draped in black cloth came into view before Jiang Yang. Bai Chengyan spoke in a deep voice, "Uncover the extended Lexus that arrived yesterday. Let my brother Jiang have a look." One of the young men promptly dashed off and soon halted beside a car. The vehicle was covered in sky blue satin, and its elongated body suggested an extraordinary allure. With a swift motion, the young man pulled away the satin, revealing the sleek black chassis to the assembly. The Lexus emblem gleamed brightly, its length surpassing that of ordinary sedans, clearly indicating it was a stretch model. Jiang Yang approached, stating, "This is a customized extended Lexus LS 400, equipped with a 4.0L V8 engine delivering 290 horsepower and a 5-speed automatic transmission. If you drive this beauty, you will undoubtedly be the most striking figure in Shan County." At that moment, Jiang Yang's heart raced. Despite having encountered numerous luxury vehicles before, he was still captivated by the stunning aesthetics of this classic masterpiece. Ben Siyuan, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Goodness! What kind of car is this? It's breathtaking." Jiang Yang, pleased with Ben Siyuan's reaction, patted his shoulder and remarked, "This extended Lexus just came from customs. Not to mention Shan County, there are likely no more than 10 individuals throughout Huazhou City who possess one." Ben Siyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's incredible." Jiang Yang furrowed his brow slightly. "Brother Bai, did you just mention customs? This vehicle isn't smuggled, is it?" Ben Siyuan, utterly perplexed, had no inkling of what Jiang Yang was implying. Jiang Yang chuckled. "Why worry about its origins? All the paperwork is in order. It's a brand new car that has never been driven. I'll get you a good license plate, and you can take it for a spin without a hitch." Jiang Yang's simple question caused Jiang Yang to reassess him. Jiang Yang had just used jargon from the smuggling world. Items smuggled through Hainan's docks are often referred to as water among insiders for discretion. Recognizing such knowledge in someone so young compelled Jiang Yang to reevaluate this seemingly ordinary individual. Noticing Jiang Yang's hesitation, Jiang Yang boldly reassured him, "Rest easy, brother. The treasures in this garage are rarely sold to outsiders. They are only shown to family, and that depends entirely on my willingness. Moreover, the items I have here are legitimate, unlike others. The only distinction is that they save you money." Jiang Yang remained largely unfazed. In this day and age, many engaged in such businesses, and those who splurged on vehicles worth over $1 million were often seen as fools. He was no sage. As long as the safety and reliability were assured, he cared little about the vehicle's origins. He spoke up, "Brother Bai, you're overthinking it. My concern lies with the car's exorbitant price. My financial means cannot accommodate such luxury." Jiang Yang chuckled, "Ah, my dear brother Jiang, you are being too modest. Your cold drink factory is akin to a mint. Isn't it true that you rake in 100,000 or more each day? One must not only possess the acumen to generate wealth but also the wisdom to enjoy it. Do you not agree? This custom extended version of the Lexus is a limited edition, originally priced at 2,700,000, and I can offer it to you for this amount." He then extended 6 fingers. 60,000. Ben Siyuan could not restrain his exclamation. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Jiang Yang's face. Jiang Yang playfully tapped Ben Siyuan on the back of the head and turned to Jiang Yang, saying, "Brother Bai, my friend here has not seen much of the world. Please forgive his reaction." Ben Siyuan grimaced and decided to retreat to the side for a smoke. Jiang Yang gazed at Jiang Yang and asked, "So, what do you think of the car?" After contemplating the pristine limited edition Lexus parked before them for a few moments, Jiang Yang replied, "I will take this car. Please provide me with an account, and I shall have the finance department transfer the funds." Chapter 52. The refrigerator. A smile graced Jiang Yang's face as he exclaimed, "I knew you would adore this car. Haha. There's no rush regarding payment. Why not take a seat and experience it for yourself?" Seeing Jiang Yang's enthusiasm, Jiang Yang felt no need for further politeness. He took the keys from a young man and settled into the driver's seat. The soft aroma of walnut wood and genuine leather enveloped him, and the spacious interior instilled a sense of relaxation within him. This was Jiang Yang's initial impression. Even 20 years later, this vehicle would rival the likes of Bentley and other luxury brands effortlessly. The electronic dashboard and the backseat were equipped with a Motorola car phone, adorned with numerous buttons. An antenna at the rear could be adjusted from the central console. What astonished Jiang Yang most was that the car featured a one-touch start mechanism. And nestled between the driver and passenger seats was a compact refrigerator. From the function keys, it was evident that this little fridge could freeze items rapidly and also had a heating option. How extraordinary! Awestruck, Jiang Yang pressed the ignition button. After a slight tremor, the vehicle descended into silence. The dashboard indicated that the car had started, yet inside, there was no audible hum of the engine. The quietness of the engine was indeed well-deserved. Jiang Yang couldn't help but marvel at this. He smoothly shifted the gear into it, and the car commenced its gentle movement. Both young men turned their gaze towards Jiang Yang. With a wave of his hand, Bai Qingyan signaled them to step aside. Jiang Yang confidently drove the brand-new Lexus out of the expansive garage. Bin Siyuan, trailing behind, wore a bewildered expression. Is that it? We're just driving away? He hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, the automobile trade city was bustling with people. Upon witnessing the Lexus, which was significantly longer than other sedans, many turned their heads in astonishment. What car is this? It's stunning. When did Lingji release this model? It's so handsome. I've never seen anything like it. Where can one purchase such a vehicle? Forget about it. Do you think this car is within our means? It must cost at least several $100,000. Jiang Yang navigated his new ride directly out of the automobile trade city and onto a wide asphalt road. This route was an old national highway, scarcely traveled, flanked by towering poplar trees. Noticing the absence of pedestrians, he rolled down the window. The refreshing air mingled with the scents of walnut wood and leather. With his right foot pressing the accelerator, the Lexus LS 400 surged forward like a divine being, roaring as it shot off like a cannonball. The towering trees whizzed past, and a look of satisfaction washed over Jiang Yang's face. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yang returned to the automobile trade city in his new vehicle. Bai Qingyan was seated in his air-conditioned office, sipping tea, while Ban Siyuan fidgeted anxiously on the sofa. At that moment, Ban Siyuan was utterly bewildered. What is going on? After finally landing a decent job, has the boss just stolen the car and fled? The worst part is, if he was going to run off with the car, he could at least have taken me along. What on earth is this situation I find myself in? This is utterly unreliable. Bai Qingyan, on the other hand, appears quite at ease, casually retrieving a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his drawer and tossing them to Ban Siyuan. Ban Siyuan, unfazed, decides to take it in stride. Accepting the offer, he leans back on the sofa, indulging in the smoke while occasionally glancing at the two young men in the office. He has already devised an escape plan in his mind. Should the boss fail to return shortly, he would spring up and leave the two young men behind, making a swift exit. Just as Ban Siyuan is lost in his daydreams, Jiang Yang strides into the office, tossing his car keys carelessly. Bai Qingyan greets him with a smile. So, what do you think of the car? Quite powerful, isn't it? Jiang Yang nods in agreement. A fine vehicle, indeed. Spotting Ban Siyuan lounging on the sofa with a cigarette, he chuckles. I almost forgot about you. Why not take the car for a spin? I'll have a quick word with General Bai. With that, he tosses the keys to Ban Siyuan. Ban Siyuan freezes momentarily. Me? Jiang Yang playfully chides him, of course. Hurry up and fill the tank while you're at it. Don't forget to come back to pick me up. He then pulls out 100 yuan bills from his bag and hands them over. Ban Siyuan springs to his feet from the sofa, brimming with excitement. Sure thing, boss. He dashes out. Bai Qingyan, pouring tea, laughs. Where did you find this brother of yours? Quite amusing. Jiang Yang shrugs in resignation. I picked him up off the street. His words ring true. Ban Siyuan indeed resembles someone found wandering aimlessly. Bai Qingyan does not inquire further and retrieves a license plate from his drawer, saying, This plate is mine. Consider it a gift. Just go to the vehicle administration office to handle the transfer later. Jiang Yang gazes at the deep blue plate, inscribed with Hua D99999. It seems far too valuable for me to accept, he responds, shaking his head. Bai Qingyan insists, what is so valuable about a mere license plate? I, Bai, wish to befriend you. If you refuse it, it would be tantamount to disregarding my goodwill, and I might take offense. Faced with Bai Qingyan's resolute demeanor, Jiang Yang reluctantly accepts. This plate must be worth quite a sum, isn't it? He inquires, placing the plate aside. Bai Qingyan waves dismissively, valuable to others, but to me, it holds no significance. Jiang Yang smiles faintly, choosing to remain silent. This is no mere flattery on Bai Qingyan's part. He genuinely possesses such capabilities. Back in 1998, one could select their license plate freely without any lottery system. Moreover, given the limited number of private car buyers at that time, acquiring a few coveted license plates was an effortless endeavor for someone with local connections. At that moment, Bai Qingyan's phone rings. After a tense exchange, his expression darkens further. Upon hanging up, his brow is furrowed in frustration. What happened? Jiang Yang inquires. Bai Qingyan grumbles. That old man Lu Zhenghua has somehow acquired a batch of refrigerators at a ridiculously low price, and he has already begun to compete directly with my department store. The refrigerator business may sound trivial, but in reality, it represents a substantial opportunity. Currently, in Shishan County, the number of households capable of affording home appliances is quite limited, let alone luxuries such as refrigerators. However, as the economic conditions of the populace continue to improve, this year marks a golden era for the home appliance market. With millions of residents and hundreds of thousands of households in Shan County, one can easily envision the immense potential of this lucrative market. To merchants, it represents a veritable treasure trove. The home appliance market is heating up, and competition is to be expected. Jiang Yang took a sip of tea and sighed, My dear brother Jiang, you may not be aware that there was a prior agreement between the Wei and Lu families, each operating within their designated territories without interference. Now, with Lu Zhenghua suddenly changing the rules of the game, the impact on my business has been considerable. As he spoke, he retrieved a list from beneath his desk and continued, Just the day before yesterday, I ordered 2,000 refrigerators from Guangzhou. The list is right here for you to peruse. Jiang Yang took the list and noted that it comprised solely of higher products, including 1,500 chest freezers and 500 double-door household refrigerators. These refrigerators certainly don't come cheap, Jiang Yang remarked after glancing at the list. Chapter 53. Those who undertake great endeavors by Qing Yan lamented, I find myself in quite the predicament. Lu Zhenghua is clearly targeting me. Why else would he commence this line of business just as I've stocked an abundance of goods, and at prices undercutting mine? Jiang Yang gazed at the list, lost in contemplation. The higher group's refrigerators, though not particularly renowned, struggled for recognition in an era where foreign brands made deliberate incursions. The cost price for a freezer stood at 1,900 yuan, with a suggested retail price of 2,300 yuan. Meanwhile, a double-door refrigerator had a procurement price of 1,500 yuan, recommended for sale at 2,200 yuan. Appliances priced above 2,000 yuan are considered luxuries for the average household. In Shan County, the average monthly salary barely reaches 300 yuan, requiring an entire year's earnings to afford a single refrigerator. It is no wonder Bai Chengyan was anxious. If millions of yuan worth of refrigerators remained unsold, it would be a heavy burden for anyone. Do you have any information on Lu Zhenghua's shipment? Jiang Yang inquired. Lifting his gaze, Bai Chengyan nodded. Yes, they are dealing in Panasonic, with each unit priced even lower than my procurement cost. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Bai Chengyan. Please fax a copy of the Panasonic refrigerator materials to the office of the Nanjiao car dealership immediately. Noticing Jiang Yang staring blankly at the list, Bai Chengyan curiously asked, Brother, why do you want to know? Do you have a clever solution? Jiang Yang set the list down. Bai Gu, there's no need to fret excessively. The market in Shan County is vast. Your 2,000 refrigerators should not pose a problem. Bai Chengyan sighed. My dear Jiang, this is over 3 million yuan. That's 2 hefty investments gone. Jiang Yang chuckled. Why did you order so many at once? Bai Chengyan leaned back in his chair, exuding a sense of helplessness. How could I have anticipated that Lu Zhenghua would pull such a stunt? Previously, I was the sole provider of household appliances in Shan County, with no competition for my livelihood. I found it cumbersome, so I always ordered in bulk, which garnered significant discounts from manufacturers. At this juncture, Bai Chengyan turned to Jiang Yang. Brother, you are resourceful. Please lend me your insights. Jiang Yang paused, and Bai Chengyan quickly corrected himself. No, I misspoke. I meant to say that with your business acumen, please assist me. Jiang Yang teased, no matter the idea, as long as it proves effective, it is a good idea. Bai Chengyan nodded vigorously. Yes, please come up with a solution post-haste. The situation is urgent. The fax machine began to beep, and the data for Lu Zhenghua's batch of refrigerators printed out. Jiang Yang took it in hand and compared it. Visually, both the freezer and the double-door refrigerator bore little distinction from the batch Bai Chengyan had procured. The performance metrics, such as freezing capacity, time, and a myriad of other parameters, revealed only minor differences. The most significant disparity lay in the pricing. Bai Chengyan sat on the sofa, anxiously observing Jiang Yang, who remained intently focused, scrutinizing the 2 sets of data back and forth. Several minutes passed in silence, with no discernible progress. Bai Chengyan puffed away at one cigarette after another, enveloping the entire office in a thick haze of smoke. Ben Siyuan, having returned, exuberantly praised the vehicle. Yet sensing the nervous demeanor of the 2 men, he refrained from interrupting and stood silently to the side. At last, Jiang Yang's brow relaxed as he set down 2 documents. Bai Chengyan stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and leaned in, asking, What about it, brother? Do you have any brilliant ideas on how to sell this batch of refrigerators? Jiang Yang produced a cigarette, to which Bai Chengyan promptly offered a lighter. Shielding the flame with his hand, Jiang Yang took a satisfying drag and replied, Rest assured, brother Bai, I already have a plan. This batch of refrigerators is merely a stepping stone for us. Bai Chengyan clapped his hands together in delight. exclaiming, "Excellent. I knew you could do it." The two then discussed strategies for handling the refrigerators, with Jiang Yang advising Bai Qingyan to hold onto the stock and sell it in the mall until he received further instructions. Bai Qingyan readily agreed. "I trust you, my good brother." Noticing the time, Jiang Yang bid farewell to Bai Qingyan, accompanied by Ban Siyuan. Bai Qingyan insisted on going out for drinks that evening, but Jiang Yang politely declined. Ban Siyuan cautiously opened the car door. After ensuring Jiang Yang was seated, he circled back to the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Jiang Yang, comfortably settled in the back seat, remarked with satisfaction, "Not bad. Ban Siyuan, quite professional." Ban Siyuan grinned sheepishly at the rearview mirror. "I learned it from the television." Jiang Yang reclined against the leather seat, feeling content. "You have much potential." Ban Siyuan, not fully grasping the compliment, drove onto the asphalt road, still marveling. "This car is amazing, far more exhilarating than my cousin's Xiaoli." Jiang Yang chuckled but remained silent. Knowing full well that this vehicle could purchase 20's Alice, how could it not be thrilling? "Where to next?" Ban Siyuan inquired. Jiang Yang pondered for a moment before responding. "Let's head to the hospital first." Shirshan City was not particularly large, and within half an hour, they arrived at the Red Cross Hospital. Jiang Yang instructed Ban Siyuan to drop him off and reminded him to find a caregiver for his mother and Chen Yanli, while having a car made things more convenient. Business relied heavily on connections, and he needed to expand his reach, which would inevitably require a lot of socializing. Having a driver was essential. Though Ban Siyuan appeared somewhat carefree, he was, in fact, quite astute. The most crucial aspect was his loyalty. Ban Siyuan readily agreed, and as he watched Jiang Yang drive away, his gaze seemed to follow the Lexus as it vanished from sight. He adored this car and cherished this job, above all, the prestige it brought. After leaving the Red Cross Hospital, Jiang Yang steered the new vehicle directly to the beverage factory. Upon seeing Jiang Yang behind the wheel, Zhuzi excitedly shouted, "Come out and see, the boss has a new car." Several workers, hearing the commotion, rushed out from the workshop, surrounding Jiang Yang with animated chatter. In their minds, the boss had always driven that old Dongfeng van, so the sudden appearance of this flashy, unnamed sedan was truly a spectacle. It was precisely the time for receiving goods, and only one production line was currently operational in the workshop. The workers on break were engaged in spirited discussions about the vehicle. Jiang Yang opened the car door and stepped out, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the crowd, as if the boss had purchased a new car, bringing them greater joy than if they had made the purchase themselves. Pillar gingerly touched the car's body and grinned broadly. "General Jiang, this car is truly impressive. Even more remarkable than the county chief's Passat. What do you know? This car is a Lexus, a prestigious brand, more expensive than a BMW. Boss, how much did this car cost?" Jiang Yang replied with a smile. "In essence, this car is pricier than the average vehicle. If you all work diligently, strive to drive sedans in the future." The crowd erupted in cheers. As they ascended to the second floor, Li Yan knocked and entered. "General Jiang, 600,000 has already been transferred. Here is the receipt." "Noted," Jiang Yang responded, sitting at his desk and booting up the computer, which displayed a Windows 98 interface. Li Yan continued, "General Jiang, we've received a response from Guangzhou. They agree to sell us the semi-automatic equipment for 350,000. Jiang Yang nodded. "Then proceed with the transfer and arrange for shipment." Li Yan acknowledged and then exited. Having worked in finance for over a decade, she had never encountered a boss so willing to spend money. Purchasing equipment worth over $1 million without hesitation and acquiring a 600,000 car within half a morning. What audacity. With just a few sentences exchanged, they were discussing transactions amounting to 700,000. Such boldness was remarkable. Li Yan felt an undeniable conviction that she had aligned herself with the right person. General Jiang was destined for greatness. Chapter 54. Walnut's shyness. The office was enveloped in tranquility, with the window ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in from time to time. Jiang Yang's fingers danced deftly across the keyboard as he crafted a planning proposal. Time slipped away quietly, and as he printed the document, the horizon was adorned with a layer of fiery clouds, heralding the arrival of evening. Jiang Yang retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Ergu's number. Since the last time he had enlisted his help with the rural market, their contact had been scarce. Jiang Ergu, the younger cousin of Zhou Hao, though not particularly old, possessed an astute mind that surpassed that of many. His involvement in this endeavor would prove invaluable. At that moment, Jiang Ergu was seated by the riverbank in his village, fishing under the sun, adorned with a tattered straw hat, a fishing line dangling from his mouth. and clad in flip-flops and shorts, enjoying a leisurely afternoon. Since accepting the task from boss Jiang, his life had taken a turn for the better. His bank account boasted a balance of 5,000 yuan, along with a small mobile phone. The educational expenses for his younger siblings were no longer a concern, and his mother's medical bills were settled. Life was, indeed, delightful. Yet, he pondered when the next task would arise after completing this one. Recalling Jiang Yang's assurance that if he executed this assignment splendidly, he would be appointed as the publicity minister, Jiang Ergo had nearly exhausted himself in the process. His voice hoarse for over a month, he had truly exerted himself to the utmost. However, since that incident, the beverage factory had not reached out to him again. Perhaps others had already forgotten about his insignificant role. Just as he was mired in contemplation, his small mobile phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed to life. Startled, Jiang Ergu sat up straight, momentarily neglecting the fish that had taken the bait. He pulled out his phone, and, to his delight, it was indeed him. Big brother. You finally remembered me. Jiang Ergu exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Yang chuckled in response. Ergu, how have you been lately? Not bad, not bad. Big brother. Did you call me for a new task? I promised to perform admirably this time. Jiang Ergu replied eagerly. Jiang Yang nodded. There is indeed a task. But you must come to the city. Can you manage that? Jiang Ergu's excitement soared, and he leaped into the air. Absolutely. I've longed to visit the city. Big brother. When do we go? What is the plan? Is it more rumor-mongering? That is my forte. Jiang Yang's expression darkened slightly. It's not rumor-mongering. It's about creating momentum. Creating momentum. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao, having heard Jiang Yang's instructions, departed to the countryside to meet with the agents over drinks. With no one to oversee the factory, Jiang Yang had no choice but to remain overnight. Night had fallen, yet the workshop remained brightly lit. He arranged for the kitchen to prepare a more substantial supper for the workers, while he himself settled for a bowl of egg noodles, merely to satisfy his dinner requirements. With autumn's arrival, the chirping of crickets had ceased, rendering the entire northern suburbs exceptionally tranquil. Wang Gang emerged from the workshop, carrying a collection of colorful beverages, and gently knocked on Jiang Yang's office door. Jiang Yang looked up and said, "Come in." Wang Gang placed the array of vibrant glass bottles on the desk and said, "General Manager Jiang, these are several newly developed flavors. Please give them a try." Jiang Yang sampled each beverage in succession and remarked, "No, these are all too sweet. Consuming too much would be overwhelming." Wang Gang took a sip and remarked, "This is quite acceptable. Those carbonated beverages are far sweeter than this." Jiang Yang shook his head and said, "Always remember, in the fast-moving consumer goods sector, particularly in food, one must clearly understand their positioning." He gestured towards the bottle on the table and continued, "Carbonated drinks are one category, while we are positioned within the realm of fruit juices. In the future, we will aim to develop pure fruit juices, creating a unique flavor that the public can embrace." Wang Gang nodded in agreement. "Understood. I will have them adjust the formulation immediately." With that, he turned and exited. Jiang Yang, seated before his computer, idly opened Command Conquer. Just as he was about to immerse himself in the game, Zhuzi rushed up from downstairs, exclaiming, "President Jiang, Hu Tao has arrived." Jiang Yang inquired, puzzled, "Where is she?" Zhuzi whispered, "I was instructed to block her at the door." Jiang Yang frowned. "Why the secrecy? Hu Tao is not a stranger. Why not let her in?" Zhuzi, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Do you genuinely not know, or are you pretending?" Jiang Yang was taken aback. "What do I know?" Zhuzi closed the office door and explained, "Hu Tao's father has been spreading rumors in the shantytown, claiming that you have taken Hu Tao and that she is living with you." Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively. "If you understand this is mere gossip, why bring it up? Hurry and let her in." Zhuzi nodded, "All right." With that, he hurried downstairs. Jiang Yang sighed, realizing that Zhuzi had misunderstood, thinking he had done something inappropriate with the girl, which had led to this situation. What a ridiculous notion. This Hu Hui was indeed troublesome. He would need to find an opportunity to set things straight, or his reputation would inevitably suffer at his hands. Before long, Hu Tao approached the door, holding a dark green bag, looking somewhat at a loss. Jiang Yang closed his computer and said, "Come in and have a seat." "Why did you arrive at the factory so late?" Hu Tao sat on the sofa and softly replied, "Sister Jiang Qing was concerned you might not eat well at the factory, so she asked me to bring you some food." With that, she opened the package to reveal an aluminum lunchbox, still warm to the touch. Jiang Yang opened it to find braised spare ribs and 2 large steamed buns. "In the future, please refrain from bringing food. It's quite far from home, and it's unsafe at night," he advised. Hu Tao quickly shook her head. It's not too far. I needed to pick up some books and am staying here tonight, so it was on the way. Jiang Yang pondered for a moment and asked, Aren't you afraid of returning to the shantytown alone? Hu Tao smiled slightly. Not at all. I've grown accustomed to it. Although Jiang Yang had already eaten some noodles, the sight of the ribs prepared by his sister reignited his appetite, and he eagerly picked up his chopsticks. Curious about the computer, Hu Tao asked, Is this a computer? Jiang Yang nodded. Indeed, it is. May I take a look? She inquired. Jiang Yang smiled, of course. He then made space for her. Hu Tao gently approached the computer and sat down. Having grown up in the shantytown, she had seldom seen a television, let alone something like a computer. All day long, she listened to the boys in her class talk about going to internet cafes to play on the computer, and she had long been curious about the allure of this device. Jiang Yang set down his lunchbox and remarked, A computer, also known as a calculator, can replace humans in numerous tasks. Hu Tao nodded, her delicate fingers cautiously gliding over the mouse. How fascinating. Observing Hu Tao's keen interest, Jiang Yang decided to teach her how to operate the computer, starting with some basic programs and progressing to applications like Word. Hu Tao demonstrated remarkable aptitude and learned rapidly, particularly captivated by the drawing board within the computer. The brush size could be adjusted, and an array of rare colors was at her disposal. As she diligently doodled with the mouse, Jiang Yang was soon astounded by her artistic talent. Drawing on the computer was far more challenging than using a traditional brush, especially with the mouse's cumbersome drag mechanism, which offered little control. In less than half an hour, Hu Tao had created a black cat sheriff that looked identical to the one on television. Bored, Jiang Yang settled onto the sofa and asked Hu Tao to draw one for him. The moment she looked at him, her face flushed crimson down to her neck. For reasons unknown, each time she saw Jiang Yang, she recalled the scene from that night in the hotel. The thought of having stood before this man completely bare made her wish to disappear into the ground. Yet, strangely, ever since moving into his home, she found herself eagerly anticipating their encounters each day. Noticing Hu Tao sitting in silence, Jiang Yang inquired, Why have you stopped drawing? Hu Tao replied, It's getting late. I should head home to sleep. With that, she dared not look at him again and fled. Jiang Yang was left bewildered, pondering, What just happened? Could it be that I am too unattractive for her to continue? Surely, it cannot be so. Chapter 55. The Free Secret. On the following morning, as Jiang Yang gradually awakened from his slumber, the dawn had yet to fully break. The workers at the cold drink factory had already commenced their bustling activities. Those who had worked the night shift were returning home to rest, while others arrived early at the establishment. The kitchen, located by the side of the entrance, emitted a thin wisp of smoke, heralding the day's breakfast of meat buns and rice porridge. After a brief morning wash in the courtyard below, Jiang Yang sauntered into the kitchen. Typically, he would enjoy his breakfast at home, but today he was eager to sample the chef's culinary skills. From a distance, he spotted Hu Tao emerging from the shantytown, her somewhat fragile frame clad in the uniform of Shirshan County's first high school, with a bicycle basket brimming with books. Jiang Yang called out to her from the doorway, inviting her to join him for breakfast. Hu Tao, feeling somewhat shy, reluctantly took 2 meat buns from the kitchen, placing them in a plastic bag in her bicycle's basket. Have breakfast before heading to school, Jiang Yang suggested. Hu Tao shook her head, replying, There's no time. No sooner had she spoken than Hu Hui came rushing out from behind. There you are, you little brat. I finally found you. His filthy floral shirt and the stench of smoke and alcohol wafted toward Jiang Yang, who paused in surprise upon seeing him. Jiang Yang felt a surge of anger. So, your head injury is all healed up now? Hu Hui, still wary of Jiang Yang, took a couple of steps back, retorting, Mind your own business. As Hu Tao attempted to leave with her bicycle, Hu Hui seized her roughly. Where's the money? Don't think you can hide and get away with it. At that moment, Hu Hui's desperation was palpable. He had no money in his pockets and preferred to squander his nights at the gambling den rather than seek honest work. Ever since he learned that Qin Yanli and her daughter had money, he had been fixated on them. In his mind, even after the divorce, Qin Yanli remained his possession. To Hu Tao, this so-called father was nothing short of a nightmare. When Hu Hui's hand grasped her bicycle, she trembled in fear. Jiang Yang's anger surged, and he stepped forward, gripping Hu Hui's wrist and yanking it downward with force, causing Hu Hui to stagger perilously close to a filthy ditch. This is none of your concern. You should head to school, Jiang Yang said, turning to Hu Tao. Hu Tao bit her lip, then, pushing her bicycle, fled the scene like a startled bird. Watching her retreating figure, Hu Hui seethed, Jiang Yang, don't push your luck. With a cold smirk, Jiang Yang replied, I am indeed taking advantage of you. What will you do about it? In a fit of rage, Hu Hui, in a reckless display, lunged at Jiang Yang, claws outstretched. Jiang Yang casually rolled his neck and flexed his wrist, appreciating the morning exercise. Hu Hui's aggression was rather considerate. Stepping forward, he seized Hu Hui by the collar, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. The blow landed with a resounding thud. Thud! Hu Hui grunted, the pain stealing his breath. Jiang Yang, undeterred, executed a shoulder throw, sending Hu Hui crashing to the ground, his knee pressing firmly against Hu Hui's neck. The workers at the ice cream factory gathered at the sound of commotion at the entrance, only to witness their boss embroiled in a scuffle. They hastily armed themselves and rushed forward. Upon discerning the situation, they were rendered speechless. Boss Jiang, not only skilled in martial arts but also facing off against a familiar adversary, the notorious Hu Hui from the shanty town, had whose neck firmly gripped in his right hand while his knee began to apply pressure. Hu Hui's face flushed crimson as he struggled to protest. What business is it of yours how I educate my wife and children? You're just a glutton with nothing better to do. Jiang Yang, unfazed, responded not with words but with 3 solid punches to Hu's forehead. Each blow resonated with a dull thud, landing squarely on flesh. Hu, dazed and reeling, fell to the ground, clutching his head and groaning. Only then did Jiang rise, gazing down at him with a warning. If you dare to gossip behind my back again, it will not merely be a beating. He turned to address the onlookers, pointing at Hu Hui. You all recognize this man, do you not? The workers nodded in unison. Jiang's voice grew grave. Should this man ever return to the shanty town, I want him beaten on sight. If he gets injured, I will cover the medical expenses. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Hu Hui, notorious for his misdeeds in the shanty town, harassing women, gambling with crowds, and stirring trouble with his gang, had long been a thorn in the side of these workers. They had tolerated him, wary of his unpredictable nature. However, with the boss now taking a stand, they felt liberated from their pin-up frustrations. Struggling to rise, Hu glared at Jiang Yang and hissed, "Just you wait. This isn't over." With that, he retreated in disarray. Jiang clenched his fist, feeling a slight easing of his anger. The morning's chaos had inadvertently given way to daylight. The sun ascended, and trucks began to line up for deliveries. After having breakfast, Jiang ascended to his office on the 2nd floor. Soon after, Zhou Hao arrived on a motorcycle, accompanied by Jiang Ergu. "Big brother!" Jiang Ergu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, curiosity flooding his expression as he took in the factory. Jiang Yang smiled and instructed, "First, head downstairs for some buns. I have matters to discuss with you shortly." Jiang Ergu complied and descended, while Zhou Hao lingered. "Jiang Ge, you called me back in such haste. Is there something afoot?" Jiang Yang nodded. "A while back, you mentioned that the distributors were clamoring for benefits, didn't you? Well, the benefits have arrived." Zhou Hao's eyes widened in delight. "Really? What are the benefits?" Jiang Yang rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "For selling ice cream, we are offering a free refrigerator." The news sent ripples through the distributors and small retailers of Shan County. The owner of Tangren Ice Cream Factory had gone mad. Any business holding a valid operating license, be it a restaurant, hotel, or small shop, could receive a complimentary refrigerator simply by selling Tangren's specialty drinks. However, 2 conditions had to be met. The refrigerator must be prominently displayed in the store and not contain any other brand of ice cream. And the store owner was required to pay a deposit of 3,000 yuan to select any refrigerator of their choosing. During the usage period, the refrigerator can be exchanged without reason and can be returned at any time. Once this news broke, Tangren special drinks instantly became the focal point of discussions among shop owners. Astute individuals recognized the opportunity. It was akin to acquiring the use of a refrigerator without spending a single penny, merely requiring a deposit of 3,000 yuan. Upon further reflection, whether the money is stored in a bank or at a beverage factory, it remains stored. What can one achieve with the meager interest offered by banks? It is far more practical to exchange it for a refrigerator. The key point is that the manufacturer has promised that it can be returned at any time. Whenever one no longer desires to use the refrigerator, the 3,000 yuan can be promptly refunded, and during the usage period, one can exchange for a new refrigerator at will. This is tantamount to depositing 3,000 yuan, retaining ownership of the funds, and gaining the privilege of using a refrigerator for free and for a lifetime. Is there truly such a remarkable opportunity in the world? Chapter 56. A windfall of 1 million. The policy of the Tangren Cold Drink Factory, offering free refrigerators, instantly captured the attention of the entire Shan County. Many expressed that this benefit was too enticing, prompting even the most reluctant to consider opening their own convenience stores. In these times, individuals are exceedingly cautious when it comes to purchasing household appliances, particularly substantial items like refrigerators, which can easily cost several thousand yuan. Those who cannot afford the exorbitant prices worry about the quality of cheaper alternatives. Now, however, with just a modest deposit, one can take home a refrigerator. And the crucial aspect is that the deposit can be refunded at any time. Should any quality issues arise, a replacement can be provided. Originally, the distributors representing Tangerine Special Drinks were quite pleased, as the decision of which supermarket owners would receive refrigerators lay in their hands. Boss Jiang declared that the quantity of refrigerators was limited and would be allocated based on each store's sales performance. Yet, the distribution of these refrigerators ultimately rested with the distributors and agents. At that moment, a tiger head van was halted at the entrance by a pillar. A distinguished man in his 40s stepped out. "I am Bai Chengyan, a friend of your General Jiang," he announced. The pillar, curious, observed him closely. Zhou Hao immediately recognized the visitor and hurried forward, exclaiming, "It's President Bai. Please come in. General Jiang is upstairs." The pillar then granted him passage. Under Zhou Hao's guidance, Bai Chengyan ascended to the second floor, marking his first visit to the cold drink factory. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang had nearly pulled an all-nighter the previous evening and was now soundly asleep on the bed in his office. Not wishing to disturb him, Bai Chengyan quietly settled onto the sofa to wait. The factory workers and office staff were all intrigued by this middle-aged gentleman and his luxurious vehicle. Zhou Hao remarked, "This is President Bai. Are you aware of the newly opened department store in our county? It belongs to him." This revelation caused quite a stir. Everyone quickly realized that he was indeed a prominent figure in Shirshan. The presence of such an illustrious individual at the factory, while their own boss was deep in slumber, was rather astonishing. Even more surprising was that Bai Chengyan chose not to wake him, opting instead to wait patiently on the sofa. Jiang Yang slept deeply, unaware that a strong wind had begun to howl outside, rattling the windows. Upon waking and stretching, he noticed Bai Chengyan sitting on the office sofa, perusing a newspaper. "President Bai, when did you arrive?" "You didn't call for me," Jiang Yang said, surprised. Bai Chengyan set down the newspaper and replied, "How many times must I say it? Why do you still call me President Bai?" Jiang Yang chuckled and said, "Brother Bai, brother Bai." Bai Chengyan nodded in satisfaction, unable to conceal his excitement. "My friend, you truly have a gift. In less than half a day, half of the refrigerators are already sold." After years in business, experiencing such swift success was unprecedented for him. The 2,000 refrigerators that had been a lingering concern the previous night had magically transformed into a substantial sum of money. Jiang Yang rose to pour a cup of hot water, placing it on the table before Bai Chengyan, and remarked, "It's merely a small trick." Bai Chengyan pondered for a moment and replied, "Brother, you've rendered me an immense favor. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Utilizing the refrigerator also benefits my cold beverage factory. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, bringing joy to all parties involved." Bai Chengyan gave a thumbs up, his face radiating admiration. "Brother Jiang, I am genuinely impressed. You are remarkable." His words were sincere, devoid of any exaggeration or flattery. Jiang Yang's maneuver was not only unparalleled in Shirshan County, but also rare throughout Huazhou. He was undoubtedly a commercial genius. Jiang Yang smiled silently, considering these actions merely a trivial stratagem. Bai Chengyan reached into his wallet and retrieved a check that had already been filled out. Jiang Yang glanced at it and saw it was for 1 million. "Brother Bai, what is this for?" he inquired, pushing the check back. Bai Chengyan, with a serious expression, replied, "Brother, there are rules in business. These refrigerators cannot be sold for 3,000. The excess is what you rightfully deserve, along with an additional 500,000 in profits. Once the remaining refrigerators are sold, I will transfer the amount to you." The most expensive double-door refrigerator originally retailed for just over 2,000, with a cost price exceeding 1,000. Although Jiang Yang had managed to distribute the refrigerators by collecting deposits, Bai Chengyan was well aware of the situation. Appliances like these, once utilized, are seldom returned. Even if they were, it would likely be for a newer model. He planned to negotiate with the manufacturer for a more favorable exchange policy for the refrigerators, rendering the high price of 3,000 per unit inconsequential. In essence, the solution to the crisis involving 2,000 refrigerators hinged entirely on Jiang Yang's intellect and his cold beverage factory. After years of navigating the complexities of the business world, Bai Chengyan had gained a clear understanding of such matters. Jiang Yang, however, showed no hesitation in accepting the payment, stating, "Since Brother Bai feels this way, I shall accept the money, but let's disregard the additional 500,000. Bai Qingyan quickly interjected, "That won't do. Business is business. And you deserve every bit of it." Jiang Yang smiled gently. "Brother Bai, you are being overly formal. Do you believe our bond is not worth this 50,000? Their gazes met, and Bai Qingyan ceased his formalities, solemnly declaring, "Brother, from this day forth, you shall be my lifelong good brother." He then called for Li Yin, handing her the check. This sum would be allocated to a dedicated account, to be used if dealers or retailers wish to exchange refrigerators or reclaim deposits. Li Yin nodded. "Understood, General Jiang." After a brief exchange, she quietly exited, closing the office door behind her. Jiang Yang retrieved a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his drawer, tore it open, and offered one to Bai Qingyan. The two men began to smoke in the office, enveloped in clouds of smoke. Following this incident, Jiang Yang standing in Bai Qingyan's eyes significantly elevated, fostering a deeper sense of camaraderie between them, accompanied by the howling winds outside. Bai Qingyan recounted numerous tales from his time in Shishan County. His journey to the present has been no small feat, largely owing to the unwavering support of the Wei family. Starting from a modest bicycle repair shop, he expanded into a grocery store, a small supermarket, and subsequently ventured into the realms of a market, a department store, and an automobile dealership. Today, he possesses no fewer than 20 establishments in Shishan County, several of which are valued in the millions. The household appliance business is the domain of the Wei family. He merely serves as their agent. The department store exists for the Wei family merely as a FAAD. Ultimately, the lion's share of the profits belongs to them, while Bai Qingyan receives only a fraction. From the tone of his voice, it was evident that he harbored no resentment regarding this arrangement. Rather, he felt a profound gratitude for the Wei family's assistance over the years. Without old Master Wei, there would be no Bai Qingyan, he reiterated 4 times throughout the afternoon. Chapter 57. A leafy canoe. Jiang Yang listened intently, occasionally pouring tea for Bai Qingyan. His curiosity about the 2 prominent families in Shishan County grew deeper. Seventh brother was still unaware of this matter. Had he known, it was likely that the Wei and Lu families would be at odds. Bai Qingyan remarked. Jiang Yang nodded, remaining silent. Regarding the affairs of Shishan County, he was as uninformed as a blank slate. Even if he wished to contribute to the conversation, he found himself at a loss for words. However, from the insights gathered over the past 2 days, it became apparent that both families aspired to venture into the home appliance sector. By the way, what was that agreement you mentioned between the 2 families? Jiang Yang suddenly inquired after sipping his tea. Bai Qingyan replied, "This dates back to the 1970s. Many years ago, when the elder of the Lu family, Lu Zhenghua's father, was still alive, he and the elder of the Wei family privately established a gentleman's agreement. The Lu family would handle the distribution of everyday consumer goods such as rice, oil, and vinegar, while the Wei family would manage the shops and retail. For reasons unknown, this agreement led to an increasing economic disparity between the 2 families, resulting in numerous conflicts. To maintain harmony, the elder Lu proposed that the Lu family would refrain from entering any business that the Wei family had initiated. This unwritten rule has persisted for nearly 20 years. Little did we anticipate that it would be broken by Lu Zhonghua." Bai Qingyan continued. The home appliance business was brought to the forefront by 7th brother from Guangzhou, with several agents he invited from overseas. Now that Lu Zhonghua sees potential profit in this sector, he wishes to stake his claim. Jiang Yang responded, "Although it is termed an agreement, it is merely a verbal understanding. It is quite reasonable for Lu Zhonghua to disregard it." Bai Qingyan nodded, sighing, "Indeed, especially since the elder Lu is no longer present. Now the entire Lu family is under Lu Zhonghua's dominion. If he chooses to renege on his word, what recourse do they have?" At this, he looked up at Jiang Yang and said, "To be candid, the invitation to dine with you that night was at the behest of the elder Wei." Jiang Yang was taken aback. "Elder Wei? I do not know him." Bai Qingyan explained, "While you may not be acquainted with him, upon hearing about you, he specifically instructed me and 7th brother to meet you. It is evident that he holds you in high regard." Jiang Yang seemed to grasp the implications. The elder Wei, appearing to be well past 60, may seem detached from worldly affairs, yet every whisper and rustle in Shishan County likely lay under his watchful gaze. Perhaps everything he had accomplished in Shishan County was already known to those in power. This seemingly insignificant Shishan County was far from the simple entity he had once imagined. "Then I extend my gratitude to Elder Wei," Jiang Yang smiled. Bai Qingyan pondered for a moment, then earnestly stated, "Brother, there is something I am uncertain whether to share." Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Bai, please speak freely." Bai Qingyan rose and said, "The Wei family maintains a reputation for integrity, characterized by noble lineage and generations of distinguished individuals, treating business partners with utmost respect. Having followed Elder Wei for many years, I understand his intentions well. All he desires is to cultivate a connection with you. If..." Jiang Yang remained with a serene smile, gazing lightly at Bai Qingyan. Bai Qingyan felt somewhat uneasy under Jiang Yang's calm demeanor. "If you do not mind, would you consider joining the Wei family?" Jiang Yang refilled Bai Qingyan's teacup, saying, "The old Master Wei has esteemed me, and so have you, Bai Ge. I am merely a shrewd businessman, not nearly as exceptional as you both perceive." Bai Qingyan was clearly taken aback. "Is this a rejection?" Jiang Yang nodded slightly. "Let us not mention this matter again. I appreciate the Wei family's goodwill." He was acutely aware of the old Master Wei's intentions. The Wei family was perilously close to collapse, evident from Lu Zhenghua's disregard for the elders' agreements. Bai Qingyan had once remarked that the Wei family had only one heir, Wei Chen, from his brief encounter with Wei Chen at the Shishan Hotel. Jiang Yang sensed a man of chivalry and loyalty, a true hero of the martial world, yet the business realm was fraught with cunning and deceit, making him evidently unsuitable. The elderly Master Wei, nearing his twilight years, could not bear to witness the gradual demise of his family's enterprise at the hands of Lu Zhenghua. It was only natural for him to seek allies like Jiang Yang to bolster the Wei family. However, the error lay in the old master's choice of person. Jiang Yang, seemingly an ordinary young man in his early 20s, had encountered far more in life than one might assume. He would never serve another, not even for a family 100 times larger than the Wei clan. In his past life, he had reached heights unattainable by most, and in this life, his aspirations were even grander. How could he confine himself to a county family? As Bai Qingyan observed Jiang Yang's unflappable demeanor, his questions multiplied. After all, he too had navigated the complexities of the world for many years and had encountered all manner of individuals. Yet this young man eluded his understanding, and he found himself under an overwhelming pressure in his presence. This sense of oppression stemmed from deep within. The aura that Jiang Yang exuded in every gesture seemed to create an illusion. His gaze bore through to one's innermost thoughts, instilling a fear of concealment, even of harboring ill intent. Terrifying. Bai Qingyan's gaze grew complex. Jiang Yang stood and opened the window, allowing a refreshing breeze to fill the office. "Bai Ge, I am a proponent of freedom of person, power, and wealth. Everything I do is, without exception, for these three liberties. You may think my refusal of the Wei family's invitation is foolish, but I prefer to chart my own course in the future." Bai Qingyan watched Jiang Yang's silhouette, momentarily at a loss for words. The Wei family held sway over half of Shishan County. Countless individuals aspired to enter this prestigious realm. Yet the olive branch personally extended by the old Master Wei was rejected without a moment's consideration. After a long silence, Bai Qingyan awkwardly smiled. "All right. I understand your intent." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Bai Qingyan took his leave. Jiang Yang watched as the figure of Hu Tu gradually receded, his heart growing increasingly heavy. On the surface, Shishan County appears tranquil, yet beneath it lies a tempestuous undercurrent. Monopolization. It is no exaggeration to assert that the entire commerce of Shishan County is entirely dominated by these two prominent families. From the verbal agreement, one can discern that this market, which has become a battleground for outsiders, is merely a wager in the eyes of those in power. A jest that has casually determined who shall wield authority. By rejecting the Wei family this time, I have unequivocally declared my stance. In the realm of business, one is either an ally or an adversary. To survive in the narrow crevice between the two colossal giants, the Wei and Lu families, it seems I must hasten my pace. At this moment, my cold drink factory appears as a mere skiff in the presence of towering behemoths. With this thought, a glint of fierce determination flashed in Jiang Yang's eyes. Chapter 58. A family's plea for help. The recent maneuver by the Tangren cold drink factory has utterly incensed Huang Defa. At this moment, every supermarket in Shishan County is adorned with refrigerators emblazoned with the Tangren special drink logo. Infuriatingly, these refrigerators are exclusively stocked with Tangren beverages. Not only are Huang Defa's Snowman cold drinks relegated to the shelves, but even esteemed brands like Coca-Cola and Sprite are merely placed in the cabinets. Craving a chilled drink? Apologies, you can only purchase Tangren special drinks, as the refrigerators were provided free of charge. Huang Defa, driving his Pajero SUV, watches in anguish as his products are cast aside like refuse, his heart aching at the sight. If this continues, Snowman Cold Drinks may very well face extinction. He cannot remain passive. After much contemplation, he finds himself unable to restrain his impulse and drives toward a luxurious villa community in the southern city. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang sits in his office, listening to Li Yin report on the financial status of the month. After deducting expenditures for equipment, vehicles, and employee salaries, as well as utilities and miscellaneous costs, the company's funds have reached 7 million yuan. Jiang Yang feels elated and proposes to enhance the welfare benefits for the factory employees. The workers cheer exuberantly, chanting praises for their boss. Currently, the wages at the Tangren cold drink factory stand out remarkably within Shirshan County, with certain skilled positions and foremen earning salaries comparable to those of ordinary civil servants. In the afternoon, at the Dijiang Huafu Villa community, Huang Defa parks his vehicle at the entrance, adjusts his appearance, and steps through the door. Two young men clad in suits intercept him. "I seek General Manager Liu." Huang Defa manages a strained smile. A languid voice drifts from within the courtyard. "Let him in." The two young men nod in unison. "You may proceed." Huang Defa politely smiles and strides into the courtyard. The speaker is a man around 50 years old, dressed in a golden-patterned robe and cloth shoes, idly toying with a string of prayer beads. His hair is glossy and neatly combed back, and he sits in a grand armchair, eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. "It is Defa, isn't it? Please, have a seat," the man says. As he opens his eyes, a piercing gaze emanates from him, instilling a sense of trepidation. This man is Lu Zhenghua. Huang Defa cautiously settles onto a stone bench, swallowing hard as he speaks. "General Manager Liu, trouble has arisen." "Serious trouble?" Lu Zhenghua smiles faintly. "I have already heard about the situation. There is no need for alarm." Huang Defa is taken aback, but Lu Zhenghua dismisses his concern with a wave of his hand. A striking woman swiftly approaches, offering a cigar. As the flame ignites the imported cigar, fragrant smoke billows into the air. Lu Zhenghua inhales deeply, gesturing for the woman to serve Huang Defa some tea. In business, one must cultivate patience. Huang Defa, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replies, "General Manager Liu, how can I not be anxious?" Over the years, 30% of Snowman Cold Drink Factory's profits have been faithfully handed over to Lu Zhenghua, with the intention of having a reliable ally in times of need. Since the establishment of Jiang Yang's Tangren Cold Drink Factory, Huang Defa has not experienced a single good day. Business has been deteriorating day by day, and he has been pressed by Jiang Yang, who is struggling to keep afloat. Now, as he approaches the Lu family, Lu Zhenghua's demeanor leaves Huang Defa feeling utterly uncertain. Just as anxiety envelopes Huang Defa, a captivating woman clad in a cheap how, adorned with heavy makeup, emerges holding a mobile phone. "Sir, Director Li's call," she announces. Lu Zhenghua extends his hand to take the phone, speaking in a low voice. "Hello, old Li." Whatever was said on the other end elicited a smile from Lu Zhenghua. Yes, indeed, it's the grain from this household." "Excellent. Then I shall see you for drinks another day." After hanging up, he hands the phone back to the woman, whose fingers deliberately brush against Lu Zhenghua's ear. As she departs, he cannot resist giving her a playful squeeze on her backside. Huang Defa, filled with astonishment, exclaims, "Director Li, is it the director of the grain bureau?" Lu Zhenghua nods. "Isn't Jiang Yang trading cold drinks for grain in the countryside? If he cannot convert that grain into money, I wonder how much longer he can survive." Huang Defa, filled with admiration, gives a thumbs up. "Mr. Liu, it must be you who reigns in Shirshan County." A cold smirk appears on Lu Zhenghua's face. The youth are blissfully unaware of the world's realities. If we don't show him a thing or two, he will never learn who truly holds power in Shirshan County. In the afternoon, Jiang Yang held a clandestine meeting with Zhou Hao and Jiang Ergu. No one knew what the three discussed. It was not until evening that Zhou Hao and Jiang Ergu departed on a motorcycle. Bonsuan, at the hospital, arranged for a caregiver at a monthly wage of 300 yuan, responsible for attending to 2 patients. Jiang Yang handed Bonsuan the license plate and car keys provided by Bai Ching'an, instructing him to visit the vehicle management office for the transfer of ownership. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an autumn breeze whispered through the window. Suddenly, the phone rang, and upon answering, Jiang Qing's voice resonated. "Are you busy right now?" "Sister, I'm not busy at all." "What is it?" Jiang Qing's voice trembled, almost in tears. "Could you come to the school? We're facing some trouble." A jolt of anxiety surged through Jiang Yang. "I will be there immediately. Wait for me." At Shirshan County No. 2 Middle School, within a certain office, Jiang Qing stood in the corner, cradling Jiang Tian, while a man in oversized shoes, dressed in a suit and black shirt, incessantly cursed. Confronted by this menacing figure, Jiang Qing could only helplessly apologize repeatedly. Jiang Tian, with a pitiful expression, looked up at Jiang Qing and said, "Sister, it was Zhao Chang who poked me with a pencil first." Jiang Qing nodded, tenderly stroking her small back. Meanwhile, the office was crowded with onlookers, including both parents and students. Today, the school was hosting a parent-teacher meeting, and as per tradition, Jiang Qing had arrived early. The meeting proceeded as usual, with class teachers presenting reports on the students' conduct during their time at school. Zhao Chang, seated behind Jiang Tian, was one of her classmates. In the mundane course of daily life, Zhao Chang frequently bullied Jiang Tian, subjecting her to hair-pulling, chair-yanking, and a plethora of mischievous antics. Having lost her parents from a tender age, Jiang Tian refrained from instigating trouble, merely enduring the torment in silence. The more she bore, the bolder Zhao Chang became, employing increasingly despicable tactics. Acts such as smearing his nasal mucus on the desk, erasing Jiang Tian's freshly completed homework with an eraser, and placing tacks on her chair became alarmingly commonplace. During parent-teacher meetings, Zhao Chang shamelessly doodled on Jiang Tian's back with a pencil, while his father, Jiang Yang, looked on with a smug expression, utterly unconcerned. Jiang Qing had previously approached Jiang Yang regarding this matter, but he merely scoffed, dismissing it as innocent play among children, admonishing her for being an adult who should not lower herself to a child's level. Left with no other recourse, Jiang Qing decided to switch seats with Jiang Tian. To their dismay, shortly after they exchanged seats, another father-son duo also shifted positions, exacerbating the situation. Not only did Zhao Chang jab Jiang Tian's back with a pencil, but Jiang Yang also took to occasionally jostling Jiang Qing's chair with his foot. This spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the entire class. Yet no one dared to voice a word of dissent. Everyone was acutely aware that Jiang Yang was the affluent proprietor of a sand mining business in Shan County, wielding both wealth and influence, and surrounded by a cadre of thugs. During the last parent-teacher meeting, when an individual had the audacity to prevent him from smoking in the classroom, Jiang Yang had promptly summoned his hired ruffians to brutally assault the parent, leaving them bloodied and battered. Chapter 59. The bully and his son. The forbearance exhibited by Jiang Qing and Jiang Tian only emboldened the father-son duo further. Zhao Chang, wielding a pencil, engaged in both drawing and poking, and before long, Jiang Tian's shirt was rendered unrecognizable. Jiang Yang, with a face full of indulgence, gazed at his son as if he were creating a masterpiece of the century. When Jiang Tian felt a sharp jab from the pencil, she abruptly stood up to confront Zhao Chang. Startled, Zhao Chang lost his balance and fell to the ground, inadvertently striking his head against the desk. With a resounding thud, he lay on the floor, wailing inconsolably. Zhao Yang, consumed by concern, rose to strike Jiang Tian, but was swiftly intercepted by Chen Lan and Jiang Qing, who stood protectively in front of her. "What are you trying to do? This is a school." Chen Lan glared at Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang sneered, "So, you dare to hit my son? If I don't vent my anger today, none of you will escape unscathed." With that, he overturned a desk and reached for his phone to call for reinforcements. The middle-aged man, Lu Kuei, the slightly plump and balding deputy principal, rushed over upon hearing of the commotion. He offered apologies and cigarettes, saying, "Mr. Zhao, please calm down. Children can be thoughtless. I will reprimand her later." He shot a fierce glare at Jiang Tian. As the crowd around them grew larger, fearing escalation, Lu Kuei ushered several individuals into his office to address the matter, leading to the earlier scene. Left with no other option, Jiang Qing resorted to using the school's landline to call her brother, Jiang Yang. Upon learning of the incident, Zhao Gang's wife hurried over from her beauty salon. This woman, with a face full of excess flesh, was clearly not someone to be trifled with. She stormed into the office and, without a moment's hesitation, began to berate Jiang Qing. "Who do you think you are, daring to hit my son? Have you got a death wish?" Zhao Gang, fueled by growing rage, seized a glass from the table and smashed it onto the floor. The glass shattered instantly, sending shards flying throughout the room, causing Jiang Qing to instinctively shield Jiang Tian and retreat. "Have all the men in your family perished? Damn it. Bring your men to school. I want to see whose child in Shan County is audacious enough to lay a hand on my son." Zhao Gang's demeanor was that of a ferocious beast. In that moment, Jiang Qing regretted calling her brother. She had heard from other parents that Zhao Gang was not a man to be trifled with. A wealthy tycoon in Shan County, he was far removed from the common folk of the electrician community. Sensing the situation worsening, Chen Lan discreetly slipped into the corridor to call Jiang Yang, explaining the circumstances. "You must brace yourself. This Jiang Yang is a notorious bully in our county, and I fear. Before she could finish, Jiang Yang, seated in a taxi, interrupted with an icy expression. Understood, I will be there immediately. After hanging up, he dialed Zhou Hao, instructing him to gather as many people as possible at the entrance of Shan County's second middle school, urging them to arrive swiftly. What happened, Brother Jiang? Zhou Hao inquired. Jiang Tian has been bullied. Zhou Hao, upon hearing the news, was consumed by fury. How dare he? Has he lost his mind? Once I inform Brother Jiang, I will take immediate action. Dark clouds loomed ominously in the distance as a taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the second middle school. Inside the office, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao were unleashing a torrent of foul language, their vitriol as filthy as it was unrestrained. Lu Kuei, incessantly apologizing, said, Mr. Zhao, rest assured, I will have them dismissed by tomorrow. Please calm down. Shun Lan, incredulously gazing at Lu Kuei, interjected, Director Lu, Jiang Tian did not strike anyone. Zhao Chang fell on his own. What grounds are there to dismiss her? Lu Kuei turned, his voice laced with anger. Silence. Am I in charge here, or are you? At that moment, a tall figure parted the crowd and appeared at the office door. What an impressive display of authority. Go ahead, dismiss someone if you dare. Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Qing and Jiang Tian turned their gaze towards the office entrance. Brother, Wuwa. Jiang Tian could no longer contain her tears, bursting into sobs as she flung herself into Jiang Yang's embrace. Jiang Qing, her eyes red-rimmed, approached Jiang Yang, bowing her head in silence. Are you the parent of this wretched child? Mr. Zhao glared menacingly. Ignoring Mr. Zhao, Jiang Yang knelt to wipe Jiang Tian's tears, then examined the child's back. The shirt bore countless puncture marks from pencils and chaotic stains, instantly revealing the truth. Jiang Yang's expression hardened like ice as he regarded Jiang Tian, pointing at Zhao Chang, and inquired, Did he do this to you? Jiang Tian nodded gently, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Yang rose, taking Jiang Tian's hand as they advanced step by step towards Zhao Chang. Dad! Zhao Chang, feeling a surge of fear, hurriedly concealed himself behind Mr. Zhao. This unexpected turn of events left everyone astounded. Mr. Zhao, with a fierce glare, barked, I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf? Jiang Yang halted before Mr. Zhao, his gaze frigid. Have that little brat step forward. Jiang Yang's eyes were fixed intently on Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao was taken aback. What nonsense was this? Was this man insane? I said, get lost and let that little brat step forward. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Since his arrival, Jiang Yang's presence had commanded the room, instilling a sense of dread that silenced all. Mr. Zhao nervously swallowed hard. What an absurdity! Who was this young man? Lu Kuei stepped forward, frowning. You must be Jiang Tian's guardian. Since you're here, hurry and apologize to Mr. Zhao. Jiang Yang, without turning, retorted. Who do you think you are? You have no say in this matter. Lu Kuei, rendered speechless, pointed at Jiang Yang, struggling to articulate a response. Mr. Zhao, increasingly agitated by the atmosphere, pointed a finger at Jiang Yang. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Yang seized Mr. Zhao's finger with his left hand. Crack. Ah. With a piercing scream, Mr. Zhao collapsed to his knees. Upon witnessing the scene, the woman immediately began to throw a fit, exclaiming, Murder! Murder! Jiang Yang swiftly pulled Zhao Chang out, as if he were merely a chick. Being just a middle school student, Zhao Chang had no means to resist before Jiang Yang, utterly petrified in place. If you cannot educate your child, allow me to do so, Jiang Yang stated, his expression devoid of emotion. He picked up a pencil from the desk and handed it to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, somewhat at a loss, gazed at her brother. Do you hate him? Jiang Yang inquired. Jiang Tian initially nodded but quickly shook her head in denial. Zhao Chang was utterly terrified, his pants soaked. Having grown up under the domineering protection of his father, he had never encountered such a situation. The moment Jiang Yang seized him by the collar, he had already lost control. Chapter 60. Strength. Xiao Gang rose from the ground and promptly retrieved his phone to make a call. From the tone of his conversation, it was evident that he had summoned numerous individuals. The crowd outside continued to swell, with onlookers expressing their belief that the situation had escalated significantly. This young man had clearly overstepped his bounds by provoking Xiao Gang. He was destined for severe consequences today. Jiang Yang, however, appeared unfazed by the murmurs surrounding him. He crouched down, gazing intently at Jiang Tian, and said, If you hate him, then strike. If you end his life, it will be his own fault. I am here for you. Jiang Tian felt a surge of fear, glancing at the pencil in her hand, then at Jiang Qing standing nearby. Zhao Chang suddenly fell to his knees, exclaiming, I was wrong. Jiang Tian, I shall never dare again. Please, spare me. Zhao Gang shot him a fierce glare and yanked his son up with force, declaring, You spineless fool, who told you to kneel? The sudden tug resulted in an overwhelming stench permeating the room. Jiang Tian shook her head and replied, Brother, I do not harbor hatred. I only wish for him to cease his bullying. Jiang Yang turned to Zhao Chang and inquired, Have you understood? Just as Zhao Chang was about to respond, Zhao Gang shielded his son behind him, barking, Shut your mouth. If you have guts, meet me at the school gate. Jiang Yang stood up, his eyes narrowing into slits. Having dealt with the matter regarding the children, it is time for a serious discussion. I will be waiting for you at the entrance. Hurry down. Zhao Gang issued his threat before descending the stairs with his wife and child. As Jiang Yang intended to follow, he was simultaneously restrained by two individuals. On his left was Chen Lan, and on his right stood Jiang Qing. The two women shook their heads vigorously, their eyes brimming with imploring expressions. We should call the police. You cannot go. They both spoke in unison. The former was Jiang Qing, the latter Chen Lan. After exchanging glances, Chen Lan awkwardly released her grip. Jiang Yang removed Jiang Qing's hand from his arm, assuring her, Do not worry. With that, he strode down the stairs. At the entrance of Shirshan's second high school, a throng of spectators had already gathered, chattering with fervor about the unfolding drama. Zhao Gang, nursing his injured finger, cursed incessantly, while his right hand continued to dial numbers on his phone. Soon, several vans roared into view from the distance. As the doors swung open, a dozen young men wielding clubs disembarked, clearly local ruffians. This group approached Zhao Gang, encircling him as they smoked and exchanged words, occasionally glancing towards Jiang Yang. Yet, Jiang Yang remained steadfast, standing alone not far from the entrance. Chen Lan rushed out from within and positioned herself in front of Jiang Yang, saying, If it comes to it, you should run. My sister and Jiang Tian are at school. They won't dare to act recklessly. Jiang Yang looked at the beautiful woman before him and smiled. With such a motley crew, I have no reason to flee. A gentle breeze swept by, causing Jiang Yang's garments and hair to flutter slightly. In that moment, he appeared to Chen Lan as a gallant hero ready to face an army of adversaries. Observing that Jiang Yang remained solitary, Zhao Gang grew increasingly arrogant, dismissing him as merely an inconsequential figure. Outside the second high school, only a few cars are parked. Today, he drove a Passat, which can be considered the finest car in the vicinity. In Shirshan County, who among the influential figures does not possess a vehicle? Judging by the current circumstances, it seems I have overestimated this individual. Control yourself. Zhao Gang was confident and determined. Today, I shall deal with this brat decisively. If anything goes awry, I will take the blame. Zhao Gang intentionally raised his voice, eager for everyone to hear. The surrounding ruffians smirked wickedly, brandishing their clubs while casting glances at Jiang Yang. With a sweeping gesture, Zhao Gang dismissed any further pleasantries and led his band of thugs toward Jiang Yang. The onlookers erupted in a frenzy. It's over. A fight is about to break out. Zhao Gang is truly formidable. Even the mad dog of the South City is his underling. Is that Zhao Gang, the reckless fighter? Indeed, just look at the rowdy crowd he has summoned. This young man has certainly crossed the wrong person. Whispers rippled through the crowd like waves. Zhao Gang, brimming with arrogance, cursed, I thought you were something special. You can't even rally a single person for a fight. If I don't beat you so badly that even your mother wouldn't recognize you, I, Zhao Gang, will change my surname. At that moment, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from afar, as a brand-new, custom-extended Lexus LS 400 screeched to a halt. Its license plate reading Hua D99999. With a swift motion, Zhou Hao flung open the passenger door and leapt out. Shortly after, Ben Siyuan emerged from the vehicle. A towering figure standing at nearly 2 meters, resembling a small mountain, instantly rendering the group of thugs speechless. Ben Siyuan, the mad dog. A young man with dyed yellow hair, exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him. Upon realizing that reinforcements had arrived, Zhao Gang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Today, the mad dog had made a significant contribution. However, to everyone's surprise, Ben Siyuan exited the car without even glancing at the mad dog. Walking directly to Jiang Yang's side, standing there composedly, casting a glare at the thugs, and remaining silent. Zhou Hao was also quite a character in Shirshan County, and many recognized him. Zhao Gang certainly did, prompting him to call out, Hey, I'm right here. Zhou Hao shot him a cold glance, retorting, Who are you to be so familiar? Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, Look over there. Following the gesture, the onlookers beheld a long procession of cars approaching. A dark line of vehicles numbering at least 30 or 40, led by two powerful Hufei Benzes. Their license plates read Hua D88888 and Hua D66666. Jiang Yang instantly recognized the plates and turned to Zhou Hao, asking, "Why is brother by here?" Zhou Hao replied, "After your call. I feared the situation might escalate beyond control, so I gave President Bai a heads up." Jiang Yang nodded in understanding, saying nothing further. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang was left dumbfounded. He hadn't summoned that many people. When had he gained such prominence in Shishan County? This was utterly absurd. As the convoy approached, Bai Qingyan was the first to alight from the vehicle, followed by a dozen young men clad in suits and sunglasses, who leaped from the cars behind and positioned themselves behind Jiang Yang. Two imposing Havel vehicles were trailed by 3 BMWs and 6 Land Cruisers. Once the occupants disembarked, the onlookers were rendered utterly speechless. General Liu of Longqing Real Estate, General Zhao of Huafeng, Master Qixi. Look, those are members of the Wei family. The mere presence of these individuals instantly silenced Zhao Gang and his ruffians, who had been so brazen moments ago. Zhao Gang's complexion turned as pale as a blank sheet of rice paper. Jiang Yang exchanged pleasantries with these notable figures, offering cigarettes and shaking hands. He was familiar with nearly all of them, including several of his own dealers, aside from those summoned by Bai Qingyan. He couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Hao's ability to rally such a crowd. The commotion was indeed substantial. Bai Qingyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice low and commanding. "Which fool has dared to provoke my brother? Step forward at once." Chapter 61. A misunderstanding. Upon hearing the words, Zhao Gang felt his legs weaken, and he hurriedly approached Bai Qingyan. "Bai Yi, it's a misunderstanding, all of it." At that moment, Zhao Gang wished for nothing more than to vanish. Was this still a brawl? The disparity in combat capability was glaring. Without comparison, there was no pain. The ruffians he had summoned to intimidate the common folk were utterly insignificant. Any one of them could command respect from his so-called entourage. Take for instance Zhao, the general manager of Huafeng Foods. In the presence of these thugs, even their leader dared not utter a word. From the looks of it, Zhao appeared to be merely a pawn, serving as a mere errand boy in the scenario. Who exactly was Jiang Yang? Zhao Dalong narrowed his eyes and said, "Zhao Gang, what did you bring this band of rascals here for?" He gestured towards the unruly crowd nearby. Zhao Gang, nearly in tears, pleaded, "A few brothers, no, a few masters. I truly had no idea you were behind this. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly." With a fierce demeanor, he clenched his fists, marching directly towards the group of thugs. "Damn it, are you all tired of living?" His temperament allowed for little chatter. Anyone daring to brandish a weapon in opposition was bound to face his wrath. Jiang Yang, engaged in conversation with several executives, noticed the advancing figure and cautioned, "Take it easy." To which the man replied, "Understood." Cries of pain erupted from the crowd as the thugs scattered in disarray. "Brother Bansi, we don't know what is happening. We're just here to watch." "Brother Bansi, it was Zhao Gang who called us." "I was wrong, Brother Bansi. Please don't hit me." This dramatic scene left all bystanders in stunned silence. What they had anticipated to be a balanced confrontation turned out to be a one-sided assault. Zhao Gang, who usually reveled in his arrogance, never expected such a downfall. Jiang Yang felt a simmering anger that refused to subside. Bai Qingyan seemed to have sensed something amiss and inquired, "Brother, what is going on? Why the rage?" Jiang Yang shook his head, choosing silence as he waved to Jiang Qing in the crowd. Understanding the cue, Jiang Qing approached, accompanied by Jiang Tian. "This is Brother Bai," Jiang Yang introduced. "Hello, Brother Bai," Jiang Qing politely greeted. "This is my elder sister, Jiang Qing," Jiang Yang added. Bai Qingyan smiled and nodded. "Hello. Nice to meet you." Jiang Yang led his sister and Jiang Tian to the car, opening the door for them to sit inside. He then approached Zhao Gang, who was drenched in cold sweat and trembling. "Send your son over," Jiang Yang commanded. Zhao Gang froze, nearly collapsing to his knees. "Brother, I know I was wrong. And my son knows too. Please spare us. We want to dare again." With an impassive expression, Jiang Yang replied, "I want to harm a child. Just let him come over. I want to speak with him." Bai Qingyan's eyes widened. "Let him come over. No need for all this talk. Are you afraid we would harm a child?" Zhao Gang, trembling with anxiety, straightened his posture and returned to discuss matters with his wife. At that moment, his wife was in the car, cradling Zhao Chong, who had just soiled his pants and had yet to change, when his father whisked him away. Jiang Yang observed the 13 or 14-year-old boy with a cold gaze, remaining silent. Zhao Chong stood rigidly, too frightened to meet Jiang Yang's eyes. "Your father is not invincible," Jiang Yang suddenly spoke. Not every situation will have someone to clean up after you. Zhao Chang instinctively tried to shrink behind his father, but was abruptly pulled out by Ban Siyuan. You little brat, are you the one bullying my sister? Jiang Yang restrained Ban Siyuan with a gesture and continued. Consider today's incident a lesson. You may continue to act recklessly in this school, but I hope that when you bully others, you will remember this moment. Zhao Chang wept profusely, repeatedly apologizing. Jiang Yang waved his hand, signaling an end to the commotion. The farce concluded, leaving the onlookers expressing their disappointment at the lack of spectacle. Through this incident, Jiang Tian gained notoriety at the school. With a brother like him, who would dare to trouble her again? Lu Kuei remained hidden in the office, too afraid to step outside, slapping his own right cheek 4 times. He had no idea what had possessed him to utter such expulsion threats earlier. Fortunately, he refrained from doing so, otherwise, he might have been the one to soil his pants. Jiang Yang instructed Zhou Hao and Ban Siyuan to contact Shishan Restaurant, planning to host a proper banquet for the friends who had come to support him today. It was a favor to have them show up at such a time. Qinlan stood alone, watching the man who had suddenly become the center of attention. Memories of that night flooded back. When he had sung a certain song, draw a girl to keep me company, then draw a floral quilt. Illustrate a stove and firewood. We live and thrive together. I have not erased the stubborn rubber, only a pin that depicts solitude. In a moment of daze, Jiang Yang approached her. Teacher Chen, are you free tonight? Qinlan snapped back to reality and nodded. Then let us have dinner together tonight, Jiang Yang suggested. As they drove, Jiang Qing sat in the passenger seat, while Qinlan and Jiang Tian occupied the back. Jiang Tian, filled with curiosity, explored every corner of the car. That evening, Jiang Yang nearly reserved the entire Shishan restaurant. From the lobby on the first floor to the private rooms on the second and third floors, almost everyone who had come to support him at school was present. Cases of Wuliangya liquor were carried upstairs, and boxes of Chunghua cigarettes were scattered across the tables. The waitstaff had never witnessed such extravagance. It was not merely generosity, but an utter disregard for money. Zhou Hao and Ban Siyuan were busily attending to the guests, while Jiang Yang led Jiang Qing, Jiang Tian, and Qinlan to the VIP room on the third floor. In that private room were only Bai Qingyan and Zhao Dalong, with the remaining seats reserved for Zhou Hao and Ban Siyuan. Upon realizing there were no outsiders present, Bai Qingyan promptly made a phone call, inviting his wife and children to join him for dinner. His wife, Huang Yan, in her 30s, possessed an appearance and attire that were rather unremarkable, embodying the essence of a diligent and honest individual. Upon arrival, she greeted everyone with a polite smile, albeit with a hint of shyness, and took a seat beside Jiang Qing. The 3 women at the table quickly discovered common ground and soon engaged in cheerful conversation. Bai Qingyan's son, Bai Hua, merely 7.5 years old, was still in elementary school. As he entered the room, he spotted Jiang Tian sitting nearby and joyfully called out to her as sister. The 2 children quickly bonded, filling the air with laughter. With the addition of Huang Yan and her son, the atmosphere in the private dining room softened considerably, allowing the group of men to savor a touch of familial warmth. Jiang Yang's mood began to brighten. Qinlan occasionally glanced at Jiang Yang, initially assuming he had invited her for an intimate dinner, only to find herself amidst a bustling crowd, which was quite awkward. Everyone was familiar with one another, engaging in lively conversation, spouses, friends, and relatives. What was a mere student teacher doing intruding on this gathering? Moreover, this man had summoned her only to disregard her presence. How infuriating. How vexing. Chapter 62. 2 production lines. With this thought in mind, Qinlan seized the opportunity to cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Yang while he was distracted. Jiang Yang and Bai Qingyan were engrossed in lively conversation, exchanging words as if they had forgotten the presence of others in the room. The awkwardness lingered until Zhou Hao entered, carrying 2 ice creams, and the cheerful laughter of Jiang Tian and Bai Hua brought an end to the uncomfortable atmosphere. Thank you for today, Teacher Chen, Jiang Qing said, looking at Qinlan. Qinlan smiled gently. You are too kind, sister. Noticing that the waiter had nearly finished serving the dishes, Jiang Yang remarked, there are no outsiders here, so please, everyone, feel free to relax. Teacher Chen. With so many guests today, I hope you don't mind, he added. Qinlan quickly waved her hand. Not at all. It's quite delightful. Everyone raised their glasses. Bai Qingyan, Jiang Yang, and Zhou Hao toasted with liquor, while the others enjoyed a special drink. Throughout the meal, numerous guests entered the room to offer toasts. At that moment, Jiang Qing realized that her younger brother had unknowingly become a prominent figure in Shishan County, surrounded by formidable friends. Qinlan found herself increasingly perplexed by this man. On their first meeting, he had heroically blocked her path on a bicycle, a knight in shining armor. During their second encounter, he braved torrential rain to drive her home, dismissing her brother's disrespectful remarks with a mere smile. Though he appeared ordinary, he exuded a captivating charm that commanded respect. Who was he? Why did everyone seem to hold him in such high regard? That night, when Huang Defa had troubled her, he had intervened without a thought for the repercussions. To find the local bully. Was it merely a matter of righteousness? So young, yet with such influential connections. It was evident from this banquet that he must possess considerable wealth. In Qinlan's memory, Jiang Tian's family had always been impoverished. What was truly happening? As more guests arrived to toast, many were renowned figures from Shan County. Observing Jiang Yang, who was effortlessly engaging with everyone, Qinlan shook her head. Perhaps it was best not to ponder his identity. It was of no concern to her. After greeting a wave of guests, Jiang Yang returned to his seat beside Bai Qingyan. This is how it is in Shan County, Bai Qingyan remarked. Even the smallest happenings become known throughout the city. Regardless, I must thank you for today, Jiang Yang said. Fully aware that while Zhao Gang might not be a significant figure, it was Bai Qingyan's support that had made resolving the situation much easier. Bai Qingyan smiled. I told you, you are my brother. In Shan County, who would dare to touch you? That would mean opposing me, Bai Qingyan. Jiang Yang lightly clinked his glass with Bai Qingyan's, and they both drank heartily. The liquor slid down, a blend of spiciness, bitterness, and a lingering sweetness. Good wine, Bai Qingyan exclaimed. The rich aroma of this strong liquor is rather intense. I prefer something more refined and fragrant. Jiang Yang placed his glass back on the table. Contemplating the flavors, Bai Qingyan exclaimed in astonishment, Brother Jiang, you have delved into the realm of liquor? Jiang Yang, at a loss for words, replied vaguely. I possess a modicum of knowledge. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, Bai Qingyan's son began to insist on returning home. The couple had no choice but to acquiesce, exchanging pleasantries before departing from the restaurant. Jiang Yang instructed Zhou how to attend to the other guests while he, in his newly acquired Lexus, drove his family and Qinlan home. The tumult at the Shan restaurant persisted until 2 in the morning, at which point the guests had finally dispersed completely. The waitstaff gazed in astonishment at the scattered boxes of Wulianya liquor and Chunghua cigarette packs in the hall, their incredulity beyond expression. Such a lavish host was a rarity in their experience. The following day, as dawn broke, Ban Siyuan slowly drove into the electrician community. Lu Guangji was brushing his teeth downstairs when he caught sight of Jiang Yang getting into the car, leaving him astounded. Soon, news of Jiang Yang's newfound wealth began to spread throughout the electrician community. The most fervent disseminators of this news were the local women, who, with ample time on their hands, delighted in gossip and matchmaking. Having grown up in this neighborhood, Jiang Yang was well known to them, especially after learning of his success. They began to actively seek potential matches, even approaching Jiang Qing directly for information. Jiang Qing simply smiled in response. My brother has indeed reached the age to marry. If there are suitable candidates, please do let me know. Her answer reassured the eager Andes. This golden son-in-law was still unclaimed. Any daughter fortunate enough to marry him would truly enjoy a lifetime of happiness. Morning light cascaded onto the ground, adorning the asphalt road with a golden sheen. Jiang Yang, seated in the car, sneezed. Ban Siyuan chuckled. Someone is speaking ill of you. Jiang Yang scoffed. It's more likely they wish to be associated with me. Driving swiftly, they soon arrived at the factory. Juzi promptly opened the gate, and Ban Siyuan drove the car into the courtyard. The newly purchased semi-automatic production lines had arrived, and Zhou Hao was organizing the workers to commence installation. With the addition of these 2 production lines, the output could potentially double or even more. Upon entering the office, Wang Gang entered with a collection of bottles and jars. President Jiang, these are the newly developed beverages. Please give them a try. Jiang Yang picked up a vibrant orange drink and took a sip, noting, the sweetness is too weak, and the aftertaste is bitter. This won't do. He sampled the other beverages in turn, shaking his head repeatedly. These products cannot withstand market scrutiny. We must redevelop them. Wang Gang's expression revealed his concern, but he refrained from voicing it. Jiang Yang, seated in his chair, remarked, if it comes to it, we can invite a team from Guangzhou. As long as they can develop quality products, we are willing to invest. Wang Gang nodded. Understood, President Jiang. I will contact them immediately. No sooner had Wang Gang left than Li Yin entered the office. President Jiang, please sign for the workers' performance bonuses. Jiang Yang gave a cursory glance and then affixed his signature to the document. For an entire morning, Jiang Yang scarcely had a moment to sip water. Ban Siyuan looked on in astonishment. It truly is no easy task to be a boss. In the afternoon, The hospital called to inform that Qin Yanli was ready for discharge. Jiang Yang instructed Ben Siyuan to drive and fetch her, generously providing him with 500 yuan to buy additional food and necessities for his mother, while he remained at the factory to oversee the workers as they adjusted the new equipment. After tirelessly working until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the assembly of 2 semi-automatic production lines was finally complete. Power was supplied, and with a flip of the switch, the production lines roared to life, sending bottle after bottle of orange-hued beverages cascading down the conveyor belt. Only then did Jiang Yang breathe a sigh of relief. The Tangren cold drink factory, originally comprising 6 buildings, had been transformed by Jiang Yang into 5 expansive production workshops and a storage facility. The first workshop housed the million yuan production line, primarily focused on the production and research of canned and bottled beverages. The second and third workshops were equipped with 2 semi-automatic production lines, predominantly for glass-bottled drinks. The fourth and fifth workshops contained a batch of previously discarded cold drink machines, now repurposed for production, yielding a commendable output each day. Inside the warehouse, no less than 10,000 tons of sorghum were stacked high. The bottom was lined with a thick layer of foam boards, and the top was treated for leak prevention, resembling a colossal granary. Guarding the warehouse was an elderly man with graying hair and beard, dressed in a worn gray shirt. He picked up a handful of sorghum, inhaled its scent at his nose, and sighed, "Such fine sorghum, what a pity. Dear sir, what brings you to such a lament?" Jiang Yang inquired with a smile as he appeared at the warehouse entrance. Chapter 63. The brewer Li Jinfeng, the old man, known as Li Jinfeng, is a renowned eccentric in the cold drink factory, having previously served as the head of the second brewing workshop at the Jinli distillery. From a young age, he apprenticed under his grandfather in the countryside, mastering the art of rice wine brewing, which led him to a lifelong immersion in the world of spirits. At the age of 20, he ventured alone to the provinces of Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, acquiring the skills to brew various aromatic base liquors and even teaching himself the craft of mixology. However, upon learning of his mother's grave illness, he returned to Shan County, coinciding with the founding of the Jinli distillery, where he decided to remain, a stay that would extend for 4 decades. With years of accumulated experience, Li Jinfeng became a luminary within the distillery, creating the original Shan sorghum daku, which garnered widespread acclaim upon its release. He believed he had finally realized his dream of providing the populace with his crafted spirits. Yet, unexpectedly, just as the distillery was flourishing, it announced its bankruptcy. The ruthless nature of capitalism. Despite the countless frustrations and unwillingness that swirled within him, all Li Jinfeng could do was continue brewing and mixing. Following the closure of the Jinli distillery, Director Chen proactively arranged for the reemployment of the laid-off workers, leading Li Jinfeng, by a twist of fate, to this cold drink factory. Approaching 70, he sought a tranquil existence and opted for a worry-free position as a warehouse overseer, spending his days surrounded by stacks of sorghum. Inhaling the earthy aroma of the grains brought him a sense of solace. Fortunately, the factory owner was benevolent, showing no discrimination against older workers, and the easy work earned him a respectable salary. Moreover, he even received a share of the benefits distributed to workers in other workshops, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful retirement. When Jiang Yang appeared at the warehouse door, Li Jinfeng was momentarily taken aback. He recognized the youthful owner, though the latter did not know him. The term old gentleman momentarily disoriented Li Jinfeng. Jiang Yang's smile radiated warmth, akin to a serene lake on a spring day, instilling a sense of tranquility and comfort. Li Jinfeng set down the grains and remarked, "I worry that with so much grain piled here, it would be a pity if the rats were to consume it." Jiang Yang looked at Li Jinfeng and said, "You believe it would be a shame to waste these plump, round sorghum grains by not brewing them, do you not?" Li Jinfeng opened his mouth but remained silent. Jiang Yang had a habit of subconsciously memorizing the employment profiles of his staff. When Director Chen had arranged for the laid-off workers to join the factory, he had provided Jiang Yang with a set of documents for signature. With just a glance, he had retained a general impression of the information, particularly recalling the details of Li Jinfeng, a national first-class brewer at the age of 36. It seemed a disservice for such talent to be relegated to the role of workshop director in a small distillery in Shan County. Li Jinfeng gently fanned himself with a palm leaf, stating, "What can be done about the waste? As long as the owner is content, I could rot away in this warehouse, and who would dare to utter a word against it?" Jiang Yang maintained a serene smile, casting a meaningful glance at Li Jinfeng. The Jiang Distillery, a state-owned enterprise, had abruptly declared bankruptcy under otherwise stable market conditions. Jiang Yang could easily surmise who was behind this turn of events. Coupled with Wei Qin's remarks that evening, his conviction regarding the matter grew ever stronger. It was merely a common ploy to covertly seize state assets, an all too prevalent occurrence in this era. Li Jifeng, fueled by passion and a desire for retribution, had unwittingly become a pawn of the capitalists. Anyone in his position would feel a twinge of resentment. I sampled your sorghum liquor. Its flavor lacks depth. Missing the rich aroma of soy while presenting an excess of sharpness, Jiang Yang remarked with a nonchalant air. However, these words stirred a tempest within Li Jifeng. What nonsense! Even the street sweepers know that the distillery's closure was orchestrated behind the scenes. How dare this young man cast such aspersions upon me? Yet upon reflection, Jiang Yang's argument held some merit. When the batch of liquor was produced, the financial situation of the distillery had been precarious. In an effort to reduce costs, Li Jifeng had lowered the ratio of base liquor to flavoring liquor, attempting to mask the thinness of the flavor with spice. Yet, in hindsight, his approach proved effective. Within the confines of industry standards, he had managed to cut costs and enhance the taste, resulting in decent sales, albeit not explosive. Do you? An outsider in the beverage industry, presume to understand liquor? Li Jifeng retorted, somewhat irked. Jiang Yang, unfazed, chuckled and corrected him. Allow me to clarify. I am not merely in the beverage business, I am in commerce. The essence of business lies in a profound understanding of the market. Directorly. While your sorghum liquor sells reasonably well, that does not negate the existence of issues with your product. Had your sorghum liquor truly set the world ablaze, the Jiang Distillery would not have reached this unfortunate juncture, would it? Momentarily, Li Jifeng found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Yang, with hands clasped behind his back, continued, a master distiller is akin to an artisan. A truly exceptional liquor must withstand scrutiny like a work of art. The common folk may not comprehend the intricacies of liquor, yet we must empower them to discern quality. After years in the liquor industry, are you content to let a less than satisfactory product define your legacy? Li Jifeng stood frozen, grappling with a whirlwind of emotions. Indeed, after a lifetime devoted to crafting liquor, could he allow such an unsatisfactory creation to conclude his journey? The thought was unbearable. Jiang Yang paused, pointing to the towering grains in the granary. Since you're at leisure, let us not squander such fine sorghum. If you lack anything, seek out accountantly. With that, Jiang Yang turned and departed without a backward glance. Li Jifeng sank onto a stool, the fan in his hand forgotten. What just transpired? Had I been schooled by a youth? A few young employees lingered at the granary entrance, whispering amongst themselves, the boss is impressive. He just schooled that old codger. Li Jifeng turned sharply, off you go. Find somewhere else to loiter. The pillar, having approached unbeknownst to anyone, jestingly remarked, Old Li, I believe what General Jiang said holds truth. Since you find yourself with idle time, why not craft some fine liquor for us to savor? Li Jifeng scoffed lightly, responding, such articulate reasoning. I am quite eager to see if he truly understands the art of wine. At that moment, Li Jifeng's heart was already at odds with Jiang Yang. Casting a glance at the mountains of grain before him, he fell into deep contemplation. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Ben Siyun escorted Qin Yanli back to the factory, where the workers lined the pathway to welcome them. Though the reception was modest, the workers were filled with exuberance. Tears welled in Qin Yanli's eyes, a testament to the profound emotions she felt. After all these years, she was experiencing care and warmth for the first time. Jiang Yang stood on the second floor of the office building, smiling as he observed the unfolding scene. Qin Yanli glanced up, and the sunlight cast a golden hue upon him. This man appeared as a deity, gazing benevolently upon the masses. Chapter 64 Signal at 7 in the evening. Zhou Hao and Jiang Erge hurried back to the factory. Jiang, the grain station has refused to accept our grain, claiming that they have already met this year's quota. This news struck the cold drink factory like a bolt from the blue. Just as Jiang Yang had ramped up production capacity, the financial lifeline was abruptly severed. The rural market still operated on the model of exchanging cold drinks for grain. If the grain station suddenly ceased to accept their produce, it would mean a significant reduction in sales. What compounded the issue was that many distributors and supply cooperatives in the countryside had accumulated substantial amounts of grain. The sudden inability to convert grain into cash was an unforeseen dilemma for everyone. Upon hearing this news, the crowd turned their gaze toward Jiang Yang. He stroked his chin in silence, pondering for a long moment before finally asking, how much grain do we currently have in storage? Zhou Hao contemplated briefly and replied, Just in the Lianhua and Qishui townships, there are over 10,000 tons. Including the other townships, it must be more than 20,000 tons. Jiang Yang nodded thoughtfully, understood. The autumn breeze was refreshingly cool, and Jiang Yang drew back the curtains, allowing the wind to invigorate his mind. The notion of the grain station having fulfilled its quota was mere nonsense meant to deceive others. Jiang Yang was acutely aware that the grain station's abrupt cessation of collaboration with him was orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Huang Defa clearly lacked the influence to instigate such a move. Was it finally Lu Zhenghua making his move? Jiang Yang gazed out the window. The executives in the office were anxiously pacing, utterly at a loss in the face of this predicament. Turning to the team, he instructed Wang Gang, immediately arranged to rent some grain warehouses. The protective measures should mirror those of our 6th workshop. We must ensure proper moisture and water resistance. The warehouses need to be spacious, and we must act swiftly. Understood, Jiang, Wang Gang replied, grabbing his briefcase and departing. Zhou Hao. Notify all our distributors and channel partners that our operational model remains unchanged. They should not falter just because the grain station has stopped accepting grain. If they refuse, we will keep it ourselves, Jiang Yang stated calmly. Although Zhou Hao felt perplexed, he nodded in agreement. All right, I will handle it. Bonsuan, standing nearby, suggested. Just because the grain station won't accept our grain doesn't mean they won't accept others. We could send someone else. Jiang Yang shook his head. That's futile. Everyone knows how much grain each household possesses in Shirshan County. It's too small. Our stock is substantial, and any unusual activity would be swiftly noticed. The opposition is well prepared this time. Such a ruse would undoubtedly fail. Bonsuan gritted his teeth. Then I shall go and beat them until they comply. Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. I await your good news. Bonsuan, momentarily taken aback, retreated into silence. Seeing him quiet down, Jiang Yang continued. Li Yin. In the coming days, try to contact grain stations in other regions to see if they're accepting grain. Additionally, if Li Ji phone from the 6th workshop requests money or equipment, provide it without hesitation. Li Yin nodded. Understood. After arranging their plans, Jiang Ergo pointed to himself and inquired. What about me, big brother? Jiang Yang pondered for a moment before chuckling. Why not go tell your little friends all over the world that the grain station has ceased to collect grain? Encourage everyone to abandon farming and join the workforce instead. By the time Jiang Yang returned home, it was already 9 in the evening. Jiang Qing had heated up the meal in the kitchen, and Jiang Yang devoured it with great relish. For him, nothing was more paramount than satiating his hunger. Lu Zhenghua's attempt to suppress the cold drink factory through the grain station was evidently an underestimation of his own capabilities. The cold drink factory was no longer the fledgling entity that relied solely on the rural market for gradual development. Not to mention the substantial cash sales within the urban area of Shirshan County. The orders from outside alone were sufficient to sustain the normal operations of the cold drink factory. Even if the collected grain could not be promptly converted into cash, it was of no consequence. They would simply store it for now, as long as the cash flow remained uninterrupted. Tangren Cold Drink Factory would not face any existential crisis. This strategy, while sounding fierce, was ultimately rather innocuous. A piece of braised pork was savored, rich yet not greasy, delighting his palate. Jiang Qing brought over a bowl of tomato and egg soup, observing Jiang Yang's voracious appetite with a smile. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Jiang Yang accepted the bowl, took a sip, and contentedly rubbed his belly. Glancing towards the bedroom on his left, he noticed only Jiang Tian was inside, engrossed in a book. What about Hu Tao? Is she still at school? He inquired. Jiang Qing replied. She mentioned her mother was discharged from the hospital today, so she went home. Oh, Jiang Yang nodded. By the way, Jiang Qing suddenly recalled, turning towards the bedroom, and soon emerged with a drawing in hand. While cleaning today, I found this under Hu Tao's pillow. Jiang Yang took it and discovered it was a drawing done in pencil and crayon. The portrait depicted a young man, smiling brightly in the sunlight, with a slight stubble, bearing some resemblance to himself. Jiang Qing, with keen interest, remarked, "This is a drawing of you, isn't it?" Jiang Yang laughed heartily. "It doesn't resemble me at all." Jiang Qing blinked and suddenly said, "Today, Aunt Fat and Aunt Lu came over to the house, claiming they wanted to introduce you to a partner." I agreed. Jiang Yang's eyes widened. Why? Is this a feudal society? An arranged marriage? Jiang Qing replied, exasperated. How old are you now? It's high time you found a wife. Jiang Yang stood up, declaring, what era are we in? Who still goes on blind dates? Nowadays, it's all about free love, do you understand? With that, he strode towards his bedroom. Jiang Qing, seeing her brother's attitude, grew anxious and followed him, saying, I think you're too free. You spend all your time at that cold drink factory. If our parents were still around, they would have broken your legs. I'm telling you, Aunt Fat has arranged for the girl to meet you tomorrow morning. You cannot delay. I have matters at the factory tomorrow morning. You can go by yourself. Jiang Yang retorted as he lay on his bed, irritated. Jiang Qing leaned against the wall, falling silent, feeling wronged as she murmured, Well, you're a big boss now. Impressive. I must be the superfluous sister. Jiang Yang, what kind of act is this? Is it not evident that one is the true victim? Yet, upon observing Jiang Qing's demeanor, tears began to trickle down her cheeks, as if she had committed some heinous crime. Jiang Yang, feeling helpless, exclaimed, All right, I shall go. Is that not sufficient? In an instant, Jiang Qing's expression brightened, her tears seemingly evaporating. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, at Dongjiao Shirshan Park. Witnessing the mischievous smile on his elder sister's face, Jiang Yang felt a sense of being duped. As night fell, a gentle drizzle began to patter against the window. Lying in bed, Jiang Yang stared blankly at the ceiling. Unbeknownst to him, he had been in this world for nearly 2 months. From a mere 50 yuan to the current cold drink factory, everything felt like a dream yet was strikingly real. If given the chance to choose between his past and present, Jiang Yang would gladly opt to start anew from this very moment. As the night deepened, Jiang Yang succumbed to a drowsy slumber. He dreamt of returning to his childhood, standing amidst a bamboo grove, collecting rainflower stones, one after another. Chapter 65. Blind date. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Jiang Yang, still in a state of drowsiness, felt a pair of tiny hands pinching his nose, accompanied by the laughter of a woman nearby. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was the little rascal, Jiang Tian, who was playfully grasping his nose, while Jiang Qing stood by, giggling heartily. Lazy pig, get up. Jiang Tian exclaimed from the edge of the bed. Jiang Yang swatted her hands away from his nose and glanced at the clock, 8:30. It was Saturday, a day he had hoped to indulge in some well-deserved sleep. But these two sisters had other plans. In Jiang Qing's hands was a brand new black suit, with polished shoes gleaming brightly. Hurry and change, we need to head out, she urged with a smile. Jiang Yang, bewildered, asked, Where are we going? He recalled that he had clearly outlined his work responsibilities over the past few days, and there was nothing particularly significant on the agenda. Jiang Qing placed her hands on her hips and retorted, Don't play dumb with me. You're going on a blind date. A smirk appeared on her face as she added, This girl is the belle of Shirshan County, and you've met her before. As she spoke, she began to assist Jiang Yang in changing his clothes. Alarmed, he pulled the covers up. The belle? I've met her? Who is she? Jiang Qing forcefully yanked the blanket away and draped a shirt over Jiang Yang's head, saying, You'll find out when you get there. She's waiting for you by the pavilion next to the Swan Lake in the park. Wearing a purple dress and holding a copy of How the Steel Was Tempered, Dante mix it up. As he dressed, Jiang Yang lamented, A blind date is just a blind date. Why does it feel like a secret meeting? Jiang Qing responded with a serious expression, What do you know? This is the trend, as well as a form of protection for both parties. Jiang Yang clicked his tongue. True, who knows if she is a dinosaur-level beauty. I might need to make a quick escape. Amid their playful banter, Jiang Yang emerged transformed. The tailored suit accentuated his figure, and the shoes echoed sharply against the floor. Jiang Qing couldn't help but exclaim, Indeed, a man is defined by his attire. A good suit enhances one's physique and elevates one's aura. In the living room, breakfast was already prepared by Jiang Qing. 3 glasses of milk, 3 fried eggs, and 3 slices of toast. Ever since Jiang Yang established the ice cream factory, their household's living standards had significantly improved, and milk was now a staple at breakfast. After swiftly consuming his meal, he pondered for a moment and tucked the portrait from the table into his bag. Grabbing the car keys, he headed downstairs, just in time to encounter old Zhang returning from the market. Sir, you look quite dapper today. Like a groom. Old Zhang teased, holding his basket of vegetables. Jiang Yang chuckled. You're looking sharp too. Don't forget to dance with Aunt Chun from the opposite building tonight. Old Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment, and before he could respond, Jiang Yang had already mounted his motorcycle and sped away. The autumn breeze was refreshing as Jiang Yang inhaled the crisp air deeply. The sun shone brightly, and the withered leaves glimmered like gold. On ordinary days, when there were no pressing matters, he preferred to ride his motorcycle, relishing the freedom and convenience it offered. Thus, a peculiar man appeared on the streets of Shirshan County, clad in an impeccably tailored suit of considerable expense. His polished black shoes gleamed under the sunlight as he sped down the road on a motorcycle. It was quite exhilarating and undeniably stylish. Two young men, their hair dyed in vibrant hues, had just returned from an all-night stint at an internet CAF and marveled at the motorcycle as it whizzed past. The distance from the electrician's housing complex to the eastern suburbs was less than 10 kilometers, and he soon arrived at the entrance of Shirshan Park. Jiang Yang removed his helmet and glanced at his reflection in the rearview mirror. Satisfied with his hairstyle, he adjusted his jacket and strode confidently towards the park. One's head may be sacrificed, but the hairstyle must remain intact. Blood may flow, but shoes must not lack polish. At this hour, the park was bustling with elderly gentlemen strolling and ladies practicing Tai Chi occasionally. The sounds of eru, and flute could be heard. Though the former resembled a child's wail and the latter was a cacophony that could move heaven and earth. Jiang Yang felt a pang of doubt. A beautiful woman? What sort of eccentric beauty would choose such a park as a rendezvous? With curiosity piqued, he finally reached the edge of Swan Lake. From a distance, he indeed spotted a girl in a flowing purple dress. She stood with her back to him, engrossed in a thick novel at the water's edge. Her long, lustrous hair danced in the breeze, cascading down to her waist. From across a narrow path, her silhouette appeared graceful, her figure nearly perfect. The girl was so absorbed in her reading that she remained oblivious to Jiang Yang's arrival behind her. While he could not discern her features, he could clearly see the words on the pages, and she had just reached a poignant conclusion. When he reflects on the past, he shall not regret the years squandered nor feel remorse for a life of mediocrity. In fact, the author had also penned another line that she could not see. As this was a revised edition, the girl turned in surprise, realizing a man stood behind her, observing the book in her hands. Is that you? It is you. They both exclaimed in unison. Jiang Yang chuckled in disbelief. Teacher Qianlan, what a surprise. The elegant figure before him was none other than Qianlan, Jiang Tian's English teacher. Their paths had crossed a few times before, thus explaining the elder sister's recognition. Qianlan appeared somewhat taken aback, brushing aside her disheveled hair as she cautiously inquired, You are not here for a blind date, are you? Jiang Yang adjusted his collar and puffed out his chest, declaring, I am indeed here for a blind date. Qianlan covered her forehead in embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. This encounter was arranged by her mother, who had assured her it would be the last time she would be pressured into such an arrangement. If this rendezvous did not yield positive results, she would no longer be compelled to partake in such affairs. Consequently, she had chosen a lively location, clutching a worn book, intending to manage the situation with minimal effort and slip away. After all, the park was crowded, and should she encounter a rogue, it would be difficult for him to pursue her. As Jiang Yang observed Qianlan, who was clutching her forehead and bowing her head while stammering, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What was the matter with this girl? Was she unwell? Are you all right? He inquired, bending closer. Qianlan felt a rush of heat surge to her cheeks. I'm fine, really. It's just a bit hard to believe. How utterly embarrassing. This morning, she had left the house without even washing her hair, let alone putting on any makeup. After all, he was the brother of one of her students, and encountering him in such an unexpected manner felt decidedly odd. Why is it hard to believe? It seems perfectly normal to me, Jiang Yang replied, puzzled. Qianlan quickly regained her composure, delicately smoothing her wind-tousled hair with her slender fingers, and remarked, I simply cannot fathom how someone like you would resort to such a cliché method as blind dating. Chapter 66. Who is truly immature? As Qianlan spoke, she regarded the man before her, whose face bore a serious expression. Memories of his singing that night resurfaced in her mind. Despite his youth, he had already achieved remarkable success. The owner of Shirshan department store regarded him as a brother, and with a mere phone call, he could summon a multitude of wealthy and influential figures to lend their support. He drove an extravagant car whose name eluded her, surrounded by prominent individuals from Shirshan County. Upon closer inspection, he exuded a potent masculinity. His deep-set eyes mingled with a hint of roguish charm. How could such a man lack female companionship? To find him here, seeking a romantic match, seemed utterly perplexing. Jiang Yang, having found a thin stone, focused intently on the lake's surface before bending down to aim, his right arm suddenly exerting force. The stone skimmed across the water, creating a series of splashes before sinking to the depths. He then turned to Qianlan, his face alight with excitement. How was that? Impressive, right? Qianlan was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Ah, yes. Impressive. Yet internally, her perceptions were being challenged. Could this truly be the enigmatic man she thought she knew? How juvenile. Jiang Yang tossed aside another stone, seemingly still unsatisfied, and bent down to continue his search for the perfect skipping stone. This skill had been his since childhood, though many years had passed since he last indulged in it. This pastime demanded smooth, flat stones and a certain finesse and technique. Arriving at the lakeside reignited his youthful spirit, prompting him to showcase his talent before the enchanting beauty. As Jiang Yang diligently sought a suitable stone, a cascade of raven-black hair caught his eye. Qianlan extended her delicate fingers, picking up a stone from the ground and presenting it to him. This one will do nicely. Jiang Yang, astonished, exclaimed, "You know about this too?" With a smile, Qianlan replied, "I grew up by the river as a child, of course I do." Deciding to shed his suit jacket, Jiang Yang rolled up his sleeves, declaring, "Let us have a competition. I'll go first." He stretched his arms and legs, poised and ready, focusing intently on the lake's surface. Taking a deep breath, he launched the stone with a swift motion. The stone danced across the water, and Jiang Yang intently counted the skips. 1, 2, 3, 17, 18, 23. He laughed, turning to Qianlan, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Qianlan, flicking her hair, mused internally, how immature. Rising to her feet, she held her stone aloft and tossed it toward the lake. Her form was not as exaggerated as Jiang Yang's. It appeared casual. Yet the stone soared as if imbued with vitality, gliding far across the surface. Jiang Yang counted, bewildered. "I 40 skips." Qianlan found amusement in Jiang Yang's astonished demeanor, gently clapping her hands. "Is that all? I could skip stones from this riverbank to the opposite shore as a child." Jiang Yang shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible. That defies the laws of physics. You're exaggerating." Qianlan insisted, "I assure you, this lake should be no different. Let me find another stone for you to try." With that, she searched for another stone, yet found one that was even less suitable than the first. Jiang Yang chuckled, "Teacher Chen, there's no need to force it." His demeanor, however, seemed to provoke a sense of mockery in Qianlan, who perceived a hint of braggadocio upon his face. "One more," Qianlan declared, rolling up her sleeves, her fair skin glistening under the sunlight as she bent down to search for suitable stones by the lake, mirroring Jiang Yang's earlier posture. Jiang Yang, seated in the pavilion, leaned against a pillar, observing this woman as she tossed stone after stone into the water. "Why is it not working?" Qianlan murmured to herself, inadvertently catching sight of Jiang Yang engrossed in his reading within the pavilion. Her face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck. "Heavens! What am I doing? Just moments ago, I was calling him immature." She glanced at her hands, caked in mud, hardly resembling those of a refined woman. Noticing that Qianlan had spotted him, Jiang Yang stood up with a smile, saying, "Wash your hands. It's time for us to eat." He then ambled to the lakeside, casually rinsing his hands in the water. After this little commotion, the awkward atmosphere had considerably lightened. The two walked shoulder to shoulder toward the park entrance, and Jiang Yang glanced at the time. It was already noon. "What do you want to eat?" he inquired. Qianlan pondered for a moment before replying, "Anything is fine." Jiang Yang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It seemed that, regardless of the time or place, a woman's perennial tendency was to be noncommittal. Approaching the motorcycle, he unceremoniously handed her a helmet, saying, "Put this on." Qianlan, tall and graceful, hesitated for a moment before donning the helmet. Once Jiang Yang mounted the motorcycle, she positioned herself behind him. Twisting the throttle, the motorcycle roared to life, heading toward the city center. The streets of Shan County were lined with numerous humble eateries, predominantly serving noodles and rice vermicelli, with just the two of them. A larger restaurant felt somewhat desolate. Just as Jiang Yang was at a loss, Qianlan gave a gentle pat on his back. Curiously, he turned to see her pointing toward a nearby red stall. "Spicy hot pot?" Jiang Yang immediately understood, and the motorcycle gradually came to a halt beneath a large locust tree. This place felt familiar, the very spot where he had first met Zhou Hao. However, Zhou Hao's ice cream stand was now replaced by a spicy hot pot stall. Once the motorcycle was stable, he extended his right hand to assist Qianlan in dismounting. Clad in a long dress, it was evident that riding a motorcycle was somewhat impractical for her. The spicy hot pot stall was bustling with patrons. The canopy filled to capacity. Fortunately, a few empty tables remained beneath the large locust tree outside, and Jiang Yang retrieved 2 stools from within. Qianlan accepted a stool, halting Jiang Yang from sitting down. She then pulled out some sanitary tissue to wipe it clean before handing it back to him. Jiang Yang chuckled and plopped down without a second thought. He was one to fuss over such details. However, having a girl by his side certainly elevated the hygienic standards. The owner of the spicy hot pot stall, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, greeted Qin Lan with a beaming smile as she approached. Ellen, you've come? What would you like to eat? Feel free to order anything. Qin Lan smiled and said, Aunt May, I would like an order of seaweed, a serving of tofu skin, and a portion of cabbage. Please pass the menu to my friend here, as I am unaware of his preferences. Aunt May cast a cheerful glance at Jiang Yang and nodded. Very well. I shall fetch it for you immediately. No need. I will have the same as Qin Lan, Jiang Yang replied. Aunt May nodded affirmatively. All right. I will prepare it for you both right away. With that, she turned and entered the plastic shelter. Qin Lan appeared to be quite familiar with the place. He rose and retrieved 2 bottles of cold beverages from the refrigerator within. He opened one and handed it to Jiang Yang, saying, Do give this a try. It's a new drink from Shirshan County, and it is absolutely delightful. Jiang Yang took a look at the bottle and exclaimed, Goodness, Tangren special drink. Indeed. I too have a particular fondness for this. Its flavor is simply superb. Jiang Yang took a refreshing sip from the glass bottle, relishing the taste. Chapter 67. Qin Sheng's request. The spicy hot pot was prepared in a copper pot, where the ingredients were cooked and then brushed with various sauces, some fiery, others sweet, and a medley of other flavors. Aunt May operated the station with finesse, occasionally glancing at the 2 young individuals seated outside, engaging in conversation, while whispering something to the man beside her. Who is this man? I have never seen him before. He is likely Lanlin's boyfriend. I know that girl well enough, she wouldn't introduce outsiders to me, Aunt May remarked softly, while waiting for the spicy hot pot. Jiang Yang learned from Qin Lan that this stall was run by her aunt, her mother's younger sister. Qin Lan had adored her aunt's spicy hot pot since childhood. Due to city regulations, Aunt May frequently changed the stall's location, but she always informed Qin Lan first. Today, they happened to pass by, and she brought Jiang Yang to taste it. Do you enjoy this? Jiang Yang inquired, shaking the empty bottle in his hand, which bore the logo and name of a Tangren specialty drink. Qin Lan nodded, saying, Yes, I find it much more delicious than Schwerin cold drinks. Jiang Yang felt a swell of pride. After crafting beverages for so long, it was the first time he had received such compliments from a consumer at such close quarters. However, what exactly do you do? Qin Lan asked, her curiosity piqued by a question that had long puzzled her. The various ventures Jiang Yang had undertaken, from the small cargo trucks to the later Stone Mountain Hotel and his connections with Bai Qingyin, were shrouded in mystery. I dabble in small business, Jiang Yang replied with a grin. Just as he was about to elaborate, Aunt May emerged with 2 plates in hand. The spicy hot pot is here, she announced, placing the steaming dishes on the table. Aunt May leaned down to whisper something to Qin Lan, then glanced at Jiang Yang. Qin Lan's face flushed crimson. Aunt, it's not what you think. Aunt May chuckled heartily. By the way, the ginkgo sea is absolutely stunning right now. After your meal, you should go take a look. With that, she covered her mouth and left, still laughing. Having experienced similar situations before, Jiang Yang could surmise what the 2 women were discussing. What is the ginkgo sea? He asked. Qin Lan, rinsing her chopsticks in hot water, replied, On the southern outskirts of Shirshan County, there lies Ginkgo Mountain, adorned with ginkgo trees. During this season, the leaves cascade down in thick clusters, painting the entire mountain in a golden hue. When the wind blows, it resembles waves, hence the name Ginkgo Sea. Jiang Yang marveled. It must be breathtaking. Qin Lan pondered for a moment before responding. It is indeed beautiful. I visited a few years ago. Then, with a hint of confusion, she asked, Are you truly from Shirshan County? How could you not know about the Ginkgo Sea? I wish to see it. Let us go together this afternoon, Jiang Yang proposed. Qin Lan paused, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Sure, she replied, handing him the rinsed chopsticks. Here, try this. Jiang Yang took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of kelp, savoring it slowly. It was smooth, spicy, and fragrant, with a hint of sweetness lingering on the palate. Qin Lan watched him expectantly, her face alight with anticipation. Jiang Yang nodded, acknowledging the deliciousness of the food. Qin Lan, resembling an innocent young girl, beamed with joy. Isn't it delightful? My aunt's spicy skewers are particularly scrumptious. Jiang Yang was filled with a myriad of emotions. While others engaged in matchmaking at CAFS or fine dining establishments, he found himself in a senior citizens park, enjoying spicy skewers and sipping on homemade beverages. Beneath the sprawling sycamore tree, the 2 young souls relished their meal, immersed in laughter and conversation. However, the enchanting moment was abruptly interrupted by the shrill ring of a mobile phone. Jiang Yang glanced at the screen, recognizing the call from Bai Qingyin, who seemed intent on spoiling the atmosphere. Brother, he answered, Surely you must be awake by now? Jiang Yang chuckled. The sun is already at an angle. Of course. I've risen. This afternoon at 2. I need you to accompany me to the old residence in the southern suburbs. Old Master Wei wishes to meet you. Jiang Yang glanced at the time, 12:30 p.m. All right then. It's settled. I'll drive to your factory to pick you up at 1:30. Sounds good. He replied before ending the call. Qianlan had nearly finished her meal. I apologize, but I have something to attend to later. Can we postpone our visit to Ginkgo for another day? Jiang Yang felt a twinge of regret. A fleeting hint of disappointment flickered in Qianlan's eyes, quickly replaced by a gentle smile. It's perfectly fine. Jiang Yang nodded and stood up to settle the bill. Aunt May, firmly pushing him away, insisted, Young man, since you are Lanlin's friend, how can you pay? Take it back. Qianlan smiled at Jiang Yang, affirming, my aunt certainly won't accept it. Reluctantly, he returned the money. Once again, what a remarkable matchmaking experience. He had spent nothing and had feasted on a delightful meal courtesy of the young lady. Mounting his motorcycle, Jiang Yang glanced at the sign of the spicy skewers stall. Aunt May's spicy skewers. Qianlan suggested she could walk home, but Jiang Yang insisted on escorting her. What a jest. If I let her walk home alone, it would be akin to a steel titan opening the door for another steel titan, only for them to arrive home. Fortunately, Qianlan's residence was nearby, and within 10 minutes, they arrived. Li Guilan and Chun Chung greeted them with cheerful smiles, their demeanor starkly different from their earlier encounter with him. Brother, come in for a drink, Chun Chung offered, pulling out a cigarette. Jiang Yang helped Qianlan off the motorcycle, saying, No, I have some matters to attend to. Li Guilan cast a knowing glance at Qianlan. This child doesn't he even suggest inviting him in for a visit? Mom, he really has urgent business this afternoon. Qianlan replied. Jiang Yang accepted the cigarette from Chun Chung and addressed Li Guilan. Andy, I genuinely have pressing matters. Once I wrap them up, I shall return. Li Guilan's face fell with disappointment. Very well then. She felt a sense of unease. After all, it had taken considerable effort to arrange such a promising match. She hoped it would not fall through. She had met Jiang Yang before, and his stature far surpassed that of Huang Defa. Yet, in the span of merely a morning, he had already returned the young lady home. Could it be that no one else had taken an interest? Chun Chung retrieved his lighter and diligently lit a flame for Jiang Yang, then turned to Li Guilan and Qianlan, saying, Mother, Lan. You two should head back inside first. I need to speak with my brother for a moment. Just as Qianlan was about to respond, she was pulled away by Li Guilan, who glanced back 3 times as they walked towards the inner room. Once the mother and daughter had distanced themselves, Chun Chung, with a face full of ingratiation, said, Brother, no, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yang took a puff of his cigarette and waved his hand, saying, You can just call me Jiang Yang. Chun Chung chuckled. The other day at the restaurant, I overheard them mentioning your connection with the Tangren beverage factory. Do you know Mr. Zhou Hao? Jiang Yang looked at Chun Chung with keen interest. Oh, Mr. Zhou? Yes, I know him. Hearing this, Chun Chung became excited. That's truly wonderful. You see, I used to work at the Schwerin beverage factory, but I offended Huang Defa over matters concerning you and my sister, which led to my dismissal. If you're familiar with Mr. Zhou, could you perhaps speak to him on my behalf so I could get a job there? At this point, Jiang Yang grasped the situation. It appeared that some individuals were eager to leverage their connections before any solid arrangements had been made. Chapter 68, The Pillar. A commercial genius, Jiang Yang pondered for a moment, glancing around with the spent cigarette, but in hand. Chun Chung, true to his role as Huang Defa's loyal servant, expertly retrieved the butt and promptly extinguished it, discarding it aside. This isn't exactly a grand place. We can toss cigarette butts anywhere. My mother will sweep it up shortly, he said with a beaming smile. Jiang Yang nodded and remarked, All right, I will mention it to General Zhou later. If the factory is still in need of personnel, I shall have Qianlan notify you. Chun Chung clapped his hands together, exclaiming in excitement, Then thank you in advance. Do come over for drinks sometime. Jiang Yang smiled faintly, certainly. He then donned his helmet and sped away on his motorcycle. Chun Chung gazed at the swirling dust, reflecting, Riding a motorcycle in a suit is truly dashing. Upon arriving at the cold drink factory, it was precisely 1:30 in the afternoon. Bai Qingyan's Tiger Head Benz was parked at the entrance. This time, the pillar did not intervene. Bai Qingyan emerged from the vehicle, tossing a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to the pillar, who smiled broadly, tucking them away into the drawer of the security room, reluctant to smoke them. He engaged Bai Qingyan in casual conversation. Mr. Bai, the Shirshan department store must be at least 6 stories tall, right? That building must have cost a fortune. I reckon it wouldn't be less than 300,000. Mr. Bai, is that a Benz you're driving? What a prestigious brand. Even a Santana cannot compete. Mr. Bai, Shirshan County is becoming increasingly prosperous. I suggest your mall should stock computers. Soon, everyone will be dependent on them. The pillar spoke earnestly, peppering Bai Chengyan with questions. Bai Chengyan, enjoying the exchange, engaged animatedly with the pillar. One was seated in the car while the other leaned against the window, animatedly conversing. Jiang Yang approached from behind and playfully kicked the pillar's backside. Who taught you such lack of decorum? When a guest arrives, you climb through the window to chat without inviting Mr. Bai inside. The pillar chuckled sheepishly, clutching his backside with a look of feigned innocence. Mr. Bai said he wouldn't go in and is waiting for you in the car. Bai Chengyan was amused by the pillar's antics, laughing heartily. I was enjoying a fine conversation with the pillar. Why would you want to scold him? Jiang Yang chuckled. This rascal is becoming increasingly unruly. The pillar scratched his head, whispering, I was simply discussing business with Mr. Bai. Jiang Yang found it both amusing and exasperating, feigning the removal of his shoe to deliver a playful reprimand. The pillar squealed in surprise, hastily retreating to the security booth. Bai Chengyan erupted in laughter. In all my days, I've never seen a boss and employee bond like this. You, Jiang Yang, are truly one of a kind. Only then did Jiang Yang put his shoes back on, muttering, a young tree cannot grow straight without pruning. Abandoning his motorcycle, he hopped into Bai Chengyan's Tiger Head Benz. Today, Bai Chengyan had opted to drive himself, without a chauffeur. As Bai Chengyan turned the steering wheel, the sleek black car suddenly swung around, heading towards the southern suburbs. The urban area of Shirshan County is modest in size, yet the four suburbs are well connected, with several asphalt roads crisscrossing through them. Although development is minimal in many areas, rendering them desolate, municipal planning has included the southern and eastern suburbs within the urban scope. Traveling from the northern suburbs to the southern suburbs does not necessitate entering the urban area. Rather, one can follow the surrounding national road heading north. After passing several glass factories, a straight asphalt road appears, and after approximately 20 kilometers, one arrives at the destination. Throughout the journey, Bai Chengyan engaged in numerous private conversations with Jiang Yang, predominantly concerning the Wei and Lu families. It became apparent to Jiang Yang that Bai Chengyan's assertion of serving the Wei family was, in reality, merely conducting business under their patronage, rather than the master-servant relationship he had envisioned. The realm of commerce is vastly diverse, and the Wei family, unable to engage in every venture, often delegates certain businesses to others. The Wei family is responsible for safeguarding the market, and in the event of any issues, they coordinate resolutions. Bai Chengyan oversees the operations. A portion of the profits is subsequently given to the Wei family, akin to a protection fee. Over the years, Bai Chengyan has managed to amass a substantial fortune. When Jiang Yang inquired about the reason for the elder Wei's desire to meet him, Bai Chengyan shook his head in uncertainty. I suspect it is related to the batch of refrigerators, Bai Chengyan remarked. Jiang Yang nodded in agreement, recalling that Bai Chengyan's 2,000 refrigerators were produced under the Wei family's protection, who also harbored ambitions of delving into the home appliance business, thereby naturally taking an interest in this particular shipment. The vehicle soon entered the southern suburbs, which presented a stark contrast to the northern region, characterized by smooth, well-paved roads devoid of potholes, and an immaculate surface. Bai Chengyan drove the vehicle briskly, and shortly thereafter, they encountered an estate reminiscent of a nursery. Ginkgo, locust trees, sycamores, and golden rain trees lined the sides of the road, accompanied by a subtle floral fragrance. As they navigated through these verdant clusters, a villa, akin to a grand estate, came into view. The floors were adorned with jade-like marble, and at the center stood a French-style fountain. Flanking the fountain was an old-fashioned gatehouse, its apex bearing a plaque inscribed with the name, Wei. Bai Chengyan parked the vehicle in the space adjacent to the fountain, and Jiang Yang opened the car door and stepped out. A refreshing mist accompanied by the autumn breeze enveloped them as two middle-aged women approached with warm greetings. You must be guests of the elder Wei, please, come inside. Jiang Yang and Bai Chengyan made their way towards the grand hall. The Wei residence was expansive, with a building area of approximately 3,000 to 4,000 square meters, and when accounting for the surrounding nursery and gardens, it encompassed no less than 20 to 30 acres. The grand hall featured an impressive staircase with 13 steps, each varying in width and incline. Jiang Yang recalled that such a design held significance, deeply intertwined with certain superstitious beliefs. The fountain at the entrance spanned 3 zhang in width, with a Qilin statue facing south, clutching a pearl of the dragon. From these architectural details alone, it was evident that the elder Wei possessed a keen interest in feng shui and had some understanding of esoteric practices. Jiang Yang discreetly noted these intricacies. The living room was spacious, with a thick camel hair carpet measuring no less than 3 centimeters in depth. Stepping upon it felt soft, and the substantial sensation returned to his feet provided a grounding comfort. The screen crafted from small leaf red sandalwood, the oil lamp resting on a golden silk nanma base. The exquisite octagonal table made of camphor wood and the grand armchair of African nanmu collectively imbue the entire living room with a profound aura of Chinese heritage. The ambience cultivated by the traditional Chinese decor is far more formidable than the ostentatious embellishments found in Western nations. As Jiang Yang surveyed the furnishings within the room, he could not help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Each piece of furniture here, even 2 decades hence, would rival a Cullinan. Seated in the grand armchair was an elderly gentleman, casually attired in a gray linen shirt and coarse cloth shoes with a black and white pattern. His beard, though unkempt, framed a face marked by wrinkles, yet his gaze remained sharp and penetrating, seemingly capable of discerning the depths of one's soul. The old man appeared to have just returned from outside, his shirt dampened with sweat, as he sipped from a fire pot filled with the traditional canteen from Shaanxi. Upon noticing Bai Qingyan and Jiang Yang entering the hall, a smile spread across his face. "Qingyan, come in and take a seat," he beckoned. Then turned his attention to Jiang Yang. "This young man must be Jiang Yang. Come over and enjoy some tea." Chapter 69. A first encounter with Wei Hong. Jiang Yang smiled and nodded, following Bai Qingyan a few steps forward to take a seat at the exquisite octagonal table. Bai Qingyan leaned slightly and whispered, "This is Wei Hong, the esteemed elder." Although Wei Hong was nearing 80, his vibrant demeanor and nimble steps belied his age. With 2 swift strides, he descended from the grand armchair, holding a kettle as he began to brew tea. When a servant approached to assist, Wei Hong gestured dismissively. "No need. I shall prepare it myself." Jiang Yang, displaying great courtesy, sat quietly, observing as Wei Hong artfully selected a combination of 8 ingredients: red dates, goji berries, mulberries, and longan, among others, placing them into a clay pot. Beneath the pot, a small furnace awaited the addition of charcoal, which Wei Hong ignited with a flame gun. "You young folks are accustomed to fine teas. I wonder if my elder's herbal brew will suit your palate," he remarked with a cheerful demeanor, fanning the flames gently. Bai Qingyan chuckled. "Wei Uncle's firepot tea is truly exceptional. Most people would be fortunate to savor it." This was, of course, directed at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang smiled in return, acknowledging, "These 8 ingredients comprehensively nourish the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, while also benefiting one's vitality and metabolism." It appears that the esteemed elder possesses considerable knowledge of health preservation. Upon hearing this, a look of satisfaction graced Wei Hong's face as he replied, "The reason I can still toil at 80 is precisely due to these 8 treasures." The teapot began to bubble and the ingredients swirled within. Wei Hong deftly lifted the pot with iron tongs, swiftly pouring the brew into the cups before Bai Qingyan and Jiang Yang. "Give it a taste," he urged with a smile. Jiang Yang lifted the cup to his nose, inhaling the rich aroma of grains alongside a subtle hint of herbal fragrance. After dispersing the steam, he lowered his head and took a sip. It was rich, sweet, with a lingering bitterness, a truly fine tea. Jiang Yang set the cup down, offering his appraisal. Wei Hong laughed heartily. "Young visitors often come here to boast, yet you, my boy, are refreshingly straightforward." Ever since he established this estate, many had come to pay their respects to Wei Hong. Known for his hospitality, he typically served his herbal tea to guests, who would then offer their opinions, most of which were mere flattery filled with grandiloquent praise. After lengthy orations, they would extol Wei Hong, words that had long since become tiresome to his ears. This young man named Jiang Yang was indeed different. After his succinct remarks, he fell silent once more. Bai Qingyan appeared taken aback. "Is that all?" Jiang Yang smiled. "It is indeed fine tea. What more would you have me say?" Bai Qingyan felt a pang of disappointment, as if wishing for Jiang Yang to express more. The young man hardly spoke, simply savoring the tea in his cup. Once it was empty, Wei Hong replenished it, precisely filling it to 7/10 full. Jiang Yang, with his left hand supporting the cup, gently tapped the table with his right fingers, a gesture of respect. After a brief pause, Wei Hong could no longer contain himself. "Young man, do you not wish to inquire why I summoned you?" Jiang Yang finally set down his teacup and remarked, "The old gentleman summoned me for a reason. He shall speak when the time is right." Wei Hong squinted slightly, intrigued by the young man before him, appearing to be just over 20. Jiang's demeanor and conduct exuded a wisdom that seemed far beyond his years, giving the impression of a long-time friend, perhaps of a similar age. Quite remarkable. Wei Hong scrutinized Jiang Yang, taking in every detail. Jiang, however, remained composed, finishing his tea and even pouring himself another cup, relishing the taste, a delightful brew. Suddenly, Wei Hong burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "No wonder you are a rare talent in a century. This old fellow is truly enlightened today." His expression soon turned serious as he inquired, "Is the Tangren cold drink factory your venture?" Jiang's face remained as tranquil as ever, but his mind raced. Wei Hong, appearing brash, had clearly navigated the complexities of Shan County with meticulous thought and a ruthless edge over the years. Each of his questions demanded careful consideration. Any misstep could render Jiang a thorn in his side. Jiang was not intimidated by this so-called family. Rather, he understood that in the realm of business, cultivating allies far outweighed the folly of acquiring foes. "Indeed, it is mine," Jiang confirmed with a nod. Wei Hong pressed further. "Are you a local? I have not heard of you before." Jiang placed his hands on his knees, sitting upright. "I am a native of Shan. Prior to my foray into business, I was ill and seldom ventured out. It is no surprise that someone of your stature is unaware of me." Wei Hong added charcoal to the fire and casually asked, "How much did it cost to establish the cold drink factory?" Jiang smiled faintly. "You may find it amusing, but I began with a mere 50 yuan from my elder sister." Upon hearing this, Wei Hong's pupils constricted sharply in the flickering light. Bai Qingyan looked incredulously at Jiang. 50 yuan? Wei Hong, though seasoned, held his astonishment within. Emotionless, he remarked, "To have vanquished Huang Defa's snowman cold drink in less than 2 months is a feat unparalleled in Shan's history. This has only occurred twice before." The flames danced brightly as Wei Hong's thoughts churned. The last instance of such a small investment yielding great returns was in his own past, merely a stroke of luck. "It was sheer fortune," Jiang commented. Perhaps recalling his own experiences, Wei Hong sighed. To achieve such success in such a short time is indeed no small feat. Shifting his tone, his gaze sharpened. "I have summoned you today to discuss a business opportunity." Jiang's interest piqued immediately. Wei Hong dismissed the servants before revealing his intentions. Jiang sat attentively, like a diligent student, listening intently. Since the last transaction involving the deposit for those 2,000 refrigerators, Wei Hong had grown to appreciate Jiang Yang's capabilities even more. However, it was evident from Jiang's response that persuading him to act solely in his favor was implausible. Business, after all, is forged through negotiation. If he could not buy Jiang's loyalty, then collaboration would be the path forward. Upon conducting thorough investigations from various angles and confirming that Jiang Yang was not affiliated with his long-standing rival, the Liu family, Wei Hong conceived a brilliant idea. He envisioned a partnership with Jiang Yang to explore the household appliance market in Shan County. A lucrative venture indeed. Wei Hong was firmly convinced of Jiang Yang's remarkable sales acumen, believing him to be a true business prodigy, and sought opportunities to claim him as his own, aspiring to eventually integrate him into the Wei family. "We shall focus on 5 primary products: refrigerators, air conditioners, televisions, washing machines, and computers. I will manage the distribution channels while you handle sales, with a profit split of 70-30. What do you say?" Wei Hong proposed, gazing intently at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang smiled in response, stating, "The proliferation of household appliances will undoubtedly become a significant trend in the future. From my perspective, this matter should be settled through negotiation between the Wei and Liu families. I shall refrain from interfering." With that, he took a delicate sip from his teacup. Wei Hong extended 4 fingers, suggesting, "How about a 60-40 split, with you receiving 40 and I 60? Jiang Yang replied with a hint of resignation. "This is not about profit distribution. My point is that the market in Shan County is already under the control of your 2 families. As an outsider, I cannot contribute meaningfully. Perhaps Mr. Wei should seek others." Wei Hong's eyes sparkled with determination as he flipped his hands over, asserting, "Let us agree on a 50-50 split." Jiang Yang maintained his serene demeanor, looking at Wei Hong and affirming, "It is a deal." The atmosphere in the room instantly turned solemn. As the 3 men harbored their own ulterior motives, Bai Qingyan was bewildered, grappling with 1,000 questions. Why, he pondered. Would the proud elder Wei suddenly negotiate terms with a young man and repeatedly concede? Wei Hong poured tea for the 2 men, recognizing his role as a mere facilitator, an endeavor with minimal costs, thus rendering him indifferent to the profit share. Should the venture succeed, he would reap the rewards, potentially seizing the household appliance market from his arch-rival. Conversely, if it failed, He could easily place the blame elsewhere without tarnishing the Wei family's reputation. Truly a win-win situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang remained composed, savoring his tea while devising meticulous plans in his mind. While profiting from the household appliance business was enticing, it was not his ultimate goal. Lu Zhenghua had already begun to target him. The grain station served as a clear signal. Waiting passively was not in Jiang Yang's nature. For him, leveraging the Wei family's influence to address Lu Zhenghua would prove far more efficient than confronting the challenge alone. Chapter 70. Li Jinfu agrees to brew wine as Jiang Yang emerged from the Wei residence. Dusk had settled, casting a golden hue upon the asphalt road. Bai Qingyan, steering the sleek black tiger head, advanced towards the city center. I never anticipated that old Master Wei would offer you a 5% interest. It seems he holds you in high regard. Jiang Yang smiled silently in response, his gaze drifting toward the sycamore trees that lined the street, lost in contemplation. In Shan County, the Wei family only truly invested capital in land deals. Ventures like refrigerators and color televisions were mere trifles to them, simply a matter of making a call to secure agency rights. Fortunately, Jiang Yang's genuine collaboration with the Wei family was not driven by the desire for profit. Otherwise, he could have negotiated for a higher share. Where are you headed? Bai Qingyan inquired, glancing back. To the electrician's family compound, Jiang Yang replied. Bai Qingyan looked puzzled. What on earth for? I reside there, Jiang Yang stated. Bai Qingyan chuckled. Am I mistaken? You, General Jiang, earning tens of thousands daily, still choose to dwell in such a dilapidated place? The electrician's family compound was notorious in Shan County for its unsightly conditions, rife with environmental neglect and unauthorized constructions. Bai Qingyan could hardly fathom Jiang Yang's choice of residence. Jiang Yang offered a faint smile. The wind and rain do not reach me. It's quite satisfactory. During their journey, Bai Qingyan discussed various matters concerning home appliances. But Jiang Yang responded with disinterest, offering only sporadic remarks. The moment the tiger head entered the electrician's family compound, it instantly became the center of attention. In these times, few were familiar with the Lingji LS 400, yet everyone recognized the emblem of the Mercedes-Benz. Someone, perhaps out of curiosity, identified the driver as Bai Qingyan, causing a stir in the impoverished community. As Jiang Yang alighted from the vehicle, the gaze of the crowd, men, women, and children, was a tapestry of emotions, envy, jealousy, and admiration from the youth. Jiang Yang remained unaffected, merely exchanging pleasantries with Bai Qingyan before ascending the stairs. Upon entering the corridor, a plump matron approached him. Xiao Jiang, you're back. Jiang Yang looked up, racking his memory, and finally recalled that this was Aunt Lu from the adjacent building, known for her matchmaking efforts. Likely responsible for orchestrating Shenlan's blind date. Aunt Lu, how can I assist you? Jiang Yang paused. Aunt Lu beamed. What about that young man from County No. 2 High School, Xiaochen? Have you taken a liking to him? They had reached his doorstep by this point. Jiang Yang retrieved his keys and opened the door, inviting Aunt Lu to step inside. She graciously accepted, plopping down on the sofa. Her chubby hands caressed the upholstery. This sofa is genuine leather. It's quite comfortable. Seeing a guest had arrived, Jiang Qing approached with a cup of hot water. She then took out 50 yuan. Placing it into a red envelope she handed to Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, regardless of whether my brother's match succeeds, I must express my gratitude to you. How can I possibly accept this? Aunt Lu's eyes sparkled with laughter, nearly unable to open, while her body was rather candid as she accepted the red envelope and tucked it into her waistband. Tentatively, she inquired, I hear Xiao Jiang is driving a sedan now. And he even has a chauffeur? Jiang Yang replied, just a colleague. Aunt Lu remarked, Xiao Jiang is truly humble. Look at your family. You've purchased a large television and a new sofa. It's evident you've earned quite a bit. You're practically a big boss now. Jiang Qing stated, my brother is quite diligent. A sense of pride radiated from her expression. Noticing that the two women were engrossed in conversation, Jiang Yang decided to switch on the television to watch My Fair Princess. After receiving the red envelope, Aunt Lu was in an exuberant state, her interest in Jiang Yang intensifying, particularly regarding matchmaking, which she took upon herself with great enthusiasm. She exclaimed, with someone as remarkable as Xiao Jiang, we could have eligible young ladies lining up from the neighborhood to beyond the county. Don't worry. If this Xiao Chun isn't suitable, the girl next door from the Lu family is quite lovely. She's only 19 and remarkably handsome. Jiang Yang felt overwhelmed. What peculiar obsession did these women have? Was matchmaking some sort of addiction? Jiang Qing, upon hearing this, was filled with delight. That sounds great, Aunt Lu. If you have suitable candidates, Please introduce a few more so they can meet. The outcome can be discussed later. Jiang Yang sighed in resignation. Just then, the phone rang. It was Li Yin calling. Typically, this accountant rarely contacted him, so it was likely something important from the factory. Jiang Yang took the phone into the bedroom and answered. Hello, President Jiang. Yes, what is it? Li Jinfu wishes to request 50,000 yuan from the finance department, saying he wants to construct a wine cellar on the vacant lot behind the cold drink factory. This amount is not trivial, so I thought I should consult you first. Grant him the funds. Understood. After ending the call, a faint smile spread across Jiang Yang's face. This was the most uplifting news he had received that day. He had been observing Li Jinfu for quite some time, ever since Director Chen transferred that group of laid-off workers from the Jinli distillery to the cold drink factory. Jiang Yang had been contemplating how to utilize these skilled workers. Many had been in the distilling industry for over a decade, some even longer, and had honed their craft to perfection. It was a disservice to have them merely working odd jobs at the cold drink factory. Particularly, Li Jinfu had been on Jiang Yang's mind for quite a while. Clearly a master brewer, he was relegated to a mundane warehouse job. Fortunately, Jiang Yang had discerned his proud disposition and employed a strategy of provocation. As expected, the tactic proved effective. If Li Jinfu could focus on brewing again, not only would the surplus grains at the factory find a purpose, but the business would also move closer to Jiang Yang's vision. And they say he isn't a big boss. He has already bought a mobile phone. As he stepped outside, he immediately heard Aunt Lu's incessant chatter. Jiang Yang, in high spirits, thought to himself, if Aunt Lu can help me find a good brother-in-law, I'll buy you a mobile phone too. Jiang Qing's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. What nonsense are you talking about? A glimmer of excitement illuminated Aunt Lu's eyes. Really? She inquired. Jiang Yang chuckled. Is there any doubt? I am a man of my word. Presently, his elder sister was wholly focused on the prospect of marriage for him. And the most effective strategy to counter her intentions was to reciprocate in kind. This would also provide him with a sense of relief. Aunt Lu sprang to her feet, exclaiming, I shall go forth and seek a suitable match for Xiao Qing. With that, she dashed out the door. Jiang Qing hastily protested. Aunt Lu, are you not looking for a wife for my brother? Why have I become involved? From outside, Aunt Lu's voice echoed. Rest assured. Both your and your brother's matrimonial affairs are firmly in my hands. The sound of her footsteps descending the stairs faded into the distance. Jiang Qing, shutting the door, retorted with irritation, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever express a desire to find a partner? Jiang Yang, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, replied. I never claimed I wanted to marry either, yet you were still compelled to participate in matchmaking. His words left Jiang Qing momentarily speechless as she pointed at him, struggling to articulate a response. Chapter 71. The wine cellar. The following day, as dawn's light began to break, Jiang Yang had already driven to the beverage factory. The workers had long since commenced their bustling activities, with trucks outside forming a lengthy queue. The neatly packaged beverages were continuously transported from the workshop to the factory yard using handcarts, ready to be loaded onto the trucks. Good morning, Mr. Jiang, called out a worker, balancing a load on his shoulder. Hello, Jiang Yang replied with a smile and a nod, making his way towards the backyard. When he first acquired the canning factory, he had divided the premises into a front yard and a backyard. The front yard housed the office building and 6 workshops, while the backyard was an expanse of wild land, overgrown with weeds and cluttered with debris. It was not a large area, but it was strewn with various odds and ends. Navigating around 2 workshops, he pushed open a blue metal door that led into the backyard. Since the establishment of the beverage factory, this was only Jiang Yang's second visit. The first had been during his initial inspection. Dig the cellar a bit deeper. Lousy, go fetch some red clay from the river. The voice of Li Jifeng echoed from afar. At that moment, Li Jifeng seemed to have transformed. His spirits high and his steps vigorous, a stark contrast to the demeanor he had exhibited during the warehouse inspection. Zhou Hao hurried over from behind, muttering something under his breath, evidently irritated. Upon spotting Jiang Yang, he paused. Brother Jiang, why are you here so early? Jiang Yang nodded. I woke up early and couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come by the factory. Zhou Hao replied, somewhat angrily, just right. You need to keep a close eye on that old man, Li. He is completely out of line. Jiang Yang inquired, what is going on? Why so furious? Zhou Hao leaned against the metal door. Old Li has taken all the workers from the second workshop to the backyard to dig pits. Now we're short-handed in the workshop. Isn't that infuriating? He glanced at Jiang Yang, expecting a furious response, or at least some reprimand towards Li Jifeng. To his surprise, instead of getting angry, Jiang Yang remained composed and replied, "If the workshop is short on labor, we can recruit some from outside. There are plenty of women in the shanty town at home with nothing to do. We can bring them in to help." Zhou Hao was taken aback. "Brother Jiang." This Jiang Yang waved his hand. "Let Chen Yanli handle the recruitment and temporary training. It's settled then. Hurry along." Seeing Jiang Yang's resolute attitude, Zhou Hao could only nod and depart. Unbeknownst to them, Li Jifeng had approached from behind and remarked, "That little chubby guy doesn't understand a thing. He thinks anyone can just dig a wine cellar? There are specific dimensions and methods involved." Jiang Yang responded, "The workers laid off from Jinli Winery will still be under your management. I will establish a separate department for you to lead directly." Li Jifeng questioned, "Who will oversee me then? That little chubby guy? You can come directly to me with any matters," Jiang Yang replied, observing Li Jifeng's disgruntled expression. He surmised the underlying tension. Zhou Hao was quite impatient, and his management style was rigid, which naturally ruffled the feathers of a stubborn individual like Li Jifeng. Their earlier disagreement during the warehouse inspection, coupled with the current situation of moving workers to the backyard for digging, had evidently escalated their conflict once more. Rather than allowing two individuals to languish in indecision, it would be more prudent to manage them separately. Upon hearing this, Li Jinfeng's face lit up with joy. "Very well." He then added earnestly, "President Jiang, others have told me that you are unlike other bosses, and I must admit, I was skeptical. Now, however, I believe it. You truly are different." Jiang Yang chuckled. "There is nothing extraordinary about it. We are all merely in pursuit of profit." Li Jifeng retrieved a pack of old grape brand cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang accepted it and produced a lighter to ignite it for Li Jifeng. Li Jifeng paused, waving his hand. "You are the boss. How can I allow you to light my cigarette?" Jiang Yang replied, "You are my senior. What is there to fear in lighting a cigarette for you? Come on." The unfiltered cigarette ignited with a crackling sound. Li Jifeng took a deep drag, gazing at Jiang Yang for a while before seizing his wrist and leading him deeper into the courtyard. As they walked, he spoke. "I have dug 10 cellar pits over here. I will set up a furnace in that direction, and the wine produced will be stored to the north." As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. Following Li Jinfeng's finger, one could see 10 cellar pits scattered across the 2 acres of land in the courtyard, with workers busy applying mud to the edges of each pit. Once the mud had dried, they would apply more, a primitive yet effective method for constructing a wine cellar. "When will we be able to brew the wine?" Jiang Yang inquired. Li Jifeng pondered briefly before responding, "Soon. Digging the cellar does not impede the production of the base liquor. I will call for them to set up a large pot. I estimate we will be able to start brewing within 3 days." Jiang Yang nodded. "Very well. If manpower is insufficient, procure more. If funds are lacking, consult accountantly. Should there be any challenges, come directly to me." Li Jifeng remarked, "For now, there are no significant obstacles, but once the base liquor is ready, I will require a space for blending the liquor, as well as storage for some blending equipment and flavoring spirits." Jiang Yang contemplated for a moment, then stated, "I will have Zhou Hao and the others clear out the first floor of the office building for your use. You can decide how to decorate and plan the space." Li Jifeng felt a surge of gratitude. "President Jiang, a single room would suffice." Jiang Yang shook his head. "Blending liquor is a complex process. One room would be inadequate. The office staff will be working on the second floor daily, which will be beneficial for their health." With that, he extinguished his cigarette in the soil and added, "Baijio is an art. Let us progress together and strive to ensure that the common folk can enjoy truly fine liquor." Li Jinfeng looked at Jiang Yang and nodded solemnly. Seeing that there was nothing more to attend to in the courtyard, Jiang Yang returned to the office building. The office building comprised 3 floors. The first floor was originally designated for the offices of various workshop directors, the second for the management team, while the third remained vacant. Now, with a comprehensive reorganization underway, the first floor had been entirely cleared. Zhou Hao had summoned a construction team from outside, taking advantage of the next few days to repaint the entire office building both inside and out, while also refurbishing the employee cafeteria. The entire cold drink factory had undergone a remarkable transformation. Noticing that Ban Siyuan was idly restless, Jiang Yang instructed him to head to the market and procure a few pigs. During this period, workers have been frequently engaged in overtime, and the workload has been considerable. Thus, the quality of meals warrants special mention. As noon approaches, the cafeteria is filled with the enticing aroma of various dishes. A dozen pots of delicacies such as braised spare ribs, red braised pork, and stewed pork knuckles with green beans are ready, accompanied by steaming white buns. The workers, having washed themselves clean under the tap, line up with their magnetic bowls to receive their portions. Juicy, holding a porcelain bowl, rises on his toes to gaze at the large pots of food in the kitchen, occasionally swallowing hard. The meal is truly splendid today. I could devour 8 buns. A young female worker glances at him. You've never skimped on eating any day. Juicy chuckles. It's primarily because the food in our factory is simply irresistible. Chapter 72. The grain station refuses acceptance. The sudden cessation of cooperation from the grain station has significantly impacted the ice cream factory. The agricultural produce acquired from the rural markets could not be promptly converted into cash, leading to an increase in storage costs for the factory and having their cash revenue. Zhou Hao rented a large warehouse 3 kilometers away from the ice cream factory, which was subsequently transformed into a vast granary after waterproofing and moisture-proofing treatments. With an annual rental fee of 8,000 yuan. This warehouse is capacious enough to store over 1,000 tons of grain. At Jiang Yang's command, all the grains obtained from the rural markets were funneled into this granary. In a luxurious villa on the eastern outskirts, Lu Zhenghua perused a newspaper in the yard while Huang Defa anxiously paced nearby. Since Lu Zhenghua had leveraged his connections to halt the collaboration between the Tangren ice cream factory and the grain station, they have been quietly awaiting the outcome. To their astonishment, this maneuver not only failed to undermine Jiang Yang, but instead expedited his grain exchange operations in the countryside. Upon investigation, it was discovered that a mysterious group was disseminating rumors in the rural areas, claiming that the grain station's quotas were full and that it might not accept grain the following year. This incited a frenzy among the populace, who began exchanging grain for goods, with Tangren special drinks being one of the beneficiaries. In this era of limited information, the common people were quick to react to rumors. When they heard that the grain station would no longer accept grain, the news spread like wildfire until it was believed to be true. Even in the agricultural market, a decline in grain prices was observed. This revelation soon caught the attention of relevant authorities, prompting a series of investigations. General Lu, why are you not the least bit anxious? Huang Defa asked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lu Zhenghua glanced at Huang Defa, then returned to his newspaper, remarking, what good is anxiety? Huang Defa sighed deeply from his seat, lamenting, currently, the sales figures at Shuiren Ice Cream Factory are a mere fraction of what they used to be. At this rate, we're doomed. Lu Zhenghua let out a cold laugh, stating, this is a brutal age of survival of the fittest. If your factory cannot endure, it merely reflects your inadequacy. Upon hearing this, Huang Defa felt a ringing in his ears. General Lu, what are you saying? I granted you shares. You cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Lu Zhenghua set down the newspaper, fixing his gaze on Huang Defa. Have I not intervened? Besides, the shares you provided me are meager. You know well what connections I have had to leverage for you. Be content. Huang Defa was left speechless, realizing that his supposed protector had not truly come to his aid. The implication of Lu Zhenghua's words was crystal clear. Assistance comes at a price. And the shares he relinquished were worth only the nominal value of manipulating the grain station. General Lu, you cannot do this. Over the years, Shuiren Ice Cream Factory has contributed significantly to you. A striking woman handed Lu Zhenghua a cigar and lit it for him. With his right hand resting on her waist, he exhaled a plume of smoke, saying, you have indeed frequented my side over the years. But have you ever considered that each time you got into trouble, I was the one cleaning up after you? In the grand scheme, you have not suffered. To Fa. I have articulated my point quite clearly. In this day and age of business, the capable rise to the top. You are no match for this rival. And in my view, you should cease your operations at this beverage factory. Huang Defa abruptly stood up, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Before he stifled his rage, what do you mean, General Manager Lu? Lu Zhenghua, with a sardonic smile and a cigar in hand, replied, are you still unable to comprehend? Let me be explicit. The Snowman Beverage Company is due for a change in ownership. Do you grasp that? Huang Defa's hands clenched tightly together, his nails digging into his flesh, before he wearily released his grip. Are you suggesting that I should leave? Lu Zhenghua's face radiated amusement. Your words are rather harsh. It is you who can no longer manage. The Lu family will take over for you. Huang Defa inhaled deeply. How much will you offer me? Lu Zhenghua scoffed. How much do you think that dilapidated factory is worth? Surely you know the answer. The equipment is 3 years old, and the factory itself is a decade past its prime. Indeed, it holds little value. The fast-moving consumer goods industry operates thus. Once the market disappears, the significance of the manufacturer diminishes considerably. Huang Defa slumped in his chair, Give me 2 million, and I shall leave. Lu Zhenghua laughed derisively. 2 million? I would rather construct a new factory. Huang Defa, filled with resentment yet powerless, retorted. Then how much can you offer? Lu Zhenghua contemplated, fiddling with his fingers before stating, 80,000. Huang Defa was taken aback, hardly believing his ears. 80,000? Lu Zhenghua nodded. 80,000. Huang Defa narrowed his eyes. General Manager Lu, are you jesting? Lu Zhenghua gently rolled the prayer beads in his hands. A monk does not speak falsehoods. Huang Defa could no longer contain himself and erupted, slamming his hands on the table and rising to shout. Lu Zhenghua, you are a devil who feasts on the flesh and drinks the blood of others. Lu Zhenghua's narrowed eyes gleamed with intensity, his voice subdued. Huang Defa, you would do well to consider who it is sitting across from you. This statement was akin to a bucket of cold water, instantly rousing Huang Defa from his stupor. He vigorously shook his head and then slumped back into his chair. I apologize, General Manager Lu. Lu Zhenghua snorted coldly, casting the prayer beads onto the table. What a disgraceful display. A mere beverage factory has fallen to such depths, and you still have the audacity to challenge me? He then pushed aside the woman beside him, standing up to point at Huang Defa. Since you established this factory, I have provided you with connections and markets. Which sales channel across the 4 cities was not facilitated by me? In the entire Shan County, which supermarket has not sold your products out of respect for me? Lu Zhenghua? With a flick of his sleeve, he pointed to himself. And now you dare to confront me? What do you think you are? Just a trivial beverage factory. And you truly believe I, Lu Zhenghua, would take you seriously? What a ridiculous joke. This tirade snapped Huang Defa back to reality. General Manager, I was momentarily foolish. Please do not take it to heart. Lu Zhenghua waved his hand, a cold snort escaping from the tip of his nose. Huang Defa, my demand for you to vacate your factory may seem like an act of aggression, but in truth, it is an effort to safeguard you. That Jiang Yang is not worth even a fraction of your worth. 10 of you combined would not suffice to fill the void he leaves. What do you possess to contend with him? Huang Defa clenched his fist once more, exclaiming, what is he, really? I merely underestimated him. The name Jiang Yang had become a haunting specter in Huang Defa's mind, an incessant nightmare. Not only had he usurped his business, but now it appeared that the woman he cherished, Chen Lan, was also drawing close to him. In Huang Defa's heart, it felt as though his beloved had been snatched away, along with his wealth. He seethed with rage, wishing he could consume that scoundrel alive. A knowing smile played on Lu Zhenghua's lips. Underestimate? Huang Defa, awakened to the reality. You and he exist on entirely different planes. As rain began to fall outside the villa, Lu Zhenghua stood with his hands clasped behind his back, listening to the sound of the rain. This man had arrived in haste, yet he bore an overwhelming aura of coldness and impending doom. Lu Zhenghua's heart was ablaze with turmoil. Chapter 73. 3 food experts on a rainy night. Huang Defa departed from Shan County in his Pajero, leaving no one aware of his destination. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. Jiang Yang sat in his office, facing 3 unfamiliar individuals, 2 middle-aged men and a young woman in her early 20s. These 3 were food research experts hired by Wang Gang from Guangdong. Among them, the 2 middle-aged men served as visiting professors at a renowned university, while the woman had just returned from studying abroad, an intern in the field of food science. The taller man was named Zheng Su, the shorter one was Chao Zhong, and the woman was Wang Li. Jiang Yang perused their resumes and rose to greet each of them with a handshake. Mr. Jiang, if you find these 3 suitable, please discuss their salaries, Wang Gang suggested quietly from the side. Jiang Yang, upon overhearing, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no rush. Zheng Su, the eldest among the 3, appeared to be around 50 years of age. He surveyed the office environment with a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, a momentary expression that did not escape Jiang Yang's notice. Chao Zhong, with his square face and an honest demeanor, sat beside Zheng Su, sipping hot tea. The most animated of the trio was Wang Li, who seemed thoroughly intrigued by everything around her, glancing left and right, and finally fixing her gaze on Jiang Yang with a curious inquiry. Are you the owner of this ice cream factory? Jiang Yang nodded, smiling as he regarded the young woman before him. She had a slender build, ear-length hair, and wore large, swaying earrings, exuding an air of whimsy. Her sparkling peach blossom eyes were particularly captivating, and a beauty mark on her right cheek drew attention. Wang Li was dressed in a black-fitted outfit. Although it was formal attire, her figure stood out distinctly compared to the other staff members. So young, Wang Li murmured softly, her gaze shifting to Zheng Su. It was evident that he was the linchpin among the 3. After your long journey, would you like to rest at a hotel first? Jiang Yang proposed. Jiang Su waved his hand, replying, "No need. Please take us to see the equipment in the factory first." Having traveled all the way from Guangzhou, they were here to make a profit. For him, time was exceedingly precious. He had no desire to squander it in such a small county. Jiang Su was a specialist in food science, particularly renowned for his expertise in snack texture, having garnered significant acclaim in the industry. The other two were his disciple and his student. Wherever they went, factory owners would roll out the red carpet for them. Jiang Su had initially been reluctant to visit Shan County, but Wang Gang, having reached out to a longtime friend and emphasized his boss's generosity and financial abundance, had persuaded him to make the trip. He remained skeptical about whether a small county could boast any respectable food factories. Upon his arrival, his discontent only deepened. Not only had he been met at the train station by a mere driver, but he was also utterly disappointed upon reaching the factory. The ice cream factory, situated in a remote suburban area, is not only modest in appearance but also occupies a small plot of land, evidently repurposed from other industrial structures. Upon encountering Jiang Yang, a sardonic smile crept into his heart. The proprietor of this ice cream factory is of a similar age to Wang Li, a notion that borders on absurdity. Indeed, it is unwise to rely on manufacturers from the county town. They are notoriously unreliable. Such experts, when in high spirits, can concoct premier recipes, allowing the factory to reap profits effortlessly. Conversely, if their mood sours, they might produce something merely to fulfill obligations. In this era, few entrepreneurs in the food industry possess genuine expertise. However, the food products derived from experimentation and research are intricately linked to the equipment utilized, necessitating the design of different products according to the varying machinery. Should the equipment be rudimentary, even the most exquisite flavor profiles would be rendered futile. Zheng Che, clinging to his final vestiges of patience, resolved that if the equipment mirrored the factory's dilapidated environment, he would depart without hesitation. Jiang Yang nodded in response, directing Zhou Hao to lead them in inspecting the equipment. Zhou Hao complied, leading the way downstairs. Zheng Che's inner fury surged. Not only was this a small ice cream factory in the county, but even the production hub in Huazhou City had its owner personally escorting them to view the equipment. After speaking, Jiang Yang lowered his gaze to a document, not lifting his eyelids again. Zheng Che let out a cold snort through his nostrils, sweeping his sleeve and descending the stairs. Wang Gang whispered, "General Manager Jiang, Professor Zheng is a distinguished expert. Won't you accompany him?" Jiang Yang, still engrossed in his document, replied, "It's merely an equipment inspection. Zhou Hao will clarify everything." He then fell silent. Compared to the three experts examining the machinery, there were more pressing matters demanding his attention. Just moments ago, he had received a discreet call from Jiao Quanong and Lu Fang, informing him that the ownership of Shuiren Ice Cream Factory had changed hands, with the Lu family emerging as the new proprietors, represented by Lu Han. Lu Zhenghua had transferred 80,000 yuan to Huang Defa, acquiring the remaining shares of Shuiren Ice Cream Factory. Huang Defa had departed Shan County the previous night, leaving one to ponder whether it was a desire to escape a place of sorrow or the result of Lu Zhenghua's coercion. 80,000. Jiang Yang's brow furrowed slightly. The Lu family is not to be underestimated. Although Jiang Yang had never visited Shuiren Ice Cream Factory, the recent encounters had allowed him to surmise the strength of this rival. In terms of factory space, their establishment is at least double his own. As for productivity, despite utilizing outdated equipment from several years prior, the workers' adept operations and robust workshop management rendered the two factories nearly equal. In these times, some individuals truly devour others, leaving no bones behind. One moment, they are full of vigor, and the next, they are bought for a mere 80,000. A sense of impending crisis stirred within Jiang Yang. Lu Zhenghua's actions were clearly aimed at him. If he had previously been growing in the shadows, now Lu Zhenghua had taken notice of him, even perceiving him as a rival. A faint smile graced Jiang Yang's lips. This was indeed exhilarating news. Zhou Hao led the trio to the first workshop, as this set of production equipment is fully automated. Chen Yanli encouraged the women in their internship to commence their training here. Upon noticing Zhou Hao's arrival, she hurriedly approached to greet him, addressing him as Mr. Zhou. Zhou Hao nodded in acknowledgement and stated, "I will take the experts to inspect the production line. You may continue with your duties." With that, Chen Yanli descended to further elucidate the equipment to the intern employees. Zheng Se furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Why are all your employees women? They appear to be quite unfamiliar with the production process." Zhou Hao elucidated, "Indeed, Professor Zheng. These women are all former workers from the state-run canning factory who have been laid off, residing in the nearby shantytown. In order to address their employment concerns, General Jiang considered that the production of cold beverages is not a particularly complex process. Thus, he hired them all. Jiang Qing nodded in agreement and commented, "Your boss is relatively young yet possesses a commendable sense of compassion. Let us proceed to examine the equipment." Chapter 74. Equipment tour. The first workshop spans approximately 3,000 square meters, characterized as a rectangular space measuring 70 meters in length and 30 meters in width, allowing for ample movement within. Jiang Qing halted before the production line, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Is this the second-generation Fuxing? A fully automated production line imported directly from Germany. He was taken aback to witness such sophisticated equipment in a factory situated in the remote outskirts of a county. Zhou Hao spoke with pride. When the factory first earned its first million, General Jiang promptly ordered this set of equipment. Jiang Qing crouched down, gently caressing the pristine tracks with his hand, remarking, "Such fine machinery, yet you do not maintain it. There is no oil beneath the tracks." Zhou Hao appeared puzzled. "Does it really require oil?" Xiao Zheng interjected, "Of course, these tracks operate for over 10 hours a day, relying on gears for movement. As long as these gears are in motion, friction occurs, leading to wear and tear. Lubrication is essential for maintenance." Zhou Hao diligently noted this in his notebook. Giving a thumbs up, "Experts truly are experts. You've already imparted a lesson upon my arrival." Jiang Qing and Xiao Zhang appreciated Zhou Hao's flattery, their earlier discontent dissipating considerably, especially upon witnessing the production line. Perhaps that lad Wang Gang was not mistaken. Xiao Zhang remarked, "This is merely the beginning. Our Professor Zheng is the foremost expert in this field. Not only has he encountered your second-generation Fuxing, but he has also seen even more luxurious equipment." Zhou Hao nodded vigorously. "Indeed, indeed." The group continued inward, as Zhou Hao guided them through the entire assembly line from start to finish. The more Jiang Qing observed, the more astonished he became. Despite the exterior of this cold drink factory appearing unremarkable, its interior was a veritable treasure trove. Take the first workshop, for instance. Not only does it boast a fully automated production line worth millions, but it also houses advanced machinery, such as bottle blowers and polishers for cold drink packaging. However, upon looking back at the factory workers, he noted that they were either older gentlemen or middle-aged women in their 30s and 40s. The few young men present were either security personnel or laborers responsible for loading and unloading goods. Jiang Qing inquired, "Do you not have any young employees in your factory?" Zhou Hao replied, "We do, but they are few. General Jiang has arranged for the younger workers to take night shifts while the older staff and women work during the day." Jiang Qing was taken aback. "Day and night shifts? Given that you have 6 production workshops, your capacity seems considerable. Why the need for night shifts?" Zhou Hao sighed. "It's a continuous 24-hour operation. Our production capacity still struggles to keep pace. Do you see the trucks lined up outside? They are all here to collect goods from our factory." The 3 experts were left speechless. When they arrived that morning, they had assumed this place was merely a truck parking lot. "Is your cold drink that popular?" Jiang Qing asked curiously. Zhou Hao smiled mysteriously. "It's not that our cold drinks sell exceptionally well. Rather, General Jiang possesses a remarkable talent for sales. I recall the cold beverages I concocted haphazardly, which became a sensation in the rural market, even under the stewardship of General Jiang." Jiang Qing exchanged knowing glances with his apprentice, Xiao Zheng. At that moment, Jiang Qing comprehended the depth of this young proprietor. He was no ordinary individual. He possessed a certain capital of pride. The seemingly casual remarks made by Zhou Hao hinted at a deeper meaning, implying that Boss Zhang's success did not merely stem from the quality of his products, but rather from his astute marketing strategies. For a sales prodigy like him, even a foul shoe insole could be transformed into a prized commodity, fetching exorbitant prices. Jiang Qing's expression was somewhat difficult to interpret. "Let us proceed to the second workshop," he suggested. The ire that once simmered within him had dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented patience. Regardless of the era, there exists an inexplicable affinity among the strong. Zhou Hao tucked away his notebook and led the trio through a thorough tour. As they traversed the premises, Wang Li attentively followed behind, absorbing every detail. Having grown up as a wealthy heiress, she had never known want. Her penchant for snacks serendipitously steered her toward this field of study, yielding unexpected academic success. Her parents, resolute in their decision, sent her to Italy for further education. Upon her return, they leveraged their connections to place her under Jiang Qing's tutelage. Jiang Qing, already her instructor, was well regarded in the industry, thus commencing her internship under his guidance. Today marked Wang Li's inaugural day at work, and her curiosity about the cold drink factory was palpable. Previously confined to the school laboratory, she had never witnessed a genuine production workshop. Each time they encountered a new piece of equipment, Wang Li would eagerly bombard Jiang Su with questions, who patiently elucidated the intricacies for her. Had it been anyone else, Jiang Su might have lost his patience long ago. Yet this girl was different. At the very least, he could not afford to offend her. Upon entering the second workshop, Jiang Su shook his head repeatedly in dismay. Such a waste of resources. Zhou Hao inquired, puzzled by Zhang's exclamation. Xiao Zhong clarified. The semi-automatic equipment in your factory is not being utilized correctly. Otherwise, production capacity could easily double. Zhou Hao was taken aback. Double? That is substantial. Xiao Zhong chuckled, patting Zhou Hao on the shoulder, at the very least. Jiang Su continued to shake his head as he ventured deeper, intermittently pausing to fiddle with various instruments. The water valves had not been maintained for an extended period, and when malfunctions arose, no one attended to them. The automatic mixer stood idle. What was the point of having someone merely standing by? Was this not a waste of labor? Observing the inspection conveyor belt, with its thousands of bottles per hour, he questioned whether 3 women could adequately manage such a load. This was a beverage, and any hint of impurity could spell disaster for the consumers, potentially jeopardizing their lives. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he furrowed his brow and remarked. Zhou Hao scribbled notes rapidly, then hurried to catch up. Jiang Su noted this diligence with quiet approval. Many factory managers may appear humble, yet in truth, their humility is often a fade, lacking genuine modesty. This little chubby fellow stands apart from others. His demeanor is neither servile nor arrogant, and his actions bring a sense of comfort. At the very least, he attentively records every word he utters. Professor Jiang Su, hailing from an academic background, possesses an innate fondness for those who are eager to learn. It seems prudent to thoroughly evaluate this cold drink factory, Jiang Su mused, before inquiring, what do the other workshops do? Are they also engaged in production? Zhou Hao replied, the third and fourth workshops house outdated equipment that has been phased out. They consist of cold drink machines that produce beverages in glass bottles, primarily relying on manual labor. The fifth workshop has been vacated by General Manager Jiang, who intends to convert it into a laboratory. The sixth workshop currently serves as a granary, filled entirely with grain. Jiang Su nodded and remarked, then let us proceed to the third and fourth workshops. I am quite curious about the production methods employed previously. What kind of equipment could yield products that allowed your boss to amass over 1 million so swiftly? Chapter 75. The Buried Master of Jiang Qing. After listening, Zhou Hao awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Well, Professor Zhong, the third and fourth workshops are merely cold drink machines. There's nothing much to see. Perhaps I could take you elsewhere for a tour? Initially, Jiang Su harbored only a slight curiosity, but Zhou Hao's words solidified his resolve. Without further ado, Jiang Su briskly departed from the second workshop, heading straight for the adjacent area. Zhou Hao trailed behind, unable to intervene. Upon pushing open the door to the third workshop, Jiang Su was utterly dumbfounded. This was hardly a production facility. It resembled a hodgepodge of small family workshops. 6 workers huddled together, bustling around a cold drink machine worth merely a few hundred yuan. Some were responsible for ingredients, others for mixing, and one worker even had to hold the outlet pipe, fearful that excessive pressure would misalign it with the glass bottles. Is this truly your former production model? Jiang Su incredulously pointed at the cold drink machine. Zhou Hao felt a wave of panic wash over him. Oh no. This could lead to disaster. He might leave a poor impression on this esteemed professor. Yet, the embarrassing scene had already unfolded, making concealment futile. To be honest, before the cold drink factory was established, all the products sold by Director Jiang were produced in this manner. Resolutely, Zhou Hao recounted the tale of how he and Jiang Yang built their business from the ground up, narrating their journey from their first meeting beneath the big pagoda tree to Jiang Yang's foray into the countryside with 800 bottles of homemade cold drinks, followed by their acquisition of a canning factory for renovation, and ultimately scaling up production with larger cold drink machines. As Zhou Hao spoke with growing enthusiasm, his admiration for Jiang Yang became evident, his words punctuated with fervent gestures. The 3 experts listened in awe, as if they were witnessing a captivating film. This man was not merely conducting business. He was akin to a modern-day Robin Hood. No, his fervor surpassed that of mere thievery. According to Zhou Hao, Jiang Yang's journey was fraught with cunning stratagems, interlaced with deceit and rumors. Astonishingly, he had succeeded. Jiang Su felt his heart racing. At over 50 years of age, having taught thousands of students and encountered countless entrepreneurs, he had seen it all. Yet, Jiang Yang was an extraordinary anomaly, unparalleled in his audacity. Wang Li's face lit up with excitement. This was undoubtedly entertaining. Business could be conducted in such a manner. Meanwhile, Qiao Zhang, deep in thought, stroked his chin and nodded sagely, a master of deception, impressive. As Zhou Hao continued, excitement bubbling forth, he added, later, competitors began to imitate us, trading cold drinks for grain. We organized a lottery, and they followed suit. Director Jiang even rented a billboard at the largest department store in our county for 200,000 yuan. Can you guess what happened next? The three listened with puzzled expressions, shaking their heads in disbelief. Renting a billboard for 200,000 yuan? What kind of jest was this? Not only would such a price be unfathomable in this small county, but even in Guangzhou, it would be inconceivable. Zhou Hao was thoroughly pleased with the reactions of the three individuals, exclaiming with enthusiasm, President Zhang's intentions extend beyond mere indulgence in wine. The news of the exorbitantly priced billboard swiftly spread throughout the city. Not a single resident of the million-strong Shanshan County was unaware of this sign, and it became the topic of widespread discussion. At that moment, Zhou Hao suddenly intensified his tone. Speaking with an air of mystery, President Jiang has unexpectedly replaced that billboard with an advertisement for our Tangren special beverages, showcasing our million-unit production line. Consequently, the entire county has become aware of our ice beverage factory, and discussions about our equipment are rampant. This has propelled our cold drinks into a meteoric rise, effectively incapacitating our competitors. Zheng Su, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of clarity. What a brilliant strategy! Qiao Zhong exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Li's gaze shimmered with longing. This is extraordinary. With just 10,000 yuan, they've created an immense advertisement, achieving an almost flawless effect. What a pity. Had I arrived here sooner, I could have witnessed this spectacle myself. Zhou Hao took a bold step forward, brimming with ambition. Indeed, President Jiang has countless endeavors, for instance. Not long ago, President Bai had over 2,000 air conditioners that weren't selling. He sought assistance from President Jiang, and, before he could finish, Zhou Hao felt a sudden tap on the back of his head. Turning around, he found Jiang Yang standing behind him. Observing intently, "It would be a shame not to let you tell tales," said Wang Li eagerly. "Please, continue. We are all ears." Zhou Hao stuck out his tongue, stepping aside. Hesitant to speak further, Jiang Yang smiled at Zheng Su. "Professor Zheng, I hope I haven't embarrassed you." Zheng Su waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. I had no idea President Jiang was so youthful and possessed such acumen. I was mistaken in my judgment." At that moment, all prejudice he held towards Jiang Yang and the ice beverage factory dissipated. Jiang Yang remarked, "Such trivial business tactics are hardly worth mention. The cafeteria has prepared the meal. If the three of you do not mind, let us dine and converse simultaneously." "Excellent," Wang Li exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Qiao Zhong, however, glanced at Zheng Su. From his experience, dining in a factory cafeteria was something he believed Zheng Su would never partake in. With his status as a teacher, he would typically dine at least in a star-rated hotel. To his surprise, Zheng Su responded unusually, agreeing without hesitation, "Very well, after all this commotion. I am indeed a bit hungry." Qiao Zhang was left bewildered. What had come over his teacher, willing to eat at a factory cafeteria? Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was Wang Li's desire that influenced his decision. After all, her parents were no ordinary folk. Professor Zheng was likely doing it for her sake. Jiang Yang walked alongside Zheng Su, while Zhou Hao, Wang Li, and Qiao Zhong followed closely behind. The cafeteria of the ice beverage factory was situated to the left of the entrance, having been converted from the former storage facility of a canning factory. The walls had been freshly painted, the floors adorned with marble, creating a refreshing atmosphere. At noon, the workers were served braised pork and sweet and sour cabbage, and everyone lined up with their lunchboxes and thermos flasks to receive their meals. Upon seeing Jiang Yang's arrival, the crowd promptly parted, creating a clear path. Navigating through rows of tables, at the far end of the cafeteria lies a quaint little room. The space is immaculately cleaned, featuring a round table surrounded by 6 stools, with a ceiling fan whirring gently above. A delectable array of dishes adorns the table, showcasing both meat and vegetables, with a selection of 9 dishes and a soup. The spread is remarkably sumptuous, evidently prepared with great care. Jiang Yang first guided Zheng Su to take a seat before he himself ventured into the kitchen to fetch a steaming pot of fragrant bone marrow. "Now that we are here, I must let you experience the flavors of northern cuisine," he declared, placing the large iron basin at the center of the round table. The bone marrow, exuding warmth and a tantalizing aroma, captivated the attention of Wang Li, who curiously pointed at the bones and inquired, "Is this for us?" Jiang Yang chuckled, of course. He then produced some plastic gloves for everyone before picking up a bone and offering it to Zhang Su, Professor Zhang. Do give it a try. Chapter 76. Professor Zhang's treasure workers in the cafeteria, with their lunchboxes in hand, sat outside, engaged in cheerful conversation as they enjoyed their meals. Zhang Su accepted a large bone, and a warm sensation unexpectedly surged within him. There were no extravagant flattery, no lavish receptions or dining experiences. The sincerity of this young proprietor was palpable. This was evident in the small details that indicated he had put considerable thought into the preparations. Upon seeing Zhang Su take the bone, Jiang Yang followed suit, casually biting into his own piece. Observing this, others mimicked their actions and joined in. Indeed, the marrow bone was exquisitely tender, melting in the mouth and exuding a delightful aroma. Outside the small room, a child from an unknown household peered eagerly through the doorway, watching the group devour the bones. A woman hurriedly approached and pulled the child away, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, General Manager Jiang. I had no one to look after him today, so I brought him to the factory." Li Yin frowned slightly at this. "Zhao Aiji, have I not made it clear that children are not permitted during work hours?" Zhao Aiji stood there holding the child, somewhat at a loss. There was indeed a regulation prohibiting unrelated personnel from entering the premises. Just as Li Yin was about to continue her reprimand, Jiang Yang interjected with a raised hand. "It's no trouble." With that, he picked up the last bone from the bowl, approached the child, and bent down with a smile. "What is your name?" The child, somewhat intimidated by Jiang Yang, hid behind Zhao Aiji and blinked. "I'm Wang Xiaohu." Jiang Yang gently ruffled his hair and then offered him the bone. Wang Xiaohu glanced at his mother and then at Jiang Yang, uncertain whether to accept it. Jiang Yang encouraged him. "If you want to eat it, just take it." Only then did Wang Xiaohu reach out and accept the bone. Standing upright, Jiang Yang turned to Li Yin and inquired, "How many female employees like Zhao Aiji do we have in the factory?" At his words, the entire cafeteria fell silent. Zhao Aiji dared not even breathe. This could spell significant trouble and might implicate other female colleagues as well. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yin replied, "Quite a few. Over half of our female workers have children aged 5 or 6, and some even younger. When they come to work, there is no one to care for their children." Jiang Yang fell silent for a brief moment, then returned to the inner room without further comment. Soon, discussions erupted in the cafeteria, with some criticizing Zhao Aiji for bringing her child to the factory, especially during a time when the leadership was hosting foreign guests. Zhao Aiji merely focused on her meal, too fearful to say much. Given General Manager Jiang's earlier demeanor, it seemed likely that she would face repercussions. Upon returning to the room, Zhou Hao was about to report on the issues discovered during the workshop inspection when Jiang Yang directly took out his phone and called Director Chen. Upon receiving Jiang Yang's call, Director Chen was exceedingly warm. "General Manager Jiang, how have you been lately?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Yang delved straight into the matter. "Director Chen, are there any available residential plots near the northern suburbs Shantytown?" "Yes, indeed, there are plenty. How about the vacant land behind your factory?" This was precisely what Jiang Yang had hoped for, and a smile crept across his face. That would be perfect. Director Chen was quite straightforward. "I have a policy on hand that encourages urban residents to build homes in the suburbs, priced at a mere 3,600 per acre. However, the buildings can only be 2 stories high and cannot be used for commercial purposes." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yang replied, "No problem. I will have Zhou Hao come by this afternoon to handle it." After hanging up, Zhou Hao wore a puzzled expression. "Brother Jiang, are you planning to expand the factory?" The others at the dining table turned their attention to Jiang Yang, equally curious about this unexpected call. In this day and age, it is not uncommon for businesses to exploit loopholes in policies, with many altering land use to construct factories and commercial zones. Jiang Yang's decision led everyone to instinctively believe he was expanding the factory. "Our factory's area is sufficient. I am arranging for a workers' dormitory. The conditions in the shantytown are too rudimentary. These female workers come with their children, and many are worried about their kids being abducted," Jiang Yang stated as he took a piece of steamed bread and stuffed it into his mouth. Wang Li's eyes widened in shock. Abduct children? This was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Raised in privilege, she occasionally read in the newspaper about missing children, but the concept of human traffickers had never crossed her mind. Jiang Yang replied, "Yes, the poorer the area, the higher the probability of child abductions. These despicable traffickers are simply everywhere." Xiao Zheng nodded in agreement. Such incidents occur across the country. It has become all too familiar. Li Yin knocked on the door and said, "President Jiang, Zhao Aiji just submitted her resignation. How do you plan to handle it? Jiang Yang was taken aback. Handle it? He then realized he had not expressed any stance earlier, and the employees might have misunderstood. After a moment's consideration, he said, since the factory has already established regulations, let us fine her 50 yuan. Additionally, I will arrange for the construction of a workers' dormitory behind the cold drink factory during the construction period. They will have to find ways to cope. Li Yin looked at Jiang Yang in surprise, but nodded. Understood, President Jiang. The chef brought in a pot of millet porridge, serving it to the few people in the room. Lunch concluded swiftly, and Jiang Yang, accompanied by 3 experts, headed straight to the second-floor office. Each was given a cup of Bailuo Chun tea brewed with boiling water. Zhou Hao, you and Li Yin should remember to visit Director Chen shortly to handle the paperwork for the land behind the cold drink factory. Zhou Hao nodded and asked, how much do you plan to acquire? Jiang Yang took a sip of tea and pondered before replying. I noticed the land behind the cold drink factory has been lying fallow. It must be at least 70 or 80 acres. Let's purchase it all. It may prove useful in the future. Understood. Zhou Hao nodded and departed, leaving Jiang Yang with Zhang Su, Chao Zhong, and Wang Li. Jiang Yang gestured for the 3 to enjoy their tea. Zhang Su spoke up, President Jiang, I just took a tour of the workshop and still noticed several issues. After a morning of interaction, Zhang Su's attitude had improved significantly. Jiang Yang nodded. Professor Zhang is an expert in the industry. Please raise any concerns you have, and we will certainly cooperate to make adjustments. Zhang Su contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a row of glass test tubes resembling syrup, each adorned in a myriad of vibrant hues, glistening beautifully under the sunlight. These are several beverages I have recently developed, he remarked. Given your factory's capabilities, it appears feasible to produce these varieties. He selected 3 tubes from the collection, specifically in purple, green, and orange. Observing this, Wang Li extracted a frosted thin sheet from her bag, grasping the 3 test tubes. Allow me. She then approached Jiang Yang's desk, deftly tapping one end of the tubes open. Wang Li, of modest stature at just over 1.60 meters, exuded a fashionable aura that momentarily transported Jiang Yang back to the year 2020. The fragrance she wore was distinct, imbued with a subtle hint of lavender. Jiang Yang extended his hand to accept the orange tube, tilting it back to pour its contents into his mouth. The tangy sweetness burst forth, instantly flooding his palate with the essence of fresh orange juice. Confidently settled on the sofa, Zhang Su awaited Jiang Yang's appraisal, believing that any of the myriad beverages within his bag could indeed captivate the local market. Chapter 77. 1 million dormitory buildings. After Jiang Yang finished his drink, he refrained from immediately offering his assessment, instead requesting Wang Li to present the other 2 varieties as well. The atmosphere was tranquil, with only the gentle breeze from outside wafting into the office, intertwining the fragrance of Wang Li's perfume with the fruity aroma of the beverages. Soon, he had sampled all 3 drinks and had formed an opinion. With 2 decades of tasting high-end beverages under his belt, Jiang Yang's palate was finely attuned, and the sensations of various flavors were deeply embedded in his memory. For him, the distinction between delightful and unpalatable was instinctive. The 3 samples presented by Zhang Su, while commendable for this era, fell short of his personal standards and expectations. Noticing Jiang Yang's silence, Zhang Su grew somewhat restless. How is it? He inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yang replied, the orange juice is pleasant, yet rather commonplace and easily replicable. The blueberry juice is excessively sweet, detracting from its thirst-quenching properties. As for the grape juice, I shall refrain from commenting, as I find high acidity quite intolerable. Zhang Su was momentarily taken aback. High acidity? He then retrieved a black test tube from his bag, opened it, and took a sip. After savoring it carefully, his face flushed slightly. It is indeed a bit acidic. I overlooked the fact that prolonged storage amplifies the sourness of the grape juice. Jiang Yang remarked, Professor Zhang, to be candid, prior to your arrival, we attempted to refine the flavors ourselves, but the results were somewhat underwhelming. You are a distinguished figure in this industry, and we hope you can dedicate yourself to developing a product that can withstand market scrutiny. He paused and added, of course, we are prepared to offer a substantial reward. With that, Jiang Yang leaned back in his chair. The mention of reward was casual, yet the young man before him exuded a calm confidence. Zhang Su's years of experience in the field hinted that this individual possessed the means to afford a considerable price. The office fell into a thoughtful silence, with Chao Zhong and Wang Li hesitant to speak further. Having followed Zhang Su for many years, Chao Zhong was accustomed to negotiating prices before discussing products. This approach of addressing the product before compensation was unprecedented for him, and he was perplexed that Jiang Su was genuinely contemplating it. As time ticked away, Jiang Su finally spoke. What, in your opinion, constitutes a product that can withstand scrutiny? He queried unexpectedly. Jiang Yang replied with measured composure, an exceptional and distinctive flavor, a unique formula, and a touch of functionality. If these three criteria are met, I will consider it the product I desire. As for compensation, I can offer 3 times, or even more, than what other manufacturers provide. Xiao Zhang swiftly took out paper and pen, jotting down the 3 requirements Jiang Yang had articulated. Jiang Su, however, furrowed his brow. While the 3 demands sounded straightforward, their execution posed considerable challenges. I will require a laboratory and a substantial quantity of fruit, Jiang Su eventually stipulated. Jiang Yang readily acquiesced. No problem. During the experimentation phase, everyone in this factory will unconditionally cooperate with you, myself included. Jiang Su continued, I require 6 assistants. Currently located in Guangzhou. Jiang Yang picked up the telephone on the table and directly called Wang Gang, stating, Professor Zheng has 6 assistants who need to come from Guangzhou. Please make arrangements immediately. I wish to see them by this time tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Se grabbed his bag and exited. Chao Zhong and Wang Li followed behind, bewildered. Jiang Yang instructed the attendant at the door, see Professor Zheng to Shirshan Hotel. The attendant nodded in acknowledgement and hurried down the stairs. Jiang Yang stood in the corridor, watching the vehicle gradually disappear into the distance, his mind swirling with thoughts. These 3 individuals were like timely rain, arriving just when he required assistance. While he understood what flavors would gain market approval, formulating the recipe was a technical endeavor that necessitated the expertise of someone like Jiang Su for experimentation. Moreover, food safety standards must be adhered to meticulously. A slight misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. In the afternoon, Zhou Hao exhibited remarkable efficiency, completing the land acquisition procedures in under 3 hours. Due to the rugged terrain behind the cold beverage factory, several leaders convened and decided to consolidate the area, purchasing 100 acres for a total of 300,000. Jiang Yang gazed at the pristine land certificate and documents, reflecting on the astonishingly low price of land these days. 100 acres acquired for merely 300,000. Although it was suburban wasteland, in a decade or so, it would transform into a sprawling expanse of high-rises. In Jiang Yang's memory, the self-built houses in these suburbs, once subjected to demolition, garnered substantial compensation. Had it been anyone else, they might have ceased all activity, purchasing such land to construct buildings, awaiting demolition and subsequent appreciation. Yet, Jiang Yang's aspirations extended far beyond that. He envisioned the dawn of a new era. Li Yin, following Jiang Yang's directives, recalibrated the company's accounts. Currently, there was a cash reserve of 8 million in the company's account, not accounting for the grain circulating externally. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Yang resolved to allocate 1 million for construction. Zhou Hao, Li Yin, and others were taken aback by this decision. Constructing a 2-story building typically cost only a few thousand. In Jiang Yang's view, it was merely to establish temporary accommodations for employees. Using a solid foundation and red bricks for construction, an exceptionally cost-effective endeavor. 1 million, how much could that build? Brother Jiang, is 1 million perhaps a bit excessive? Zhou Hao cautiously inquired. Jiang Yang replied, not at all. You will oversee this project? Hire professionals for the design. It's not about quantity but quality. At the very least, we must ensure our employees have a comfortable living environment. Zhou Hao nodded in understanding. No one could fathom Jiang Yang's true intentions. Once these buildings were erected, the property would belong to the company. This would enhance evaluations by banks and bolster market perceptions. Even if they became unnecessary in the future, they could simply remain as is. Years down the line, should an unfortunate developer take an interest in the area, the demolition fees and compensation alone would yield considerable returns. Consider it an investment. As the crowd busied themselves, Jiang Yang elegantly rose and indulged in a delightful stretch. Today had indeed been eventful. Li Jinfu commenced the brewing of wine, signifying a promising outlet for their grains and laying a substantial foundation for business. The arrival of Jiang Su and his companions heralded a breakthrough in the reform of the cold drink factory's products, and Jiang Yang felt confident in his ability to discover a market-defying creation through his refined palate. Undoubtedly, the most significant change for the factory lay in the vast 100 acres of land behind it. Upon hearing this news, the factory employees erupted in astonishment. Unable to believe their ears, Zhao Aiji paused her work, utterly bewildered. Had she misheard? She had clearly violated the factory's regulations and should have faced dismissal. Yet, the boss not only imposed a mere 50 yuan fine, but also decided to provide housing for everyone. What did this mean? It meant they could finally escape that wretched shantytown. Chapter 78. The Awakening of Youth. As twilight descended, Jiang Yang returned home, his weary body dragging along behind him. After hastily consuming a few bites of food, he collapsed into a deep slumber. The exhaustion of the day weighed heavily upon him, rendering him too fatigued to utter a single word. Jiang Qing, witnessing her brother's worn-out state, felt a pang of sympathy. She considered speaking to him. Yet as she approached his side, the words caught in her throat. The man lying on the bed appeared both familiar and foreign to her. She recognized his features, his eyes, nose, and mouth. But his demeanor seemed to have transformed entirely, as if he were a different person altogether. His mannerisms, every expression, conveyed an unfamiliarity that left her feeling increasingly distanced from him. At times, she even felt more like the younger sister in his presence. His slumber was profound, as if he had slept for an entire century. When Jiang Yang finally awakened, the sun had already reached its zenith, and a gentle rain pattered outside. Both Jiang Qing and Jiang Tian had departed, and the bedroom window, unbeknownst to him, stood ajar, allowing a cool breeze infused with the scent of rain-soaked earth to sweep inside. He glanced at his phone to find it was 11:30, adorned with 3 missed calls and a solitary message. Bai Qingyan had called twice, while Zhou Hao had managed one. The text was from an unfamiliar number. What was the last line of that book? Perplexed by the cryptic message, Jiang Yang felt a sense of bewilderment. Surely, it must have been sent in error. He first returned Bai Qingyan's call. Bai informed him that the Wei family had successfully established contacts for various household appliances, and a price list had been faxed to the office of the cold drink factory. Next, he dialed Zhou Hao. Zhou's primary purpose was to report on the situation at the cold drink factory. The first matter he mentioned was that the 6 assistants of Zhang Su had arrived in Shishan County after a 20-hour journey, flying from Guangzhou to Huazhou City and then taking a train to Shishan. The second point was that 2 rooms on the first floor of the office had been cleared out under Zhang Su's direction to be transformed into a laboratory, and Zhang had already begun his work. Zhou Hao's tone brimmed with admiration for Zhang Su, extolling him as an expert who was not only intimately familiar with the factory's equipment, but also brought instruments that could only be seen on television, showcasing an impressive breadth of knowledge. Jiang Yang smiled and encouraged him to learn diligently, aspiring to become an expert in his own right. The third update concerned the commencement of construction on the employee dormitory, with a contractor from Beijing hired for the job. The workers were efficient, operating under a comprehensive contract system. Zhou Hao seriously consulted Jiang Yang about this matter, suggesting the construction of single-story buildings to maximize living space. He argued that erecting multi-story buildings would complicate foundational issues and increase costs. Jiang Yang, however, promptly rejected the notion, asserting that financial constraints were not a concern. Under the condition of municipal approval, he insisted on constructing a 2-story dormitory. To him, single-story buildings seemed rather meager. Having resolved to provide benefits for the employees, he preferred to make a decisive and substantial investment. Multi-story buildings would not only facilitate management but also foster a greater sense of community among the staff. Regardless of the heightened demands for safety and comfort, particularly during the winter months when heating is essential, Zhou Hao concluded the call only after finalizing the plan. Jiang Yang donned his coat and approached the window, gazing out at the hazy drizzle, when an urge to smoke suddenly struck him. Upon searching his pockets, he realized he had forgotten to bring any cigarettes. Although he did not have a strong craving for nicotine, often forgetting to smoke for days, when the desire did arise, it was remarkably intense. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to dress and head downstairs. The brand-new Lexus LS 400 sat quietly below, its paint gleaming even more beautifully after the rain. He opened the car door and settled inside, retrieving half a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from the glove compartment. Extracting one, he lit it and pressed the window button, allowing the glass to descend slowly. Leaning back in the driver's seat, Jiang Yang savored the tranquility of the moment. Tendrils of smoke rose and dissipated, while raindrops lightly pattered against the roof, creating a gentle percussion. As Lu Guangji passed by with an umbrella, he caught sight of Jiang Yang and approached with a broad grin. "Ah, isn't this brother Jiang Yang? Staying in today?" Jiang Yang nodded in acknowledgement, harboring no fondness for the man. In fact, the mere sight of him provoked a desire to deliver a swift kick. Sensing Jiang Yang's frosty demeanor, Lu Guangji tactfully retreated. Once, they could exchange playful banter, but now, One glance at Jiang Yang's vehicle revealed their disparate standings. Suddenly, the notification sound of a text message echoed from his phone, originating from that unfamiliar number. What could Pavel Korchagin have said? Upon the mention of Pavel Korchagin's name, a flicker of guilt washed over Jiang Yang as he recalled the enchanting woman he had neglected amidst the whirlwind of tasks at the cold drink factory. He chastised himself for allowing her to slip from his thoughts. That day at Swan Lake, he had confidently informed Chen Lan that the book was a revised edition and had even divulged the ending. Yet, years of experience in courting had taught him that the young lady was likely not merely seeking information. With this thought in mind, his fingers danced swiftly across the screen of his phone. When he faced death, he could proclaim, "I have dedicated my entire life and all my energy to the most magnificent cause in the world, struggling for the liberation of all humanity." After pressing send, an envelope icon floated away on the monochrome screen. Ah, what a splendid era this is. There are no flashy animations, no mocking smiley faces, nor any distasteful memes. When one longs for another, video calls cannot be made at any moment. As the rain intensified, Jiang Yang extinguished his cigarette and casually closed the window. Another text arrived, confirming it was indeed Chen Lan. "You mentioned visiting the Ginkgo Sea. Are you still going?" A smile crept across Jiang Yang's face. "Where are you?" After sending the message, he reclined the seat and lay back in the car, listening to the rain. 20 minutes passed before his phone chimed again. "In class." This time, Jiang Yang chose not to respond. Instead, he adjusted his seat back, started the engine, and drove away from the community to Shishan's second middle school. Chen Lan sat beside the podium in the classroom, observing her students diligently completing their English examinations. Today, she donned a light yellow floral long dress. Her fair skin exquisitely delicate, and her beautiful eyes shone like the bright moon. With her slender fingers, she held a pink mobile phone, occasionally glancing down at it. This person is truly insufferable. She had informed him of her whereabouts, yet he failed to respond to her messages. The gentle drizzle outside pulled Chen Lan's thoughts far away, predominantly revolving around that man. It seemed that, from some point onward, she could recall him at any moment. She remembered the way he sang, the manner in which he tossed pebbles into the lake, and also the way he savored spicy hot pot. Everything regarding him lingered like an inescapable nightmare. Even more frustratingly, her relatives kept inquiring about him, her mother, her brother, and her aunt. What on earth was happening? Chapter 79. The human trafficking syndicate. Jiang Yang drove along the rain-soaked asphalt road, the melodic strains of Jackie Chung's Love like tides resonating from the speakers. A few police cars whizzed by, their sirens silent, suggesting they were engaged in some urgent mission. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of County No. 2 Middle School. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 2:30. He took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Lan. "I'm at the school gate, waiting for you to finish work." Chen Lan's pager vibrated softly. Upon reading Jiang Yang's message, an unmistakable glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. It was only 2:30. She wouldn't be off until 5:30. Jiang Yang replied swiftly, "No worries, I have nothing to do this afternoon. I'll wait for you." A smile graced Chen Lan's face as she occasionally peered through the window towards the school gate, where a sleek black limousine stood silently in the rain. Reclining in his car, Jiang Yang watched the rhythmic sweep of the windshield wipers clearing the fogged glass, his mind occupied with plans for the beverage factory's next steps. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a dilapidated van approximately 3 kilometers away. The vehicle, entirely gray, was parked beside a small, arched bridge by the moat. The bridge, known as Liming Bridge, connected the urban area to the Northern Railroad, primarily serving pedestrians. Given its steep incline, even bicycles were often pushed across rather than ridden. The van made several attempts to advance, spewing thick exhaust, only to realize the ascent was impossible. At that moment, the side door swung open, and a man clad in a black coat emerged. He opened the rear door and pulled out several individuals. From a distance, Jiang Yang could only discern their figures, identifying them as children. Jiang Yang straightened in his seat, the leisurely demeanor he had moments ago evaporating. An instinctive alarm rang within him. There was something amiss with that van. He pressed the accelerator, quietly parking his vehicle not far from the suspicious van. As he drew closer, the true condition of the vehicle came into sharper focus. It was an old Model 91 Jean Bay van, its paint chipped in numerous places, the undercarriage marked by the scars of frequently traversed rural roads. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a blue plastic bag flapping from the license plate, obscuring all but the characters Huadi 74. The remaining digits were completely concealed. This van was certainly suspicious. Jiang Yang's immediate thought was that, despite the plate being local, The driver clearly did not belong in this area, especially considering the van's inability to cross Liming Bridge. In the rain, traveling north could easily be circumvented through the urban center, yet the choice of this route raised his suspicions. Moreover, the driver's furtive demeanor, constantly glancing around, only heightened his unease. Then there were the bewildered, rain-soaked children, the oldest no more than 6 or 7, and the youngest, cradled in a woman's arms, appeared to be soundly asleep. A man clad in tattered jeans and a black leather jacket, riddled with numerous holes and significant wear, cast a cautious glance towards the Lexus parked nearby. In a hushed tone, he inquired of a woman beside him, "When did that car stop here?" The woman turned her gaze in that direction, then shook her head, replying, "I didn't notice." Both individuals, aside from their ragged attire, possessed exceedingly ordinary features, the kind that would render them nearly indistinguishable in a crowd. "Have the third and fourth come down? Let us abandon the car and proceed on foot," the man murmured. The woman nodded in agreement, leaning halfway into the van as if to summon someone. Before long, 2 burly men emerged from the vehicle, their robust frames accompanied by caps and flamboyant shirts, their expressions betraying a state of lethargy. "What's up? Why not go around?" One of them yawned, questioning. The man in the black jacket replied tersely, "Enough with the chatter, let us move." A few children, bewildered, were being ushered towards the bridge by the group. The eldest child appeared to sense something amiss and halted, stating, "This isn't the way to my home." Jiang Yang, seated in the car, squinted towards the bridge's entrance, a faint sense of familiarity washing over him. Bai Hua. It was Bai Qing's son, Bai Hua. What was he doing here? The man in black bent down to address Bai Hua, saying, "Your father sent me to fetch you. He's waiting just ahead." Bai Hua, somewhat skeptical, glanced at the other children and then at the 4 unfamiliar adults. Earlier that morning, he had left home for school, only to encounter these individuals en route. They had convinced him to get into the van by claiming his father had sent for him. After a circuitous journey through the city, Bai Hua had unwittingly consumed a drink offered by the woman, which knocked him into a deep sleep, only to awaken in this unfamiliar place. "What is my father's name?" Bai Hua abruptly asked the man in black. The man paused, a hint of impatience crossing his features as he replied, "I'm a good friend of your father's. How could I not know his name? Now hurry up." He then pushed Bai Hua forward. The 2 burly men retrieved 2 backpacks from the van and seized Bai Hua by the neck from behind. "Why do you have so many questions, kid? Watch it, or I'll toss you into the river," one of them threatened, glaring at Bai Hua. Alarmed, Bai Hua dared not utter another word. As the group traversed the bridge, a young man in a black suit wielding an umbrella appeared beside the van. Bai Hua. Upon hearing his name, Bai Hua turned abruptly. He recognized this man, having dined with his father on previous occasions. "Uncle Jiang," Bai Hua exclaimed, a flicker of surprise lighting up his face. Jiang Yang, leaning on his umbrella, stepped a couple of paces toward the bridge. His presence sent a wave of heightened alertness through the strangers. The 2 men in floral shirts discreetly reached into their backpacks. "Come here," Jiang Yang gestured to Bai Hua. As Bai Hua was about to proceed, he was abruptly seized by a man clad in black. "Who are you?" the man inquired, narrowing his eyes. Jiang Yang stood resolutely beneath the umbrella and replied, "I'm rather curious to know who you are." The man in black tightened his grip on Bai Hua's collar and declared, "I am a friend of the child's father." Jiang Yang smirked coldly. "What a coincidence. I, too, am a friend of his father." The atmosphere grew tense as the man in black exchanged glances with his companions. 2 burly men in floral shirts turned their gaze towards the man in black, indicating that he was the focal point among them. The man in black scrutinized Jiang Yang for several seconds before suddenly stating, "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business." With the statement, he brazenly revealed himself as a trafficker. In that instant, Jiang Yang comprehended the situation entirely, confirming his earlier suspicions. His mind began to race as he quickly devised a strategy to confront the unfolding dilemma. Chapter 80. The Battle of Wits Against the Villains. 1. The man in black had calloused hands and a physique comparable to Jiang Yang's. Yet the well-defined muscles on his arms indicated that he was a formidable fighter, not to be trifled with. The other 2 ruffians, clad in flamboyant shirts, boasted robust builds, with one of their arms plunged deep into a backpack, clearly concealing a weapon. Jiang Yang possessed a wealth of combat experience from his previous life, primarily due to his obsession with UFC. Years of octagonal cage fighting had honed his agility and reflexes. However, this body was entirely different from his former self. Reduced to the status of an utterly ordinary physique, confronting one adversary would be manageable, but should all 3 assail him simultaneously, even with his extensive octagonal experience, His chances of victory would be exceedingly slim, especially against such ruthless individuals. Noticing Jiang Yang's silence, the man in black assumed he had cowered and disdainfully cast him a glance before turning to leave with Bai Hua. Bai Hua's eyes brimmed with tears, casting a pitiful look towards Jiang Yang. Suddenly, a brick whizzed past the man in black's cheek and splashed into the river with a plop. "Did I permit your departure?" The voice, though soft, resonated clearly with the group. The man in black halted, his expression growing even colder as he turned to face Jiang Yang, menacingly stating, "In this weather, if I were to kill you and toss your body into the river, no one would be the wiser." Jiang Yang discarded his umbrella onto the ground, the fine drizzle creating a spot on his clothing before it vanished. "I've already called the police. If you all abandon the child and flee now, you might still have time." He approached the group leisurely, speaking as he walked. Upon hearing the word police, the man's eyes twitched noticeably. It seemed as if he had to force the words out from his throat. "You're courting death." Jiang Yang rolled up the sleeves of his suit and flexed his wrists, remarking, "The East Gate precinct will arrive here in no more than 10 minutes. It would be wise for you to consider whether to resolve this matter or to make your escape." The road leading to County No. 2 Middle School was already quite secluded, and at this point near Liming Bridge, it was even more deserted. The rainy day had resulted in only one passerby, who hurried away as if avoiding a plague. In these times, people preferred to avoid trouble rather than risk their safety for a stranger. The man in black became instantly enraged, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fury, clearly provoked by Jiang Yang's words. He had invested considerable effort in capturing these children. Spending 2 months in rural areas, the trade was becoming increasingly perilous, with children fetching higher prices, particularly those of slightly older age, who appeared to belong to affluent families. He envisioned extorting a hefty sum from their families with a simple phone call. Yet, this unexpected young man had disrupted his aspirations, leaving him unwilling to relent. Blocking his path to wealth was tantamount to threatening his very existence. The deep voice of the man in black resonated, and he turned to face the 2 burly figures clad in floral shirts, the third and fourth brothers. With a mere glance, they instantly comprehended their leader's intent. Their robust arms withdrew, revealing 2 gleaming knives suspended in the air. A wave of alarm surged through Jiang Yang as his gaze fixated on the blades. Yet his steps towards them remained undeterred. "You have thought this through. This is against the law." Jiang Yang articulated each word with a firm resolve. For him, stalling for time was paramount. He had already alerted the authorities from within his vehicle when he sensed the precarious situation, but before they arrived, he needed to buy time and prevent these thugs from absconding with the children. Each child was tethered to a complete family, and their parents must be in a state of frantic worry. As the 2 hulks hesitated, Jiang Yang seized the moment to strike. He advanced swiftly, grasping the wrist of the nearest man and forcefully slamming it against the concrete railing of the arch bridge. The railing, composed entirely of concrete and encased in a layer of stone masonry, was sharply defined and exceedingly sturdy. Jiang Yang's speed and the suddenness of his attack left the assailant no opportunity to react. A chill coursed through his right wrist, followed by an excruciating agony as the knife clattered into the city moat. These ruffians were evidently well-trained and possessed considerable combat experience. They swiftly recognized the gravity of their predicament. The other armed man, witnessing this, quickly advanced, aiming his dagger at Jiang Yang's throat with a ferocious swipe. The strike was blisteringly swift, the sound of the blade slicing through the air audible. Jiang Yang instinctively crouched, the dagger grazing the railing and igniting sparks. A wave of dread washed over him. These desperate men were not mere street brawlers, every strike aimed for a vital point. Had this attack been more forceful, the consequences would have been dire. Infuriated by his failure, the man lunged at Jiang Yang with a savage ferocity. His imposing physique cornered Jiang Yang against the railing. The other man, clutching his wrist, glared with a vicious intensity. "Damn it, let's kill him." They exchanged a knowing glance and pressed closer to Jiang Yang. The man in black glanced at his watch and commanded, "Finish this quickly. I will be waiting for you in the northern district." With that, he tugged Bai Hua and several children towards the opposite bank. The children, witnessing this scene, were rendered speechless. Their instincts subtly hinting at the truth, they were not in the presence of benevolent figures. Reluctant to comply, some even began to wail uncontrollably. In this moment, the man in black and the woman exhibited a palpable loss of patience, no longer pretending to be amiable. "Cry again, and I'll toss you into the river to feed the fish." A sudden roar startled the children, causing them to shiver. The fierce expression of the woman starkly contrasted with that of the previously affable uncle. She cradled one child in her arms and dragged another by the scruff, kicking the laggards as they crossed the riverbank, her mouth spewing curses. "You little brats, I'll sell you to the big city. It's better than suffering in the countryside. Don't you understand I'm doing a good deed?" Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Yang silently realized the gravity of the situation. The black-clad villain was exceedingly cunning, evidently intending to use the two burly men as mere pawns while he absconded with the child. However, the imposing figures encircling him were clearly no ordinary foes, making escape a formidable challenge. At that moment, the man in black suddenly let out a piercing scream. It was then that Bai Hua sank her teeth fiercely into his wrist. The bite was more gratifying than tearing into a rib. Half of her pristine teeth buried deep into the flesh of the black-clad man. In agony, he instinctively released his grip on Bai Hua. Seizing the opportunity, she broke free and sprinted towards the direction of County No. 2 Middle School, not daring to glance back. Chapter 81. The Battle of Wits with the Villains. 2. Bai Hua's escape took everyone by surprise. Just as the man in black gritted his teeth in frustration, the young lad had already dashed away into the ring. Jiang Yang secretly sighed in relief. After all, this was Bai Qing's son. Any misfortune befalling him would be a grievous blow to the family. The man in black was seething with rage, directing all his misfortunes towards Jiang Yang. Make sure to kill him, chop him up, and feed the pieces to the fish. Upon hearing this, two burly men lunged towards Jiang Yang, one wielding a dagger while the other prepared to seize him from behind. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Jiang Yang was determined not to let them succeed. In such a confined space, being grabbed from behind would lead to his utter demise. He retreated a step, bending his body like a shrimp, and suddenly thrust his right shoulder forward, crashing into the unarmed assailant. The impact landed squarely on the man's waist, and Jiang Yang used his shoulder to propel him more than 3 meters away. The assailant, grasping Jiang Yang's back with both hands, tried to pull him upward. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Yang's feet felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immovable. Onlookers were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated that this impeccably dressed gentleman was also a skilled fighter, his stance remarkably stable. The other assailant, armed with the dagger, was not idle either. He gripped the knife with both hands and viciously aimed for Jiang Yang's back. Jiang Yang, still holding onto the waist of one assailant, forcefully rotated his body, then yanked down on the collar of the man he held. Flash! Bang! The two sounds resonated almost simultaneously. The first was the blade slicing through Jiang Yang's suit, while the second was the thud of the assailant's head colliding with the stone railing. The unarmed thug lay on the ground, blood streaming from his head, groaning in pain. Unable to move, Jiang Yang felt a chilling sensation on his back, followed by a sharp pain coursing through him. Had he not been quick to evade that downward thrust, the dagger would have surely pierced his back. Nevertheless, the blade was now drenched in blood, and though the cut on his back was not deep, it measured at least 3 inches long. Jiang Yang could distinctly feel the warm flow trickling down his back, as the rain poured down even harder. Streaming down his hair and trickling onto his cheeks and neck, the man in black's eyes flashed with surprise. He then removed his jacket, tightening his grip around his wrist as he approached Jiang Yang. His steps were steady, his calloused hands large and thick, and as he tightened his fist, it crackled ominously. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "You're truly seeking death." With that, he drew a short blade from his waist and lunged straight for Jiang Yang's face. The combat prowess of the man in black was clearly superior to that of the two burly thugs. Jiang Yang, sensing the urgency, began to evade with agility. His goal was accomplished. He aimed to keep the assailants occupied for as long as possible, stalling for the police to arrive. After several exchanges, the man in black recognized the gravity of the situation. Though Jiang Yang suffered an injury, his steps remained remarkably agile. If he could not subdue his adversary swiftly, the arrival of the police would spell disaster. Retreat! The man in black bellowed, tugging at the rope binding the children, as if leading livestock across the arch bridge. What about the fourth brother? One of the assailants, clutching a dagger, anxiously inquired. The man in black cursed vehemently. What time is it? We can't worry about that now. Hurry, retreat. With that, he forcefully dragged the rope forward. The children, caught in the rain, cried helplessly, bound tightly by the rope, unable to move. Uncle, save me. Uncle, please help us. Sob. Jiang Yang's complexion turned pale. The blood on his back, recently washed away by the rain, was once again stained red. The exhaustion from his earlier exertion, coupled with the continuous bleeding, left him feeling dizzy and disoriented. Yet, gazing at the pitiful faces of the children and their pleading eyes, he mustered his strength, shook his head to clear his thoughts, and stepped forward once more from the other side of the bridge. I told you, you won't escape today. The man in black glanced at Jiang Yang, and then directed the women, ignore him, retreat. The group moved forward without a backward glance, disregarding Jiang Yang entirely. Just as they neared the end of the arch bridge, hurried footsteps approached from behind. The man in black turned to find a shadow lunging at him. And before he knew it, he felt a tightening around his neck, plunging him into the river. Jiang Yang clamped his left arm tightly around the neck of the man in black, exerting force from his waist, dragging him down into the depths of the river. "Run," were the last two words Jiang Yang uttered before submerging. With a splash, both figures vanished beneath the surface of the moat. Silence enveloped the bridge. With the man in black pulled into the water, the group's morale instantly faltered. The woman, cradling a sleeping child, appeared bewildered, while the bound children began to wriggle in an attempt to free themselves from the ropes. In a state of urgency, the woman called out, "Third brother. Hold on to them. Don't let them escape." The third brother nodded vigorously, seizing the rope and wrapping it tightly around his wrist. At that moment, a disturbance rippled through the river. The man in black's upper body suddenly broke the surface, gasping for breath, and shortly after, Jiang Yang emerged from the depths as well. Both men's faces were smeared with dark mud, leaving only their eyes and mouths visible. It became apparent that the moat was only a meter deep, with both adult men standing in it up to their waists. The man in black struggled toward the bank, only to be seized by Jiang Yang. "Why are you clinging on like a stubborn leech? What do you intend to do?" The man in black nearly wept, feeling despondent. Who is this reckless youth, willing to risk his life for this affair? Jiang Yang gasped for air, "Release the children, and you can still leave." The man in black sighed, "Brother, these kids are not yours. Why go to such lengths for them? Just let me go, and I will give you 50,000. Jiang Yang's right hand clutched the man in black tightly as he weakly uttered, "Do I appear to be someone in want of money?" The man in black scrutinized Jiang Yang, noticing the mud and water weeds that adorned his face and clothing. This implied that he was resolutely determined to intervene in this matter today. The expression of the man in black grew colder once more. Jiang Yang's strength had somewhat returned. He took a deep breath and declared, "As long as I draw breath, you shall not take these children away." He harbored an intense hatred for human traffickers. Previously, he had learned about the horrors of child trafficking, where the fate of the children was nothing short of tragic. Those who were fortunate might find themselves sold into relatively normal households, while the unfortunate could be sold into remote mountain areas to become child brides, or even worse, to organizations that specialized in harvesting human organs. If these soulless beings could not sell them, they would resort to mutilating the abducted children, forcing them to beg on the city streets. Contemplating this, a surge of rage ignited within Jiang Yang's heart. Chapter 82, Acknowledging a Foster Son in This Era. Surveillance technology remains considerably primitive, giving rise to numerous criminals daring to take risks. The gang of individuals clad in black before us exemplifies this reality. Comprising a small team, they traverse the rural areas in a van, observing their surroundings. Due to the backwardness of these regions, adults are occupied with labor in the fields during the day, leaving many children unattended to frolic freely in the countryside. Such circumstances present opportunities for these offenders, who can easily lure children away with merely a piece of candy. The man in black searched his person, and with a flick of his wrist, a spiked handcuff materialized in the air. 5 interconnected rings, each adorned with spikes, appeared. He donned it like a glove, swinging his arm menacingly. Jiang Yang adjusted his arm, his eyes fixated on the man in black. The autumn waters of the river were icy and piercing, contrasting sharply with the searing pain in his back. Without uttering a word, the man in black advanced towards Jiang Yang, and once again, they engaged in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Bai Hua managed to slip free from the grip of the black-clad assailant and sprinted towards the direction of County High School No. 2, calling for help as she ran. The first person she encountered was the elderly man in the security room, and soon the entire school was alerted to the crisis. The human traffickers were at the Liming Bridge over the moat, having already ensnared several children. This news detonated like a bomb, prompting nearly all the teachers at County High School No. 2 to mobilize towards Liming Bridge with great urgency. The public's outrage against human traffickers is palpable, and they deserve no mercy. Led by 3 male physical education teachers, the remaining faculty armed themselves with brooms, mops, and other makeshift weapons. Their faces alight with righteous indignation as they jogged towards the bridge. Fortunately, the school was in close proximity to Liming Bridge, and within mere minutes, they reached the scene. Chunlan, wielding a broom, joined the teachers, her anxiety mounting as she spotted a familiar vehicle. Having heard earlier that someone had engaged the traffickers single-handedly, an unsettling feeling began to creep into her mind. The sight of the Lexus only heightened her apprehension. She fervently hoped that no calamity would ensue. At Liming Bridge, Women witnessing the arrival of the supportive teachers urgently shouted towards the riverbed, "Stop fighting. Help has arrived." Yet, the man in black, blinded by fury, paid no heed to their cries. The two men found their lower bodies submerged in the water, rendering them largely immobile, relying solely on their upper bodies to strike at one another. Jiang Yang, with his extensive UFC fighting experience, exhibited exceptional prowess in close combat. Despite the assailant wielding handcuffs, he managed to hold his ground effectively during the brawl. The teachers and police arrived almost simultaneously, as the woman and another assailant attempted to flee. They were swiftly subdued by the athletic teachers who had arrived first. 3 police cars screeched to a halt at the bridge's edge, and Song Yang emerged, shouting towards the depths of the Liming River, "Stop. Police." Following his command, several officers leapt into action, pulling both Jiang Yang and the man in black ashore. The atmosphere was tense, with both individuals covered in mud, their features obscured. Without hesitation, Song Yang placed handcuffs on each of them, ensuring their arrest. Jiang Yang winced as the impact aggravated the wound on his back, gritting his teeth and uttering a curse. "Could you be gentler? This is killing me." Song Yang paused, the voice striking a familiar chord. Chen Lan and Bai Hua pushed through the crowd and entered the scene. Bai Hua addressed Song Yang, saying, "Uncle Jiang is a good man. He saved us." Chen Lan hurriedly approached, her concern palpable as she asked, "Are you all right?" Song Yang removed the handcuffs, staring at Jiang Yang's grimy face in contemplation before finally inquiring, "Jiang Yang?" Jiang Yang tossed the handcuffs aside, retorting, "If you had arrived any later, I would have surely met my end here." The men in black and several traffickers were swiftly detained and taken away, while the kidnapped children were escorted to the police station. Only Song Yang and 2 colleagues remained to oversee the aftermath. Jiang Yang sat atop a stone, splashing river water on his face to wash away the grime, while Chen Lan stood beside him, offering a handkerchief. Her gaze was filled with concern, evidently still shaken by the recent events. Song Yang, leaning against the arch of the bridge, remarked, "I never would have guessed. You're quite the tough guy." Jiang Yang rose from the stone, casting a sidelong glance at Song Yang. "Since we met, you've cuffed me 3 times. Could you please be more careful in the future?" Song Yang's face flushed with embarrassment as he rubbed the back of his head. "My apologies. It was all a misunderstanding." Jiang Yang, pointing at his own nose, retorted, "A misunderstanding? Do I really look that untrustworthy?" Song Yang scrutinized Jiang Yang for a moment before earnestly nodding. Jiang Yang nearly choked on his indignation. A sharp pain shot through his back again, causing him to wince and draw in a breath. Chen Lan, noticing the alarming gash on Jiang Yang's back, gasped, "You're injured." She rushed to his side, steadying his arm. Unfazed, Jiang Yang allowed her assistance. The warmth of her delicate form and the fragrance that wafted from her made him feel more at ease than any anesthetic. Song Yang also observed the scar on Jiang Yang's back and immediately urged, "We need to get you to a hospital." However, Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing serious. I'll bandage it at the Red Cross hospital later. You go on with your business." He then turned to Chen Lan. "Shouldn't you be in class? What are you doing here?" Before Chen Lan could respond, Jiang Yang turned back to Song Yang and asked, "Do you have a cigarette?" Taken aback, Song Yang quickly fished out a pack of Hometown Mountain, offering him one. Jiang Yang placed it in his mouth, and Song Yang retrieved a lighter to ignite it. "Thanks," Jiang Yang said, taking a puff before pulling Chen Lan along without looking back toward the Lexus. Song Yang drove the police car closely behind, rolling down the window to say, "I'll take you to the hospital. Get in." After a moment's thought, Jiang Yang opened the door and sat inside. "I'll keep you company." Chen Lan followed suit, joining them in the vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, the rain had ceased, and a rainbow arched gracefully across the sky, directly above Liming Bridge. The crowd of onlookers had swelled, animatedly discussing the unfolding events. The doctor attended to Jiang Yang, performing disinfection and bandaging. The wound appeared substantial, fortunately. It was merely a laceration, with a deeper cut measuring 3 centimeters. Jiang Yang lay on the hospital bed, his upper body bare. White gauze wrapped several times around his shoulder and back. Chen Lan sat nearby, peeling an apple, her gaze filled with concern. "Does it still hurt?" she inquired. Jiang Yang nodded. "Yes, it does." Chen Lan shot him a sidelong glance. "Let us see if you still meddle in others' affairs in the future." Jiang Yang offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The incident quickly spread throughout Shirshan County, significantly impacting the parents who had lost their children. They clamored to meet the hero, yet Jiang Yang politely declined their request with various excuses. Bai Ching'an and his wife Huang Yin arrived at the hospital with their son Bai Hua. Upon seeing Jiang Yang in his current state, Huang Yin instinctively dropped to her knees. Jiang Yang hastily sat up and stopped her, saying, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" With tears streaming down her face, Huang Yin replied, "Brother Jiang Yang, I cannot express my gratitude enough. If anything had happened to Hua Hua, I wouldn't know how to go on." Bai Cheng'an's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. "Brother, words fail me. From now on, the Bai family is your family, and Bai Hua is your son. Hua Hua. Call him Godfather." Without hesitation, Bai Hua knelt beside Jiang Yang's bed and bowed 3 times with great fervor. Chapter 83. Urban Heroes. This scene was unexpected for Jiang Yang. However, Bai Hua proved to be quite astute, and Jiang Yang genuinely admired the child. The sound of the boy's head striking the ground was jarring. His forehead pressed firmly against the cold cement. Huang Yin stood by, wiping away her tears, while Bai Cheng'an remained silent, his head bowed. The fact that Bai Hua had been deceived weighed heavily on them as parents. Their preoccupation with business meant that their primary form of care for Bai Hua was providing a solid economic foundation. He traveled to school by taxi and returned home in the same manner. Had it not been for the call from the Dongguan police station today, they would have remained oblivious to their child's abduction. The thought sent shivers down their spines. Chen Lan stood beside Jiang Yang, caught in a state of indecision. Leaning against the headboard, Jiang Yang gently patted her back and then gestured towards the wallet placed nearby. Understanding his cue, Chen Lan rose to retrieve it. Just as Jiang Yang reached for it, a sharp pain shot through his back once more. Initially, the wound had been numbed, but after the bandaging, the pain surged, igniting a fierce discomfort throughout his back. He decided to present 1,000 yuan in a red envelope to the child, considering it a token of goodwill. Reclining against the headboard, Jiang Yang softly spoke to Chen Lan, who nodded obediently. She counted out 100 yuan notes from the wallet and bent down to hand them to Bai Hua. "Thank you, godmother," Bai Hua said, bowing his head once again, taking the money and rising to his feet. Chen Lan's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling awkward once more thanks to the little boy. Bai Cheng'an, seasoned in social nuances, keenly observed Chen Lan's reaction and the half-eaten apple on the table, quickly deducing the situation. "You must be teacher Chen Lan, right? We met last time," he remarked with a warm smile. Chen Lan offered a polite nod in acknowledgement. Huang Yin, standing beside them, took Chen Lan's hand and whispered, "Sister, when did you and my brother get together? Let me tell you, Brother Jiang is a good man. You should cherish him." This remark made Chen Lan's face burn even redder, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Jiang Yang chuckled, "Sister-in-law, Chen Lan is a teacher and quite shy. Perhaps you shouldn't tease her." With Jiang Yang's interjection, the couple finally relented. Chen Lan felt a swirl of emotions, puzzled by the implications of their relationship. Jiang Yang's courageous confrontation with the human traffickers, rescuing abducted children, soon garnered attention. Zhou Hao and Ban Siyuan were among the first to arrive at the hospital. Their expressions filled with anger upon seeing Jiang Yang's condition, insisting on going to the police station to confront the traffickers. Jiang Yang, however, restrained them and pondered for a moment before urging Zhou Hao to expedite the construction of the staff dormitory. This incident underscored the chaos in Shishan County. The audacity of the traffickers left the community's safety in jeopardy. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, several plainly dressed individuals, led by Song Yang, burst into the hospital room, brandishing a banner and expressing their heartfelt gratitude upon seeing Jiang Yang. They were the parents of the rescued children, some even kneeling on the ground and weeping uncontrollably, prompting curious glances from others in the ward. This poignant scene left Jiang Yang both amused and bewildered. Unbeknownst to others, one might presume that their time is running out. Waves of visitors come and go, yet only Chen Lan remained steadfast by the bedside. At 7 in the evening, the rain, which had just ceased, resumed with a torrential downpour, finally bringing an eerie stillness to the ward. Unconsciously, Jiang Yang drifted into a deep slumber, while Chen Lan sat at the head of the bed, her chin resting on her right hand, watching him sleep. Under the soft orange glow of the lamp, her skin appeared luminous and translucent. Her fingers gently reached towards the tip of Jiang Yang's nose, only to retract hastily upon contact. When Jiang Yang awoke, it was already the following dawn, and the sensations of dizziness and fatigue had vanished completely. As he attempted to rise, he discovered that his left leg had fallen asleep. Upon glancing down, he found Chen Lan peacefully slumbering on his leg, her long hair cascading over the edge of the bed. Perhaps the motion of his attempt to rise stirred her, for she opened her eyes, still in a haze of sleep. "You're awake?" she murmured, rubbing her eyes and sitting up. Jiang Yang nodded and then inquired, "Did you not return home last night?" Chen Lan replied, I was worried that you would have no one to care for you at night, so I stayed. He dismissed her concern, saying it's just a minor injury. I'm not that delicate. As they spoke, Jiang Yang had already risen and began putting on his jacket. He was well aware of his own body. Aside from some slight discomfort in his back, he was nearly healed. Well then, I shall head to school, Qianlan stated. As Jiang Yang donned the new clothes sent by Zhou Hao, he adjusted the collar and sleeves, declaring, I'll drive you. His tone was casual yet impossible to refuse. Fortunately, he had arranged for the car to be brought back the previous afternoon, making it convenient for them to descend from the hospital and head directly to Shan County No. 2 High School. Along the way, they enjoyed a steaming bowl of wontons. Qianlan hesitated several times on the brink of speaking, but ultimately restrained herself. Jiang Yang seemed oblivious to her internal struggle until they arrived at the school gate. At which point he remarked, I'll come to pick you up this afternoon. We shall go see the ginkgo grove. Unable to contain herself any longer, Qianlan turned to Jiang Yang and asked, Does this mean we are on a date? Jiang Yang beamed brilliantly. What do you think? With a rumble, the Lexus departed, swiftly vanishing from the school entrance. Qianlan inhaled deeply and stepped into the campus. Meanwhile, at the Tangren cold drink factory in the northern suburbs, upon entering, Jiang Yang was met with a conspiratorial whisper from Zhuzi, Boss Jiang, the police are looking for you. Should we hide? Jiang Yang playfully slapped the back of his head. What am I afraid of? I haven't committed any crime. Ascending to the second-floor office, he found Song Yang seated with two middle-aged men in uniforms. The three stood abruptly, and Jiang Yang gestured for them to sit, urging them to make themselves comfortable. Two female employees entered to replenish their tea. And Jiang Yang finally spoke. Officer Song, what brings you here? Song Yang produced a red certificate from his briefcase, stating, This is the award the county has conferred upon you. Jiang Yang accepted it, glancing at the inscription, Urban Hero, spotting an empty space on the bookshelf. He casually hung the certificate there, smiling slightly. It's quite appealing. Song Yang remarked, I never imagined your business would flourish to such an extent. Daring to risk your life to rescue those children. Jiang Yang retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the drawer and offered them to the others. Inquiring with a hint of confusion, is there a conflict between these two matters? Accepting a cigarette, Song Yang lit it and shrugged, responding, of course. The lives of the affluent are far more valuable. They seldom risk themselves for the sake of the less fortunate. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yang replied earnestly, Not all wealthy individuals are malevolent, nor are all impoverished souls virtuous. This world is never devoid of justice. What it lacks is the discerning eye to recognize it. He then turned to Song Yang and added, For instance, you have placed handcuffs on me 3 times. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song Yang rubbed his nose, acknowledging that he had indeed acted rashly on previous occasions. However, upon reflection, he found merit in Jiang Yang's words. How many good-hearted individuals have been misunderstood? And how many malevolent beings disguise themselves in the garb of kindness to commit heinous acts? The gang clad in black had roamed Shan County for over a year. Yet today they were apprehended with the assistance of outsiders, prompting a moment of introspection for him. Once more, Song Yang extracted several 100 yuan notes from his briefcase, standing to place them on the table, stating, This is a bonus of 1,000 yuan. If there are no objections, please sign here. Jiang Yang gazed at the stack of money on the table, feeling a wave of emotion. It struck him as somewhat absurd. In merely 2 months, he had generated a fortune in the millions. Almost losing his reputation, it had received only 1,000 in return. In the bookcase, the certificate of the city hero gleamed with brilliance. He picked up a pen and signed his name with flair. Song Yang and the other two rose, shaking hands with Jiang Yang, saying, I previously misjudged you. You are indeed a good person. Jiang Yang chuckled, giving him a playful pat on the shoulder, and replied, No need to be so serious. You're not too shabby yourself. Their eyes met in shared understanding, and they exchanged a knowing smile. At that moment, Zhou Hao knocked on the office door, saying, Brother Jiang, there are results from Professor Zhang's research. Please come down for a moment. Chapter 84. On merits and rewards. The first floor of the Tangren cold drink factory has undergone a renovation. Half of the space has been allocated to Li Jinfu for his bartending endeavors, while the other half has been simply arranged as a temporary food laboratory for Professor Zhang so to explore the flavors of new beverages. After leaving behind the certificates and bonuses, Song Yang departed with 2 colleagues. From his demeanor, Jiang Yang discerned that he was a young police officer imbued with a strong sense of justice. In this era tainted by the corruption of money, individuals like Song Yang are indeed rare. Once the police car had vanished from sight, Jiang Yang, accompanied by Zhou Hao and Wang Gang, made their way directly into the laboratory on the first floor. Professor Jiang, clad in a pristine white lab coat, sat before a table cluttered with various bottles and jars, shaking a glass apparatus in the sunlight streaming through the window. Several assistants were busily engaged in their tasks, while Wang Li peered through a microscope at a slide, alongside a chart reminiscent of the periodic table. As Jiang Yang approached, he noted that the table was covered with professional terminology related to food, rendering it difficult to comprehend. Upon noticing Jiang Yang's arrival, Jiang Su stood, holding the glass apparatus, and said, "Mr. Jiang, do come and taste this." His cheeks flushed with excitement. He seemed to be making a concerted effort to conceal his inner joy. Jiang Yang extended his hand to accept the glass. He first brought it to his nose, inhaling a subtle orange aroma, rich yet not greasy. As he took a sip, the unique effervescence of the juice filled his mouth, and he felt bubbles dancing and bursting on his tongue. The refreshing sweetness invigorated him, awakening his senses. This was precisely the sensation he had been seeking. His eyes lit up as he gently shook the glass and took another sip. The sweetness was perfectly balanced, the fruitiness just right, and the effervescence exquisite. With a broad smile, Jiang Su gazed at Jiang Yang and softly inquired, "What do you think?" Jiang Yang nodded affirmatively, responding, "Professor Jiang, this is exactly what I was hoping for." The small laboratory erupted in cheers. Qiao Zhong, Wang Li, and the 6 other assistants set down their tasks, their faces brimming with delight. They had worked through the night to concoct this beverage. Professor Zheng, known for his stringent work ethic, had declared this client particularly discerning, making this experiment a formidable challenge for everyone involved. One can only imagine the immense pressure they had all endured. Jiang Su quietly exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, "This carbonated beverage has drawn upon nearly all the research I have accumulated throughout my life. If it still does not meet expectations, I fear I may be out of options." Jiang Yang chuckled, "Thank you for your hard work, Professor. Let us head upstairs for some tea." In the office, Jiang Yang sat at his desk and dialed Li Yan's office, requesting her presence. Jiang Su, Qiao Zhang, and Wang Li were seated on the sofa across from him, with freshly brewed by Luo Chun tea before them. Wang Gang stood beside Jiang Yang, pouring water into his teacup. He felt a twinge of anxiety, as Professor Zheng had been brought in through connections with his uncle. Having been there for 3 days, his boss had yet to discuss compensation. Now that the product was ready and Mr. Jiang was satisfied, it was surely time to talk about money. Professor Zheng is undoubtedly a luminary in this field. Developing a new product for others typically demands a sum ranging from 100 to 200,000. Yet, President Jiang readily offered more than triple that amount, which is no small fortune. One can only hope that the boss does not have a change of heart. Otherwise, he would be unable to fulfill his obligations to his uncle. Jiang Yang's teacup is a red-flowered porcelain vessel, a remnant left by his elder sister during her previous visit when she brought dumplings. Professor Zheng chuckled at the sight of the teacup on Jiang Yang's desk, remarking on its age. Jiang Yang lifted the cup with a grin, explaining that he favored drinking plain boiled water, as this vessel cools the water swiftly, allowing for a satisfying gulp. Zheng and the others exchanged glances, sensing a slight awkwardness in the air. After all, they were all here to earn a living, and it was reasonable to expect that the president had summoned them to discuss financial matters. However, Jiang Yang only engaged in light conversation about mundane topics, such as their previous commissions and how much they intended to request this time, without even a hint of monetary discussion. The 3 experts observed the rusted teacup on Jiang Yang's desk and thought that the boss must be rather frugal, unwilling to replace such a cup. Their confidence regarding their commissions wavered. Just as the atmosphere grew perplexing, Li Yan approached, gently knocking on the door. "President Jiang, did you call for me?" Jiang Yang set down the teacup, instructing, "Please bring me 3 checks, 1 for 1 million and 2 for 500,000 each." Li Yan nodded. "I will take care of that immediately." Once she exited, Jiang Yang retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Bai Ching-in. After a couple of rings, Bai's robust voice resonated on the line. "Brother, what's up?" Jiang Yang covered the phone and inquired of Professor Zheng. "Professor Zheng, you have a driver's license, correct?" Zheng paused, somewhat puzzled, and nodded. "Yes." He found it curious why Jiang Yang would ask such a question. Releasing his grip on the phone, Jiang Yang asked Bai Ching-in, "Brother Bai, do you have any of the new Mercedes S320 in stock?" The room fell silent as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what this young boss was up to. Bai Ching-in responded eagerly, "Absolutely. If my brother asks, I must ensure he has it. It's just the Tiger head model. I'll arrange it right away." After a moment's consideration, Jiang Yang added, Please secure a temporary license plate. I need to complete the paperwork today and ideally take it out of town for registration. Is that feasible? There was a brief silence on the line before Bai replied. No problem. Have someone come by this afternoon to drive it. Jiang Yang replied with a smile. Thank you. I'll have Li Yin transfer the money to you shortly. Bai's voice boomed with generosity. Let us talk about the money later. I'll get the car for you first. The room was enveloped in a profound silence. Jiang's throat tightened as he swallowed hard, his heart racing. Jiang Yang had first inquired about his driver's license and then, in front of everyone, ordered a tiger head Mercedes, even mentioning the need for registration out of town. It was evident even to the dullest observer that this vehicle was intended as a gift for him. Jiang Yang casually picked up the large teacup and took a couple of hearty sips before saying, Professor Jiang, after a busy morning, you must be hungry. I've asked the kitchen to prepare a dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Let us enjoy a couple of drinks together. Jiang nodded in agreement. Li Yin once again appeared at the office door, gently tapping on it with her right hand. Jiang Yang gestured for her to come in. Li Yin placed 3 pristine checks on the desk and softly remarked, Mr. Jiang, here are the checks you requested. Afterward, she handed him a signature pen. Jiang Yang accepted the pen and inscribed his name on each of the 3 checks before rising and approaching Zhang Su and his companions. He first placed the $1 million check on the desk in front of Zhang Su. Professor Jiang, you have worked hard these past few days. And on behalf of the Tangren Beverage Company, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Zhang Su felt a dryness in his throat, and his heart raced increasingly faster. Although he possessed a considerable sum of money now and had encountered substantial amounts before, the sheer magnitude of this transaction in such an unassuming small county left him feeling somewhat incredulous. Chapter 85, Truths Unveiled in Intoxication. Jiang Yang produced 2 checks of 500,000 each, placing them before Chao Zhong and Wang Li with a gracious gesture. A token of my appreciation, he said, inviting them to accept it. Turning to Professor Zhang, he continued, this journey back to Guangzhou may prove to be a bit troublesome. You will need to arrange for a vehicle. As for who drives and who takes the plane, that is up to you all to negotiate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Su felt a sudden buzz in his head. Indeed, that Mercedes was procured for him. Meanwhile, Chao Zhong and Wang Gang were left utterly astonished. They had encountered luxury before, but nothing quite like this. Not only were 2 million in rewards being dispensed, but also a vehicle valued at over $1 million. It was a spectacle beyond their wildest imagination. Zhang Su, still in disbelief, tentatively inquired, the car you just ordered over the phone, it is truly a gift for me? Jiang Yang smiled gently. Indeed, you have made the journey to Shirshan. It is only fitting you take back some local specialties for convenience. As his words lingered, a shout came from downstairs. President Jiang, the chicken stew with mushrooms is ready. You may come down for dinner. Jiang Yang looked at the awestruck trio and suggested, let us dine first. In the modest cafeteria of the cold drink factory, they gathered in a small room that could scarcely accommodate a few. A round table bore a large iron basin filled with steaming chicken stew, accompanied by 3 cold dishes and a tomato egg soup. A humble spread of 4 dishes and 1 soup. Yet, the mood of the 3 experts was starkly different from days prior. Where they once harbored disappointment and condescension towards this locale, they now found their perspectives broadened. Having long heard tales of the generosity and fortitude of Northerners, they discovered that this was a level of magnanimity that surpassed expectations. Juzi brought in 2 crates of beer and 2 bottles of Wuliangye. Zhou Hao promptly opened a bottle of liquor, pouring for Zhang Su and the others. At this moment, Zhang Su fully embraced the occasion. Their work concluded. This trip proved exceedingly rewarding. Jiang Yang mentioned he had matters to attend to in the afternoon, leaving Zhou Hao to accompany the group in their revelry. As the glasses clinked and spirits flowed, the atmosphere grew buoyant, and soon they were all pleasantly inebriated. Zhang Su raised his glass and declared, President Jiang, to speak candidly. I have traversed many regions and encountered countless bosses. Many possess greater wealth than you, but there is none as bold and youthful as yourself. Jiang Yang waved his hand with a smile. Professor Zhang, you flatter me. Zhang Su, with utmost sincerity, responded, my visit to Shirshan has truly been enlightening. Even small places can harbor great heroes. I must confess, I held a certain disdain for this area just days ago. But now, I believe that Tangren Special Drinks, under your leadership, can achieve remarkable success. For this, I shall drink to my own folly. With that, he downed a generous cup of liquor. Zhou Hao applauded, refilling Zhang Su's glass. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, the usually composed Zhang Su transformed into a figure of exuberance. He raised his glass once more, stating, new products have been developed, Yet mass production requires vigilant oversight here. I shall return to Guangzhou tomorrow, leaving Xiao Chao and Xiao Wang behind. I hope General Jiang does not mind. Jiang Yang remarked, I defer to Professor Zhang's arrangements. Professor Zhang turned to Chao Zhang and Wang Li, saying, Let us raise a glass in honor of General Jiang. Chao Zhang and Wang Li stood, holding their glasses, their hearts filled with growing perplexity. What has come over Professor Zhang today? It is known that he has encountered numerous prominent figures and has never been this proactive in toasting them. Jiang Yang stood, holding his teacup, and declared, Professor Zhang, this is for you. The glasses clinked together, and Zhang Su downed another 2 yang of liquor. Zhou Hao cheered from the sidelines. Refilling his glass, Zhang Su, swaying slightly, lifted his glass once more, proclaiming, For this 3rd cup, I toast my colleagues, my students, my clients. I, Zhang Su, hailing from a nameless valley, have reached this point today solely due to your support. I am grateful for your trust and for uplifting me. Without you, there would be no today for me. Cheers. Just as Jiang Yang attempted to intervene, Zhang Su drained the glass entirely. 3 cups amounted to over half a jin. And having consumed quite a bit previously, Zhang Su had now ingested more than a jin. After downing the liquor, he sat back, his gaze vacant, but suddenly, tears welled in his eyes. Mother! Zhang Su's eyelids reddened, and he began to sob in his seat. Chao Zhang, feeling somewhat apologetic, glanced at Jiang Yang and said, General Jiang, I am truly sorry. Our teacher seems to have overindulged in his joy today. Jiang Yang responded, Professor Zhang has traversed a challenging path over the years. Seeing him this way reveals the burdens he has carried for so long. It is good for him to release them. Tears streamed down Zhang Su's face as he choked out. I too have had someone gift me a luxury car. But alas, my mother is no longer with us. This statement, though uttered softly, struck a poignant chord. Jiang Yang instructed Xin Yanli to bring a cup of hot water and placed it on the table before Zhang Su. My mother supported my education by selling her blood. Zhang Su suddenly said, his eyes bloodshot. Chao Zhang was about to speak, but Jiang Yang gestured for silence. Zhang Su continued, When I chose to major in food research, it coincided with the industrial reforms, and no one had faith in this industry. They believed imported food was superior and domestic products had no future. After a brief pause, Zhang Su added, Upon graduating, I worked at numerous food factories, all of which gradually closed down. By the age of 37, I could not even afford the fare to study abroad. Eventually, I was appointed as a visiting professor at Baitian University, and life began to improve day by day. Yet my mother fell ill during that time. Zhang Su lifted his glass again, taking another swig of strong liquor. Her treatment required a substantial amount of money. I bore the brunt of scorn as I began researching new food and beverage products for factories. I had to earn money. The meager salary from the school could not cover my mother's medical expenses. I recall the day my mother departed, as she gazed at a car on the road and said, My son, when you achieve success, let me ride in a luxurious vehicle to behold the Great Wall and the ocean. At this point, Zhang Su was overcome with emotion, his voice choked with sobs, tears streaming down his face. Wang Li, her eyes reddened, reached into her bag and handed him a tissue. This robust man in his 50s, suddenly reduced to such despair, bore an unimaginable weight of sorrow within. Yet, here I am, now capable and affluent. Alas, my mother is no longer with us. Zhang set down the drink before him in one gulp, lamenting, Who shall I spend this money on, and who will enjoy this car? In that moment, Jiang Yang was struck by thoughts of his own parents. Are they faring well in that other realm? Surely, they must have felt profound anguish upon receiving the news of my demise. Chapter 86, New product launch. The revelry had persisted for a considerable duration, leaving Zhang Su inebriated to the point of incapacity. It took the combined efforts of Chao Zhang and Wang Li to assist him into the vehicle. Just before entering, Wang Li, with a playful blink, gazed intently at Jiang Yang and remarked, You possess a certain enchantment. Jiang Yang chuckled. What sort of enchantment? Wang Li pondered for a moment and replied, An enchantment that compels one to bare their soul. With that, she gracefully slid into the car. As the group departed from the cold drink factory, Jiang Yang leaned against the doorway and lit a cigarette. Zhang Su's earlier words had profoundly impacted him. Deep within each individual lies a remarkably tender aspect. When touched, it can unleash overwhelming waves of emotion. Zhu Zi approached and said, President Jiang, your drinking prowess is impressive. You've left the Guangdong fellows utterly defeated. Jiang Yang inhaled from his cigarette and replied, Let us refrain from such jests in the future. When friends come from afar, we ought to treat them with sincerity. Furthermore, avoid referring to them as Guangdong fellows. In terms of business acumen, we are far from their equals. Zhu nodded thoughtfully. President Jiang, you seem to possess an understanding of people from various regions. Have you traveled to all these places? Jiang Yang affirmed, indeed, I have. Zhu, puzzled, inquired, when? Could you share your experiences with me? Jiang Yang responded, in my dreams. After delivering Zhang Su and the others to the Shishan Hotel, Ben Siyun returned to the cold drink factory and instructed Jiang Yang to send someone to the auto trade city to retrieve the luxurious vehicle. The factory workers, most of whom had never encountered such opulence, gathered in animated discussion. Zhou Hao, with a look of confusion, asked, Brother Jiang, you've already given him such a large sum. Why provide such a splendid car as well? Jiang Yang contemplated for a moment before answering. Because the value he brings to us is beyond your imagination. His decision to reward Zhang Su so generously had been made after careful consideration. Not only had he offered $1 million in compensation, but he had also gifted a Mercedes-Benz S320, all with the intent of securing Zhang Su's allegiance. Experts capable of crafting such sparkling water are exceedingly rare in this era, and the industry is rife with imitators. Only through continual innovation and improvement can one's product maintain stability in the market. If Zhang Su can create such a product for himself, he can undoubtedly do the same for others. The most effective way to ensure the longevity of this product is to secure the loyalty of its creator. Whether he can be of service in the future remains to be seen, dictated by fate. For the time being, this sparkling water is poised to dominate the market for at least the next 3 years, particularly in terms of taste, surpassing many competing products. At this moment, Jiang Yang felt a measure of confidence that even in a direct flavor comparison with international giants like Coca-Cola, Tangerine Special Beverage could hold its own. On the second floor, Wang Gang was animatedly conversing with his uncle over the phone. Uncle, the product has been launched. My boss issued a check for $2 million to 3 experts and even gifted a luxury car. Yes, indeed. I've always said that President Jiang is exceptionally generous. No worries, I'll handle everything. Wang Gang's face beamed with pride as he animatedly gestured while on the call. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Yang busied himself in the office, primarily addressing issues related to the adjustment of the production line. After much contemplation, he resolved to implement significant reforms at the Tangerine cold drink factory, focusing primarily on personnel and product adjustments. In terms of personnel, Zhou Hao would continue to serve as the general manager, while Li Yin would take on the role of chief financial officer, with the authority to recruit accountants and cashiers. Qin Yanli was appointed as the production supervisor, and Wang Gang assumed the position of sales manager. Li Jinfu and the former employees of the winery formed a distinctive team at the cold drink factory, directly led by Jiang Yang. Regarding the products, the first workshop had already undergone modifications to its equipment and formulas. The carbonated beverage developed by Zhang Su would be produced in the first workshop, while the remaining semi-automatic equipment would continue to manufacture the original Tangerine specialty drinks. With a single command, the new carbonated beverage entered a phase of comprehensive planning, featuring innovative designs, packaging, and flavors. Jiang Yang named this beverage Little Tangerine, with carbonated drink inscribed beneath it. Zhou Hao was tasked with handling the changes and registrations within the business administration system, while Wang Gang was responsible for the planning and development of the new packaging. Having learned for several days previously, Qin Yanli began to guide the workers in training for the new production processes. Once all arrangements were completed, evening had descended. Li Yin entered the office and said, General Jiang, Director Chen called this afternoon inquiring whether our factory could sponsor County No. 2 Middle School with some funds for the procurement of new textbooks and equipment. Jiang Yang leaned back in his chair and asked, how much? Li Yin glanced at the document in her hand and replied, 200,000. Jiang Yang nodded. Let them have it. Li Yin closed the folder and remarked, General Jiang, why are you so accommodating towards Director Chen? Although he assisted us in securing the cold drink factory's premises, we did invest considerable funds ourselves, didn't we? Jiang Yang smiled slightly, without Director Chen. Would we abandon our commitment to employing laid-off workers and donating to schools? The strength and growth of a business are intricately linked to our social responsibilities. Li Yin pondered this for a moment, then nodded earnestly before leaving the office. She felt an increasing admiration for her boss. His words were incisive, and the wisdom therein warranted repeated contemplation. Glancing at the time, Jiang Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten about the girl. He had promised to pick up Chen Lan from work today, and with only half an hour until the school day ended, he pushed aside the documents on his desk, stretched languidly, and stood up. A cool breeze wafted in through the window. He reached for his coat, donned it, and flashed a grin at his reflection in the mirror. Feeling quite pleased with himself, descending the stairs to his car, Zhuzi hurriedly opened the door. Jiang Yang tossed him a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Zhuzi beamed. General Jiang is magnificent. Jiang Yang, feeling quite content, tousled his hair and asked Zhuzi, "Am I handsome?" Zhuzi replied earnestly, "You're incredibly handsome." Satisfied, Jiang Yang pressed the car window down and stepped on the accelerator, the Lexus roaring away and kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhuzi gazed at the retreating figure of the car, reflecting wistfully, "When will I ever look this cool?" Upon arriving at the entrance of the second high school, the bell signaling the end of class rang just in time. Students burst forth with exuberance, akin to birds released from their cages, chattering excitedly as they rushed outside. Numerous small carts lined the entrance, offering an array of snacks, fried dough, meat skewers, cold noodles, and more, with enticing aromas wafting through the air. The students, clutching their change, stood on tiptoe, eagerly anticipating their treats. As the crowd began to thin, Jiang Yang still could not spot Qianlan. A sense of perplexity washed over him as he retrieved his phone and dialed her number. No one answered. Just then, Jiang Qing and Jiang Tian emerged from within, visibly startled upon seeing Jiang Yang. "Brother, are you here to pick me up from school again?" Jiang Tian exclaimed joyfully as she dashed over. Jiang Qing followed closely, playfully pinching her nose and teasing, "Stop being so vain." Jiang Yang patted Jiang Tian's head and inquired, "Have you seen Teacher Chen?" "She's in the office," Jiang Tian replied. "I saw Director Lu looking for her after class." "Brother, are you here to see Teacher Chen?" "Indeed," Jiang Yang acknowledged. "I've noticed your grades have been slipping lately, and I intended to inquire about your studies." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian felt a pang of anxiety, retreating timidly behind Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing, with an expression that suggested she understood everything, smiled and said, "Then you must gather all the necessary information. I'll take Tian home now." Watching his elder sister lead his younger sister away, Jiang Yang locked the car and made his way to the teaching building. By this time, most students had departed, and the office door on the second floor was ajar. From a distance, he could hear a man's furious reprimand. "Are you even capable of doing this? If you can't, then just get the hell out." The bald-headed director Lu Kuei sat in his chair, vehemently berating Qianlan, who stood nearby. Chapter 87. Qianlan faces difficulties. Qianlan stood silently to the side as Zhao Kuei erupted in fury, the table resounding with loud thuds. Behind Zhao, several middle-aged men, impeccably dressed, exuded an air of authority. Among them was Chen Dongxing, the newly appointed director of the East City Reform Office, clad in a Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously styled, and his polished shoes gleaming. For reasons unknown, the academic performance of the entire junior high level in Shishan County had plummeted, deteriorating year by year. Following an inspection by the Education Bureau and other officials, dissatisfaction was palpable, and Zhao Kuei was inevitably subjected to a torrent of harsh criticism. As the director of education, he naturally attributed all blame to the teachers. Yesterday afternoon, Qianlan had left her post without permission to attend to Jiang Yang, providing Zhao Kuei with a much-needed outlet for his pent-up anger, which he unleashed upon her. Having only recently graduated, Qianlan had been teaching at the second middle school for just over 2 years and had never encountered such an explosive scene. She found herself being berated in front of the leaders, feeling utterly overwhelmed. "Director Zhao, I called Sister Wan yesterday to request leave." Qianlan attempted to explain, but was cut off by Zhao Kuei, his right hand resting on his hip and his prominent belly jutting out. The few strands of hair on his head quivered slightly as he shouted, "At this point, you're still making excuses. Are you trying to justify yourself? As a public school teacher, can you not humbly acknowledge your own mistakes?" Qianlan, now feeling a surge of anger, retorted, "Director Zhao, please do not misrepresent the situation. Am I not entitled to request leave after ensuring my duties are covered? Do public school teachers lack freedom?" Fuming, Zhao Kuei glared at her. "Qianlan, do you even realize who you're speaking to? Do you have any respect for the leaders present?" This scene was exceedingly awkward. No one expected the usually docile Qianlan to rise in defiance. The leaders turned their gazes toward Chen Dongxing, their eyes reflecting a hint of sycophancy. The primary reason for this inspection was indeed Chen Dongxing, whose child attended the county's second middle school. Due to consistently poor grades, he had casually mentioned the issue at a dinner with friends from the Education Bureau. Since Chen Dongxing's promotion from the office director in the South Suburb District, many sought to curry favor with him. In an effort to please him, they orchestrated this inspection. The layers of flattery intertwined, the Education Bureau leaders aimed to impress Chen Dongxing, while the school sought to appease the Education Bureau, culminating in the current spectacle. Zhao Kuei had intended to make a good impression in front of these leaders to earn Qin Dongxing's respect. However, he found himself unable to even manage a young English teacher. Chun Lan's eyes brimmed with tears, her sense of injustice flooding over her like a torrential wave. Since joining the second middle school, she had dedicated herself wholeheartedly, striving to give her utmost in both her interactions with students and her professional duties. Times were changing, and students increasingly pursued a broader range of aspirations. Especially after the proliferation of television sets, the influence of movie stars, music, and various entertainment projects on students has become substantial. Many students, upon returning home, indulge in leisure, neglecting the significance of their assignments, leaving their teachers at a loss. The imposing presence of the leaders across the room looms ominously, with Lu Kuei's fierce demeanor resembling that of a cunning fox wielding the authority of a tiger. It appears that my position may no longer be tenable. Just then, the office door swung open. A man clad in a sharply tailored black suit strode in, making his way directly to Qin Lan's side, casting a brief glance at the leaders present. Lu Kuei felt a twinge of curiosity. This individual seemed somewhat familiar. The reaction of Director Qin was rather surprising. He stood up from his seat, his face alight with joy. "General Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Yang, with an expression devoid of emotion, nodded slightly and replied, "I am here to fetch Qin Lan." At the sight of Jiang Yang, the grievances Qin Lan had recently endured seemed magnified, and tears brimmed in her eyes. Jiang Yang gently patted her arm and then took the thick stack of documents from her hands. Lu Kuei and several other school leaders exchanged glances, looking at Director Qin with astonishment. "Director Qin, do you know each other?" Qin Dongxing, with a broad smile, replied, "Know each other? We are old friends. By the way, the 200,000 yuan donation I mentioned to you this afternoon is funded by General Jiang." Lama, still standing, hastily expressed gratitude. "Thank you, General Jiang, for your tremendous support." Ma Yuguang, in his 50s, with a square face and a scholarly air, was the principal of County No. 2 Middle School. He had remained silent until now, but upon hearing Director Qin's words, he quickly stood up and added, "Indeed, you have truly helped us immensely." The leaders, witnessing Director Qin's courteous demeanor, responded with smiles. However, Jiang Yang's expression shifted, his usual warmth replaced by a chilling demeanor, as he stated, "I am profoundly disappointed in the cultural atmosphere of your esteemed school. As for the donation, I believe it warrants careful consideration." Ma Yuguang was taken aback. Turning to look at Qin Dongxing, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Qin Dongxing approached, patting Jiang Yang on the shoulder in a conciliatory manner. "Brother Jiang, what is going on today? You've never been like this before." His gaze drifted to Qin Lan standing nearby, and he sensed that Jiang Yang's relationship with her was not ordinary. Jiang Yang offered a slight smile to Qin Dongxing. "Director Qin, congratulations on your promotion." Qin Dongxing replied, "It's merely a change of office. It hardly qualifies as a promotion." Jiang Yang countered, "Isn't it a promotion when a group of men reprimands a female teacher? It seems my acquaintance with Director Qin is indeed an elevation for me." Qin Dongxing's face flushed with embarrassment as his heart raced. Those seemingly casual remarks, veiled in jest, carried an unmistakable edge of sarcasm. It appeared his suspicions were correct. This was Qin Lan's moment of reckoning. "Jiang, my dear brother, are you jesting with me?" Qin Dongxing felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, forcing a laugh to mask the uncomfortable tension in the air. His smooth ascent can be largely attributed to Jiang Yang's unwavering support. Ever since he became acquainted with Jiang Yang, the latter has been exceedingly responsive to his requests regarding various pivotal tasks within the office, never hesitating or dragging his feet. Each task has been executed impeccably, enabling him to ascend the ranks effortlessly within the organization. In a small place like Shirshan County, being well-informed is indispensable. He has discreetly inquired about Jiang Yang's affairs on numerous occasions. The cold drink factory continues to flourish, and he is as close to Bai Qing'an as brothers. Recently, it has been rumored that he has grown increasingly allied with the Wei family, seemingly entering into a collaborative partnership. Inevitably, he is destined to become a formidable figure in Shirshan County. One might say that not only is he the director of the district reform office, but even his superior would hesitate to offend him. Qin Dongxing is acutely aware of this. At this moment, Lu Kuei recalls the man before him. The scene of dealing with Zhao Gang and his son flashing before his eyes like a slideshow. Yet, how could Qin Lan, merely a humble English teacher, come to be so closely associated with such a personage? Chapter 88. The multifunctional blowing machine. Qin Dongxing, having navigated the corridors of power for many years, had mastered the art of reading people. Though Jiang Yang was not a formidable figure in Shan County, his current potential suggested he could very well become a second Bai Ching'an. It was evident from his expression that he was quite dissatisfied with the events that had just transpired in the office. With a fleeting glance, he turned to Principal Ma Yuguang and said, "Principal Ma, as the primary leader of this institution, you cannot shirk the responsibilities of education onto the teachers." Principal Ma was taken aback. "What?" Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Dongxing spoke with righteous fervor. "These teachers are akin to diligent gardeners, tirelessly imparting their knowledge to the budding flowers of potential. They deserve our utmost respect. I believe the decline in student performance is significantly linked to the management practices of the school and the leadership in key positions." At this pronouncement, the senior leaders were left in stunned silence. What was happening? Just as Principal Ma was about to respond, he was interrupted by Chen Dongxing's raised hand. Chen, taking a few steps within the office, pointed at Lu Kuei and stated, "I believe Director Lu has been somewhat negligent in his duties." Lu Kuei, bewildered, could only point at himself in speechless disbelief. Chen Dongxing, with a furrowed brow, continued earnestly, "Shifting one's responsibilities onto subordinates is a grave misstep in any professional realm. Principal Ma, to be candid, I am quite disappointed with this investigation." Chen Lan, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, struggled to comprehend the situation. Ever since Jiang Yang had entered the room, the senior leaders had transformed. They not only ceased their criticism of her, but also began to assail the infamous Director Lu. She glanced at Jiang Yang beside her, her curiosity about him deepening. What was his true role? Why did he seem to command respect wherever he went? Principal Ma, quick to react, turned to Lu Kuei with indignation and declared, "Old Lu, Director Chen makes a valid point. You ought to engage in some self-reflection. How about this? Starting tomorrow, take a week to reconsider your actions and submit a report to me." The performance was vividly staged. While Jiang Yang remained silently observing their display, the leaders understood that this was a scene orchestrated by Director Chen, with Jiang Yang as the sole audience member. Once the act concluded, they turned to Jiang Yang, eager to gauge his reaction. The intention was to alleviate his frustration, a mere ploy. They expected him to be appreciative. But instead, he uttered words that left them aghast. Director Chen spoke remarkably well, and Principal Ma's approach is commendable. He then turned towards Lu Kuei, clearing his throat and stating, "Director Lu, you are not merely the instructional director of County No. 2 High School. You bear the future of the Shan County populace on your shoulders. This mistake is grave. Thus your reflection must be thorough and profound." The room fell into a contemplative silence. Jiang Yang felt a sense of relief and turned to Chen Lan, saying, "Shall we take our leave?" The others nodded numbly. The two exited the office with an air of confidence. As soon as Chen Lan stepped out, she stifled a laugh beside him. "What is so amusing?" Jiang Yang inquired with curiosity. Chen Lan replied, "I couldn't help but chuckle at how you spoke just now. You resembled an old man." After such a commotion, dusk gradually descended. Their plan to visit the sea of ginkgo trees in the southern suburbs was once again thwarted. When asked about dinner plans, Chen Lan suggested indulging in spicy hot pot once more. Mei Yi's hot pot had relocated near Trade Street, and it took Jiang Yang nearly 20 minutes of driving to arrive. Inside the blue plastic tent, the crowd remained as dense as ever, with small tables and stools set outside. Jiang Yang sat on a roadside stool, observing passers-by, while Mei Yi cheerfully brought over 2 open bottles of Tangerine soda. They chatted and laughed heartily until after 8 in the evening when Jiang Yang finally escorted Chen Lan home. On this occasion, as Chen Sheng departed, he only glimpsed the taillights of Jiang Yang's car. The following morning, in the cold drink factory's office, Jiang Yang had just settled at his desk when Zhou Hao entered with an envelope. "Brother Jiang, someone from Director Chen's side sent this over, asking me to hand it directly to you." Jiang Yang nodded and took the envelope. Upon opening it, he nearly burst into laughter. Inside was a lengthy self-reflection letter, no less than 3,000 to 4,000 words, signed by Lu Kuei. Director Lu had been penalized, with a month's salary docked. Lacking interest in its contents, Jiang Yang closed the envelope and dialed Li Yan's office. "Hello, it's me. The 200,000 from County Second Middle School can be transferred now." The design for Tangerine Soda's packaging had been finalized, featuring a subtle color scheme with a meditative little monk logo at the bottom. The bottle, slender and elegant, was priced at 1.5 yuan per bottle in the retail market. The primary cost of this beverage lay in the bottle itself, as the soda was remarkably inexpensive to produce. The bottles were ordered from Huazhou City at 0.25 yuan each. Jiang Yang, holding the lightweight plastic bottle, murmured, "This tiny plastic bottle surprisingly costs more than a glass one." Zhou Hao concurred. Indeed, Brother Jiang, this bottle is rather pricey. Perhaps we should consider using glass instead. Jiang Yang shook his head, stating, the product must undergo reform. He then placed the bottle on the table and, after examining it, asked, Zhou Hao, can our factory produce these plastic bottles? No sooner had he spoken than a female voice floated in from the doorway. Of course we can. Following the sound, Jiang Yang turned to see Wang Li entering. Today, she wore tight black denim shorts, her fair thighs exposed to the air. The exaggeratedly short T-shirt accentuated her form, causing quite a stir with each step she took. In this era, her attire would surely garner nearly 100% of heads turning. Zhou Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Li, aren't you cold? Wang Li looked puzzled by the exaggerated stares from others. This style was commonplace in Guangzhou, yet here, it seemed to incite shock. Brother Jiang, to produce such bottles, we would need a specialized blow-molding machine, Wang Li remarked, gazing at Jiang Yang. A blow-molding machine? I recall that our workshop possesses one. Jiang Yang pondered and remarked. When we initially invested over $1 million to acquire that production line, it included a blow-molding machine. Wang Li waved her hand dismissively and stated, that machine is too small and cannot accommodate mold changes, resulting in a painfully low production capacity. After Wang Li's thorough explanation, Jiang Yang finally grasped the intricacies of the plastic bottle production process. It turns out that the plastic bottles commonly used for beverages and mineral water are formed from preforms subjected to high-temperature blowing. Inside the blow-molding machine, high temperatures and gases interact. As the preform is exposed to heat, it softens naturally and is enveloped by a mold. High-pressure gas is then injected into the mold, resulting in the formation of the plastic bottle. The shape of the mold dictates the final shape of the bottle. Where might one procure such a versatile blow-molding machine? Jiang Yang contemplated, gazing at Wang Li as he inquired. Chapter 89. Farewell to Jiangsu. As the sales of the Tang People's Cold Drink Factory continued to surge, the demand for these bottles upon the launch of new products became immense. Opting to procure them from distant suppliers not only escalated production costs but also posed the risk of halting the production line should any discrepancies arise from the supplier's end. In light of the threats posed by Liu Zhenghua, Jiang Yang remained ever vigilant. One should never leave a loophole for someone capable of undermining competitors through the grain station. When Jiang Yang inquired, Wang Li pondered briefly before responding, I am not certain about this. Professor Zheng should be aware. Jiang Yang nodded, suggesting, then let us wait for Professor Zheng's arrival to pose the question. After glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 9:30. It was not surprising that Professor Zheng, having indulged in excess libations the previous night, was still in bed. Seeing that Jiang Yang had no further instructions, Zhou Hao and Wang Li proceeded to the workshop. Jiang Yang perused the recent orders and financial statements of the cold drink factory. His phone vibrated intermittently with messages from Qianlan. Since escorting her home the day before, the two had been engaged in a delightful exchange of texts. In reality, this young woman rarely spoke, exuding grace and poise reminiscent of a noble lady, yet through the veil of the internet, she seemed to blossom into a more vivacious self. Their conversation spanned from the 4 great classical novels to the intricacies of life, leaving no topic untouched. Through their text exchanges, Jiang Yang learned that following Director Chen's reprimand of Ma Yuguang, Lu Kuei had undergone a complete transformation in his demeanor towards her. The once arrogant Lu Kuei now refrained from casting harsh words at Qianlan and even displayed a hint of flattery, leaving her somewhat taken aback. Jiang Yang smiled gently at his phone. Such outcomes were to be expected in the school setting. Half an hour later, Zheng Su and Chao Zhong arrived at the office. Jiang Yang greeted them with a smile. Awake at last? Zheng Su, appearing contrite, replied, I sincerely apologize, General Manager Jiang. I overindulged yesterday and feel quite embarrassed. This morning, as soon as he awoke, Chao Zhong recounted the events of the previous day in their entirety. Zheng Su, upon hearing this, was left astounded. It was evident that moderation in drinking was essential. Jiang Yang rose to brew tea for the two and, after exchanging pleasantries, directly inquired, Professor Zheng, I wish to introduce a bottle-blowing machine to the factory. Upon hearing this, Zheng Su retrieved a business card from his briefcase and remarked, I have already considered this for you. This is a manufacturer from Fujian, and the owner's surname is Ding. I communicated the specifications and requirements for the blowing machine with him this morning. He then handed over the card. Jiang Yang accepted the card, casting a glance at it, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Zheng Su stood, stating, General Manager Jiang, I have many matters to attend to in Guangzhou, so I cannot linger. Jiang Yang, sensing the urgency, refrained from further pleasantries, and extended an invitation for a simple meal at the factory before his departure. For an expert of Jiang's caliber, schedules were often packed, and with the new product already developed, his extended presence would yield little benefit. Jiang so hurriedly waved his hand. No. I can manage a quick bite on the way. Seeing Jiang leave in haste, Jiang Yang casually opened the drawer, revealing the keys and paperwork for a Mercedes-Benz S320. Perhaps the excessive drinking from the previous night had left an impression on him. In the courtyard of the Tangren cold drink factory, two brand-new cars stood quietly parked, a Lexus LS 400 and a Mercedes-Benz S320. Ban Siyuan held a pristine handkerchief, meticulously polishing the paintwork of both vehicles. Upon noticing Jiang Yang and Jiang Su descending, Ban Siyuan reluctantly stepped aside. Jiang Yang handed the keys and documents to Jiang Su, saying, "Professor Jiang, give it a try." Gazing at the luxury vehicle before him, Jiang Su felt a dryness in his throat. He had never even dreamed of owning a car of such caliber. With a press of the key fob, the headlights of the tiger-headed Benz flickered, and with an electronic click, the doors unlocked. Jiang Su opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, the distinctive aroma of genuine leather enveloping the cabin. Chen Yanli and Zhuzi were busy loading the Mercedes with various local specialties from Shirshan County: 2 wild chickens, 2 wild rabbits, and 2 large jars full of golden cicadas. Beyond these live animals, there were 2 boxes of tea, 4 boxes of liquor, and 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. The tea included Shirshan Maofeng and by Luochun, while the liquor was a rare Shirshan sorghum liquor crafted by Li Jifeng, now a collector's item. Jiang Su observed the industrious Chen Yanli and Zhuzi and quickly interjected, "That's enough. That's too much." He then turned to Jiang Yang and remarked, "Mr. Jiang, you were too generous." He recalled Jiang Yang mentioning bringing him some local delicacies. But he had never anticipated such a grand gesture. An entire truckload of specialties was something he had never witnessed before. Zhuzi, squeezing a box of wild vegetables into the last bit of trunk space, added, "Professor Jiang, these wild vegetables were specially sought out by Mr. Jiang. You can't find them in Guangzhou." Jiang Su looked at the friendly faces at the cold drink factory, his heart brimming with complex emotions. After years of travels, he had never felt such warmth as he felt at that moment. Jiang Yang extended his right hand, saying, "Safe travels, Professor Jiang." Jiang Su gazed at Jiang Yang for a long moment before shaking his hand and replying, "Thank you." Chen Yanli approached with a large thermos, placing it in the passenger seat. "Professor Jiang, this contains brewed tea to refresh you during your drive." Jiang Su expressed his gratitude. "Do come by often," Jiang Yang said with a smile. Jiang Su bent down and entered the driver's seat, saying, "All right, I'll be on my way." The vehicle gradually started. As Zhuzi opened the large gate, Jiang Su drove the brand-new tiger-headed Benz out into the world. In the rearview mirror, Jiang Yang stood in the sunlight, clad in a suit, while dozens of employees waved gently in his direction. At that moment, Jiang Su felt a faint longing within his heart. After Jiang Su returned to Guangzhou, Chao Zhong and Wang Li remained behind. Jiang Yang handed Jiang Su's business card to Li Yan, instructing her to order a bottle-blowing machine in the name of the cold drink factory, while he delved into researching the ingredient list for a new product. The innovative bubble beverage necessitates a substantial quantity of fruits, with apples being the predominant ingredient. Zhou Hao proposed the utilization of the fruits from Lianhua Township, not only for their abundant supply, but also for their proximity to the beverage production facility. Jiang Yang nodded in agreement and suggested the establishment of long-term cooperative contracts with the villagers. This ingredient list greatly pleased Jiang Yang, as it contained several items that were exclusive formulas crafted by Jiang Su, making it exceedingly challenging for others to replicate the exact flavor profile. With the finalization of the product's appearance and production process, the Xiao Tang sparkling beverage officially debuted. The primary battleground remains Shirshan County, flourishing in both urban and rural areas. The introduction of this carbonated drink swiftly disrupted the existing landscape of Shirshan County,